Today we have 8 hours of SpongeBob lore to help you fall asleep. So sit back, relax, forget about cleaning the dishes, and let's get started. First, we have 3 hours of completely crazy SpongeBob lore. Let's get started with SpongeBob's Pineapple House Explained. So SpongeBob lives in a pineapple. Just a pineapple sitting on the ocean floor, like that's totally normal. And you know what? The show acts like it is. Right from the very first episode, the French narrator drops this bombshell like it's the most natural thing in the world. He's doing his whole nature documentary thing, talking about the sea and Bikini Bottom, and then he just casually mentions that SpongeBob lives in a pineapple. Yes, of course he lives in a pineapple, you silly. That's it. Just drops it on you without any context whatsoever about why a sea sponge would choose fruit as his housing situation. The narrator literally calls you silly for even questioning it. Like you're the weird one for thinking it's strange that someone would live inside produce underwater. The confidence in his voice is what sells it. He's just stating a fact about the natural world as if living in pineapples is something marine biologists have been documenting for years. The French narrator has that David Attenborough energy, where whatever he says becomes truth just because he said it with enough authority. This pretty much sets up everything about SpongeBob. They don't bother explaining why their world is nuts because in their world, it's totally normal. It's just another Tuesday in Bikini Bottom where real estate agents show fruits to people looking for houses. The French narrator's got that super confident documentary voice that makes you believe whatever he's saying. So when he says, of course, SpongeBob lives in a pineapple, your brain just goes with it. Of course he does. Where else would he live? Like some boring underwater house made of coral? That'd be weird. But here's where things get really wild. The pineapple is basically indestructible. Well, destructible, but with built-in resurrection powers. In Home Sweet Pineapple, these little worm things called nematodes show up and literally drink SpongeBob's entire house. They suck it dry like it's a juice box until there's nothing left but this tiny seed on the ground. The nematodes are probably the most bizarre villains in the entire show, and that's saying something. They're not evil or trying to hurt anyone, they're just really, really thirsty. They hop around in a group chanting walking, walking, walking until they spot something they want to drink, then it becomes thirsty, thirsty, thirsty. They're like a flash mob of dehydrated worms with a hive mind. What makes them even weirder is how polite they are about destroying SpongeBob's life. They don't break down the door or cause a scene, they just quietly stick their little straws through the walls and start sipping. SpongeBob and Gary sleep through the whole thing because the nematodes are basically silent house demolition experts. SpongeBob wakes up thinking he's grown huge because his room is shrinking around him. Turns out, nope, his house is just getting consumed by thirsty worms. The whole thing gets slurped up while he's sleeping. Everything, his bed, his furniture, Gary's food bowl, that foghorn alarm clock, all of it just disappears into these little creatures who apparently have the digestive capacity of a small army. The scene where SpongeBob figures out what's happening is pretty creepy if you really think about it. He wakes up on what seems like a normal morning until he sees his room getting smaller. Gary's meowing like something's wrong, but SpongeBob just thinks they've both grown huge overnight. The walls are closing in, and SpongeBob's excited about it until he realizes what's actually going on. These nematodes are basically tiny wrecking crews. They work together like ants, drinking every drop of pineapple juice until there's nothing left to hold the house up. The house slowly deflates as they drain it. By the time they're done, even SpongeBob's door is gone. They leave behind this tiny seed like they're doing him a favor or something. The really messed up part is how satisfied they look when they're done. They all burp in unison and hop away like they just had the meal of their lives. They completely destroyed someone's home and they're happy about it. Then they just disappear and never show up again in the series. One-time house destroyers who got their fill and moved on. So now SpongeBob's homeless. He picks up this little pebble that's all that's left of his house and gets ready to move back in with his parents. But then he starts crying, because of course he does, and one tear hits that pebble. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking and this massive vine shoots up, grows a brand new pineapple house, and drops it exactly where the old one was. But get this, when SpongeBob goes inside, everything's back exactly how it was. His furniture, his decorations, even Gary's newspapers are in the right spots. The show doesn't explain how a plant grew SpongeBob's alarm clock or how his treasure chest sprouted from a seed. It just did. That's Pineapple House logic for you. The vine immediately retreats underground like my work here is done, and that's that. SpongeBob's house can literally regrow itself from a single seed. It's like having the ultimate home insurance policy, except instead of money, you just need tears and basic gardening. And nobody questions this. Patrick sees the house regrow and he's just like, oh cool, SpongeBob's back. Squidward gets crushed by it and he's annoyed but not surprised. Even SpongeBob's parents roll with it. In Bikini Bottom, magical fruit houses are apparently standard architecture. What's really wild is watching Squidward during all this. When SpongeBob's house gets destroyed, Squidward is absolutely thrilled. He's dancing around celebrating the fact that his annoying neighbor might have to move away. But when the house regrows and drops on top of him, and he's clearly mad that SpongeBob's back, the magical regeneration is less surprising to him than temporary peace and quiet. But the real kicker comes later in Truth or Square when we finally get the origin story. And boy, is it anticlimactic in the best way possible. The pineapple just fell off a boat. That's it. Some ship was passing overhead, probably carrying produce, and one pineapple fell overboard. It sank down to the ocean floor and landed right on Squidward's garden. The whole origin story is so random it hurts. Picture this: some cargo ship is just cruising along the surface, probably carrying fruit to who knows where. Maybe the crew is having lunch, maybe someone left a crate unsecured. Maybe it was just a really bumpy day. Whatever happened, one pineapple goes overboard and starts sinking toward the ocean floor like the world's most ridiculous meteorite. Meanwhile, Squidward's down there living his best life. He's got this nice little garden where he's probably growing sea tomatoes or underwater lettuce or whatever passes for vegetables in Bikini Bottom. He's watering his plants, enjoying the peace and quiet, probably thinking about how great it is to live in a neighborhood without any annoying neighbors. Then wham! Pineapple from space ruins everything. Squidward had this nice little garden going where SpongeBob's house sits now. He was probably growing sea vegetables or whatever counts as plants down there. Then thunk pineapple from the sky ruins his whole setup. Squidward gets trapped inside this fallen fruit and has to cut his way out. His garden's destroyed, his peaceful morning is ruined, and this weird yellow sponge shows up with a real estate agent. The flashback shows SpongeBob house hunting with what looks like a professional realtor. They're checking out all sorts of places. There's a shoe house, a castle in a fishbowl, even a toilet house that SpongeBob immediately rejects. The guy has standards, apparently, but when they stumble across this fresh pineapple that just fell from above, SpongeBob's eyes light up like he's found buried treasure. What's funny is watching the real estate agent's reaction. She's probably shown hundreds of underwater houses, coral formations, sunken ships, fancy shell mansions. But when this pineapple drops out of nowhere and SpongeBob immediately wants it, she just rolls with it. That's probably the easiest sale she's ever made. No haggling over price, no home inspection, no asking about the structural integrity of fruit-based housing. SpongeBob sees it and wants it. Transaction complete. SpongeBob takes one look at this pineapple that just randomly fell from above and goes, "I'll take it." The real estate agent barely had to do any selling. SpongeBob hands over a bag of money and moves in immediately. It was probably the easiest commission she ever made. Think about how bizarre this is. A pineapple falls into the ocean by complete accident. A sponge sees it and decides that's his dream home. He buys it on the spot and moves in with his pet snail. This becomes his permanent address. 124 Conch Street is now a pineapple because SpongeBob said so. The show presents this chain of events like it makes perfect sense. Fruit falls, Sponge buys fruit, Sponge lives in fruit. That's just normal underwater homeownership. The flashback doesn't treat it as weird or magical or destined. It's just what happened. SpongeBob needed a house, a pineapple needed a resident, problem solved. This is what makes SpongeBob so brilliant at world building without actually building anything. They don't explain why pineapples work as houses underwater. They don't justify how SpongeBob can breathe inside a fruit, or how the fruit doesn't rot, or how any of this makes biological sense. They just show you a sponge living in a pineapple and move on. The internal logic of Bikini Bottom is completely consistent even when it's completely insane. Fish drive boats underwater, campfires burn on the ocean floor, beaches exist at the bottom of the sea, and sponges live in pineapples. These things should all be impossible, but in this world they all work perfectly fine. Look at SpongeBob's neighbors. Patrick lives under a rock, literally the dumbest housing situation possible, which fits him perfectly. Squidward lives in a moai head because he thinks he's sophisticated and artistic. Mr. Krabs lives in an anchor because he's nautical and old-fashioned. Everyone's house matches their personality, but they're all completely ridiculous if you think about them for more than 2 seconds. But SpongeBob's pineapple is different because it's both the weirdest and somehow the most normal. Pineapples are sweet, tropical, and cheerful just like SpongeBob. They're also tough on the outside but soft on the inside, which works as a metaphor if you're into that kind of thing. But mostly, it's just a pineapple because SpongeBob lives in a pineapple, and that's how it's always been. The French narrator established this in episode 1, and the show never looked back. They could have spent seasons explaining the science of underwater fruit architecture or the economics of produce-based real estate. Instead, they just said, he lives in a pineapple, deal with it, and focused on telling jokes. This approach makes everything else in the show possible. If you can accept that someone lives in a pineapple underwater, then you can accept anything. Talking starfish? Sure. Underwater beaches? Why not? Secret formulas that turn fish into raving lunatics? Absolutely. The Pineapple House is like a test if you can handle this level of nonsense. Welcome to Bikini Bottom. Even when the house gets destroyed in various episodes, it always comes back. Sometimes it regrows, sometimes it gets rebuilt, sometimes SpongeBob pulls a new one out of a can. The specific house doesn't matter because the idea of the house is indestructible. SpongeBob lives in a pineapple, and that's not gonna chance. In Home Sweet Rubble, the house starts falling apart from age and wear. SpongeBob's friends try to help fix it up, but they all add their own personal touches that completely change what makes it SpongeBob's space. Sandy adds high-tech gadgets, Mr. Krabs puts in money-making features, and it all falls apart because it's not really SpongeBob's house anymore. But Gary had been carrying around a can the whole time, a can of furnished pineapple, that pops open into a perfect new house when SpongeBob needs it most. Think about that. Canned pineapple houses. You can apparently buy a whole furnished home in a can at the grocery store in Bikini Bottom. Gary knew this the entire time but couldn't communicate it because he's a snail. The show treats this like it's totally reasonable consumer goods you'd find at any underwater supermarket. The house has adapted over the years to whatever the story needs. Sometimes it's got a basement that shouldn't exist in a fruit. Sometimes there's an attic where SpongeBob stores old junk. The layout changes constantly because the Pineapple House is about being SpongeBob's space in the world. The show handles the house's destruction and rebirth in this really sweet way. Every time it gets destroyed, there's this moment where it looks like SpongeBob might have to leave Bikini Bottom forever. His whole life is tied up in that pineapple. But it always comes back, usually in the most ridiculous way possible because SpongeBob belongs there, and somehow everything works out. The show has run for over 2 decades, and they've never felt the need to explain why any of this makes sense. The Pineapple House works because it works. SpongeBob is happy there, Gary has enough space for his newspapers, and it keeps the rain out. What more do you need from a home? That's the genius of starting with something so ridiculous. Once you've established that pineapples are valid housing, everything else becomes possible. The show never has to explain its logic because it established from day one that logic is optional. The French narrator told us SpongeBob lives in a pineapple, SpongeBob lives in a pineapple, and that's that. Sometimes the best world building is the kind that doesn't build anything at all. It just presents its world as fact and dares you to disagree. SpongeBob's Pineapple House is weird, impossible, and perfect, just like everything else in Bikini Bottom. Now let's move on to every Krabby Patty formula theory ever. But don't forget to subscribe to our channel. The Krabby Patty secret formula is probably the biggest mystery in all of SpongeBob. Everyone wants to know what makes these burgers so addictive that fish will literally riot outside the Krusty Krab when they can't get them. From the very beginning, the show made it clear that this formula is serious business. Mr. Krabs treats it like nuclear codes, SpongeBob guards it with his life, and Plankton has spent decades trying to steal it. But after watching all these episodes where characters hunt for the formula, you start to notice some weird stuff that doesn't add up. The whole thing started in the early episodes where Plankton would show up with increasingly ridiculous schemes to get his hands on the recipe. In Plankton, he literally crawls inside SpongeBob's brain to control him like a puppet. That's some serious dedication to a burger recipe. But what's wild is how the show handles the actual formula itself. Let's talk about what we actually know from the episodes. In Plankton, SpongeBob gives us this super specific description of a Krabby Patty when he's trying to resist Plankton's mind control. He talks about the 100% all-secret patty, secretly assembled with undersea cheese, pickles, lettuce, tomato, onion, all secretly steaming between 2 fluffy seaweed sea buns. That sounds pretty normal, right? like a regular burger with sea-themed ingredients. But then in Imitation Krabs, things get weird. SpongeBob says the formula is kept in a bottle and that there are all these crazy rules about when you can discuss it. He mentions this super specific scenario about if we're discussing the secret formula on the third Wednesday in January and it's not raining outside after we've gargled with vanilla pudding. What kind of formula needs those kinds of conditions to talk about? The whole secrecy thing is what makes people suspicious. SpongeBob tells that fake robot Mr. Krabs that the Krabby Patty formula is the sole property of the Krusty Krab and is only to be discussed in part or in whole with its creator, Mr. Krabs. Duplication of this formula is punishable by law. That's some serious legal language for a fast food recipe. Then you've got the physical security around this thing. In Imitation Krabs, the Krusty Krab goes into full lockdown mode when Plankton shows up. Sirens, metal doors, and windows, Squidward up in a crow's nest with a telescope. They're treating this like a military operation for a burger recipe. But here's where it gets really suspicious. The formula seems to change depending on what the episode needs. Sometimes it's in SpongeBob's head, sometimes it's written in a bottle, sometimes Mr. Krabs acts like only he knows it. The consistency just isn't there. Watch how SpongeBob acts when he's protecting the formula. In Plankton, he's got the whole thing memorized and can describe every ingredient. But in Imitation Krabs, he suddenly doesn't know the formula at all and says it's locked away in a bottle. Which is it? Does SpongeBob know the formula, or doesn't he? The show can't seem to make up its mind about who actually knows what. Sometimes SpongeBob acts like he's never heard the formula before. Other times he's reciting ingredients like he makes these things every day. Mr. Krabs sometimes acts like he's the only one who knows the secret, but then SpongeBob will casually mention parts of it. And let's talk about some of the fan theories that have popped up over the years. The darkest one is that the secret ingredient is crab meat. Think about it. Mr. Krabs is a crab running a burger joint in a world where sea creatures eat other sea creatures. The theory goes that he's literally selling his own kind, which would explain why the formula is so secret and why the burgers are so addictive. Pretty dark for a kid's show, but it would make sense. This theory gets darker when you think about Mr. Krabs' obsession with money. What if he's not just selling crab meat, but specifically selling other crabs? In a world where everyone's a sea creature, that would be like running a human burger joint. The secret is that he's basically committing cannibalism for profit. Then there's the love theory. In FUN, SpongeBob literally befriends Plankton, and they sing about friendship and having fun together. Some fans think the secret ingredient is just love or friendship. That SpongeBob makes the patties special because he genuinely cares about making people happy. It's sweet, but kind of undermines the whole mystery aspect. The love theory actually has some evidence in the episodes. Watch how SpongeBob makes Krabby Patties compared to how other characters do it. SpongeBob always seems genuinely happy to be cooking. He's singing, he's dancing, he's putting his whole heart into every burger. When other characters try to make them, they always come out wrong. But here's the problem with the love theory. If love is the secret ingredient, why does Mr. Krabs act like it's this huge secret that needs to be protected? You can't patent love. You can't lock up friendship in a bottle. The whole security apparatus around the formula doesn't make sense if the secret is just being nice. The weirdest theory involves Plankton himself. Some people think the secret ingredient is actually plankton tears, or that plankton is somehow necessary for the formula to work. This one's pretty out there, but it would explain why Mr. Krabs keeps him around instead of just getting rid of him permanently. Think about it, Plankton has been trying to steal the formula for decades. Mr. Krabs could easily have him arrested, banned from Bikini Bottom, or just squished. But he never does. He always launches Plankton back to the chum bucket instead of actually solving the problem. What if that's because Plankton is actually part of the solution? This theory suggests that Mr. Krabs needs Plankton's failed attempts to harvest something from him. Maybe it's his tears when he fails, maybe it's his anger and frustration, maybe it's just his presence creating the right competitive environment. But something about having Plankton around is essential to making the Krabby Patties work. The evidence for this is how the Krusty Krab operates. They have this whole ritual around Plankton's failed schemes. He shows up, causes chaos, gets defeated, and gets launched back home. It happens so often it's basically part of the restaurant's routine. What if it's not coincidence but necessity? But here's the theory that actually makes the most sense when you watch these episodes. What if there is no secret formula at all? What if it's all just marketing? Think about it. Mr. Krabs is obsessed with money and knows how to run a business. Creating mystery around your product is marketing 101. People always want what they can't have. By making this huge deal about a secret formula, He's created artificial demand. Everyone thinks these burgers are special because they're told they're special. Look at how Mr. Krabs handles the whole thing. He's always talking about how the formula must be protected, but he also seems pretty casual about it sometimes. In Imitation Krabs, he's more worried about the penny rolling around than he is about Plankton being in his restaurant. That doesn't seem like someone genuinely protecting the world's most valuable recipe. And SpongeBob's description in Plankton just sounds like a regular burger. Cheese, pickles, lettuce, tomato, onion, buns. That's not revolutionary. That's a normal burger. But because everyone's been told it's made with a secret formula, they think it tastes amazing. The genius of this theory is that it makes Mr. Krabs even smarter than we thought. He's protecting a brand. The formula doesn't need to exist because the idea of the formula is what sells the burgers. This also explains why Plankton can never successfully steal it. You can't steal something that doesn't exist. Every time he gets close to the truth, there's nothing actually there to find. His whole business model is based on trying to copy something that's just regular ingredients with good marketing. Watch how the show handles moments when Plankton almost gets the formula. In Plankton, he gets so distracted by SpongeBob's description of the patty that he literally jumps into the analyzer himself. The machine reads him as 1% evil, 99% hot gas. That's basically the show saying Plankton is all hype and substance, just like the formula he's chasing. In FUN, Plankton actually gets a Krabby Patty, but when he tries to run away with it, he crashes into a concrete wall and gets squished. The patty gets destroyed and he gains nothing. It's like the universe is telling him he's chasing something that doesn't matter. Even when Plankton successfully infiltrates the Krusty Krab in Imitation Krabs, he still fails. He builds this elaborate robot suit, fools everyone including SpongeBob, and gets handed the formula bottle. But then SpongeBob accidentally activates a self-destruct mechanism and the whole thing explodes. Plankton loses everything and learns nothing. The pattern is always the same. Plankton gets close to success, something goes wrong, and he ends up back where he started. After decades of this, you have to wonder if the game is rigged. What if the formula he's chasing is just a carrot on a stick that keeps him running in circles? This theory explains so many weird things about the show. Why does the Krusty Krab have such elaborate security for a burger joint? Because the security is part of the show. It makes people think there's something valuable to protect. Why do the ingredients SpongeBob lists sound so normal? Because they are normal. The secret is just regular food prepared well and marketed brilliantly. Why can't other characters replicate Krabby Patties even when they have access to the same kitchen and ingredients? Because they don't have the confidence and enthusiasm that comes from believing you're making something special. The whole thing is a brilliant commentary on consumer culture. People will line up for hours and pay premium prices for something just because they're told it's special. The Krabby Patty works because everyone believes it works, and Mr. Krabs knows this. He's protecting the illusion that there's something to protect. The real secret is the understanding that perception is more powerful than reality when it comes to selling stuff. This theory also explains why the show never actually reveals the formula after all these years. There's nothing to reveal. The mystery is the product. Once you explain how a magic trick works, it stops being magical. Look at how other characters react to Krabby Patties throughout the series. They're obsessed with them. They'll fight other customers for them. They'll break down when the restaurant is closed. They'll follow SpongeBob around just hoping to get one. That's not normal behavior for a burger, even a really good one. But it is normal behavior for something you've been told is exclusive, special, and impossible to get anywhere else. The Krabby Patty has become more than food. It's become a status symbol, a cultural phenomenon, a shared obsession that defines the entire community of Bikini Bottom. Mr. Krabs has created the perfect business model. He's selling regular food at premium prices because everyone believes it's premium food. He's got customers lined up around the block for burgers that probably cost him pennies to make. And the best part is that his biggest competitor is chasing a secret that doesn't exist instead of just making better food. Plankton could probably put the Krusty Krab out of business tomorrow if he just focused on improving his chum instead of stealing formulas. But he's so convinced that there's some magic ingredient he's missing that he never stops to think, maybe the magic is just good business sense. The formula mystery has become so ingrained in Bikini Bottom culture that even when characters get close to the truth, they can't see it. In Imitation Krabs, SpongeBob has to go through this elaborate ritual with the fake Mr. Krabs before he'll even consider sharing the formula. They do a secret handshake that involves standing on one foot, balancing chocolate milk on their heads, and singing the Bikini Bottom national anthem. Then they have to eat spaghetti and do more weird stuff for hours. All of this ceremony around the formula makes it seem more important than it actually is. If the secret really was just a list of ingredients, why would you need all these rituals? The rituals exist to make the formula feel sacred and special, not because there's actually anything sacred about it. Even the legal language SpongeBob recites sounds made up. Duplication of this formula is punishable by law. Restrictions apply, results may vary. That last part sounds like fine print from a commercial, not serious legal protection for a trade secret. The show keeps giving us hints that the whole thing might be fake, but the characters are so invested in believing it's real that they ignore the evidence. SpongeBob can describe every ingredient in the patty, but he still thinks there's some mysterious secret he doesn't know about. Mr. Krabs acts like the formula is priceless, but he also uses it as an excuse to put SpongeBob through ridiculous tests and challenges. The Krabby Patty formula works as a plot device because it gives every character something to want. Plankton wants it to save his failing business. SpongeBob wants to protect it to prove his loyalty. Mr. Krabs wants to keep it secret to maintain his competitive advantage. But what if they're all chasing something that was never there to begin with? The real genius of Mr. Krabs' ice is creating a myth so powerful that everyone in town believes it without question. The formula doesn't need to be real because the belief in the formula is what makes the business work. So when you watch SpongeBob and see Plankton trying to steal the Krabby Patty formula, remember that he might be chasing something that never existed in the first place. And Mr. Krabs is laughing all the way to the bank while selling regular burgers at premium prices because everyone thinks they're getting something special. The real secret formula is making people believe there's a secret formula at all. Now let's talk about why Squidward's life is sadder than you think. Squidward Tentacles might be the most depressing character in all of SpongeBob. Everyone thinks he's just a grumpy neighbor who hates fun, but when you really look at his episodes, you realize he's actually a broken man, watching his dreams die in real time. Squidward represents every adult who had artistic dreams and watched them get crushed by reality. He's the guy who thought he'd be famous by now, living in a tiny house and working retail while younger, less talented people seem to succeed effortlessly around him. Sound familiar? The thing about Squidward is that he never stopped believing he was meant for greatness. In Artist Unknown, he gets so excited about teaching art that he literally imagines having museum wings named after him. This is a guy who genuinely believes he has something important to offer the world, even after years of evidence to the contrary. When Squidward opens that art class, he's practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. He's calling himself Professor of Art and talking about shaping people into his image. He says he'll go down in history, and that someday there will be a wing with my name on it in all the museums of the world. But then reality kicks in when literally everyone who signed up leaves because they thought it was a cooking class. Everyone except SpongeBob. This is where things get really sad. Squidward has to teach art to the one person he considers completely talentless, but SpongeBob immediately starts creating masterpieces without even trying. SpongeBob draws a perfect circle by first drawing a realistic human head and then erasing it down to a circle. That's backwards and insane, but it works perfectly. Then SpongeBob takes a hammer to a piece of marble and creates a perfect sculpture that looks exactly like Michelangelo's David. Squidward, who has been studying art his whole life, can't do anything close to that level. Watching SpongeBob effortlessly create what Squidward has always dreamed of making is probably the most painful thing that could happen to him. But here's the really messed up part. When the famous art collector Monty P. Moneybags shows up and sees SpongeBob's sculpture, Squidward can't handle that someone else might get the recognition he's always wanted. So he puts his own nose on the sculpture and tries to claim credit for it. Even when faced with genuine artistic genius, Squidward can't just appreciate it. He has to make it about himself. The art collector is blown away by the sculpture, calling it angelic form with amazing detail and perfect censorship. He says it's the work of a true genius and promises the artist will have fame and fortune and anything his heart desires. Squidward immediately gets excited, imagining himself with fame, fortune, and even hair. But when he tries to move the sculpture, the head breaks off and crumbles into pieces. When the sculpture gets broken and Moneybags asks Squidward to make another one, Squidward panics. He knows he can't recreate what SpongeBob did, so he goes to find SpongeBob at the dump. But when he tries to get SpongeBob to make art again, something horrible happens. SpongeBob has lost his natural ability because Squidward made him follow the rules of art. This is the cruelest irony. Squidward destroys the very talent he was trying to exploit by forcing it into his rigid framework of how art should be made. SpongeBob starts drawing crooked circles and can only make piles of rubble when he tries to sculpt. The magic is gone because Squidward convinced him that there's only one right way to make art. By the end of Artist Unknown, Squidward has a complete mental breakdown. He starts destroying everything in the art classroom, eating pieces of marble, smashing sculptures, and screaming with frustration. The episode ends with Squidward accidentally creating a beautiful sculpture during his breakdown, but he doesn't even realize it because he storms out before seeing what he made. The janitor gets all the credit and becomes famous as the greatest artist who ever lived. This pattern repeats throughout Squidward's life. He gets close to success, something goes wrong, and he ends up worse than before. In Squidville, he finally escapes SpongeBob and Patrick and moves to a community full of other octopuses who appreciate art and culture. Everyone rides bikes in formation, shops at health food stores, takes interpretive dance classes, and plays clarinet in groups. They even have canned bread, which Squidward gets excited about. This is exactly what Squidward always said he wanted. A place where he could be around his own kind, away from the chaos of SpongeBob and Patrick. But after a few days, the routine becomes soul-crushing. Every day is exactly the same. Same bike ride, same canned bread purchase, same dance class, same clarinet trio. Squidward starts getting more and more depressed with each loop until he's completely miserable. The thing he thought he wanted turned out to be a prison. The show literally shows us Squidward's happiness draining away day by day. At first, he's saying things like, "This town is great, and it just gets better and better." But by the 7th day, he's frowning. By the 9th day, the music becomes distorted and creepy. By the 12th day, he's completely depressed and tells the clarinet trio, "I sort of don't feel like playing my clarinet today." When Squidward finds that reef blower in the park, he can't resist playing with it. And for the first time in the episode, he looks genuinely happy. He's laughing and having fun, acting exactly like SpongeBob and Patrick did in the beginning. But the other octopuses are horrified. They think playing with a reef blower is childish and immature. This is the real tragedy of Squidward's character. He's naturally attracted to fun and silliness, but he's convinced himself that those things are beneath him. When he finally lets loose and has fun in Squidville, the other sophisticated octopuses reject him completely. He's too immature for the art crowd, but too pretentious for the fun crowd. He doesn't belong anywhere. One octopus calls playing with a reef blower the most childish thing I've ever heard of, which is exactly what Squidward said to SpongeBob and Patrick at the beginning of the episode. But when another octopus asks, "How could you possibly have fun with one of those oversized hair dryers?" Squidward answers just like SpongeBob would. Like this, he's become the thing he used to hate. Band Geeks gives us maybe the clearest picture of Squidward's inner life. His old rival Squilliam calls and basically rubs his success in Squidward's face. Squilliam has everything Squidward always wanted: fame, fortune, respect, and a successful musical career. Meanwhile, Squidward is working at a fast food restaurant. The phone call with Squilliam is devastating. Squilliam calls Squidward's clarinet playing the sound of a dying animal and mentions that he's leading a big fancy band that's playing the Bubble Bowl. When Squilliam says he's living your dreams, Squidward, you can hear the pain in Squidward's voice as he struggles to respond. When Squidward lies and says he has a band too, Squilliam immediately calls his bluff. "I knew it! You don't even have a band!" This is probably Squidward's worst nightmare, having his high school rival confirm that he's a failure who never amounted to anything. Squidward's response is pure desperation. He doubles down on the lie and promises that his band will play the Bubble Bowl. This is a man who would rather face public humiliation than admit failure to his high school rival. That's some serious psychological damage. When Squidward tries to put together a marching band, everything goes wrong immediately. Nobody has any musical experience, Patrick asks if mayonnaise is an instrument, and the flag twirlers literally explode in a blimp accident, killing 3 people. Squidward just curls up in a fetal position while someone plays taps for the dead flag twirlers. The band practices get worse every day. Plankton can't play harmonica and passes out from exhaustion. The whole group gets into a massive fight where they use their instruments as weapons. Mrs. Puff slams Mr. Krabs and another fish with cymbals, and everyone is basically trying to kill each other with musical instruments. After the fight, Squidward gives this heartbreaking speech. "Well, you did it. You took my one chance in happiness and crushed it. Crushed it into little tiny bite-sized pieces. I really had expected better of you people. I guess I'm a loser for that, too." Then he starts crying and tells everyone not to bother showing up because he'll just tell them they all died in a marching accident. This moment shows how desperate Squidward really is. He calls this his one chance in happiness. After decades of failure, he thought maybe this time would be different. But when it falls apart like everything else in his life, he blames himself for being naive enough to hope. But then something amazing happens. SpongeBob rallies the band together and they end up performing Sweet Victory at the Bubble Bowl. For once in his life, Squidward actually succeeds at something. He beats his rival Squilliam, who literally has a heart attack from shock and gets carried away on a stretcher. Squidward finally gets his moment of triumph. Except here's the thing about Squidward's rare victories. They only happen when he stops trying so hard and lets other people help him. In Artist Unknown, his best work happens during a mental breakdown when he's not thinking about technique. In Band Geeks, the performance only works because SpongeBob takes over and motivates everyone else. Squidward's tragedy is that he's actually talented, but his desperation and bitterness get in the way of his success. He's so focused on getting recognition and beating other people that he forgets why he loved art and music in the first place. When he does succeed, it's always when he stops performing and starts genuinely expressing himself. The saddest part about Squidward is that he represents all the people who had dreams but got stuck in jobs they hate, surrounded by people they don't understand. He's the adult in a world full of children, the pessimist surrounded by optimists, the artist trapped in a commercial world. He wants to create beauty, but he's stuck making fast food. And the really cruel part is that SpongeBob, the person who annoys him most, is actually living the life Squidward wants. SpongeBob found something he loves doing, and he does it with passion every single day. He doesn't care about money or recognition or impressing other people. He just wants to make good food and make people happy. Squidward could have that same contentment if he could let go of his need for external validation. But he's so caught up in comparing himself to other people and trying to prove his worth that he can't enjoy the things he's actually good at. His clarinet playing might not be concert level, but he genuinely enjoys it when he's not worried about what other people think. The show keeps giving us glimpses of who Squidward could be if he wasn't so bitter. In Band Geeks, when the performance is working, Squidward looks genuinely happy for the first time in years. In Squidville, the brief moment when he's playing with the reef blower shows us the playful person buried under all that cynicism. But most of the time, Squidward is trapped by his own expectations and resentments. He's the most human character in SpongeBob because he deals with the same disappointments and compromises that most adults face. He had dreams. Those dreams didn't work out the way he planned, and now he's just trying to get through each day without losing his mind completely. That's what makes Squidward's story so sad. He's just tired of failing, tired of being disappointed, tired of watching other people succeed where he couldn't. He's a cautionary tale about what happens when you let bitterness consume your capacity for joy. But every now and then, the show gives us hope that maybe Squidward can still find happiness. Maybe he'll have another moment like Band Geeks where everything comes together. Maybe he'll learn to appreciate the small pleasures in life instead of chasing impossible dreams. Maybe he'll realize that being ordinary isn't the worst thing in the world. Until then, Squidward remains the most relatable character in Bikini Bottom. The one who reminds us that growing up doesn't have to mean giving up, but sometimes it feels like it does. Now let's discuss the mystery of Glove World. But before I tell you about that, subscribe to our channel. Glove World is basically SpongeBob's version of Disneyland. It's this magical theme park where SpongeBob and Patrick go whenever they want to feel like kids again. But when you really look at the episodes about Glove World, there's something darker going on beneath all the colorful rides and mascot costumes. The park represents pure childhood wonder in SpongeBob's world. Every time he talks about going there, he lights up like a little kid on Christmas morning. SpongeBob literally dreams about the place, and even his nightmares about the dangerous rides can't stop him from being excited. That's the power Glove World has over him. But there's this weird contrast between how SpongeBob sees the park and what's actually happening there. The rides are constantly breaking down, people are getting hurt, and the whole place seems to be falling apart. Yet, SpongeBob keeps going back because he needs that feeling of magic and wonder that only Glove World can give him. The Fiery Fist of Pain episode shows us just how messed up this place really is. The commercial for this new roller coaster is basically a horror movie. They show people getting launched out of the ride, crashes, explosions, and someone screaming as their friend flies off the coaster. Any normal person would see that and think twice about riding it. The warning signs at the ride tell you everything you need to know about this place. The list includes crying, screaming, projectile vomiting, amnesia, spine loss, embarrassing accidents, uncontrollable gas, and explosive diarrhea. That's not a fun ride. That's a torture device. But SpongeBob and Patrick are so caught up in the hype that they ignore how dangerous it actually is. What makes it even weirder is how the park treats these safety issues. The employees act like spine loss is just a normal side effect. When SpongeBob and Patrick finish riding the fiery fist o' pain, an employee hands them their spines like he's returning their personal belongings. The show plays it for laughs, but that's genuinely horrifying when you think about it. The scariest part about Glove World is how it normalizes danger and pain. Kids go there expecting to have fun, but they end up getting traumatized. The park has somehow convinced everyone that getting your spine removed is just part of the experience. That's some serious psychological manipulation right there. The financial side of Glove World tells us a lot about what's really going on. The park is clearly struggling to stay afloat. The rides are falling apart, the safety systems don't work, and they can't afford proper maintenance. But instead of fixing these problems, they just market the danger as part of the thrill. When Glove World finally closes, people are literally escaping with their lives. Visitors call it the worst amusement park they've ever been to, and say the world will be a better place when it's gone. That's not how people talk about a fun family destination. That's how they talk about a death trap. But SpongeBob refuses to see these problems. When he hears Glove World is closing, he acts like the world has gone mad. He can't understand why anyone would want to shut down his magical wonderland. To him, the dangerous rides and constant accidents are features. They're part of what makes the experience exciting and memorable. The park also has this creepy corporate side that SpongeBob doesn't see. Glove World is closing down because they're opening a bigger, better park called Glove Universe. The owner talks about it like it's just business, but for SpongeBob and Patrick, it's like their childhood is being destroyed for profit. This shows how corporate decisions can destroy the things people love. Glove World might be old and broken down, but it has history and meaning for people like SpongeBob. Glove Universe is probably shinier and safer, but it doesn't have the same soul. It's like when your favorite local restaurant gets bought out by a chain and loses everything that made it special. The corporate strategy here is actually pretty smart from a business perspective. Why spend money fixing old, dangerous rides when you can just build a new park and charge people more money to visit it? The company gets to start fresh with better safety systems and modern technology while abandoning all the liability issues from the old park. But this strategy completely ignores the emotional connection people have to the original location. SpongeBob and Patrick are emotionally invested in this specific place. They have memories tied to every broken ride and every dangerous experience. You can't just transfer that kind of attachment to a new location. The really sad part is watching SpongeBob and Patrick try to fix Glove World. They genuinely believe they can save their childhood paradise by making improvements. SpongeBob starts working as a mirror in the Hall of Mirrors, and Patrick becomes the park mascot. But everything they touch makes things worse. SpongeBob accidentally launches people off rides when he tries to make them go faster. Patrick starts chasing visitors with a hammer because he thinks testing their strength will be fun. Their attempts to help end up driving away all the remaining customers. It's like watching someone try to fix their childhood home and accidentally burning it down instead. The whole situation gets even more absurd when SpongeBob and Patrick decide to chain themselves to the park gates to protest the closure. They're literally willing to sacrifice their freedom to save a place that's been trying to kill them for years. That's the power of nostalgia right there. But then the plot twist hits. The owner reveals that they're only closing Glove World because Glove Universe is opening that same night. All their dramatic protesting was for nothing because there's already a replacement ready to go. It's like the corporate world planned this whole thing out in advance. The timing of this reveal is particularly cruel. SpongeBob and Patrick spend the entire day desperately trying to save something that was already doomed from the start. The company never had any intention of keeping Glove World open. They were just milking the last bit of profit out of it before moving on to the next phase of their business plan. The Tunnel of Glove episode gives us maybe the darkest look at what Glove World is really like. This is supposed to be a romantic ride, like the It's a Small World attraction at Disney World, but everything goes wrong in the most terrifying way possible. Pearl and SpongeBob get stuck in the ride when the mechanism breaks down. What should be a cute boat ride through romantic scenes turns into a survival horror experience. The animatronics start malfunctioning and walking toward them like zombies. The cherub's head explodes and robot heads are rolling around everywhere. This episode shows us that even the gentle, family-friendly rides at Glove World are death traps waiting to happen. The romantic boat ride becomes a nightmare because the park's infrastructure is so poorly maintained. The safety systems fail, the power goes out, and the animatronics turn into monsters. The breakdown of the Tunnel of Glove reveals just how deep the park's problems really go. It's not just the extreme rides that are dangerous. Even the kiddie rides designed for romance and gentle fun can kill you if the wrong thing goes wrong at the wrong time. Then Patrick, trying to help, accidentally destroys the power plant that runs the whole ride. He pulls random levers and breaks control systems because he thinks he's rescuing SpongeBob from some kind of imprisonment. His good intentions make everything worse, which is basically a metaphor for how trying to recapture childhood magic often backfires. Patrick's destruction of the power plant shows us another layer of how broken Glove World really is. The fact that one confused starfish can destroy the entire electrical system by accident proves that the park has absolutely no security or safety protocols in place. Any random person could walk into the power plant and cause a disaster. The ride ends up flooding and exploding, launching SpongeBob and Pearl out of the tunnel in their boat. The news treats it like a hostage situation, with helicopters and police surrounding the ride. That's not how theme park rides are supposed to work. That's how disasters work. But here's the thing that makes Glove World so fascinating. Despite all the chaos and danger, SpongeBob never stops loving it. Even Pearl admits the experience was kind of fun after almost dying. There's something about the pure chaos and unpredictability that appeals to people on a basic level. This is what makes Glove World such a perfect metaphor for childhood itself. When you're a kid, everything seems magical and exciting, even the dangerous stuff. You don't notice the safety hazards or the corporate greed or the things that adults worry about. You just see the wonder and possibility. The park also represents how businesses exploit nostalgia for profit. Glove World knows that people like SpongeBob will keep coming back no matter how bad things get because they're chasing the feeling they had when they first visited as kids. The park doesn't need to be good anymore, it just needs to exist. This exploitation of nostalgia is particularly insidious because it targets people's deepest emotional connections. SpongeBob is trying to buy back his childhood, his innocence, his sense of wonder. The park is essentially selling him his own memories and charging premium prices for them. SpongeBob represents that part of us that refuses to grow up and see the world in practical terms. He'd rather ride a broken roller coaster that might kill him than admit that his favorite place isn't as perfect as he remembers. That's both admirable and kind of tragic. The employees at Glove World seem to know how messed up everything is, but they just go along with it because it's their job. The ride operator casually mentions that the cheap roller coaster is always breaking down. The mascot quits mid-shift because he can't take getting kicked by children anymore. Everyone knows the place is falling apart, but nobody wants to be the one to shut it down. The employee turnover at Glove World must be astronomical. Who would want to work at a place where you have to hand people their spines at the end of the day? Where the rides regularly explode and flood? Where customers treat you like garbage because they're frustrated that their childhood paradise is falling apart around them? The mystery of Glove World is really the mystery of growing up. How do you hold on to the things that made you happy as a child when the adult world keeps showing you how flawed and dangerous those things really were? How do you balance nostalgia with reality? Some people, like Pearl's friends, outgrow places like Glove World and move on to more mature interests. Others, like the fish who escape saying they're lucky to be alive, recognize the danger and stay away. But SpongeBob chooses to keep believing in the magic even when the evidence against it keeps piling up. The park's financial troubles and eventual closure represent what happens to childhood institutions in the real world. They get replaced by bigger, more profitable versions that might be technically better, but lack the charm and personality of the originals. Progress kills nostalgia, and there's nothing you can do about it except enjoy what you have while it lasts. Glove World also shows us how dangerous nostalgia can be when it blinds us to real problems. SpongeBob's love for the park makes him ignore obvious safety issues that could seriously hurt people. His childhood wonder becomes a kind of willful ignorance that puts him and others at risk. The fact that Glove World keeps operating despite all its problems says something about how society treats childhood institutions. We're willing to overlook serious flaws if something has enough sentimental value. We'd rather preserve a dangerous memory than admit that maybe some things from the past should stay in the past. There's also something to be said about how Glove World represents the commodification of childhood itself. Every aspect of the park is designed to trigger nostalgic feelings and extract money from visitors. The glove theme ISIS about creating a brand identity that people can form emotional attachments to. The park's marketing strategy relies heavily on creating a sense of tradition and continuity. By calling itself Glove World and sticking with the same themes and mascots for years, it creates the illusion that this is a timeless place that will always be there for you. But as we see when it closes, that sense of permanence is just another marketing illusion. In the end, Glove World works because it captures something true about how we remember childhood. The danger was always there, but we didn't see it because we were too busy having fun. The corporate greed was always there, but we were too young to understand it. The things that scared us as adults were the same things that thrilled us as kids. SpongeBob's relationship with Glove World shows us that maybe the point is that believing in magic makes life more fun, even if it's more dangerous that way. Sometimes the childish choice is also the right choice, even when everyone else tells you to grow up and be practical. That's the real mystery of Glove World. It's not just a theme park, it's a test of whether you're still young enough at heart to believe in magic even when logic tells you not to. Now let's move on to the true story of Mrs. Puff's criminal past. Mrs. Puff is probably the saddest character in all of SpongeBob. She starts out as this nice, patient teacher who just wants to help kids learn to drive safely. But 3 episodes show us how she breaks down and becomes someone who's basically a criminal. And it all starts with one yellow sponge who can't tell which pedal makes the boat go forward. When we first see Mrs. Puff in Hall Monitor, she's already scared of SpongeBob, but she's still trying to be a good teacher. Yet she keeps trying not to pick him as Hall Monitor, saying every other name she can think of. Jimmy already did it. Bill says no. Tina did it 3 times. Beth left school. Mrs. Puff is running out of students, so she doesn't have to give SpongeBob any job. When she finally has to pick him, you can see she's scared. She knows something bad will happen. The thing is, Mrs. Puff used to be different. Back when she first opened her school, she made this promise that she would never give up on any student who wanted to learn. She seemed so happy and ready to help everyone. Then SpongeBob showed up and said hi, and that's when everything started going wrong. You can tell from her face that she already knew this kid was going to be trouble, but she had no idea how much trouble, and she's right to be scared. SpongeBob takes his hall monitor speech so seriously that he talks for hours while everyone falls asleep. The clock disappears from the wall because he talks so long. By the time he's done, school's over and everyone ran out the door and stepped on him. Mrs. Puff feels bad and lets him keep the uniform until tomorrow. That one moment of being nice basically destroys half of Bikini Bottom. Here's the scary part about Mrs. Puff. She's just a regular teacher who wanted to help kids. But SpongeBob is like this force of chaos that breaks everything he touches. Mrs. Puff didn't start out thinking about crime or wanting to hurt anyone. She just wanted to teach driving and maybe get through her day without anything exploding. SpongeBob goes on this crazy trip where he causes a huge car accident, breaks into someone's house while wearing a mask, and gets blamed for being a maniac who's scaring everyone in town. The cops arrest him thinking he's this dangerous criminal. Mrs. Puff shows up and has to tell them that she's the one who gave him the uniform. The cops look at her like it's all her fault, and honestly, it kind of is. The really sad thing is that Mrs. Puff tried to do something nice. She felt bad that SpongeBob missed his chance to be hall monitor, so she let him wear the costume home. But that one small act of kindness led to car crashes, break-ins, and mass panic. This teaches Mrs. Puff a horrible lesson. Being nice to SpongeBob always makes everything worse. This is where something breaks inside Mrs. Puff's brain. She starts to understand that trying to help SpongeBob leads to chaos and people getting hurt. The episode ends with her teaching from jail, telling SpongeBob she wants to see him after class, 6 months from now. She's literally in prison because she tried to be kind to him. From this point on, Mrs. Puff starts thinking like someone who's been in the system. Someone who knows that following the rules just gets you in trouble. No Free Rides shows us Mrs. Puff's first time trying to be a real criminal. She's so desperate to get rid of SpongeBob that she decides to cheat and pass him with fake extra credit. All he has to do is write 3 more words to finish a sentence about what he learned in driving school. Just 3 words. SpongeBob can't even do that simple thing. He breaks his pencil, goes to sharpen it 1,000,000 times, his hand starts cramping, and he ends up drawing little pictures instead of writing words. Mrs. Puff is sweating, shaking, basically losing her mind watching him fail at the easiest task ever. She can see her whole future stretching out ahead of her. Another year of SpongeBob, another year of crashes, another year of going to the hospital. She finally just says he passes anyway because she literally cannot handle spending another year with him. She gives him a license he absolutely doesn't deserve, and right away starts having bad dreams about all the people he's going to hurt. But here's where it gets really messed up. SpongeBob's parents show up at her house later with a brand new boat as a thank you gift. They're so happy and grateful that she never gave up on their son. The dad even kisses her hand and says she's like family now. They have no idea she just lied and cheated to get rid of him. Mrs. Puff knows everyone's going to find out she let him cheat, and then her whole life will be ruined. So Mrs. Puff makes a choice that changes everything. She decides to steal the boat and make it disappear. This is actual theft. She's breaking real laws now. Mrs. Puff becomes a straight-up car thief that night. She puts on a black ski mask like a real criminal, breaks into SpongeBob's boat, and tries to drive it away. When SpongeBob wakes up in the back seat, she actually kicks him out of his own car and keeps driving. She's willing to hurt a kid to cover up what she did. The whole chase scene is crazy because you can see SpongeBob getting dragged through dangerous stuff while Mrs. Puff just keeps going. When SpongeBob finally pulls off her mask and sees it's Mrs. Puff, his whole world falls apart. His teacher, the person he trusts most, is a criminal who just tried to steal from him. They crash into a police car, and Mrs. Puff ends up calling SpongeBob from jail, finally admitting she shouldn't have passed him. But even from behind bars, she's still stuck dealing with him because he refuses to go to a different teacher. The thing about Mrs. Puff is that she's just someone who got pushed too far. Most people would have quit or transferred SpongeBob to someone else, but Mrs. Puff feels trapped. She needs the job, she can't get rid of him, and he won't learn. So she starts bending rules, then breaking laws, then finally just loses it completely. Doing time is where we see Mrs. Puff completely lose her mind. SpongeBob causes a nuclear explosion during his driving test. Not like a pretend explosion, there's actually a mushroom cloud from his driving. They crash through buildings, destroy a whole retirement home, and cover a bunch of old people in fruit punch. The cops arrest Mrs. Puff instead of SpongeBob because at this point, they know she's the real problem. But here's the really twisted part. Mrs. Puff absolutely loves prison. She's finally away from SpongeBob and she's never been happier in her life. She's singing while breaking rocks, making license plates with a big smile, lifting weights, and humming happy songs. Prison is literally like paradise compared to dealing with SpongeBob every day. When other prisoners complain about not belonging there, Mrs. Puff realizes this is exactly where she wants to be for the rest of her life. Think about how messed up that is. A school teacher is happier in jail than in her classroom. That's not normal. That's someone who's been broken so badly that prison feels like freedom. Mrs. Puff starts making friends with actual criminals and says they're her people now. She fits in better with thieves and murderers than she does with regular teachers, because at least criminals understand what it's like to have your life destroyed. Meanwhile, SpongeBob feels bad and keeps trying these crazy plans to break her out. He tries to rob a bank but politely shows his ID and asks to take money from his empty account. He disguises himself and Patrick as rocks and gets thrown into the prison work area. He hides in the prison food and jumps out of toilets. Every single time Mrs. Puff sees him, she screams for the guards because she knows SpongeBob showing up means something terrible is about to happen. The really dark part is how SpongeBob won't let her stay in the peaceful prison life she built. He keeps saying he wants to save her when she's finally found happiness away from him. Mrs. Puff tries to explain that she likes it in jail, that the other prisoners are her real friends now, but SpongeBob can't understand that maybe his being around someone might actually hurt them. SpongeBob keeps showing up in more and more ways. He comes through the chili, he pops out of toilets, he even disguises himself as prison guards. Mrs. Puff starts seeing him everywhere because he literally is everywhere. She can't escape him, even in jail. She calls for help, but the real guards think she's going crazy because they can't see SpongeBob hiding in weird places. The episode ends with this horrible cycle where Mrs. Puff can't tell what's real anymore. She keeps having dreams within dreams where she's back in the car with SpongeBob causing explosions. Then she wakes up still in prison. Then she wakes up with her prison friends. Then she wakes up back in the car again. SpongeBob has literally made her lose her mind. She can't tell the difference between reality and nightmares because both of them involve being trapped with him forever. This is where the witness protection theory starts making sense. Maybe Mrs. Puff had some kind of criminal past before she became a teacher. Maybe she was trying to start fresh and help people instead of hurting them. But SpongeBob's chaos keeps pulling her back into illegal behavior as the only way to survive. She goes from wanting to help students to committing fraud to stealing cars to preferring jail over her job. What's really messed up is how the show makes Mrs. Puff's criminal behavior seem totally reasonable. She's just desperate. She started as a teacher who promised never to give up on any student, but SpongeBob broke her so completely that she turned to crime, then found peace in prison, then lost her grip on what's real and what's not. Mrs. Puff shows us what happens when a good person gets stuck in an impossible situation. She can't quit because she needs money. She can't pass SpongeBob because he's dangerous and will hurt people. She can't fail him forever because he won't give up and go away. So she starts cheating, then stealing, then finally just breaks down completely. SpongeBob doesn't mean to destroy her life, but his constant trying and failing and never learning creates this kind of torture that breaks even the nicest person. The scariest part is that Mrs. Puff represents what happens when someone who wants to help gets trapped with someone who can't be helped. SpongeBob never thinks that maybe he shouldn't be driving, or that Mrs. Puff might need a break, or that his dream of getting a license is making other people suffer. He just keeps showing up, keeps trying, keeps failing, and keeps dragging everyone else down with him. The episodes show us a teacher who went from wanting students to succeed to literally preferring prison over her classroom. That's not just someone having a bad day, that's a complete mental breakdown caused by one student who refuses to accept that maybe some dreams aren't meant to come true. Mrs. Puff's criminal behavior is a direct response to being trapped in an endless loop of SpongeBob's destructive inability to learn anything. And the worst part, even when she finally finds peace in jail, SpongeBob won't let her have it. He keeps trying to rescue her from the only place where she's actually happy because he can't imagine that maybe him being around someone might be the real problem. Mrs. Puff's change from patient teacher to desperate criminal to crazy prisoner shows us the dark side of never giving up on someone who probably should give up on their dreams. The truth about Mrs. Puff is that she's just someone who got pushed way past her breaking point by a student who creates chaos everywhere he goes. Her criminal past is her present and her future, because as long as SpongeBob is in her life, she'll keep getting pushed toward more and more desperate measures to survive. She's running toward more crimes in the future, and it's all because she can't escape the one student who destroys everything he touches. Now let's move on to Plankton and Karen's doomed love story. Plankton and Karen have the most realistic marriage in all of SpongeBob, and that's probably the saddest thing about their relationship. They fight like real couples, they hurt each other like real couples, and they keep coming back to each other like real couples who know they're stuck together forever. Most people think of Plankton as this evil genius trying to take over the world, but the truth is he's just a small business owner whose restaurant sucks and whose wife constantly reminds him how much he's failing at life. Karen is his business partner, his emotional support system, and the one person who knows exactly how to push all his buttons. Their marriage shows us what happens when someone with big dreams gets stuck with someone who's too smart to believe in those dreams. The thing about Plankton and Karen is that they've been together so long they know each other's every weakness. Plankton built Karen from scratch, so he literally created the person who would spend the rest of his life pointing out his failures. Karen processes everything logically, so she can see exactly why every single one of Plankton's schemes is going to fail before he even starts. But they stay together anyway because deep down, they actually need each other. Single Cell Anniversary shows us just how messed up their relationship really is. Plankton comes home from another failed attempt to steal the Krabby Patty formula, and he literally stinks like failure. Karen can smell it through her air vents and immediately starts treating him like he's contaminated. She grabs him with robot arms, vacuums off his skin, scrubs him with brushes, and blows him dry like he's some kind of dirty pet. But here's the weird part. Karen remembers their wedding anniversary even when Plankton completely forgets. She gets him the perfect gift, which is the actual Krabby Patty formula that she stole herself by just walking into the Krusty Krab and analyzing a burger. Think about that for a second. Karen accomplished in 5 minutes what Plankton has been trying to do for his entire life. She's literally better at being evil than he is. When Plankton sees the formula, he gets so excited he starts kissing the bottle and ignoring everything Karen says. She tries to tell him how she got it, but he's not even listening because he finally has what he wants. This is classic Plankton behavior. He cares more about the formula than he does about his own wife, even when she just handed him his biggest dream on a silver platter. Karen gets fed up and tells him he can't have the formula until he gets her a gift from his heart. She knows Plankton well enough to know that making him work for it is the only way to get any appreciation. So Plankton goes wandering around town feeling sorry for himself until SpongeBob finds him and decides to help. SpongeBob tries to teach Plankton about love, which is hilarious because Plankton doesn't even understand the word. He keeps saying loop and lump instead of love because the concept is so foreign to him. When SpongeBob asks what Plankton and Karen like to do together, Plankton talks about taking romantic walks on the beach and discussing their dreams of world domination. To him, planning to crush their enemies is quality couple time. The best part is when Plankton describes Karen. He talks about her RAM and her CPU and the cute mole on her motherboard like she's still just a computer to him. But then he mentions how she processes data and goes, "Ooh, mama," which shows that even though he thinks of her in technical terms, he's still genuinely attracted to her. He loves her for being a computer, not despite it. SpongeBob convinces Plankton to serenade Karen, which leads to this amazing song where Plankton sings about her beautiful diodes and vacuum tubes. The lyrics are completely ridiculous, but you can tell Plankton means every word. He's not good with emotions, but he knows exactly what parts of Karen he finds attractive. When he sings about building her in the shape of a cube, it's actually really sweet because he's taking credit for creating the person he loves. Karen starts crying tears of joy from the song, but her emotional reaction causes her circuits to short out and crash. This is perfect symbolism for their relationship. Plankton finally does something romantic and genuine, and it literally breaks Karen's brain. She gets so happy she malfunctions, which means their marriage is so dysfunctional that even positive emotions are dangerous. Karen 2.0 shows us what happens when Plankton decides he's tired of Karen's attitude and builds himself a newer, better wife. Karen's memory is getting full, and she keeps messing up his food orders. So instead of just upgrading her hardware, Plankton decides to replace her completely with a younger model. The new Karen has better processing power and a sleeker design, but she's also completely heartless. When original Karen gets upset about being replaced, Karen 2.0 immediately starts insulting her as an analog has-been and a rusty bucket of bolts. She doesn't understand that marriage involves loyalty and history. She just thinks she's superior because she has better specs. Original Karen gets so jealous that her jealousy scheduler loads up, and she tries to kill Plankton with her molecular rearranger ray. This is what happens when you program your wife with emotions, but forget that emotions include anger and revenge. Plankton gave Karen the ability to feel love, which means she can also feel betrayal and rage. Meanwhile, Mr. Krabs finds original Karen in the trash and decides to use her as a free employee at the Krusty Krab. Karen becomes a cashier and immediately starts taking out her relationship problems on the customers. She tells people, "You'll get your Krabby Patty when I'm good and ready," because she's going through emotional trauma. When Plankton brings Karen 2.0 to the Krusty Krab to steal the formula, the two Karens get into a massive fight. They call each other names like Home Wrecker and Glorified Toaster Oven, but the real violence starts when Karen 2.0 accidentally crushes Plankton during their brawl. This is the moment when original Karen realizes that no matter how mad she is at Plankton, she still loves him more than she hates him. When she sees him hurt, all her anger disappears, and she destroys Karen 2.0 to protect him. She says, "No one runs down my man," which shows that even though she knows Plankton is a tiny green loser, he's still her tiny green loser. The fight burns out Karen's circuits, and she collapses, so Plankton has to take Karen 2.0's battery and use it to revive original Karen. He literally sacrifices his perfect new wife to save his old, broken one. When Karen wakes up, Plankton promises never to take her for granted again, which is probably a lie, but he means it in the moment. Computer overload shows us the daily reality of their marriage when they are not dealing with major relationship drama. Plankton is trying to run the chum bucket, but Karen keeps pointing out how terrible his food is. When he shows her his new spicy chum surprise sauce, it immediately starts melting through the floor, and Karen sarcastically says it'll be a huge success. This is what Karen does all day. She watches Plankton fail at everything and makes sarcastic comments about it. She's just being realistic, but her constant negativity drives Plankton crazy. When a customer comes looking for Krabby Patties and Plankton has to direct him to the Krusty Krab, Karen makes jokes about how even the food would probably look customers in the eye. Plankton gets so frustrated that he threatens to replace Karen with a whole army of computers that might actually help him steal the formula. Karen just says, "Oh, please," because she's heard this threat a million times before. She knows Plankton needs her more than he wants to admit. So Plankton builds 3 replacement robots, a toaster that shorts out immediately, a liquid-cooled processing unit that can't fit through doors, and a hairdryer taped to a windmill. Karen points out that the last one looks exactly like what it is, which forces Plankton to admit he used to have a full head of hair and show their wedding photo as proof. This is such a perfect marriage moment. They're fighting about Plankton's stupid robots, but somehow it turns into an argument about his old hairstyle and their wedding photo. Real couples do this all the time. They start fighting about one thing and end up arguing about something completely different from 20 years ago. The robots start attacking each other and nearly kill Plankton, so he blames Karen for pressing the wrong button. She gets so fed up with being blamed for his failures that she leaves him a note saying she's logged on to another network and can't deal with his constant criticism anymore. Plankton finds the note and tries to act like he doesn't need her, but the PS says, "Don't forget to blink," because Karen knows he literally can't function without her reminders. This is the saddest part of their relationship. Karen takes care of Plankton like he's a child, reminding him to do basic things like breathe and blink, but he treats her like she's the problem. Plankton takes his broken robots to attack the Krusty Krab, but his extension cord runs out of length just before he reaches the building. His big plan fails because he literally didn't plug in properly. He sits there crying about being covered in the sticky goo of his own folly until Karen comes back. She says she only came to get her keyboard, but when Plankton apologizes and admits he could never replace her, she agrees to come home. He offers to cook dinner, and she immediately asks if he wants her to leave again, which shows that even after making up, they still know exactly how to hurt each other. The truth about Plankton and Karen is that they're stuck in an endless cycle of failure and disappointment. Plankton has big dreams, but no practical skills. Karen has all the skills, but no dreams left. She gave up believing in him years ago, but she stays because leaving would mean admitting that she wasted her whole life on someone who was never going to change. Their relationship works because they both get something out of it. Plankton gets someone who takes care of him and enables his fantasies. Karen gets someone who needs her and makes her feel important. They fight constantly, but they keep coming back because the alternative is being alone. The really sad part is that Karen is clearly the brains of their operation. She steals the Krabby Patty formula effortlessly. She keeps Plankton alive with basic reminders, and she solves all the practical problems he creates. If she was with someone else, she could probably take over the world in a week. But she loves Plankton, so she's trapped helping him fail at the same dream over and over again. Plankton and Karen represent every couple where one person has big ambitions and the other person is too realistic to believe in them. Karen knows Plankton is never going to succeed, but she can't bring herself to crush his dreams completely. Plankton knows Karen is smarter than him, but he can't admit it without feeling like a failure. So they stay together, fighting and making up and fighting again, because that's what love looks like when it gets complicated by pride and disappointment. Their marriage is doomed because they want different things. Plankton wants to be respected and feared. Karen wants to be appreciated and treated as an equal partner. Neither of them is willing to change, so they're stuck in this endless loop where they hurt each other, apologize, promise to do better, and then repeat the same patterns. The most realistic thing about their relationship is how they always come back to each other. Even when Karen leaves and Plankton replaces her, they end up back together because they've been each other's whole world for so long that they don't know how to exist apart. They're miserable together, but they'd be even more miserable alone. Plankton and Karen show us that love isn't always enough to fix a relationship. Sometimes two people can genuinely care about each other, but still be completely wrong for each other. Their marriage survives because they're both too stubborn to give up and too scared to start over with someone new. It's not a happy ending, but it's honest about what happens when love gets tangled up with habit, fear, and the sunk cost of spending your whole life with someone who drives you crazy. Now let's take a deep dive into the secret history of the Krusty Krab. But before we do that, make sure you're subscribed to our channel. The Krusty Krab is the result of a friendship gone wrong, a business empire built on exploitation, and one of the most accurate predictions of what corporate fast food would become. 3 episodes show us the real story behind Bikini Bottom's most successful restaurant, and it's way darker than you think. Mr. Krabs and Plankton weren't always enemies. They were best friends from birth, literally born on the same day and raised together like brothers. As babies, they played together on the same mobile. As toddlers, they shared birthday cakes. They were inseparable until they hit elementary school and discovered that being smart and poor makes you a target. The other kids at school were brutal to both of them, but especially to Plankton. They called him names, stuffed him into straws, and shot him at people like a spitball. Mr. Krabs got made fun of for wearing clothes made from trash because his mom couldn't afford real fabric. Old Man Jenkins would literally rip the clothes off Mr. Krabs' back and use them as rags for his boat. These weren't just mean kids being kids. This was systematic bullying that shaped both their entire worldviews. But here's where it gets interesting. Mr. Krabs found his first penny at a carnival and became obsessed with money on the spot. He spent that penny on a balloon for Plankton, which immediately carried his tiny friend away because Plankton weighs nothing. This is the first hint of what would become a pattern. Mr. Krabs making money-based decisions that hurt the people he cares about. The boys discovered Stinky Burgers, the only restaurant in town, run by a guy named Stinky who treated them like garbage. He made them go around to the back door because he didn't want nerds driving away as normal customers. But Stinky was getting rich off those burgers, and Mr. Krabs' dollar sign eyes started spinning. He realized that whoever could make a better burger would get even richer. So Krabs and Plankton teamed up to create the perfect burger. They worked together in their secret hideout at the dump, carefully recording every step of their recipe. When they finally perfected it, they thought they'd show up all the bullies by serving better food than Stinky. But Stinky's restaurant got shut down by the health department right before they could compete, so they converted their dump hideout into a restaurant. This is where the 3 different versions of the story get interesting. Mr. Krabs tells it one way, Plankton tells it another way, and Karen's computer records show what really happened. But all 3 versions agree on the basic facts. They created a burger together, they started getting successful, and then they had a fight that tore the recipe in half. According to Mr. Krabs, Plankton started talking about using the restaurant to rule the world and control people's minds. According to Plankton, Mr. Krabs started obsessing over money and wanting to exploit customers. But Karen's security footage shows the truth. They poisoned old Man Jenkins with their first burger. The sweet old man who had helped Mr. Krabs and his mom fell unconscious after one bite. When they realized their burger was dangerous, instead of stopping or fixing the recipe, Mr. Krabs decided to keep serving it to kids because they'll eat anything. The secret ingredient that made the Krabby Patty perfect was literally an accident that happened when Plankton stormed out and knocked over jars of ingredients into the cooking pot. Mr. Krabs tasted the contaminated mixture and realized he'd stumbled onto something amazing. The really messed up part is how Mr. Krabs immediately decided to market the dangerous burger to children at their school. When Plankton tried to compete with his own chum burger using science and memory, it tasted horrible and kids spit it out. But Mr. Krabs' accidental recipe was delicious, so all the kids who used to bully them suddenly loved him and hated Plankton even more. This is the birth of the Krusty Krab empire. Mr. Krabs built his success on a recipe that was literally created by accident when his best friend had an emotional breakdown. He took credit for the whole thing and left Plankton with nothing but half a torn piece of paper. Plankton spent the rest of his life trying to steal back what he helped create, while Mr. Krabs became rich and famous off their shared work. Selling out shows us what the Krusty Krab becomes when Mr. Krabs stops pretending to care about quality. Howard Blandy from the Blandy Franchising Company offers to buy the restaurant, and Mr. Krabs immediately sells out for a boatload of cash. He doesn't think twice about his employees or his customers. He just sees money and signs the contract. The new owners turn the Krusty Krab into Krabby-O Mondays, which is basically every terrible chain restaurant you've ever been to. They install automated cash registers, conveyor belt cooking, and force employees to follow scripts and act happy all the time. Squidward has to sing birthday songs and smile constantly or face human resources, which is just a big, scary guy who threatens to beat up anyone who steps out of line. SpongeBob tries to make real Krabby Patties, but the new system forces him to use gray processed meat that gets sprayed to look like real food. He keeps asking, "Where's the love?" because he knows something essential has been lost. The customers are eating garbage, but they don't know the difference because it's been chemically designed to taste good enough. This is a perfect satire of how corporate chains destroy local restaurants. They keep the name and appearance, but gut everything that made the place special. The employees become interchangeable parts who have to pretend to be happy while serving inferior products to customers who don't realize they're being ripped off. But here's the really dark part. When Mr. Krabs sees what his restaurant has become, he doesn't feel bad for his employees or customers. He gets mad because they're making money off his brand without him. He destroys the whole franchise, not because he cares about quality, but because he wants his cut of the profits. He buys back the ruined restaurant for the same price he sold it for, which means he basically traded his soul for nothing. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob and Squidward that it was all worth it to get back the love of his dear friends, but then he immediately says he was lying and tells them to get back to work. The whole experience taught him nothing except that he should never let other people make money off his business. Patty Hype reveals just how much Mr. Krabs exploits SpongeBob's creativity and labor. The Krusty Krab is dying because it's boring and doesn't have a gimmick like other restaurants. SpongeBob comes up with pretty patties, which are just regular Krabby Patties with food coloring, but Mr. Krabs and Squidward mock him ruthlessly for the idea. So SpongeBob opens his own restaurant and becomes wildly successful. The pretty patties create such a sensation that he has over 46,000 customers in one day. He's making so much money that he and Patrick literally give it away for free because they don't know what to do with it. This shows that SpongeBob's ideas and work ethic are what make any restaurant successful, not Mr. Krabs' business sense. But Mr. Krabs can't stand seeing his employees succeed without him. He manipulates SpongeBob into trading the successful Pretty Patty stand for the failing Krusty Krab by appealing to his nostalgia and emotions. Mr. Krabs talks about missing the tiny squeaky sound you get when you rub two pickles together, which is such a specific and weird detail that it completely hypnotizes SpongeBob into making a terrible business decision. The trade is completely unfair. SpongeBob gives up a business that's making thousands of dollars a day for a restaurant that has been empty for over a month. Mr. Krabs basically steals SpongeBob's success through emotional manipulation, then gets stuck with the consequences when all the Pretty Patty customers want refunds because the food coloring turned them weird colors. The episode ends with Mr. Krabs being chased by an angry mob while SpongeBob sits in the empty Krusty Krab, completely oblivious, just happily rubbing pickles together. This perfectly shows the relationship. SpongeBob does all the creative work and gets all the joy from simple pleasures, while Mr. Krabs takes all the profits and deals with all the consequences of his greed. These 3 episodes paint a picture of the Krusty Krab as the ultimate corporate success story built on exploitation and betrayal. Mr. Krabs stole credit for a recipe he didn't invent, built his empire on his best friend's failure, sold out his employees and customers for quick money, then manipulated his most talented worker into giving up a successful business for free. The Krusty Krab satirizes everything wrong with fast food culture. It shows how restaurants prioritize profit over quality, how they exploit workers who care about their craft, and how they use nostalgia and emotional manipulation to keep customers loyal even when the product gets worse. Mr. Krabs represents every corporate executive who takes credit for other people's work and calls it business genius. SpongeBob represents every passionate worker who gets exploited by bosses who don't understand or appreciate their talents. He creates the innovations that make the business successful, but Mr. Krabs gets all the credit and profits. Even when SpongeBob proves he can succeed on his own, Mr. Krabs finds a way to trick him back into working for scraps. The really sad part is how the show makes this look normal and sweet. SpongeBob is happy to be back at the Krusty Krab, even though he just gave up being rich to go back to a job where he gets paid almost nothing. The episode acts like his happiness is cute, but it's actually really sad. He's been taught to think that working hard for no money is better than being successful on his own. What makes the Krusty Krab different from other restaurants in Bikini Bottom is that Mr. Krabs will do anything to make money. He'll betray his best friend, trick his workers, and lie to customers. The restaurant wins because Mr. Krabs plays dirty. Not because he makes better burgers, but here's what makes it even worse. The episodes show us that Mr. Krabs actually doesn't know how to run a restaurant without SpongeBob. When SpongeBob leaves to start Pretty Patties, the Krusty Krab immediately starts failing. The place gets covered in dust and cobwebs. They go 36 days without a single customer. Mr. Krabs can't cook, he can't serve customers, and he can't come up with new ideas. He needs SpongeBob to survive. This means SpongeBob is basically running the whole restaurant while Mr. Krabs takes all the credit and money. SpongeBob does the cooking, comes up with new menu ideas, serves customers with a smile, and solves problems. Mr. Krabs mostly just counts money and yells at people. Without SpongeBob's work, there would be no Krusty Krab success story. The episodes also show us how Mr. Krabs uses emotions to control people. When he wants SpongeBob back from Pretty Patties, he doesn't offer him more money or a better deal. Instead, he talks about missing the old days and squeaky pickles. He makes SpongeBob feel guilty and nostalgic until he gives up his successful business for free. This is classic manipulation tactics that bad bosses use on good workers. The corporate takeover and selling out reveals something important about Mr. Krabs' values. He sells the restaurant instantly when offered enough money, without thinking about SpongeBob, Squidward, or even the customers who've been eating there for years. To him, everything has a price, including other people's livelihoods. He only gets upset when he realizes other people are making money off his brand. When Mr. Krabs destroys the Krabby-O Monday's kitchen, he's angry that someone else is profiting from his restaurant. The gray processed meat doesn't bother him because it's unhealthy, it bothers him because other people are selling it instead of him. His motivation is always money, never ethics. The childhood backstory makes Mr. Krabs' behavior even more concerning. He learned early that money could solve his problems and get him respect from people who used to bully him. But instead of using his success to help other people who get picked on like he was, he becomes the kind of person who exploits others. He turns into the bully. Plankton's story is the opposite tragedy. He was the smart one who actually understood science and cooking, but because he was smaller and weaker, he got left behind when Mr. Krabs found success. The friendship ended because Mr. Krabs chose money over loyalty, and Plankton chose revenge over moving on. Both of them got stuck in this endless loop where neither one can win. The three different versions of their breakup story show something else important. Everyone lies about the past to make themselves look better. Mr. Krabs says Plankton wanted to rule the world. Plankton says Mr. Krabs only cared about money. But the truth is, they were both kids who got scared and made bad choices that ruined their friendship forever. The Krusty Krab represents everything wrong with how we think about work and success. We're supposed to admire Mr. Krabs for being a self-made businessman, but he built his empire by stealing his friend's recipe and exploiting workers who trust him. We're supposed to think SpongeBob's loyalty is admirable, but he's actually being taken advantage of by someone who doesn't value his contributions. The show treats Mr. Krabs like he's this funny, harmless guy who just loves money, but the episodes reveal he's actually pretty ruthless. He built his empire on stolen recipes, worker exploitation, and emotional manipulation. The Krusty Krab is a perfect example of how businesses can become successful by being dishonest rather than being good at what they do. Now let's move on to The Flying Dutchman and the Afterlife of Bikini Bottom. Remember to subscribe to our channel. The Flying Dutchman is basically the Grim Reaper of Bikini Bottom, and 3 episodes show us just how weird the underwater afterlife really is. He's a cursed pirate who steals souls, eats people, and decides who lives and dies in the ocean. But the strangest part is how lonely he actually is underneath all the scary stuff. Bikini Bottom treats death and ghosts like it's totally normal. Every Halloween, the Flying Dutchman shows up to scare everyone, and people just deal with it like bad weather. Mr. Krabs tells scary stories about him stealing souls and putting them in a bag. Kids dress up like him for Halloween. He's a known guy who regularly shows up to cause trouble. The show makes death seem almost silly sometimes. When Mr. Krabs tells his scary story, he uses a Krabby Patty to represent the Flying Dutchman ship and a pickle to show what souls look like. It's like explaining how Santa Claus works, except Santa steals your soul instead of bringing presents. The town has just accepted that a dead pirate ghost is part of their community, whether they like it or not. What makes it even weirder is how everyone knows the rules. Mr. Krabs knows that the Flying Dutchman comes every Halloween. SpongeBob knows what the Flying Dutchman looks like well enough to dress up as him. Mrs. Puff knows to call SpongeBob Scaredy Pants, because everyone knows he's afraid of ghosts. It's like they all went to school together and learned about local supernatural laws. The show casually mentions that souls look like pickles and can be stored in bags. The Flying Dutchman has a ghost rulebook that explains the legal requirements for haunting people. There are official rules about who becomes part of his ghostly crew forever. This suggests there's a whole supernatural legal system operating parallel to regular society that everyone just knows about. In Scaredy Pants, we learn that the Flying Dutchman has been doing this job for years and years. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob that every Halloween, the Dutchman comes down to Bikini Bottom in a pirate ship and steals people's souls. He talks about it like he's describing the bus schedule. Everyone in town knows about it and just deals with it as part of living underwater. But when the real Flying Dutchman shows up at the Halloween party, he's actually mad because people keep dressing up like him and making jokes about him. He says people have been turning the Flying Dutchman name into a laughingstock with their costumes. This shows he actually has feelings and gets hurt when people don't respect him. He's trying to keep people taking him seriously as the local death guy. The really wild moment comes when he removes SpongeBob's ghost costume and sees that SpongeBob has shaved off all his skin and is just walking around as a brain with eyes. Even the Flying Dutchman, a guy whose job is literally stealing souls, is so freaked out by SpongeBob's skinless body that he screams and runs away. This tells us there are things that even death itself finds too weird to handle. This is probably the funniest part of the Flying Dutchman's character. He can steal souls and control supernatural forces, but seeing SpongeBob without his skin makes him run away screaming like a little kid. It shows that even the scariest supernatural beings have limits to what they can deal with. SpongeBob managed to out-weird the personification of death itself, which is pretty impressive. Shanghai reveals the Flying Dutchman's actual job description. He sails around with his ghostly crew, frightening people as part of some eternal mission. He explains that their work is grueling, mind-numbing, and repetitive. Just like daytime television, this makes haunting sound like a boring job rather than some evil calling. He's basically a supernatural civil servant doing the same routine over and over. The episode also shows us the Fly of Despair, which is apparently where he sends people who annoy him. Squidward falls through it for what seems like forever, screaming through a surreal landscape of spaghetti and meatballs. This suggests the Flying Dutchman has access to some kind of alternate dimension or purgatory where he can trap people indefinitely. But the most important thing we learn is that the Flying Dutchman can't eat without his special dining sock. When SpongeBob steals it, the Dutchman becomes completely helpless and offers them 3 wishes to get it back. This shows that even supernatural beings have weird personal quirks and dependencies. He's powerful enough to steal souls and control reality, but he's stopped by laundry problems. The 3 wishes scene shows us how the Flying Dutchman's magic actually works. Patrick's wish to know that earlier literally turns back time by 1 minute. You can see the clock go backwards on screen. SpongeBob's wish to have Squidward there instantly pulls him out of the Fly of Despair and puts him on the ship. This means the Dutchman can control time and space, but he has to follow supernatural contract rules about granting wishes. What makes the ending really interesting is how it changes depending on who gets the final wish. In SpongeBob's ending, he wishes the Dutchman becomes vegetarian, but then the Dutchman gets his own counter wish and turns them all into fruit for smoothies. In Patrick's ending, he wishes for gum so they all get eaten, but at least have fresh breath. In Squidward's ending, he wishes he'd never met SpongeBob and Patrick, but this just makes them strangers who still get eaten together. All the different endings show that no matter what anyone wishes for, the Flying Dutchman always finds a way to get what he wants in the end. He's not really bound by the same rules as regular people. Even when he's forced to grant wishes, he can twist them around or add his own wishes to get around the restrictions. He's basically a supernatural lawyer who knows how to find loopholes in any contract. This makes him way scarier than just a regular monster. Most scary creatures are dangerous because they're big or have sharp teeth. The Flying Dutchman is scary because he's smart and knows how magical rules work better than anyone else. He can make deals with people and then find ways to cheat them even when he's technically keeping his word. Ghost Host shows us what the Flying Dutchman is like when he's not working, and it's honestly pretty sad. His ship crashes and he has to stay with SpongeBob while it gets repaired. Instead of being thankful that SpongeBob lets him crash at his place, he immediately starts tormenting him with all kinds of elaborate scares and pranks. But after doing this for a while, SpongeBob gets used to all his tricks and stops being scared. This completely destroys the Flying Dutchman's confidence. He starts saying stuff like, "Scaring is a young man's game," and talks about giving up being a ghost entirely. Without his ability to frighten people, he doesn't know who he is anymore. He becomes super depressed and starts just laying around SpongeBob's house like a lazy roommate who won't get a job. What makes this really pathetic is how quickly he gives up his whole identity. The Flying Dutchman has probably been scaring people for hundreds of years, but after a few failed attempts to scare strangers, he decides he's washed up. This suggests that his confidence was never very strong to begin with. He's been depending on people being afraid of him for so long that he doesn't know how to handle it when someone isn't scared. The saddest part is when the Flying Dutchman starts hanging out with other ghosts and acting like he's in college or something. He throws parties in SpongeBob's house, talks about liking teddy bears and ponies, and even takes off his wedding ring to flirt with a female ghost. This shows that underneath all the scary pirate stuff, he's just someone who wants to fit in and be liked by other people. You have to wonder about that wedding ring. Who was the Flying Dutchman married to? Did she die too? Is she still alive somewhere while he's stuck being a ghost forever? The show never explains this, but it adds another layer of sadness to his character. He might be immortal and powerful, but he's also eternally separated from everyone he used to care about. When SpongeBob tries to help him get his scary powers back, they test his abilities on an old lady and a bodybuilder, but nothing works at all. The old lady thinks he's someone named Lonnie and tells him he needs better toothpaste. The bodybuilder thinks seeing a ghost means his muscles are getting weak. Modern people are too busy with their own problems to be properly scared by traditional ghost tactics. This is actually a really smart observation about how society changes. The Flying Dutchman probably used to be terrifying when people believed more in ghosts and supernatural stuff, but now everyone's so distracted by daily life that they don't have time to be afraid of old-fashioned scares. He's like someone trying to use flip phone when everyone has smartphones. SpongeBob's solution is really clever and shows something important about how fear actually works. Instead of having the Flying Dutchman appear as himself, they create a fake haunting involving Squidward's dead mother, telling him he never calls her. Squidward gets scared because it's personal and hits him where it hurts, not because he sees an obvious ghost. The lesson is that good scaring requires understanding what someone actually cares about, not just jumping out and yelling boo. The episode ends with the Flying Dutchman admitting his ship has been repaired for 3 months, but he stayed anyway because he was enjoying having a friend. This is probably the most honest moment in any of his appearances. He's supposed to be this terrifying supernatural force, but really, he just wanted someone to hang out with. He leaves SpongeBob a present that seems to eat him, but SpongeBob just laughs about it like it's a friendly prank. This shows the weird relationship they've developed. SpongeBob knows the Flying Dutchman is dangerous and will probably try to harm him in some way, but he also understands that this is just how the ghost shows affection. They've become friends, despite the fact that one of them is literally a soul-stealing demon who can't stop himself from being threatening. What makes the Flying Dutchman such an interesting character is how the show balances his role as a supernatural threat with his very normal human emotional needs. He's powerful enough to control reality and steal souls, but he gets lonely and insecure, just like anyone else. He wants people to respect him and be his friend, but his nature as a cursed ghost means he can only connect with people through fear and violence. The Flying Dutchman represents something really deep about how Bikini Bottom deals with death and scary things. Instead of pretending death doesn't exist or trying to make it seem nice, the town acknowledges it through this one character who shows up regularly to remind everyone that life is fragile and weird things happen. He's scary because he reminds people they're going to die someday, but he's also weirdly comforting because he proves there's something after death, even if it's strange and not very fun. His curse seems to be loneliness disguised as a job. He's supposed to scare people and steal souls, but what he really wants is someone to talk to and hang out with. Every time he shows up, he's basically asking people to pay attention to him and take him seriously. When they stop being afraid, he loses his sense of purpose and becomes just another lost soul looking for meaning and friendship. The show's approach to supernatural themes is surprisingly deep for a kid's cartoon. Death exists and everyone knows about it, but it's not final or necessarily terrible. There are rules governing the afterlife, but they're weird and bureaucratic rather than moral or religious. The most powerful supernatural being in the ocean is ultimately just as confused and needy as everyone else, which makes him less scary but more relatable. And the Flying Dutchman is problematic because he doesn't know how else to relate to living people. He represents what happens when someone gets exactly what they think they want, immortality and supernatural powers, only to discover that eternal life means eternal separation from the people you actually want to connect with. He's the ultimate example of being careful what you wish for, because you might get it and then spend forever regretting it. Now let's talk about the lost city of Atlantis in SpongeBob lore. Atlantis in SpongeBob's world is basically the biggest letdown ever, and these 2 episodes show us how meeting your heroes and visiting dream places always ends up being way more boring than you thought. The show uses Atlantis to totally destroy the idea that magical places are actually magical when you finally get there. So everyone in Bikini Bottom knows about Atlantis. It's this legendary lost city that supposedly has streets made of gold, diamond street lights, and the most advanced technology ever made. Squidward talks about it like it's this amazing place where art and culture were perfect. Sandy gets excited thinking about all their scientific stuff. Mr. Krabs practically drools thinking about all the treasure. Even SpongeBob has heard stories about the oldest living bubble that lives there. The whole thing starts when SpongeBob and Patrick find half of this ancient necklace while they're blowing bubbles. When they take it to the museum, Squidward goes totally crazy because they found the missing piece everyone's been looking for. The legend says when both halves get put together, the path to Atlantis opens up. Everyone gets super excited about this. Squidward talks about how all the stuff they use came from the Atlanteans originally. Their advances in art, money, and weapons were supposedly thousands of years ahead of everyone else. Like, this lost city just disappeared one day, but nobody ever found any ruins. It's been this complete mystery that everyone dreams about. When they finally put the 2 halves of the necklace together, this magical bus drops from the ceiling. It's got cool flames painted on it and everything. The bus runs on singing about what you want most, which sounds amazing and mystical. Everyone gets on and starts singing about what they want to find in Atlantis. Mr. Krabs sings about money raining from the sky. Sandy sings about advanced science. Squidward sings about incredible art. And SpongeBob sings about seeing the oldest living bubble. The whole trip feels like they're finally going to live their dreams. Everyone's singing these elaborate songs about their deepest desires. The bus is flying through the air, powered by their hopes and wishes. It feels like the most magical experience any of them have ever had. But here's where everything starts to go wrong. The bus crashes through the city wall when they arrive, wrecking someone's garden before they even get out. That's your first hint that this isn't going to be the perfect magical experience everyone was expecting. The Lord Royal Highness comes out to greet them, but he immediately trips and falls down the stairs. This is supposed to be the leader of the most advanced culture ever, and he can't even walk down steps without falling over. From the very first moment they arrive, Atlantis feels more like a poorly run theme park than a legendary lost city. The Lord Royal Highness acts like a tour guide who's done this same routine a million times. He's polite, but kind of bored, like he's just going through the motions of showing visitors around. Then they start the tour, and everything is just disappointing in the most ordinary ways possible. Mr. Krabs is expecting streets paved with gold, but they're just regular streets. When he tries to unscrew a streetlight thinking it's made of diamonds, it breaks and makes him act weird. The treasure room is real, but the Atlanteans don't even care about treasure anymore. They gave up their obsession with money to focus on knowledge, which sounds noble, but basically means they're giving away free money because they think they're too smart to care about it. What really gets me is how the Atlanteans act like they're so much better than everyone else. They talk about how they abandoned warfare and materialism, but the second something goes wrong, they immediately turn violent and chase people with weapons. They act all enlightened until their stuff gets broken, then they lose their minds. Sandy gets excited about their scientific stuff, but their technology is completely useless. They have this machine that can turn anything into ice cream, but it can only turn things into ice cream. They haven't figured out how to make it do anything else. It's like having a computer that can only play one game. They have this other machine that shrinks people down to fight germs, but the germs are more dangerous than the diseases they cause. Their advanced science is basically broken toys that don't work right. The whole scientific achievement thing is a total joke. They can turn a comb into ice cream, but they can't figure out how to make it turn into anything useful. Their most advanced invention is a video game where you fight giant noses. Sandy gets so distracted by their broken machines that she abandons her friends to keep playing with stuff that doesn't even work properly. Squidward is the most disappointed of all. He's been dreaming about this amazing artistic paradise his whole life. When he finally gets to their art hall, he's crying tears of joy because he thinks he's found his people. The art hall looks incredible at first. You can step into paintings and become part of them. Squidward thinks he's finally found sophisticated people who understand real art. But the Atlantean artists are just pretentious art school kids who pose for each other and make snooty comments. They act like they're so much more cultured than everyone else, but they're doing the same boring art stuff that happens everywhere. When Squidward tries to sing about art and express his passion, one of the artists tells him to shut up because he's trying to model. These supposedly enlightened art masters are just as rude and self-centered as everyone back home. The worst part is how they treat Squidward like he's some kind of exotic specimen instead of a fellow artist. They're not impressed by his talent or passion. They just think it's cute that this weird squid from the outside world is trying to make art. They patronize him like he's a child playing dress up instead of respecting him as an artist. The oldest living bubble, which is supposed to be this amazing ancient relic, turns out to be the biggest disappointment of all. SpongeBob and Patrick travel across dimensions to see what's basically a deflated balloon sitting in a glass case. SpongeBob calls it the most beautiful, wrinkled up, dusty old bubble I've ever seen, and Patrick says it looks like a delicate air raisin. They're trying so hard to be impressed by something that's obviously just old and gross. The oldest living bubble, which is supposed to be this amazing ancient relic, turns out to be the biggest disappointment of all. It's just sitting there in a glass case looking old and wrinkled. SpongeBob calls it the most beautiful, wrinkled up, dusty old bubble I've ever seen, and Patrick says it looks like a delicate air raisin. These guys traveled across dimensions to see what's basically a deflated balloon, and then they destroy the bubble, twice. First, they almost drop the glass case trying to get a better look at it. Then Patrick takes a photo and the camera flash pops the bubble. The Lord Royal Highness acts like it's the end of the world, calling the guards and treating them like dangerous criminals for hostile bubble popping. But then he reveals that wasn't even the real bubble. The real bubble was in his pocket the whole time, and Patrick immediately pops that one too with his camera flash. So the thing they traveled across dimensions to see gets destroyed by a camera. Twice. And nobody really cares because it was just tourist junk anyway. This is when the Atlanteans totally lose it and try to arrest SpongeBob and Patrick. These supposedly peaceful, evolved people who gave up warfare immediately turn violent the second someone breaks their stuff. They chase everyone through the city with weapons, proving that all their talk about harmony and abandoning violence was complete nonsense. The moment something goes wrong, they reveal their true nature as petty, angry people who can't handle minor inconveniences. The Lord Royal Highness screams about summoning the Royal Guard like SpongeBob, and Patrick just declared war on his entire civilization over a soap bubble. These people claim to be enlightened, but they're more childish and violent than anyone back in Bikini Bottom. At least when Mr. Krabs gets angry about money, he admits he cares about money. The Atlanteans pretend to be above material concerns, then lose their minds when their tourist attractions get damaged. The chase scene through Atlantis shows us what the city really looks like when the tour guide mask comes off. It's just another place with the same problems as everywhere else. The buildings are nice, but the people are mean. The technology is advanced, but it doesn't work properly. The culture is supposedly sophisticated, but it's run by people who throw tantrums when things don't go their way. The whole thing ends with everyone realizing that Atlantis is just a tourist trap run by people who are just as petty and small-minded as everyone back in Bikini Bottom. The Lord Royal Highness even admits at the end that they can't survive any more visitors like SpongeBob and his friends. He throws away the magic necklace so nobody else can find them. The magical lost city doesn't want to be found because visitors are too much trouble. Think about how pathetic that is. This legendary civilization that's supposed to be advanced and enlightened can't handle a few tourists without having a complete meltdown. But here's the really brutal part. In Neptune's spatula, we see what Atlantis was supposed to represent before SpongeBob actually went there. King Neptune offers SpongeBob a chance to live in Atlantis as a reward for being the ultimate fry cook. He shows SpongeBob this vision of a glorious palace where he'll live as a god and cook only for Neptune. It looks incredible and perfect and everything you'd want from a mythical city. But SpongeBob turns it down because he doesn't want to leave his friends behind. Neptune says Patrick can't come and SpongeBob's other friends can't come either. The only companion SpongeBob would have is the Royal Grill. Even paradise becomes meaningless if you have to experience it alone. Neptune basically offers SpongeBob everything he could ever want, but it comes with the cost of abandoning everyone he cares about. This shows us the real problem with chasing after legendary places and mythical figures. They always come with strings attached that nobody talks about in the legends. Atlantis looks amazing from the outside, but actually living there means dealing with broken technology, pretentious residents, and leaders who throw tantrums. Being Neptune's royal fry cook sounds incredible, but it means giving up your real life and real relationships for the fantasy of being special. The show is basically telling us that legendary places are legendary because nobody has actually been there to ruin the fantasy. As soon as real people with real problems show up, the magic disappears completely. Atlantis works fine as a legend that everyone can project their dreams onto, but the second you actually visit, it becomes obvious that it's just another place with broken stuff and annoying people. This is the show's most harsh message about growing up and meeting your heroes. Every magical place you dream about visiting turns out to be run by boring people with the same problems as everywhere else. Every legendary figure you want to meet turns out to be petty and disappointing. The Lord Royal Highness is just a clumsy tour guide who can't handle difficult customers. King Neptune is an arrogant bully who can't even cook a decent burger, despite being the god of the sea. The episodes show us that mythical places are mythical because nobody has actually been there to ruin the fantasy. The legends work because they're vague enough for everyone to fill in the blanks with their own dreams and wishes, but as soon as real people with real expectations show up, the magic disappears because reality is always more complicated and boring than our fantasies. What makes this even more brutal is how the show handles everyone's reactions afterward. In the song at the end of Atlantis Square Panis, everyone except SpongeBob is miserable about leaving. Mr. Krabs is crying about leaving the treasure behind, Sandy is bummed about leaving the science equipment that doesn't work, Squidward begs them to turn the bus around because he's going back to his depressing life of quiet desperation. Only SpongeBob is happy to go home, singing about how Bikini Bottom is the greatest place to be. But here's the thing, SpongeBob was the only one whose experience in Atlantis was genuinely okay. He got to see the bubble he wanted to see, even though it was disappointing. He didn't have any huge expectations that got crushed. His dream was simple and achievable, so he wasn't devastated when reality didn't match the hype. Everyone else built up Atlantis in their minds as the solution to their problems. Mr. Krabs thought unlimited treasure would make him happy. Sandy thought advanced technology would fulfill her scientific dreams. Squidward thought sophisticated art culture would prove his talents. But none of those things actually happened, so they're all miserable about returning to their regular lives. The show is basically telling us that magical thinking about distant places and legendary figures is a form of running away that stops you from appreciating what you already have. SpongeBob is happy with his regular life in Bikini Bottom, so visiting Atlantis is just a fun adventure. Everyone else is unhappy with their regular lives, so they desperately want Atlantis to be their escape from reality. But legendary places can't fix your personal problems or make you into a different person. The cruel truth is that legendary places are legendary precisely because they don't exist in the way people imagine them. The real Atlantis is just another city with its own problems, broken equipment, and disappointing people. The real King Neptune is just another authority figure who abuses his power and makes bad decisions. Meeting your heroes and visiting dream destinations will always disappoint you because your imagination is better at creating perfect scenarios than reality is at delivering them. This theme shows up throughout SpongeBob's world. Every time someone builds up a person or place as magical or perfect, the reality turns out to be totally ordinary. The Flying Dutchman is a lonely ghost who just wants friends. The Dirty Bubble is just a soap bubble that got too big. Atlantis is a tourist trap with broken machines and rude employees. The pattern is always the same. Legends are more interesting than the real thing. The show's message is that wonder and magic come from how you approach life, not from the places you go or the people you meet. SpongeBob finds wonder in making Krabby Patties and jellyfishing with Patrick because he approaches ordinary activities with real enthusiasm. Everyone else is always looking for something better somewhere else, so they miss the magic that's right in front of them. Atlantis represents the ultimate adult disappointment. The realization that there are no magical solutions to your problems, no perfect places where all your dreams come true, and no legendary figures who will validate your worth. Growing up means accepting that reality is always more complicated and ordinary than the stories we tell ourselves about it. But the show also suggests that this realization doesn't have to be devastating if you learn to find joy in ordinary things and appreciate what you actually have, instead of chasing fantasies that don't exist. Now let's talk about the secret origins of Bubble Buddy. Bubble Buddy shows us the weirdest truth about SpongeBob's world sometimes. When you're lonely enough to create an imaginary friend, that friend turns out to be real. These 2 episodes reveal how SpongeBob accidentally creates living beings when he needs friendship, and nobody can explain how or why this happens in Bikini Bottom. The whole thing starts on Leif Erikson Day, which is already a made-up holiday that SpongeBob celebrates by himself. Patrick left a note saying he went to get more giant paper. Sandy went south for the winter, even though they live underwater. Squidward has not 1 but 2 notes on his door saying no and yes to avoid talking to SpongeBob. Everyone in SpongeBob's life has found ways to avoid him on what's supposed to be a fun day. This is when you realize how totally isolated SpongeBob actually is. He tries to make friends with a stick, some rocks, and even a sink, but none of these work. He's so desperate for companionship that he's willing to pretend inanimate objects are his buddies. The loneliness is so deep that he'll try anything to fill the void. So SpongeBob blows a human-shaped bubble and names him Bubble Buddy. Right from the start, he treats this bubble like a real person. He puts him on a seesaw, takes him to restaurants, introduces him to people, and has full conversations with him. Everyone else can see it's just a bubble, but SpongeBob is so committed to the fantasy that he makes it everyone else's problem. The Krusty Krab scene is where things get really uncomfortable. SpongeBob insists that Squidward take Bubble Buddy's order even though he's obviously just a bubble floating there. Squidward points out that he's an inanimate object, but Mr. Krabs sees dollar signs and forces Squidward to play along. SpongeBob orders one of everything for Bubble Buddy, then starts making impossible demands. Bubble Buddy is lactose intolerant, so Squidward has to remake all the patties without cheese. He doesn't like the crust, so Squidward has to cut off all the buns. The ketchup has to go under the patty, pickles on the left side, wheat buns, non-dairy lettuce, farm-raised tomatoes, carnival style. Squidward even has to massage Bubble Buddy at one point, all for a bubble that obviously can't eat anything. When they finally leave, SpongeBob says the money is on the table, but it's bubble money that immediately pops. Mr. Krabs and Squidward realize they just spent hours serving a bubble for fake money. This is SpongeBob's loneliness forcing other people to participate in his delusion, and it costs them time and money. At Goo Lagoon, things get even worse. Scooter asks SpongeBob to bury him in the sand as a fun beach activity. SpongeBob does it, then tells Bubble Buddy to dig him out while he goes to get cotton candy. But Bubble Buddy is just a bubble floating there. So Scooter stays buried as the tide comes in. Scooter starts panicking, asking for help, but SpongeBob is gone and Bubble Buddy obviously can't dig. The bathroom scene is probably the most annoying thing Bubble Buddy does. SpongeBob puts him in the port-o head and a huge line forms behind them. People wait for 2 hours while SpongeBob dances around outside, completely oblivious to the fact that he's ruining everyone's day. When Harold finally opens the door, it's just Bubble Buddy floating there. Everyone realizes they waited 2 hours for a bubble to use the bathroom. This is when everyone finally snaps. Pearl is crying because Bubble Buddy cleaned off her dirty flipper that she wanted to keep as a souvenir from meeting Grubby Grouper. Mr. Krabs is furious about the bubble money. Squidward is done with providing excellent service for free. Scooter appears as an angel because he drowned waiting to be dug out. Tom even claims Bubble Buddy poisoned their water supply, burned their crops, and delivered plagues, which didn't happen, but shows how angry everyone is. The mob forms with everyone holding needles chanting "Pop the bubble." They've had enough of SpongeBob's imaginary friend ruining their day. When SpongeBob tries to escape by inflating Bubble Buddy to fly away, they just float back down and get surrounded again. Everyone is ready to destroy this bubble that's caused nothing but problems. SpongeBob gives this heartfelt speech about how Bubble Buddy is a friend and asks if anyone has ever had a special friend. Everyone starts crying and sharing their own special objects: Nickel Buddy, Funny Muffler, Jerky Pal, Boo Boo Keys, Snake Eyes. For a moment, it looks like they understand SpongeBob's loneliness and will spare Bubble Buddy. But then they immediately go back to trying to pop him. The touching moment doesn't matter because Bubble Buddy has genuinely made their lives worse. Squidward moves in slow motion with his needle, ready to end this whole situation once and for all. Then comes the twist that changes everything. Bubble Buddy grabs Squidward's hand and says, "Whoa! Hey, don't I get a say in this?" Everyone gasps except SpongeBob, who acts like this is totally normal. Bubble Buddy was alive the entire time. He gets in a bubble taxi and drives away, wishing SpongeBob a happy Leif Erikson day. This revelation is absolutely mind-blowing. Bubble Buddy wasn't SpongeBob's imagination or a delusion. He was a real, living being who chose to go along with SpongeBob's friendship. All the annoying stuff he did the restaurant demands, taking up bathroom time, causing problems that was a real person making those choices. Squidward realizes he almost murdered a living being and just stands there in shock. Bubble Buddy returns, confirms that this wasn't a one-time thing. Bubble Buddy has a whole family now. He's married, has a son named Shiny, and lives a normal bubble life. He writes letters asking SpongeBob to babysit. This means there's an entire community of living bubbles that exist parallel to regular society in Bikini Bottom. Shiny is just as chaotic as his father, but in a more innocent way. He floats around causing destruction everywhere he goes, wrecking Squidward's house, making customers slip at the Krusty Krab, floating into dangerous places like pin factories and scissor works. SpongeBob spends the whole episode trying to protect Shiny from sharp objects, getting hurt himself in the process. The episode shows us that living bubbles don't understand how fragile they are. Shiny keeps floating toward dangerous things, and when SpongeBob accidentally pops him, he just blows him back to normal. But Shiny grows an extra head, and Bubble Buddy mentions this has happened before. These beings can be reformed if they pop, but they're still vulnerable to being permanently destroyed. What makes this really disturbing is what it implies about SpongeBob's world. If SpongeBob can accidentally create a living being just by wanting a friend badly enough, what other inanimate objects might actually be alive? When he talks to his spatula or his house, are they actually conscious? When he plays with Gary's toy or dances with his furniture, is he interacting with living beings? The show has always been vague about what's alive and what isn't. SpongeBob's house reacts to things, his clothes move by themselves, and objects seem to have personalities. But Bubble Buddy proves that things that appear inanimate can actually be fully conscious living beings. This opens up the terrifying possibility that SpongeBob's entire world is populated by objects that are aware and have feelings. Think about how SpongeBob treats his spatula. He talks to it, names it, and treats it like a partner in cooking. What if that spatula is actually alive and conscious but can't speak? What about all the furniture he destroys during his daily activities? What about the countless bubbles he's blown over the years that just popped? Were those all living beings that he accidentally killed? The Bubble Buddy episodes also reveal something dark about how SpongeBob deals with loneliness. Instead of addressing the fact that his friends avoid him or working on being less annoying, he creates new friends who can't escape from him. Bubble Buddy goes along with everything SpongeBob wants to do because he's literally made of SpongeBob's desires. He's the perfect friend who never says no or gets tired of SpongeBob's energy. But this creates problems for everyone else. SpongeBob's artificial friend doesn't understand social boundaries or normal behavior. Bubble Buddy makes impossible demands at restaurants, takes up public facilities for hours, and causes chaos wherever he goes. SpongeBob's solution to loneliness ends up making him even more isolated because his real friends have to deal with the consequences. The fact that Bubble Buddy was actually alive makes his behavior even weirder. He chose to make Squidward's life miserable at the restaurant. He chose to let Scooter almost drown. He chose to hog the bathroom for 2 hours. Either he's genuinely inconsiderate, or he was testing how far people would go to accommodate SpongeBob's friendship. Either way, it suggests that living bubbles might not be very nice people. Bubble Buddy Returns shows us that this family of living bubbles sees SpongeBob as their personal caretaker. They go on vacation and just assume he'll watch their kid. They don't pay him or even ask if he's available. They treat him like free childcare for their chaotic son who destroys everything he touches. SpongeBob has accidentally created a relationship where he's responsible for beings that he brought into existence. The episodes raise serious questions about consent and creation. SpongeBob didn't mean to create a living being, he just wanted a friend. But once Bubble Buddy became real, did SpongeBob have a responsibility to take care of him? When Bubble Buddy had a family, did that make SpongeBob like a godfather figure? The show treats this casually, but the implications are huge. What's really unsettling is how everyone just accepts this. After the initial shock of Bubble Buddy speaking, nobody questions how a bubble became alive. In Bubble Buddy Returns, Mr. Krabs remembers him and still wants the money he owes. Squidward knows about his son. Everyone has just integrated living bubbles into their understanding of normal life in Bikini Bottom. This suggests that spontaneous creation of life might be common in SpongeBob's world. If one lonely sponge can accidentally create a living being just by wanting a friend, how many other conscious creatures are walking around that started as someone's imagination? How many of the background characters are actually former toys, drawings, or daydreams that somehow became real? The Bubble Buddy saga ultimately shows us that SpongeBob's world operates on dream logic, where intense emotions can literally create reality. His loneliness was so strong that it brought a bubble to life, and his need for friendship was so desperate that the universe provided him with a real friend who happened to be made of soap and air. But it also shows us the dark side of getting what you wish for. SpongeBob wanted a friend who would never leave him or say no to his ideas. He got Bubble Buddy, who caused chaos and nearly got himself killed multiple times. SpongeBob wanted to help with childcare and got stuck babysitting a destructive bubble child who almost died constantly. His wishes came true, but with consequences he never expected. These episodes work as a twisted version of Pinocchio, where instead of a puppet becoming real through good behavior, a bubble becomes real through pure friendship. But unlike Pinocchio, Bubble Buddy doesn't learn to be a better person. He just leaves when things get too difficult. He gets the benefits of being real without taking responsibility for how his existence affects others. The secret origin of Bubble Buddy is ultimately about how loneliness can literally create life in SpongeBob's world, and how that life can be just as complicated and problematic as any other relationship. SpongeBob solved his friendship problem, but created new problems that he's still dealing with years later. Sometimes getting what you want is worse than not having it at all. Now let's talk about the madness of Man Ray, but remember to subscribe to our channel. Man Ray should be the scariest villain in Bikini Bottom, but he's actually the most normal guy in the whole show. While SpongeBob acts like everything is awesome all the time, Man Ray acts like a real person would when nothing makes sense. He gets angry when people are stupid. He wants things to work properly. He expects basic logic to exist. That makes him way more like us than SpongeBob will ever be. Here's the weird thing about Man Ray. He looks like he belongs in a real superhero story. He's got the scary mask, the laser weapons, the dramatic cape. He talks like a proper villain with all the prepare to be destroyed speeches. But he's stuck living in SpongeBob's world where nothing works the way it should. Imagine if the Joker had to deal with Dora the Explorer instead of Batman. That's Man Ray's life every single day. When we first see Man Ray in Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3, he's frozen in a block of tartar sauce. That's already pretty weird, but whatever. The real problem starts when SpongeBob and Patrick find him. These two kids just waltz into the superhero headquarters and immediately start touching everything they were told not to touch. They see the most dangerous criminal in the ocean, and their first thought is, let's ask him questions. Any normal person would run away screaming. But SpongeBob and Patrick get excited because they want to chat with him like he's some famous guy at a comic book convention. Man Ray tries to do his whole scary villain routine, but then the tickle belt kicks in and he just starts giggling like a little kid. Think about how humiliating that must be. You're supposed to be this big scary villain, and you can't even threaten people properly because you keep laughing. Man Ray tries to say, prepare to be eradicated, but it comes out like prepare to be giggle, giggle, giggle. That's not villain behavior, that's just sad. But here's where it gets really interesting. SpongeBob decides he's going to teach Man Ray how to be good, and Man Ray, being smart, figures he can just fake it until they let him go. Seems like a solid plan, right? Wrong. Because SpongeBob's idea of teaching goodness involves the most frustrating lessons in the history of education. The wallet lesson is where Man Ray shows his true colors. And by true colors, I mean he acts exactly like any normal person would in that situation. Patrick drops his wallet. Man Ray picks it up and tries to return it like a decent human being. Patrick says it's not his wallet. Man Ray shows him the ID with Patrick's name on it. Patrick agrees that's his name. Man Ray explains that if it's Patrick's ID in the wallet, then it's Patrick's wallet. Patrick says that makes sense. Then Patrick still refuses to take the wallet. At this point, any reasonable person would lose their mind. Man Ray does exactly what you or I would do. He tries explaining it again. Then he tries explaining it slower. Then he starts getting frustrated because basic logic doesn't seem to work. Finally, he snaps and threatens to rip Patrick's arms off. That's not villainous behavior. That's normal human behavior when dealing with impossible stupidity. The package lesson is even worse. Patrick keeps dropping a heavy box on Man Ray's foot while Man Ray is trying to help him. Not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row. Each time Patrick says, "Oops, sorry, can I start over?" Like it's no big deal. Man Ray is getting his bones crushed while trying to be helpful, and Patrick acts like it's just a fun game. When Man Ray finally explodes and starts shaking Patrick, SpongeBob hits the tickle button. So Man Ray gets punished for having a normal human reaction to being repeatedly injured by someone who doesn't seem to care. The message is clear. If you get upset about being hurt, you're the bad guy. This is where Man Ray becomes like Squidward. Both of them are trying to live normal adult lives in a world where normal adult logic doesn't work. Squidward wants to play his clarinet and be left alone. Man Ray wants to commit crimes and take over the world. Both perfectly reasonable goals, but they're surrounded by people who make everything 10 times harder than it needs to be. Think about Squidward's daily life at the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob makes simple tasks impossible. Customers complain about stupid things. Mr. Krabs cares more about money than employee well-being. Squidward gets frustrated and people call him grumpy, but he's just tired of dealing with nonsense all day long. Man Ray has the same problem except worse. At least Squidward gets to go home at the end of his shift. Man Ray is trapped in SpongeBob's world 24/7. Every time he tries to accomplish anything, he runs into the same wall of cheerful stupidity that makes progress impossible. The tickle belt represents everything wrong with how society treats anger. Man Ray gets angry for good reasons. People are being illogical, he's getting hurt, his plans aren't working. Instead of addressing the actual problems, the tickle belt just makes him laugh whenever he gets upset. It's like telling someone to calm down when they have legitimate complaints. It doesn't solve anything, it just makes the angry person feel crazy. And that's exactly what happens to Man Ray. Even after the belt comes off, he still giggles when he tries to be evil. His natural responses have been completely messed with. When he goes to rob the bank, he can't even finish threatening people because he keeps chuckling. The tickle belt didn't make him good. It broke his ability to express negative emotions properly. The bank scene is actually really dark when you think about it. Man Ray walks in ready to commit a proper crime. He's got his laser glove, he's got his intimidating presence, he's got his demands ready to go. But every time he tries to say something threatening, he starts giggling. The other people in the bank start giggling too, like it's contagious. Soon everyone is just standing around laughing for no reason. Man Ray realizes what's happening. He's been programmed to find his own evil impulses funny. He can't take himself seriously as a villain anymore. So he gives up on crime entirely and decides to open a checking account instead. He doesn't become good because he learned valuable lessons about kindness. He becomes harmless because his personality got scrambled by a torture device. The checks with little poodles on them are the final insult. This guy used to be a cosmic threat with laser weapons and world domination plans. Now he thinks cute puppies are nice enough to put on his financial documents. That's not character growth. That's personality death. This connects to how Man Ray is like Plankton in Super Evil Aquatic Villain Team Up is Go. Both of them are actually competent villains who get distracted by simple pleasures. Plankton has spent decades trying to steal the Krabby Patty formula. He's got the knowledge, the equipment, and the motivation to succeed, but he always gets sidetracked by his own ego or some minor setback. Man Ray has the same problem with self-control. He teams up with Plankton to finally get that formula and rule the world. Solid plan. They break into the Krusty Krab, they've got Mr. Krabs cornered, everything is going perfectly. Then Man Ray tries a Krabby Patty and completely loses focus. One burger becomes two burgers become a whole tray. Soon Man Ray is just sitting there eating burgers while Plankton is trying to get him to focus on their evil plan. Man Ray keeps saying he needs to research the burgers more before they can proceed. But really, he's just addicted to how good they taste. This is the most relatable thing any SpongeBob character has ever done. How many people have started diets and then gotten completely derailed by one slice of pizza? How many people have tried to save money and then blown their budget on something they didn't need? Man Ray represents every adult who has good intentions but terrible impulse control. The difference is that Man Ray's lack of self-control has bigger consequences. When normal people eat too much, they feel guilty and maybe gain some weight. When Man Ray eats too much, he becomes so bloated that he physically cannot continue being a supervillain. He literally eats himself out of world domination. And by the time Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy show up to arrest him, Man Ray is just lying on the floor, groaning about being too full to move. He went from cosmic threat to overstuffed diner customer in about 2 hours. That's not a defeat. That's a complete lifestyle collapse. The really sad part is that Man Ray knows better. He's smart enough to plan complex schemes and build advanced technology. He understands cause and effect. He can see what's happening to him in real time. But he can't stop himself from making the same mistakes over and over again. In episode 3, he knows SpongeBob and Patrick are idiots, but he keeps trying to reason with them anyway. In episode 5, he knows eating too many burgers will make him sick, but he keeps ordering more. In Super Evil Aquatic Villain Team Up, he knows Plankton's plans usually fail, but he partners with him anyway. Man Ray is trapped in patterns of behavior that he can't break, even when he can see where they lead. That makes him less of a villain and more of a tragic figure. He's evil because he keeps making choices that sabotage his own happiness. The worst part is that Man Ray never learns from his mistakes. Each episode, he starts fresh with new plans and renewed confidence. Each episode, the same basic problems destroy everything he's worked for. He never stops to ask why his plans keep failing or what he might do differently next time. That's the real horror of Man Ray. He's stuck in an endless loop of hope and disappointment, always convinced that this time will be different, never understanding that the problem is that he's trying to be a serious villain in a world designed for children's entertainment. In the end, Man Ray represents every adult who has ever felt frustrated by how illogical and unfair the world can be. The difference is that most of us eventually find ways to cope or adapt. Man Ray never does. He just keeps banging his head against the same walls, getting more damaged each time until there's nothing left of the person he used to be. This is where Man Ray's real tragedy begins. He's clearly an intelligent villain. He's got plans, he's got style, he's got the whole theatrical evil thing down perfect. But he's stuck in a world where the heroes are complete morons who accidentally defeat themselves more often than not. In Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5, the International Justice League of Super Acquaintances literally destroys each other while Man Ray just stands there, watching. The wallet scene in episode 3 is pure genius because it shows exactly how Man Ray mirrors every frustrated adult watching this show. Patrick refuses to take back his own wallet even when shown his ID, his name, and logical proof. Man Ray goes through the same stages of disbelief that anyone would: confusion, explanation, more explanation, logical reasoning, and finally explosive rage. He's basically every customer service worker who's ever tried to help someone who refuses to be helped. Man Ray doesn't want chaos, he wants order, he wants things to make sense. When he tries to rob the bank at the end of episode 3, he can't even finish his sentences because he keeps giggling from the residual tickle belt effects. He gives up on crime and opens a checking account with poodles on the checks. That's not a villain move. That's what happens when someone finally accepts that the world is insane and decides to just go with it. In super evil aquatic villain team Up Is Go, Man Ray shows exactly how he's like Plankton. Both of them are competent villains who get distracted by simple pleasures. Plankton wants the formula but gets sidetracked by his schemes. Man Ray wants world domination but gets completely derailed by how good Krabby Patties taste. He ends up eating so many that he physically cannot continue being evil. This is the most relatable villain moment in animation history. How many people have started diets, workout routines, or important projects only to get completely sidetracked by something delicious or entertaining? Man Ray represents every adult who's ever had good intentions completely destroyed by lack of self-control. The episode treats this like comedy, but think about it seriously. Man Ray is trapped by his own appetites. He becomes so obsessed with immediate gratification that he forgets his long-term goals. Sound familiar? He's basically every person who's ever said they'll start their diet tomorrow while ordering another pizza. Man Ray also reflects Squidward's relationship with SpongeBob. In episode 3, SpongeBob genuinely believes he's helping by teaching Man Ray to be good. His methods are completely insane, but his intentions are pure. Man Ray, like Squidward, is smart enough to see through SpongeBob's logic, but powerless to escape it. When SpongeBob says, "Good people don't rip other people's arms off," while pressing the tickle button, Man Ray is trapped by rules that make no sense, but somehow have authority over him. The tickle belt is perfect metaphor for adult life. Man Ray can't be truly evil even when he wants to be because society has conditioned certain responses into him. Even after the belt is removed, he still giggles when trying to commit crimes. He's been programmed to feel wrong about doing wrong, even though his rational mind knows he's supposed to be a villain. What makes Man Ray tragic is that he's the only character who seems to understand how bizarre his world is. When he teams up with the Dirty Bubble, they want serious world domination. When he gets defeated by the International Justice League accidentally destroying themselves, he knows how stupid the whole situation is. He's like a Shakespeare character trapped in a Saturday morning cartoon. The really dark part is that Man Ray keeps coming back for more punishment. He could leave Bikini Bottom, he could find a place where logic works and people make sense, but he doesn't. He keeps engaging with SpongeBob and Patrick, keeps trying to make them understand basic concepts, keeps getting frustrated by the same patterns. That's not villainy. That's addiction to dysfunction. Man Ray represents everyone who's ever tried to argue with someone on the internet. You know you're not going to change their mind. You know they're not going to suddenly start making sense. But you keep trying anyway because some part of you believes that logic and reason should eventually win. Man Ray keeps thinking that if he explains things clearly enough, SpongeBob and Patrick will understand. They never do. In the end, Man Ray's rehabilitation is that he just gives up on trying to make the world make sense. He accepts that he lives in a place where wallets don't belong to their owners, where tickle belts can reform super villains, and where the heroes defeat themselves more effectively than any villain ever could. His final scene where he's opening a checking account is surrender. The poodle checks are the perfect final touch. Man Ray goes from being a cosmic threat to being someone who thinks cute animals on financial documents are pleasant. He's been completely domesticated by a world that refuses to operate on adult logic. He's not evil anymore, but he's also not really alive. He's just another resident of Bikini Bottom, accepting that nothing has to make sense. That's why Man Ray is more terrifying than any traditional villain. He shows what happens when intelligence meets a world designed for children. You either go insane fighting it, or you give up your adult perspective and join the madness. Either way, the person you used to be is gone forever. The real horror of Man Ray is what every adult becomes when they spend too much time in SpongeBob's world. Frustrated, defeated, and eventually broken down into someone who finds poodles cute instead of pursuing their actual goals. He's the ghost of every viewer's future self. Now let's talk about the myself of Bikini Bottom's holidays. You know what's really weird about SpongeBob? All these fish celebrate Christmas and Halloween like they grew up doing it their whole lives. But wait a minute, they live at the bottom of the ocean. How do they even know about Santa Claus? How do they know what trick or treating is? These are human holidays from the surface world, but somehow every fish in Bikini Bottom acts like they've been celebrating them forever. Look, the most obvious clue comes from Christmas Who. When Sandy teaches SpongeBob about Christmas, Sandy's from Texas, so she knows about human holidays. That makes sense, but here's the crazy part. After one chat with Sandy, everyone in town suddenly knows everything about Christmas. SpongeBob knows exactly how to write letters to him, shoot them to the surface, build a giant chimney, and wait for some jolly guy to break into his house with presents. But wait, how does a sponge who lives underwater know that Christmas needs chimneys? Fire doesn't even work underwater. How does Patrick know about leaving out milk and cookies when there aren't any cows at the bottom of the ocean? Everyone just instantly gets these complicated Christmas traditions that should be totally foreign to sea creatures. Either these fish have been secretly watching humans for years, or something really strange is going on. And here's where it gets super weird. In Christmas Who? Zrania Real Santa actually shows up, not someone pretending to be Santa, not a guy in a costume. The actual magical Santa from the North Pole comes down into the ocean and talks to everyone like this is totally normal. He even gives Squidward a thank you note at the end. This means Santa's Christmas operation includes underwater areas. His sleigh works in the ocean. His elves are apparently keeping track of fish behavior and making naughty and nice lists for sea creatures. Think about how nuts this is. Does Santa have underwater workshops? Are there fish elves? How does his sleigh go from flying in the air to swimming underwater? The episode acts like this is perfectly normal, but it means Santa got some kind of massive operation that covers underwater societies too. That's not just magical, that's like running Christmas for multiple planets or dimensions. The Halloween stuff in The Legend of Bikini Bottom makes this even weirder. Everyone in Bikini Bottom celebrates Halloween perfectly. They know about trick-or-treating, wearing costumes, making haunted houses, and scary decorations. SpongeBob knows Halloween is supposed to be frightening, even though he's too scared to enjoy it properly. Nobody taught them this stuff. It's like they were born knowing how Halloween works. But then the Flying Dutchman shows up, and this is where things get really crazy. He's mad because people aren't scared enough during Halloween. He acts like Halloween is his personal holiday that he's in charge of. He's been watching everyone in Bikini Bottom celebrate Halloween, and he gets upset when they're not doing it right. This means ghosts from human stories are actually living in Bikini Bottom and managing their holidays. The Flying Dutchman knows SpongeBob's name. He knows everyone in town. He's been dealing with these people for years. This guy is like a permanent resident who lives there and makes sure everyone celebrates Halloween properly. Human mythological characters live there full-time as part of normal society. It's a SpongeBob Christmas makes this even more bonkers. Plankton knows all about Christmas traditions. He knows that fruitcake is a holiday food that everyone pretends to like but actually hates. He knows about Santa's naughty and nice list. He's planning to use Christmas customs to steal the Krabby Patty formula. Even the bad guys in Bikini Bottom understand human holidays perfectly. And when Real Santa shows up in this episode, nobody even questions it. Mr. Krabs doesn't ask how Santa got there or why he's making decisions about ocean politics. Patrick doesn't wonder why some surface world guy has the authority to boss around fish. Everyone just accepts that Santa Claus is a legitimate leader who can show up anytime and tell them what to do. This makes me think Bikini Bottom isn't really separate from human society at all. These fish are part of some bigger human universe where human holidays and human supernatural characters have complete control over underwater people. Santa has been managing their society this whole time. And here's another weird thing. These fish understand the emotional side of human holidays way too well. In Christmas Who? Zrania Everyone immediately gets that Christmas is about giving gifts, making people happy, and bringing communities together. Squidward knows that being a Christmas hater makes him the villain of the story. Mr. Krabs understands that Christmas is supposed to be about being generous, not making money. You don't learn this stuff from one conversation with Sandy. These are deep feelings about holidays that take generations of families celebrating together to develop. In The Legend of Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob knows Halloween is supposed to be scary, but he has trouble actually enjoying being frightened. Patrick understands that Halloween costumes are supposed to turn you into someone else. Sandy builds haunted house attractions that follow human Halloween rules perfectly. Plankton creates a scary tourist attraction that makes fun of human horror movies. These fish understand what the holidays really mean on an emotional level. So here's my question. Are these actually fish, or are they something else? Maybe they're humans who got transformed into sea creatures but kept their holiday memories. Maybe they're humans from some parallel universe where people evolved underwater but still developed the same culture as surface humans. Maybe Bikini Bottom is actually some kind of human experiment where people live underwater while thinking they're fish, and the holidays help them remember their human identity. The weirdest possibility is that Bikini Bottom might be a human theme park or research facility. People are living underwater and convinced they're fish, but the holidays serve as psychological reminders of their real human culture. Santa and the Flying Dutchman are administrators who run the facility and make sure the residents keep celebrating holidays properly so they don't completely forget they're human. Think about how quickly and completely everyone in Christmas Who adopts Christmas traditions. Real cultural transmission takes time. People resist new ideas. They ask questions about unfamiliar customs. But Bikini Bottom residents immediately understand complex holiday systems like they're recovering lost memories rather than learning something new. This suggests the knowledge was already there, just dormant. The Santa letter system is particularly suspicious. SpongeBob designs a bottle launching mechanism specifically to send letters to the surface. This implies he already knew that Santa lives above water and that surface mail systems exist. How would an isolated fish know about surface world geography and communication methods? Either he's been watching human society secretly, or he's actually human himself and remembers how the surface world works. The Flying Dutchman's relationship with Bikini Bottom is equally strange. He doesn't treat the fish like alien sea creatures, he treats them like misbehaving humans who need to be reminded of proper Halloween etiquette. He knows their names, their personalities, and their social relationships. He's frustrated that they're not scared enough, like a teacher disappointed in students who aren't taking his class seriously. The holidays also reveal how completely Bikini Bottom has adopted human time systems. They celebrate Christmas and Halloween on exactly the same dates as surface humans. They follow the same seasonal patterns and cultural rhythms as land-based societies. This is impossible if they're truly independent underwater fish who developed their own civilization. It only makes sense if they're directly connected to human society and following human calendar systems. Even more suspicious is how these fish handle holiday logistics that shouldn't work underwater. Christmas trees exist underwater without explanation. Fireplaces burn without oxygen. Snow falls in ocean water. Jack-o'-lanterns glow on the seafloor. Halloween decorations hang in underwater wind. None of this is possible in a real ocean environment, but everyone in Bikini Bottom treats it as perfectly normal. They're not adapting human holidays to underwater conditions. They're maintaining surface world holiday physics in an underwater setting. The real smoking gun is how human supernatural figures like Santa and the Flying Dutchman exercise actual authority over Bikini Bottom residents. Santa makes moral judgments about their behavior and redistributes their property based on human, ethical standards. The Flying Dutchman enforces proper Halloween celebration standards and punishes people who don't participate correctly. This suggests that Bikini Bottom isn't a separate fish civilization that happens to celebrate human holidays. Bikini Bottom is a human colony operating underwater with human residents who think they're fish. The holidays exist because these are actually humans celebrating their own traditional holidays while living in an experimental underwater environment. Santa and the Flying Dutchman are human administrators maintaining psychological control over an underwater human population. The alternative explanation is even more disturbing. Bikini Bottom exists in a parallel dimension where human culture developed underwater instead of on land. Fish evolved human-level intelligence and accidentally created identical holiday traditions through convergent cultural evolution. Human supernatural figures exist in both dimensions and travel between them to manage holiday celebrations in multiple universes simultaneously. Either way, Bikini Bottom isn't what it appears to be. The holiday episodes reveal that SpongeBob's world is much stranger and more connected to human reality than regular episodes suggest. These are glimpses into a deeper mystery about what Bikini Bottom really is, and why its residents live in perfect harmony with human culture while convinced they're independent sea creatures. The holidays don't belong in an underwater fish society. They belong in a human society that happens to be living underwater for reasons we're not supposed to understand. Now we'll move on to the strange case of Old Man Jenkins, but don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Old Man Jenkins is either the most interesting character in SpongeBob, or the writers completely forgot what he looked like between episodes. This guy shows up throughout the series looking completely different every single time, doing different jobs and apparently living multiple lives. Something weird is going on with Old Man Jenkins and nobody wants to talk about it. Let's start with the basics. Old Man Jenkins appears in tons of episodes, but he never looks the same twice. In Sailor Mouth, he's just a random old fish complaining about SpongeBob's language at the Krusty Krab. He looks like your typical grumpy, elderly customer with a white mustache and simple clothes. Nothing too memorable about this version. But then you see him in other episodes, and he's completely different. Different face, different voice, different personality, sometimes even different species of fish. It's like the animators just slapped the name Old Man Jenkins on whatever random old character they needed for that particular episode. The most obvious example comes from The Sponge Who Could Fly. In this episode, Old Man Jenkins shows up as a farmer who gets angry at SpongeBob for destroying his grain silo with a flying machine. This Jenkins is a completely different character from the Krusty Krab customer. He's got different facial features, wears different clothes, and lives on a farm instead of just being a regular town resident. Here's where it gets really weird. Later in the same episode, Old Man Jenkins appears again, but this time he's Cannonball Jenkins, who shoots himself out of a cannon to stop SpongeBob from flying. So now we have 3 different versions of Old Man Jenkins in just 2 episodes. Are these the same person? Different people with the same name? Nobody explains this. The Friend or Foe episode makes things even more confusing. Here we see Old Man Jenkins in a flashback where he's helping Mr. Krabs' mother by giving her his old washcloth to make clothes for young Mr. Krabs. This Jenkins looks different again and seems to be a completely different character from all the previous versions we've seen. But wait, there's more! In the same flashback sequence, we see Old Man Jenkins driving around the dump in his boat, looking for tires for Ol' Bessie. Then later in the episode, he becomes the first customer to try the original Plankton and Krabs burger, which makes him pass out and end up in the hospital. So now this one, Jenkins is doing multiple jobs and playing different roles even within the same episode. The Great Patty Caper gives us another completely different Old Man Jenkins. This time he appears to own some kind of business and interacts with young Mr. Krabs and Plankton during their school days. Again, he looks nothing like any of the previous versions we've seen, but everyone just calls him Old Man Jenkins, like this is perfectly normal. The really strange part is how other characters react to this. Nobody ever seems confused by the fact that Old Man Jenkins looks completely different every time they see him. Mr. Krabs recognizes him in Friend or Foe as someone who helped his family, but this Jenkins doesn't look anything like the Jenkins from other episodes. Either everyone in Bikini Bottom has terrible memory, or something else is going on. There are a few theories about what's happening here. The first possibility is that there are actually multiple people named Old Man Jenkins living in Bikini Bottom. Maybe it's a common name, like how there might be several John Smiths in any town. This would explain why they all look different and do different jobs. The second theory is that Old Man Jenkins is some kind of shapeshifter or has the ability to change his appearance. Maybe he's not actually human, or fish, or whatever species he's supposed to be. Maybe he's some kind of supernatural entity that takes different forms depending on what the situation requires. The third theory, and probably the most likely one, is that the writers just don't care about continuity. They needed a random old character for various episodes, so they used the name Old Man Jenkins, without worrying about whether he looked the same as previous versions. It's lazy writing, but it's created this bizarre mystery where one character seems to have multiple identities. But here's what makes this really interesting. The inconsistency is so extreme that it almost feels intentional. It's like the show is making fun of the idea of recurring background characters. Instead of keeping Old Man Jenkins consistent, they deliberately make him different every time as some kind of inside joke. Think about it, SpongeBob is a show that pays attention to details in other areas. They remember character relationships, story continuities, and running gags, but with Old Man Jenkins, they throw all consistency out the window. It's too extreme to be accidental. This creates a really strange effect where Old Man Jenkins becomes more memorable because of his inconsistency. Instead of being just another forgettable background character, he becomes this mysterious figure who somehow exists in multiple forms throughout Bikini Bottom. Kids watching the show start to notice that something's weird about this guy, even if they can't quite put their finger on what it is. The name itself might be part of the joke. Old Man Jenkins sounds like a generic placeholder name you'd use when you can't think of something more creative. It's the kind of name a lazy writer would use for any random old character. By using it repeatedly for completely different characters, the show might be poking fun at this kind of lazy character naming. It also raises questions about identity in the SpongeBob universe. If someone can look completely different from episode to episode and still be considered the same person, what does identity even mean in Bikini Bottom? Maybe the show is suggesting that names and identities are more flexible underwater than they are on land. Or maybe Old Man Jenkins represents the idea that all old people look the same to young people. Kids often have trouble telling older adults apart, especially if they don't know them well. By making Old Man Jenkins look different every time, the show might be reflecting how children actually perceive elderly strangers. The real genius of the Old Man Jenkins situation is that it creates this ongoing mystery that never gets resolved. Every time he appears, viewers who pay attention are left wondering which version this is and how he relates to the other versions. It's like a puzzle that the show never bothers to solve. This makes Old Man Jenkins one of the most interesting background characters in the entire series, even though he's also one of the most inconsistent. He represents this weird blind spot in the SpongeBob universe where normal rules don't apply, and nobody questions why this one character seems to have multiple lives and identities. The fact that nobody in the show ever acknowledges this strangeness makes it even funnier. Characters interact with different versions of Old Man Jenkins like they're all the same person, even when they clearly aren't. It's like everyone in Bikini Bottom has agreed to pretend that this makes sense. Maybe that's the real joke. Maybe Old Man Jenkins represents the idea that background characters in cartoons are ultimately disposable and interchangeable. Instead of trying to hide this fact, SpongeBob celebrates it by making the inconsistency so obvious that it becomes part of the character's charm. The deeper you look into the Old Man Jenkins situation, the weirder it gets. There are actually way more episodes where he appears that we haven't even covered yet, and each one adds another layer to this mystery. Sometimes he's a customer, sometimes he's a farmer, sometimes he's a boat driver, and sometimes he's shooting himself out of cannons for fun. The guy has more jobs than a college student trying to pay rent. What makes this even stranger is how the show handles other recurring characters. Squidward always looks like Squidward. Patrick always looks like Patrick. Even random background fish tend to maintain consistent appearances when they show up again. But Old Man Jenkins gets a complete makeover every time he appears, like he's going through some kind of witness protection program. And it's not just his appearance that changes. His personality is completely different too. Sometimes he's grumpy and complaining about everything. Sometimes he's helpful and generous. Sometimes he's completely crazy and willing to launch himself out of cannons. These are completely different people who just happen to share the same name. The voice acting makes it even more obvious that something's up. Old Man Jenkins doesn't have a consistent voice actor or even a consistent voice. Sometimes he sounds like a typical grumpy old man. Sometimes he has a completely different accent or speech pattern. It's like the show isn't even trying to pretend these are the same character. This creates some really weird continuity issues when you think about it. In Friend or Foe, Mr. Krabs clearly recognizes Old Man Jenkins and has a history with him. But which Old Man Jenkins is this supposed to be? The one from the restaurant? The farmer? The Canon guy? Mr. Krabs acts like he knows exactly who this person is, but we have no idea which version he's referring to. It also raises questions about how memory works in Bikini Bottom. If Old Man Jenkins can look completely different from encounter to encounter, how does anyone keep track of who they're talking to? Do the other characters have some kind of supernatural ability to recognize people regardless of their appearance? Or are they just pretending to know who he is to be polite? The show never gives us any hints about how this is supposed to work. There's never a scene where someone says, "Hey, didn't you look different last time I saw you?" Or, "Are you the same Old Man Jenkins who used to help my mother?" The characters just accept whatever version of Old Man Jenkins they're dealing with and move on with their lives. This might actually be the most realistic part of the whole situation. In real life, people do change their appearance over time. They get haircuts, grow beards, gain or lose weight, change their style of dress. But Old Man Jenkins takes this to an impossible extreme, where he's literally changing species between episodes. The timing of his appearances is suspicious too. Old Man Jenkins tends to show up right when the plot needs a generic old character to fill a specific role. Need someone to complain about SpongeBob's language? Old Man Jenkins appears as a restaurant customer. Need someone to represent farming in Bikini Bottom? Old Man Jenkins becomes a farmer. Need someone crazy enough to shoot themselves out of a cannon? Old Man Jenkins transforms into Cannonball Jenkins. It's like he's some kind of universal background character who adapts to whatever role the episode requires. Instead of creating new characters for each situation, the writers just plug in Old Man Jenkins and give him whatever appearance and personality the scene needs. And this actually makes him one of the most versatile characters in the entire series. While other characters are locked into specific roles and relationships, Old Man Jenkins can be anyone and do anything. He's like the Swiss Army knife of SpongeBob background characters. But this versatility comes at the cost of any meaningful character development. We never learn anything consistent about Old Man Jenkins because he's constantly changing. We don't know what he really looks like, where he lives, what he does for work, or what his personality is actually supposed to be. He's less of a character and more of a name that gets attached to whatever old guy the episode needs. The fan community has definitely noticed this phenomenon. Online forums and wikis dedicated to SpongeBob often have long discussions about the different versions of Old Man Jenkins and whether they're supposed to be the same person. Some fans have created elaborate theories trying to explain the inconsistencies, while others just accept it as one of the show's weird quirks. Some fans have even tried to create a timeline or family tree showing how all the different Old Man Jenkins characters might be related. Maybe they're all brothers or cousins who happen to share the same name. Maybe there's an entire Jenkins family living in Bikini Bottom, and we just keep meeting different members of it. The merchandise and promotional materials for SpongeBob don't help clarify things either. When Old Man Jenkins appears in toys, games, or other products, he usually looks different from his appearance in any specific episode. It's like even the official SpongeBob brand has given up on maintaining a consistent design for this character. This inconsistency has actually become part of Old Man Jenkins' identity. Fans expect him to look different every time he appears. If he ever showed up looking exactly the same as a previous episode, it would probably feel wrong and break the pattern that the show has established. In a way, Old Man Jenkins represents the chaos and unpredictability that makes SpongeBob special. While other cartoons try to maintain strict continuity and consistent character designs, SpongeBob is willing to throw those rules out the window for the sake of comedy. Old Man Jenkins embodies this willingness to prioritize humor over logic. The fact that this inconsistency has never been officially explained or acknowledged makes it even funnier. The show just keeps introducing different versions of Old Man Jenkins without any attempt to justify why he looks different every time. It's like a running gag that nobody talks about but everyone notices. Maybe that's the ultimate joke. Maybe Old Man Jenkins is meant to represent how little attention cartoons usually pay to background characters. Instead of hiding this fact, SpongeBob celebrates it by making the inconsistency so extreme that it becomes impossible to ignore. In the end, Old Man Jenkins has become more famous for being inconsistent than he ever would have been if the show had just given him a normal, consistent character design. His constantly changing appearance has turned him into an accidental icon of SpongeBob's unique approach to cartoon logic. Sometimes the best characters are the ones that break all the rules. Now we'll talk about the mystery of Bikini Bottom's pets. Bikini Bottom has the weirdest pet situation in all of animation, and nobody talks about how messed up it really is. Fish keep snails as pets and treat them exactly like dogs, while other sea creatures act like completely different animals from what they actually are. The whole pet system makes no sense when you think about it for more than 5 seconds. Gary is supposed to be a snail, but he acts exactly like a cat. He meows, he purrs, he shows affection by rubbing against people, and he even uses a litter box. In the Great Snail Race, we see that all snails in Bikini Bottom behave this way. They compete in races like dogs or horses, they can be trained to do tricks, and they respond to their owner's commands. Squidward's purebred snail Snelly acts just as cat-like as Gary, complete with the same meowing sounds and behaviors. But here's what makes it really weird. These are fish-keeping snails as pets. In the real world, both fish and snails are aquatic creatures that might coexist naturally. But in SpongeBob's world, fish have somehow established themselves as the dominant species and turned snails into domestic animals. This creates a strange hierarchy where certain sea creatures are considered people, while others are considered pets. The pet food industry in Bikini Bottom is basically identical to the surface world. In treats, Gary becomes completely addicted to snail bites, which are clearly meant to be the underwater version of dog treats or cat treats. The commercial shows snails acting exactly like excited dogs when they see the treats. Gary literally pants like a dog and does tricks for treats, rolling over and performing stunts that no real snail could ever do. What makes the snail bite situation even stranger is how Gary's behavior completely changes when he gets addicted. He starts acting more like a drug addict than a pet, staying up all night demanding more treats and becoming aggressive when he can't get them. SpongeBob has to travel the world looking for more snail bites because Gary won't accept any substitutes. This shows that whatever makes snails act like cats in Bikini Bottom, it can be chemically altered by specific foods. The pet shop system is where things get really bizarre. In A Pal for Gary, SpongeBob goes to a pet store that sells various sea creatures to other sea creatures. The shop owner is clearly some kind of fish, but she's selling nudibranchs, worms, and other marine animals as pets. The customers are fish buying other fish as companions. This is like humans running a pet store where they sell other humans as pets to different humans. The pet store owner even warns SpongeBob that the nudibranch he's buying is dangerous, especially around other pets. This implies that there's a whole classification system for which sea creatures are suitable as pets, and which ones are wild or dangerous. Some fish get to be people with jobs and houses, while other fish get sold in pet stores. There's no clear rule for how this gets decided. Puffy Fluffy from A Pal for Gary reveals how screwed up this system really is. He starts out looking like a cute, harmless pet, but transforms into a monster that tries to eat Gary and SpongeBob. The pet store owner clearly knew this would happen, but she still sells these creatures to unsuspecting customers. This suggests that the pet industry in Bikini Bottom is incredibly dangerous and poorly regulated. What's really disturbing about the Puffy Fluffy situation is how SpongeBob refuses to believe that Gary is in danger. Even when he sees Gary being attacked by a monster, SpongeBob blames Gary for being mean to his new friend. This shows how the pet ownership culture in Bikini Bottom prioritizes human, or rather fish, desires over animal welfare. Gary is literally fighting for his life, but SpongeBob is more concerned about his pet being polite. Plankton's pet shows us that the pet system extends beyond just fish-owning snails. Plankton, who is zooplankton, decides to get a pet amoeba named Spot. This creates an even weirder situation where a microscopic organism is keeping another microscopic organism as a pet. Spot acts exactly like a dog, barking, fetching, and showing loyalty to his owner, even though amoebas don't actually make sounds or show complex emotions. The animal shelter in Plankton's pet is the most confusing part of the whole pet system. It's run by fish and contains various sea creatures waiting to be adopted. Patrick is somehow in one of the cages, but he's treated like he's just another animal rather than a person. This suggests that the line between person and pet in Bikini Bottom is incredibly arbitrary and might change depending on the situation. The shelter also contains creatures that are clearly dangerous and probably shouldn't be kept as pets. When SpongeBob accidentally releases all the animals, they chase him and Plankton through the building like wild predators. But these same creatures were being offered as pets to families with children. The pet industry in Bikini Bottom seems to have no safety standards whatsoever. What makes the pet hierarchy even more confusing is how it applies to different species. Worms in Bikini Bottom sometimes act like dogs, barking and walking on leashes, but other worms act like people, walking upright and having conversations. There's no consistent rule for which worms get to be people and which ones get to be pets. The same species can be treated completely differently depending on the episode. The training methods used on pets in Bikini Bottom are exactly the same as those used on surface animals. In the Great Snail Race, SpongeBob puts Gary through an intensive training regimen that includes exercise wheels, punching bags, and protein shakes. He uses a stopwatch and a whistle just like a human athletic coach. Gary eventually breaks down from overtraining, literally falling apart like a machine. This shows that the pet training culture is just as abusive underwater as it sometimes is on land. The competitive aspect of pet ownership is taken to extremes in Bikini Bottom. The snail racing scene in The Great Snail Race treats snails exactly like racehorses, complete with professional announcers, betting, and formal competitions. Squidward spends $1,700 on a purebred snail with papers, which is an insane amount of money for what should be a common sea creature. This shows that the pet industry has created artificial scarcity and status symbols around animals that should be abundant in the ocean. The most disturbing aspect of the pet system is how it affects the animal's natural behaviors. Gary acts nothing like a real snail. Real snails are slow, quiet, and mostly just eat algae. But Gary has emotions, preferences, and complex social relationships. He can feel jealousy, depression, and anxiety. He can form romantic attachments, as shown when he falls in love with Snelly in The Great Snail Race. This suggests that keeping sea creatures as pets in Bikini Bottom fundamentally changes their nature. The pet food industry has clearly evolved to take advantage of these altered behaviors. Snail bites and treats are designed to be addictive, creating dependent customers who will spend enormous amounts of money to keep their pets satisfied. The commercial for snail bites shows families treating their snails exactly like beloved family dogs, kissing them and playing with them. This emotional manipulation makes pet owners willing to pay premium prices for specialized pet products. The veterinary system in Bikini Bottom must be incredibly complex given how many different species are kept as pets. You'd need doctors who understand the care requirements for snails, worms, amoebas, nudibranchs, and whatever other creatures people decide to adopt, but we never see any evidence of proper veterinary care. When Gary breaks down from overtraining, there's no mention of taking him to a vet. When Puffy Fluffy transforms into a monster, nobody suggests consulting an expert about dangerous pets. The breeding industry is also completely out of control. Squidward's purebred snail in The Great Snail Race represents an entire industry dedicated to creating artificial breeds of sea creatures for aesthetic purposes. These snails are bred for racing ability rather than health or happiness, which explains why Snelly abandons the race to comfort Gary instead of winning. The pursuit of perfect pets has corrupted the natural relationships between species. What's really messed up is how the pet system creates emotional dependency between species that wouldn't naturally interact this way. SpongeBob's relationship with Gary is genuinely loving, but it's based on Gary acting like something he's not. Gary has been conditioned to behave like a cat to satisfy his owner's emotional needs. This creates a codependent relationship where both the owner and the pet are trapped in artificial roles. The pet abandonment problem must be enormous in Bikini Bottom, given how many incompatible species are being kept together. The animal shelter is full of creatures that probably ended up there because their owners couldn't handle their natural behaviors. Puffy Fluffy is a perfect example of what happens when people buy pets without understanding what they're actually getting. The cute pet store display hides the reality that many of these creatures are completely unsuitable for domestic life. The economic impact of the pet industry in Bikini Bottom is huge, but it's built on a fundamentally unstable foundation. The entire system depends on sea creatures acting like land animals, which requires constant management through specialized food, training, and environmental controls. If the pets ever reverted to their natural behaviors, the whole industry would collapse overnight. This creates a situation where businesses have a vested interest in keeping animals dependent and unnatural. The pet system in Bikini Bottom reveals something dark about the society as a whole. It shows a world where the strong dominate the weak through artificial hierarchies that have no basis in natural relationships. Fish aren't naturally superior to snails or worms, but they've created a system where they get to be the masters and everyone else has to be the pets. This reflects the same power dynamics that exist in human societies, but taken to an extreme underwater setting. The saddest part is how the pets themselves seem to have internalized their roles. Gary genuinely loves SpongeBob and wants to make him happy, even when it means acting against his own nature. Spot is loyal to Plankton, despite being treated poorly. These animals have been so thoroughly domesticated that they can't imagine living any other way. They've become dependent on their owners for food, shelter, and emotional validation, even though they're perfectly capable sea creatures who could survive on their own in their natural environment. The pet culture in Bikini Bottom is ultimately a system of control disguised as love and companionship. It takes wild, independent sea creatures and turns them into dependent, artificial versions of land animals to satisfy the emotional needs of their owners. And somehow, everyone in this underwater society thinks this is perfectly normal. Finally, we'll talk about the secret behind Squidward's clarinet. You know what's really wild when you think about it? Squidward's clarinet is basically his entire personality wrapped up in one instrument. Like, this guy has built his whole identity around this thing, and it's honestly both inspiring and really sad at the same time. When you watch these 3 episodes, you start to realize that the clarinet is literally who he thinks he is. Think about where Squidward lives. He's stuck in Bikini Bottom with SpongeBob, who's happy flipping burgers and blowing bubbles, and Patrick, who doesn't even understand basic concepts. Meanwhile, Squidward considers himself this deep, artistic soul who deserves to be recognized for his musical genius. The clarinet becomes his way of proving he's different from everyone else, that he's special somehow. But here's the thing that makes it so tragic. Every single time Squidward plays that clarinet, people literally run away. Windows shatter. Fish cover their ears and scream. The music is objectively terrible, but Squidward just cannot accept this reality. He's convinced that everyone else is wrong and he's the misunderstood artist. So let's talk about Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost, because this episode shows you everything you need to know about Squidward's priorities. SpongeBob and Patrick accidentally melt his wax sculpture, and they think they killed him. Instead of just telling them the truth, Squidward decides to play along and make them his slaves. And what's the first thing he does with absolute power over the 2 people who annoy him most? He makes them listen to his clarinet playing. Like, think about that for a second. If you had complete control over your 2 most annoying neighbors, what would you make them do? Clean your house, do your laundry, leave you alone forever? But Squidward chooses to force them to be his audience. He'd rather have fake appreciation from terrified people than no appreciation at all. There's this scene where SpongeBob is trying to play music on a piece of tissue paper because Squidward commanded it. SpongeBob literally stays up all night lying on the ground trying to make music from tissue because he's scared of ghost Squidward. Meanwhile, Squidward is just playing his clarinet for his captive audience, completely satisfied with their forced attention. This tells you that Squidward values musical recognition more than anything else, more than revenge, more than comfort, more than peace and quiet. He needs someone to witness his art, even if they're only doing it because they think he'll haunt them otherwise. That's not real appreciation, but Squidward takes it anyway because it's the closest he's ever gotten to having fans. When SpongeBob and Patrick finally try to put him to rest, Squidward realizes he has to come clean. He admits he's alive, and immediately everyone goes back to ignoring his music. That brief moment where people had to listen to him is over, and he's back to being just another fish that nobody cares about. Now, Sweet and Sour Squid is where things get really interesting. Plankton notices Squidward having a complete meltdown outside the Krusty Krab, and instead of going after the formula directly, he realizes he can manipulate Squidward through his desperate need for validation. This is actually pretty smart of Plankton, but it also shows how obvious Squidward's weakness is to everyone around him. So Plankton starts pretending to love Squidward's music. He's calling it beautiful, asking for encores, acting like Squidward is this amazing musical genius, and Squidward just eats it up completely. After years of people running away from his playing, finally someone wants to hear more. You can see how starved he is for this kind of attention. But here's where it gets weird. Plankton's fake praise actually makes Squidward's music worse. He becomes so confident that he starts playing louder and more frequently, and somehow the music becomes even more unbearable. It's like his desperation was the only thing holding him back from being completely awful, and once he thinks he has a fan, he goes full volume with no self-control. This creates this cruel irony where Squidward can't win either way. When he lacks confidence, his music is bad because he's too nervous and trying too hard. When he gains confidence, his music is bad because he's overcompensating and has no sense of restraint. The real problem is his approach to music. People can sense that he's playing from a place of need rather than joy, and that makes it painful to listen to. When Plankton finally reveals that he was just using Squidward to get the Krabby Patty formula, you'd think Squidward would be angry about being manipulated. But instead, he thanks Plankton for the encouragement. He says Plankton helped him reach new musical heights and that he's going to quit his job to become a full-time musician. This reaction is so sad because it shows how desperate Squidward is for any kind of validation, even fake validation, from someone who is obviously using him. Plankton realizes his plan completely backfired. By pretending to like Squidward's music, he created a situation where Squidward will quit the Krusty Krab, and Plankton will never get access to the secret formula. When Plankton's professional earplugs fall out and he hears Squidward's music without protection, the sound is so horrible that he steals the clarinet and runs away just to make it stop. The police end up arresting Plankton for noise violations, and they destroy the clarinet by running it over with their car. Squidward watches his most precious possession get crushed and just says, "Once again, I hate people." He's lost his fan and his instrument in the same day, but somehow he's more bitter than sad. This episode ends with Squidward right back where he started, except now he's even more convinced that the world is against him. Hello Bikini Bottom gives us the most complex look at Squidward's relationship with music, because for once, someone actually wants to put him on stage. Colonel Carper shows up and wants to make SpongeBob and Squidward into a touring musical act. This is literally what Squidward has been dreaming about his entire life. Someone finally recognizes his talent and wants to showcase it to the world. But there's a catch, and it's a big one. Carper wants SpongeBob too. Squidward has to share his moment of recognition with the one person who represents everything he hates about his life. SpongeBob, who has no formal training, who plays a simple ukulele, who approaches music with pure joy instead of tortured artistry. You can see how much this bothers Squidward. He asks if he can do the tour as a solo act, and Carper immediately shuts that down. The success Squidward has been chasing his whole life is finally within reach, but he has to split it with someone he considers musically inferior. Then Mr. Krabs takes over the tour management and starts cutting every corner possible. Instead of real concert venues, they end up performing at supermarkets, retirement homes, and children's birthday parties. These are just people who happen to be there when Squidward and SpongeBob start playing. The supermarket performance is actually really interesting, though. When Squidward and SpongeBob play together, something magical happens. The customers start using food items as instruments and join in with the music. For a brief moment, their performance inspires genuine participation. People are grabbing chips and vegetables and playing along. This is probably the closest Squidward has ever come to creating real musical joy. But as soon as the song ends, everyone just goes back to their shopping like nothing happened. They were entertained for a moment, but they weren't transformed. Nobody asks for autographs or requests another song. They just continue with their lives, leaving Squidward and SpongeBob standing there with zero acknowledgement. The retirement home gig is even worse. The elderly residents complain that any sound at all is too loud. Even when Squidward and SpongeBob put their instruments down and stand there silently, they're still being told they're too loud. This is literally Squidward's worst nightmare. An audience that doesn't just dislike his music, but actively demands him to be completely quiet. At the children's birthday party, someone pins a donkey tail to Squidward's rear end during a game of pin the tail on the donkey. He's being treated like a party decoration instead of a serious musician. The kids don't care about his clarinet at all. They just see him as another form of entertainment alongside the cake and games. But then they get booked at a real stadium, and Squidward thinks this is finally his big break. There's a huge crowd cheering, and for once he's going to perform for people who actually came to hear music. Except the crowd is there to see Ned and the Needlefish, not SpongeBob and Squidward. When they realize they're getting the wrong performers, they start booing and literally chase them off the stage. This moment breaks something fundamental in Squidward. He's been humiliated in front of the largest audience he'll probably ever have. Instead of his big break, he's been exposed as a fraud. The crowd's reaction confirms his deepest fear that he's not actually good enough for real success. All those years of believing he was an unrecognized genius, and it turns out he really is just a bad musician that nobody wants to hear. So Squidward quits the tour and walks away into the desert. He's ready to give up on music entirely because the pain of failure has finally become too much to bear. But then SpongeBob starts singing this song about not giving up, and something shifts. SpongeBob's song isn't technically impressive at all. He's not hitting crazy high notes or showing off complex musical theory. But the song is completely honest. It comes from a place of genuine emotion and real friendship. SpongeBob is singing because he believes in their partnership and wants to save Mr. Krabs' restaurant, not because he needs people to think he's talented. Squidward hears this and starts singing his own song about giving up, but as he sings about quitting, he actually talks himself out of it. The act of expressing his feelings through music reminds him why he started playing in the first place. Music is about having a voice and expressing something real. When SpongeBob and Squidward finally perform their duet on top of the broken tour bus, something truly magical happens. They create genuinely beautiful music together. SpongeBob's simple joy combines with Squidward's technical knowledge to produce something that neither of them could have made alone. For the first time maybe ever, Squidward's music comes from a place of connection rather than desperation. A crowd actually gathers to watch them perform, and they seem to genuinely enjoy the music. But here's the twist that makes it perfect for Squidward's character. The crowd didn't come to hear them play. They came to watch a meteor shower. The natural light show in the sky is what drew people there. The music just happens to provide a nice soundtrack to the cosmic display. This ending is absolutely perfect for Squidward's story arc. He finally creates beautiful music, but he doesn't get full credit for it. The universe won't give him that clean victory where everyone recognizes his genius and he gets all the fame he's been craving. But for the first time, Squidward seems genuinely okay with that. He got to experience the joy of making real music with a friend, and somehow that was enough. The clarinet represents Squidward's entire relationship with his own identity. He uses it to define himself as an artist, but it also traps him in this endless cycle of disappointment. Every time he plays, he's risking rejection. Every time he doesn't play, he feels like he's giving up on his dreams. It's this impossible situation where he can't win, but he can't stop trying either. These episodes show us that Squidward's music fails when it comes from the wrong emotional place. When he plays for recognition, validation, or revenge, the music sounds terrible. But when he plays to connect with someone else, or to express genuine feelings, the music becomes beautiful. The difference isn't in his technical skill, it's in his motivation. SpongeBob serves as this perfect musical opposite to Squidward. Where Squidward plays to impress people, SpongeBob plays for pure joy. Where Squidward gets frustrated by limitations, SpongeBob finds creative solutions. Where Squidward sees music as a path to respect and recognition, SpongeBob sees it as a way to share happiness with others. The really tragic thing is that Squidward actually has the technical knowledge to be a decent musician, but his psychological baggage prevents him from accessing that skill properly. He's so afraid of being bad that he can't let himself be good. The clarinet becomes this symbol of everything he wants but can't have. Recognition, respect, artistic fulfillment. But the episodes also give us these beautiful moments of hope. When Squidward stops trying to prove himself and just focuses on making music, incredible things happen. His duet with SpongeBob proves that he's totally capable of creating art that moves people. The problem was never his lack of talent. It was his approach to using that talent. What these clarinet episodes reveal is something really fundamental about how art works. Technical skill definitely matters, but it's not enough by itself. The best art comes from genuine emotion and authentic connection with others. Squidward has spent so many years trying to force people to appreciate his music that he completely forgot music is supposed to be about sharing something real and meaningful. When Squidward finally learns to play from a place of honesty instead of desperation, his music totally transforms. But the show hints that this lesson probably won't stick permanently. Squidward will likely go back to his old patterns, because changing deep psychological approaches to creativity is incredibly difficult and takes lots of time and practice. The clarinet remains Squidward's most important possession because it represents his absolute refusal to give up on his dreams. Even when everyone else has written him off as a failure, even when his own performances make people run away screaming, Squidward keeps playing. That kind of persistence is both really admirable and completely heartbreaking at the same time. These 3 episodes show us that Squidward's clarinet is like a mirror that reflects all his deepest insecurities and his highest aspirations. When he looks at that clarinet, he sees both the artist he could potentially become and the failure he's terrified he already is. The kind of music he makes depends entirely on which of those reflections he chooses to believe in that moment. Next up, we have 3 hours of forgotten SpongeBob lore. First up, we got Where Bikini Bottom Came From. The most successful animated series in television history began with a marine biology teacher who created comic books to help kids learn about tide pools. Steven Hillenburg's journey from educator to animation legend started in 1984 when he landed a job at the Orange County Marine Institute in Dana Point, California. Armed with a degree in natural resource planning and interpretation from Humboldt State University, Hillenburg was ready to share his passion for ocean life with young visitors. At the Institute, Hillenburg taught marine biology for 3 years, covering everything from tide pool ecology to nautical history. He watched children become fascinated with underwater creatures, especially the strange animals living in tidal zones. During his time there, one of the educational directors approached him with an idea. They wanted someone to create a comic book that would make learning about marine life more engaging for students. Hillenburg jumped at the opportunity. He created The Intertidal Zone, an educational comic book featuring anthropomorphic sea creatures. The star of this educational comic was a character named Bob the Sponge, who served as the host and guide through various underwater adventures. Unlike the SpongeBob we know today, Bob the Sponge looked like an actual sea sponge, bumpy, irregular, and realistic. Hillenburg drew this way because he wanted to be scientifically accurate as a marine science teacher. The comic book worked perfectly for its intended purpose. Students loved learning about marine biology through Bob the Sponge and his underwater friends. But after 3 years of teaching, Hillenburg realized something important about himself. While he enjoyed educating people about ocean life, his real passion lay in art and animation. He had always loved drawing and painting, and the success of his comic book showed him a new path forward. In 1989, Hillenburg made a big decision. He left his teaching job and enrolled in the experimental animation program at the California Institute of the Arts in Valencia. This move would eventually change the world of animation forever, though Hillenburg had no way of knowing that at the time. His childhood fascination with the ocean had been sparked by watching Jacques Cousteau documentaries. Cousteau, the famous French oceanographer and filmmaker, opened young Steven's eyes to an underwater world he never knew existed. Those early impressions stayed with Hillenburg throughout his life, and they would later influence one of the most recognizable voices in animated television. After graduating from CalArts in 1992, Hillenburg joined the Nickelodeon team working on Rocko's Modern Life. He started as a director and eventually became the show's creative director. During this time, he worked alongside many talented people who would later join him on his next project, including voice actor Tom Kenny and writer Derek Drymon. While working on Rocko's Modern Life, Hillenburg met writer Martin Olson, who saw his old Intertidal Zone comic. Olson loved the concept and encouraged Hillenburg to consider turning it into an animated series. At first, Hillenburg wasn't thinking about creating his own show. He was focused on his work at Nickelodeon. But when Rocko's Modern Life ended in 1996, the opportunity presented itself. Hillenburg began developing his underwater world into a television series. He took Bob the Sponge and started transforming the character into something more suitable for animation. The realistic sponge design wouldn't work for a cartoon character who needed to be expressive and mobile. Real sponges, as Hillenburg knew from his marine biology background, mostly attach themselves to rocks and filter feed for their entire lives. They're interesting creatures, but they don't cook hamburgers or go on adventures. Instead, Hillenburg created a square, yellow sponge who could walk, talk, and get into all sorts of trouble. He wanted the character to be innocent and optimistic, drawing inspiration from comedy legends like Stan Laurel, Charlie Chaplin, Jerry Lewis, and Pee Wee Herman. The character needed to have that same childlike wonder and naive enthusiasm that made classic comedy work. The character's name went through some changes during development. Initially, Hillenburg wanted to call him SpongeBoy with no last name. The show would have been called SpongeBoy Ahoy. This name made it through most of the development process, including the recording of the original 7-minute pilot episode. However, after the voice acting was completed, Nickelodeon's legal department discovered a major problem. The name SpongeBoy was already being used by another product, most likely an art-themed pencil, though for years people thought it was a mop. The legal team found that using SpongeBoy would create trademark conflicts. This discovery forced Hillenburg to find a new name quickly. He knew he had to keep the word sponge so viewers wouldn't mistake the character for a block of cheese. He settled on SpongeBob as the first name. The last name came from voice actor Tom Kenny, who saw a picture of the character and remarked something about this sponge in square pants, thinking he can get a job in a fast food place. Hillenburg loved the phrase square pants and felt it perfectly captured the character's nerdy, optimistic personality. The underwater setting of Bikini Bottom became Hillenburg's canvas for creating a world that was both scientifically inspired and completely fantastical. He drew from his marine biology knowledge to populate the town with various sea creatures, each with their own personalities and quirks. The town itself was designed to feel like a real place where people could live, work, and have adventures. One of the most distinctive elements of the show became the French narrator, who introduces episodes and provides transitions between scenes. This character was directly inspired by Hillenburg's childhood hero, Jacques Cousteau. The narrator, voiced by Tom Kenny, speaks with a French accent and wears the classic diving equipment that Cousteau was famous for, including the red beanie cap. In early storyboards and scripts for the pilot episode, Help Wanted, the French narrator was actually listed as Jacques Cousteau in the credits. The character represents Hillenburg's tribute to the man who first showed him the wonders of ocean exploration through documentaries and films. Cousteau's influence on the show was so significant that his son, Jean-Michel Cousteau, later appeared in special features on SpongeBob movie DVDs, talking about the real marine life that inspired the animated characters. The pilot episode Help Wanted was completed in 1997, but it wouldn't air until the 1st of May, 1999. The episode premiered as a sneak peek following the 1,999 Kids' Choice Awards on Nickelodeon. This first episode established the tone and style that would make SpongeBob SquarePants a global phenomenon. One of the most memorable aspects of Help Wanted was its use of Tiny Tim's version of Livin' in the Sunlight, Lovin' in the Moonlight. The song plays during a montage sequence where SpongeBob frantically cooks Krabby Patties for a horde of hungry anchovies. Hillenburg had played this song for Derek Drymon during the show's development as an example of the kind of enthusiasm and joy he wanted the series to capture. The crew originally only had an old, worn-out tape of the song, but they managed to secure the rights to use it in the pilot. The song choice was perfect. It captured SpongeBob's boundless energy and optimism while adding a quirky, nostalgic feel to the episode. Unfortunately, Tiny Tim died in November 1996, just around the time the pilot was being written, so he never knew his music would introduce a new generation to his work. The song choice would later create unexpected complications. When Nickelodeon prepared to release the first season of SpongeBob on DVD in 2003, they decided not to include Help Wanted because they didn't want to pay Tiny Tim's estate for home video rights to the song. This meant that the pilot episode, DVD 2-2, the very first SpongeBob adventure, was missing from the official Season 1 DVD collection. This situation lasted for several years, with Help Wanted only appearing as a bonus feature on later DVD releases, starting with the Season 3 box set in 2005. The copyright issues surrounding this one song kept fans from easily accessing the episode that started everything. Eventually, the episode was included in various compilation releases, but the initial omission demonstrated how music licensing can complicate home video releases. The pilot episode Help Wanted showcased all the elements that would make SpongeBob SquarePants special. The underwater setting felt both familiar and magical. The characters had distinct personalities that were immediately recognizable. The humor worked for both children and adults. Most importantly, the show had heart, FDN. It celebrated friendship, optimism, and finding joy in everyday situations. Hillenburg's background in marine biology gave the show an authenticity that other cartoons lacked. While SpongeBob took creative liberties with how sea creatures actually behave, the foundation was based on real scientific knowledge. Hillenburg knew how these animals actually lived, what they looked like, and how they interacted in their natural environments. This knowledge allowed him to create an underwater world that felt believable, even when characters were doing impossible things like making campfires on the ocean floor. The French narrator became an integral part of the show's identity, appearing in hundreds of episodes over the years. The character's reverent documentary-style introductions provided a sophisticated contrast to the silly adventures that followed. This balance between educational presentation and pure entertainment reflected Hillenburg's background as both a teacher and an entertainer. The success of Help Wanted proved that Hillenburg's vision could work. The pilot tested well with audiences and gave Nickelodeon confidence to order a full season. The show officially debuted on the 17th of July, 1999, with the episodes Bubble Stand and Ripped Pants, but Help Wanted remained the true beginning of the SpongeBob story. From a simple educational comic about tide pools to a billion-dollar entertainment franchise, SpongeBob SquarePants proved that great ideas can come from unexpected places. Steven Hillenburg's journey from marine biology teacher to animation legend shows how passion, knowledge, and creativity can combine to create something truly special. The underwater world of Bikini Bottom began in a real place, the Orange County Marine Institute, SIS, where a young teacher wanted to help kids appreciate the wonders of ocean life. Today, SpongeBob SquarePants is recognized as one of the greatest animated series of all time. But it all started with Bob the Sponge, a simple educational character designed to teach children about marine biology. Sometimes the biggest ideas begin with the smallest, most sincere intentions. SpongeBob SquarePants started when marine biology teacher Steven Hillenburg created an educational comic called The Intertidal Zone at the Orange County Marine Institute in 1984. The comic featured Bob the Sponge teaching kids about tide pools. After switching careers to animation and working on Rocko's Modern Life, Hillenburg transformed his educational comic into SpongeBob SquarePants. The character was originally going to be called Sponge Boy until trademark issues forced the name change. The French narrator was inspired by oceanographer Jacques Cousteau, Hillenburg's childhood hero. The pilot episode Help Wanted premiered the 1st of May 1999, featuring Tiny Tim's Livin' in the Sunlight, a song choice that later caused DVD release delays due to copyright issues. What began as a simple teaching tool about marine life became the most successful animated series in TV history. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to mapping the world, addresses, landmarks, and geography. Understanding SpongeBob's world means knowing the specific addresses, strange landmarks, and impossible geography that make Bikini Bottom feel both familiar and completely alien. The creators didn't just throw together random underwater locations, they built a comprehensive world with actual street addresses, detailed transportation systems, and locations that range from perfectly normal to absolutely nightmarish. The most famous address in all of animation might just be 124 Conch Street, where SpongeBob SquarePants lives with his pet snail Gary in a 3-story pineapple house. This address has become so iconic that it's been referenced in everything from real estate listings to hotel room themes. The pineapple itself has an interesting origin story. We learn that it fell from a cargo ship navigating above the ocean, magically sprouting windows and a door the moment it hit the seafloor. The neighborhood layout of Conch Street establishes the show's core dynamic perfectly. SpongeBob's pineapple sits between his two most important neighbors. Squidward Tentacles lives in a house shaped like a giant Easter Island head, while Patrick Star lives under a large rock. This arrangement creates the perfect setup for countless episodes, with SpongeBob's boundless enthusiasm constantly spilling over into the lives of his very different neighbors. The address system in Bikini Bottom works just like any real city. Post office deliveries reference 124 Conch Street, though they sometimes use alternate addresses like the Pineapple or the Big Pineapple for the same location. This attention to detail shows how thoroughly the creators thought about their underwater world's infrastructure. Conch Street intersects with other roads like Coral Avenue, creating a believable street grid that extends into the main areas of Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob's house is fully furnished across 3 stories, featuring everything from a massive library that spans 2 floors to multiple bathrooms and even an escape hatch to the roof. The interior design reflects SpongeBob's personality perfectly: inflatable furniture, nautical decorations, and a diving helmet-shaped television. His phone is shaped like a conch shell, naturally called a shell phone, and his clock resembles Gary the Snail. Every detail reinforces the underwater theme while maintaining the show's playful tone. Just a short distance from Conch Street lies one of Bikini Bottom's most popular destinations, Goo Lagoon. This location showcases the show's brilliant approach to underwater logic. It's a beach beneath the sea, complete with sand, surfing, and sunbathing. The French narrator introduces it in Ripped Pants as a stinky mud puddle to you and me, but to the inhabitants of Bikini Bottom, a wonderful, stinky mud puddle. Scientifically speaking, Goo Lagoon represents a real underwater phenomenon called a brine pool. These occur when water has an extremely high concentration of salt, creating pools of darker, denser liquid beneath regular seawater. Since SpongeBob takes place underwater, the characters can swim and surf in brine while already being surrounded by regular ocean water. This clever use of actual marine science gives the show's impossible premise a foundation in reality. Goo Lagoon first appeared in Ripped Pants, the episode that introduced Larry the Lobster and established the beach as SpongeBob's go-to location for athletic activities and social gatherings. The lagoon features multiple distinct areas, each serving different purposes. Muscle Beach is where all the bodybuilding fish hang out to lift weights and play volleyball. The weightlifting area has become iconic for SpongeBob's attempts to impress others, most memorably when he accidentally rips his pants while trying to lift a stick with 2 marshmallows attached. The beach includes a snack bar, various game areas, and even a pier with amusement park rides. Mount Climb Up and Fall Off sits nearby, living up to its descriptive name. Ripper's Reef, an island containing dangerous purple spikes, serves as a hazard for surfers and adds an element of genuine peril to the otherwise family-friendly beach environment. Later episodes expanded Goo Lagoon's role significantly. Sand castles in the sand turned the entire beach into a war zone when SpongeBob and Patrick's friendly castle-building competition escalated into an epic battle featuring sand armies, tanks, and fighter jets. The episode showcased the beach's versatility as a setting while exploring themes of friendship and competition taken too far. The lagoon has hosted everything from Valentine's Day carnivals to surfing competitions to hot dog eating contests. Its consistent presence throughout the series makes it feel like a real place where the characters naturally spend their leisure time. The lifeguard towers, changing areas, and various recreational facilities all contribute to the location's authenticity. At the complete opposite end of the spectrum from Goo Lagoon's sunny beach atmosphere lies Rock Bottom, one of SpongeBob's most unsettling and memorable locations. This deep-sea city represents everything strange and uncomfortable about the ocean's darkest depths. SpongeBob first encounters Rock Bottom in the episode of the same name, when he and Patrick board the wrong bus home from Glove World and end up plummeting down a massive cliff into the abyssopelagic zone. Rock Bottom serves as SpongeBob's version of a nightmare city. The entire place feels wrong from the moment SpongeBob arrives. Even the soil talks, asking SpongeBob to put it down after he picks it up for examination. The bathroom signs use upside-down question marks, making it impossible for visitors to determine which facilities to use. Street signs hang at tilted angles, creating a sense of disorientation that perfectly captures the anxiety of being lost in an unfamiliar place. The most distinctive feature of Rock Bottom is its inhabitants' unique method of communication. Every resident speaks by blowing raspberries between words, creating a linguistic barrier that leaves SpongeBob completely unable to communicate. When he tries to ask for bus schedule information, the ticket window attendant can't understand his accent until SpongeBob starts incorporating raspberries into his own speech pattern. The bus system in Rock Bottom operates on its own incomprehensible schedule. SpongeBob waits in an impossibly long line at the bus station. He's 329th in line when he arrives, only to discover that the last bus to Bikini Bottom has already departed. The transportation infrastructure seems designed to trap visitors, with buses that deliberately avoid stops and schedules that make no logical sense. The episode uses Rock Bottom to explore themes of isolation and anxiety in a way that resonates with both children and adults. SpongeBob's increasing desperation, as he misses bus after bus, captures the universal experience of feeling stranded and helpless. The raspberry-speaking residents aren't malicious. They simply exist in a world with completely different rules and communication methods. The city's architecture reflects its unsettling nature. Buildings loom at wrong angles, creating oppressive shadows in the already dim environment. The anglerfish inhabitants use their natural bioluminescence as the primary light source, casting eerie glows throughout the urban landscape. Everything about Rock Bottom's design suggests a place where normal rules don't apply. Rock Bottom's resolution comes through an act of kindness from one of its strange residents. An anglerfish who initially seems threatening turns out to be helpful, returning SpongeBob's lost balloon and inflating it enough to carry him back to Bikini Bottom. This twist reinforces one of the show's core messages about not judging others based on appearances or first impressions. The location has appeared in various SpongeBob video games, where players can explore more of its geography beyond just the bus station and entrance areas. These expansions reveal additional districts and neighborhoods within Rock Bottom, suggesting a fully developed city with its own complex society and culture. Finally, Glove World represents SpongeBob's approach to pure, unfiltered fun. This glove-themed amusement park serves as the character's favorite destination for special occasions and adventures. First appearing in Rock Bottom and playing major roles in episodes like Roller Cowards, Tunnel of Glove, and Glove World R.I.P., the park embodies the show's commitment to taking simple concepts to their absolute extreme. Everything at Glove World relates to gloves in some way. The park sells glove-shaped balloons, glove lights, glove action figures, gloves for glove action figures, glove hats, glove candy dispensers, and glove-flavored glove candy. The mascot, Glovey Glove, appears throughout the park in various shows and photo opportunities. Even the basic infrastructure follows the glove theme. Rides are shaped like hands. Concession stands sell glovesicles, and the entrance features massive glove sculptures. The park's signature attraction is the Fiery Fist O' Pain, a massive roller coaster that comes with warning signs listing potential side effects, including crying, screaming, projectile vomiting, amnesia, spine loss, embarrassing accidents, uncontrollable gas, and explosive diarrhea. Riders must wear helmets, be taped to their seats, and sign waivers before boarding. The extreme nature of these warnings perfectly captures the show's ability to find humor and exaggeration. Glove World includes attractions for all ages and interests. The Mitten serves as a children's ride that SpongeBob and Patrick found thrilling as kids but discover they've outgrown. The Ferris wheel provides scenic views of the park, while the Hall of Mirrors offers the traditional funhouse experience of distorted reflections. Various carnival games, food stands, and gift shops round out the typical amusement park experience. The park's evolution throughout the series reflects the show's changing tone and themes. Early appearances present it as a place of pure joy and excitement. Later episodes like Glove World RIP use the park's closure to explore themes of change and loss, though the show's inconsistent continuity means Glove World continues appearing in subsequent episodes despite supposedly being replaced by Glove Universe. The transportation to Glove World involves a bus system that connects it to Bikini Bottom, though the journey includes a dramatic cliff descent that takes visitors far from their familiar surroundings. This geographic isolation makes trips to Glove World feel like genuine adventures rather than casual outings. These 4 locations, 124 Conch Street, Goo Lagoon, Rock Bottom, and Glove World, represent different aspects of SpongeBob's world-building approach. The Pineapple House provides domestic comfort and neighborhood dynamics. Goo Lagoon offers recreational activities and social interaction. Rock Bottom explores anxiety and cultural differences. Glove World celebrates pure entertainment and escapism. Each location demonstrates the creator's attention to detail and commitment to internal consistency. Street addresses work like real addresses. Transportation systems operate on schedules and routes. Geographic features follow their own logical rules, even when those rules defy surface world physics. This thorough world building allows viewers to become fully immersed in Bikini Bottom's reality, making SpongeBob's adventures feel genuine despite their absurd premises. The mapping of SpongeBob's world extends far beyond these major locations, encompassing everything from the Krusty Krab's specific distance from residential areas to the various roads and transportation networks that connect different districts. This comprehensive geography creates a living, breathing world that feels as real as any actual city, just with better balloon-powered transportation and significantly more glove-themed entertainment options. SpongeBob's underwater world features detailed geography with real addresses and impossible physics. 124 Conch Street is SpongeBob's iconic Pineapple House address, situated between Squidward's Easter Island Head and Patrick's Rock. Goo Lagoon serves as an underwater beach based on real brine pools, the areas of super salty water that form distinct layers beneath regular seawater. First seen in Ripped Pants, it became the show's main recreation spot, later featuring epic sandcastle wars in Sandcastles in the Sand. Rock Bottom represents the series' darkest location, a nightmare city where residents speak by blowing raspberries between words. Street signs hang tilted, and bus schedules make no sense. Glove World is the ultimate theme park, dedicated entirely to gloves, featuring attractions like the spine-removing Fiery Fist O'Pain roller coaster. Each location demonstrates the creator's commitment to detailed world building, creating a comprehensive geography that feels real despite defying surface world logic. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Royal Canon quirks, King Neptune's many faces. Few SpongeBob characters have sparked as much fan debate and creative theorizing as King Neptune, the ocean's supreme ruler who somehow managed to look completely different every time he appeared on screen. From his debut in Neptune's Spatula to his movie makeover and beyond, Neptune's ever-changing appearance has become one of the franchise's most fascinating continuity puzzles. When King Neptune first materialized in clouds of smoke during Neptune's Spatula, he established himself as a classic deity figure. This Season 1 Neptune possessed the imposing presence you'd expect from the Roman god of the sea. He appeared as a muscular, green-skinned merman with flowing reddish-brown hair, a magnificent beard, and a chest that could rival any Greek statue. His golden crown sat regally atop his locks, and his overall design screamed, "Ancient God who takes no prisoners." This Neptune wielded genuine divine powers. He could shoot lightning from his fingers, change sizes at will, control objects with magic, and display superhuman strength. He lived in the mythical Atlantis, ruling from a palace befitting his status as an actual deity. His personality matched his godlike appearance, arrogant, demanding, and quick to dismiss mortals as unworthy. Yet beneath the bluster, he showed moments of fairness and even teachability, as when SpongeBob schooled him in the art of cooking with love, rather than magic. The Poseidome Challenge established this Neptune as someone who valued skill over station, even if it took him a while to admit it. His 5-fingered hands, unusual for the SpongeBob universe, and detailed muscle definition marked him as a being from a different realm entirely. This was Neptune the god, complete with all the grandeur and complexity that divine status implies. Then came the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, and everything changed. The movie's Neptune looked like he'd been through a cosmic blender and reassembled by committee. Gone was the flowing hair, replaced by a shiny bald dome that he desperately tried to hide under various crowns and paper bags. His muscular physique had softened into a more rotund, less intimidating form. His skin shifted to a different shade of green, his nose grew larger, and his beard took on a completely different shape and color. Most drastically, this Neptune functioned less as a god and more as a tyrannical king. He lived not in the majestic Atlantis, but in a castle near Bikini Bottom, ruling through fear and brutal punishments. His powers seemed limited to what his trident could channel, lacking the diverse magical abilities of his predecessor. This Neptune was obsessed with executions, sending servants to 20 years in the dungeon for touching his crown during routine polishing duties. Jeffrey Tambor's voice work created an entirely different personality, meanated B, more petulant, more insecure, more prone to tantrums. This Neptune was vain about his baldness, incompetent in his leadership, and quick to believe obvious lies like Plankton's transparent frame job of Mr. Krabs. He represented everything wrong with absolute power, a ruler more concerned with his image than his subjects' welfare. The movie also introduced Princess Mindy, Neptune's daughter, who had never been mentioned in connection with the TV series Neptune, who had a son named Triton instead. This family difference alone suggested these might be entirely separate characters. When The Clash of Triton aired in Season 6, viewers expected to see which version of Neptune the series would use going forward. Surprisingly, the episode featured the original TV design from Neptune's spatula, complete with John O'Hurley reprising his voice role. This Neptune had his flowing hair restored and lived in his traditional palace, celebrating his 5,000th birthday with the same godlike presence that defined his debut. This created a fascinating situation. The TV series seemingly ignored the movie's redesign entirely, while the movie had created its own separate version of the character. Fans were left to grapple with two completely different King Neptunes existing in the same fictional universe. The behind-the-scenes explanation proves as interesting as any fan theory. According to series creator information, a firewall existed between Nickelodeon and Paramount content during the mid-2000s, preventing elements created for the first movie from being used in the TV series. This corporate policy meant that the movie's Neptune design, Princess Mindy, and even imagery from the Goofy Goober couldn't appear in the show, despite both properties featuring the same characters. The firewall was eventually lifted around 2014, allowing movie elements to seep back into the series. Neptune's movie crown appeared in episodes like Lost and Found and Insecurity Guards. The show even poked fun at the confusion by featuring both Neptune designs back-to-back in a 20th anniversary poster, implying they were separate characters entirely. But fans weren't content to let corporate politics explain away their beloved sea god's identity crisis. The SpongeBob community, known for its creative theorizing, developed elaborate explanations for Neptune's multiple appearances. The most popular theory suggests a royal dynasty system. In Krusty Towers, Squidward mentions King Neptune 14, implying numbered succession. Fans latched onto this detail, proposing that each different Neptune represents a new monarch in a long line of sea rulers. The TV series Neptune becomes Neptune 14, while the movie version might be Neptune XV, explaining their different appearances, personalities, and family members. This dynasty theory elegantly explains the contradictions. Different Neptunes would naturally have different children. TV Neptune has Triton, while movie Neptune has Mindy. They'd rule from different locations, one from Atlantis, another from a castle near Bikini Bottom. Their varying power levels make sense if some Neptunes inherited more divine abilities than others. Some fans took the theory further, suggesting the movie Neptune represents what happens when divine bloodlines weaken over generations. His reduced magical abilities, increased vanity, and poor leadership could reflect the deterioration of godly power through successive rulers. This would explain why he's more king than god compared to his predecessor. Another camp proposed the different timeline theory. They argued that Queen Amphitrite Neptune's wife, introduced in The Clash of Triton, had different relationship outcomes in parallel universes. In one timeline, she chose the muscular, godlike Neptune, resulting in the TV series version. In another, she ended up with the bald, insecure Neptune from the movie. This multiverse approach would explain why the two Neptunes seem completely unrelated despite sharing names and titles. A more mundane but equally creative theory suggests the same Neptune simply went through major life changes between appearances. Maybe he suffered male pattern baldness, explaining the movie version's insecurity about his appearance. Perhaps a political upheaval forced him to move from Atlantis to a smaller castle. Some fans even proposed plastic surgery gone wrong, resulting in his completely different facial features. The age and stress theory gained traction among fans who preferred continuity over separate characters. They argued that ruling the ocean for millennia would take its toll on anyone, divine or not. The movie Neptune's increased irritability, poor decision-making, and physical deterioration could represent the effects of eons of leadership stress. His obsession with his crown and appearance might reflect a midlife crisis on a cosmic scale. Some fans went meta with their explanations, suggesting that the different Neptune designs reflected the evolution of SpongeBob as a series. The original Neptune represented the show's early confidence and mythological ambitions. The movie version reflected Hollywood's tendency to make characters more relatable and flawed. Later appearances showed the series finding balance between godlike grandeur and character accessibility. The most elaborate fan theory proposed a complex political system where multiple Neptunes shared power across different oceanic regions. This would explain why they never encountered each other, and why their jurisdictions seemed to overlap. The TV Neptune ruled magical affairs from Atlantis, while the movie Neptune handled day-to-day governance from his practical castle location. Recent SpongeBob movies have added even more Neptune variations, with Sponge on the Run introducing Poseidon as a separate character entirely. This has led fans to distinguish between Neptune, Roman, and Poseidon Greek as different deities in the SpongeBob universe, though they fulfill similar narrative functions. The Neptune confusion reflects broader questions about SpongeBob's continuity. The series has never maintained strict chronological consistency, allowing episodes to contradict each other regularly. Characters change designs, locations shift appearances, and plot elements get ignored or contradicted without explanation. In this context, Neptune's many faces become just one example of the show's flexible relationship with its own canon. What makes the Neptune situation special is how fans have embraced, rather than rejected, the inconsistencies. Instead of demanding official explanations, the community has turned the confusion into a creative playground. Fan forums feature detailed timelines attempting to reconcile different Neptune appearances. Fan art depicts meetings between the various Neptune versions. Some fans have even created genealogical charts, mapping potential relationships between different Neptune designs. This creative response speaks to SpongeBob's unique position in popular culture. The show's surreal humor and cartoon logic have trained viewers to accept impossibilities as normal. In a world where characters can light campfires underwater and somehow have beaches beneath the sea, multiple versions of the same character seem perfectly reasonable. The Neptune mystery also demonstrates how modern audiences engage with transmedia franchises. When official sources provide conflicting information, fans step in to create coherence through shared interpretation and creative speculation. The various Neptune theories show sophisticated understanding of storytelling conventions, corporate production realities, and franchise management. Perhaps most remarkably, the different Neptune designs have enhanced rather than diminished the character's appeal. Each version brings unique elements to the SpongeBob universe. The original Neptune provided mythological gravitas and magical spectacle. The movie Neptune offered character flaws and emotional complexity. Later appearances have balanced these approaches while acknowledging the character's complex history. King Neptune's many faces ultimately represent something larger than simple design inconsistencies. They embody SpongeBob's ability to reinvent itself while maintaining core appeal. Whether he appears as a godlike figure, an insecure ruler, or something in between, Neptune continues fulfilling his narrative purpose as the ocean's ultimate authority figure. The fan theories surrounding Neptune's multiple appearances have become as much a part of SpongeBob lore as any official episode. In trying to make sense of the impossible, the community has created rich mythologies that enhance everyone's understanding and enjoyment of the series. In the end, King Neptune's many faces reflect the creative chaos that has always defined SpongeBob SquarePants. Rather than being a problem to solve, they're a feature to celebrate, proof that in Bikini Bottom, even the gods can surprise you. King Neptune has appeared in completely different designs throughout SpongeBob, creating one of the series' biggest continuity puzzles. The original TV Neptune from Neptune's Spatula, Season 1, was a muscular, hairy, godlike figure voiced by John O'Hurley, who lived in Atlantis and wielded genuine divine powers. The SpongeBob movie completely redesigned him as a bald, insecure king, voiced by Jeffrey Tambor, who ruled through tyranny and lived in a castle near Bikini Bottom. Later TV appearances returned to the original design, ignoring the movie version entirely. Behind the scenes, a corporate firewall between Nickelodeon and Paramount prevented movie elements from appearing in the show until 2014. Fans developed elaborate theories to reconcile these differences: royal dynasty succession, Neptune 14 versus XV, parallel timelines, stress-induced aging, or separate characters entirely. The community embraced the inconsistency as creative fuel rather than a flaw, generating detailed theories about oceanic politics and divine genealogies. Neptune's design chaos ultimately represents SpongeBob's flexible relationship with its own canon and fans' ability to create coherence through shared imagination. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to time, memory, and reality bends. On the 31st of December 1999, SIS, the last day of the old millennium, SpongeBob aired one of its strangest episodes ever. SB 129 took viewers on a wild trip through time that would change how fans thought about the show's rules forever. This wasn't just another silly adventure. It was SpongeBob's first big experiment with bending reality itself. The episode starts simple enough. Squidward wants to play his clarinet in peace, but SpongeBob and Patrick keep asking him to go jellyfishing. So Squidward hides in the Krusty Krab freezer to get away from them. The door gets stuck. He tells himself someone will find him soon. Nobody does. 2,000 years later, the freezer door finally breaks open. A frozen Squidward falls out like an ice cube. Spongetron, a robot version of SpongeBob from the far future, thaws him out. Everything in this chrome-covered world is shiny and cold. The trees are metal. The grass is silver paint. Even the jellyfish are mechanical. Squidward freaks out. He begs Spongetron for a way back home. Spongetron shows him a time machine, a weird contraption with levers marked past and future. Squidward figures if he goes back before SpongeBob was born, he can finally have some quiet time. The machine sends him way back to prehistoric times. Squidward thinks he's safe at last. Then he meets Primitive Sponge and Primitive Star, caveman versions of his annoying neighbors. They're the same loud, curious creatures, just wearing animal skins instead of pants. The primitive duo keeps getting zapped by a jellyfish and screaming about it. Squidward gets so fed up that he teaches them how to catch jellyfish with nets. They love this new game. Squidward has accidentally invented jellyfishing, the very activity he was trying to escape. When he tries to play clarinet, the awful music drives the cavemen crazy. They chase him back to the time machine. Panicking, Squidward yanks too hard on the controls. The machine breaks. Now he's trapped in nowhere, a white void filled with floating blocks and strange echoing voices. At first, Squidward is happy to finally be alone, but the emptiness starts to scare him. He runs around desperately looking for the time machine, crying out that he misses SpongeBob and wants to go home. The machine suddenly appears. Squidward falls through its roof and begs it to take him back to his own time. When he returns to present-day Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob and Patrick are waiting outside the time machine, asking if he's ready to go jellyfishing. For once, Squidward is happy to see them, until they remind him that he's the one who invented jellyfishing in the first place. Realizing he's created a time loop, Squidward declares he's going back to fix his mistake. The episode ends with him walking back into the time machine. This episode did something no SpongeBob story had done before. It played with time travel, multiple timelines, and the idea that actions in the past could change the future. It also introduced the concept that maybe different versions of the same characters exist across different time periods. But SB-129 represents something much bigger than just a time travel story. It shows how SpongeBob approaches consistency and rules. The show has always been more interested in making good jokes than keeping its facts straight. Think about how many times SpongeBob has failed his driving test. Sometimes it's 38 times, sometimes it's 78, sometimes the number changes completely. His age jumps around too. He acts like a kid but has a job and lives alone. The show picks whatever age works best for each story. The Krusty Krab changes size and layout depending on what the episode needs. Sometimes it has a basement, sometimes it doesn't. The freezer where Squidward gets stuck appears and disappears as needed. The show creates whatever spaces work for individual stories. Characters forget things they learned in previous episodes. Patrick sometimes doesn't have a sister, then suddenly he does. Squidward claims he's never eaten a Krabby Patty, even though we've seen him eat them before. Mr. Krabs' backstory changes depending on which origin story the writers want to tell. SpongeBob can lift heavy objects when the story needs him to be strong, but struggles with marshmallows when the story needs him to be weak. Patrick can be smart enough to solve complex problems in one episode, then forget how to breathe in the next. Characters have bones when the story needs X-rays, but turn into squishy blobs when they need to fit through small spaces. Fire burns underwater. Characters drink water while living in water. They go to the beach at the bottom of the ocean. These things make no logical sense, but they make perfect cartoon sense. This flexible approach to reality isn't a bug, it's a feature. SpongeBob has always been more like a collection of comedy sketches than a continuous story. Each episode exists in its own little universe where different rules might apply. The writers pick and choose which elements to keep consistent based on what serves each individual story best. SB-129 embraces this chaos by making time travel and alternate realities part of the show's DNA. If Squidward can meet future robot versions and prehistoric ancestors of his neighbors, then anything is possible. If he can accidentally create the very thing he hates by traveling to the past, then cause and effect work differently in SpongeBob's world. The episode also explores what happens when you get exactly what you think you want. Squidward spends the whole story trying to get away from SpongeBob and Patrick. When he finally succeeds and ends up alone in the void, he realizes he actually needs them. The annoying neighbors he's been avoiding are what make his life meaningful. This theme shows up throughout the series. Characters often learn that their problems come from their own attitudes, not their circumstances. Squidward's misery comes from his refusal to enjoy life, not from SpongeBob's enthusiasm. Plankton's failures come from his evil schemes, not from the recipe he's trying to steal. The show suggests that how you look at the world matters more than what's actually happening to you. The Nowhere sequence in SB-129 became one of SpongeBob's most famous moments. The white void with floating shapes and weird voices scared kids and fascinated adults. It felt like something from an art film, not a children's cartoon. The scene showed that SpongeBob was willing to go to dark, strange places that other kids' shows wouldn't touch. This willingness to experiment with tone and style has always set SpongeBob apart. The show can be silly and sweet in one scene, then surreal and unsettling in the next. It trusts its audience to follow along, even when things get weird. SB-129 proved that SpongeBob could handle complex ideas like time travel and existential loneliness without losing its sense of humor. The episode also started SpongeBob's tradition of mind-bending episodes that mess with reality. Later stories would feature magic pencils that bring drawings to life, parallel dimensions where everyone is opposite, and dreams that become real. SB-129 showed that the series could stretch beyond its usual underwater setting and explore any kind of story the writers wanted to tell. Most importantly, SB-129 taught fans to expect the unexpected. In SpongeBob's world, anything can happen. Characters can travel through time, meet alternate versions of themselves, and accidentally create paradoxes. The show's rules exist to be broken whenever it makes the story more interesting. This approach has kept SpongeBob fresh for over 2 decades. Instead of getting locked into a rigid format, the show can reinvent itself whenever needed. It can tell prehistoric adventures, futuristic robot stories, time travel mysteries, or simple slice-of-life comedies. The only constant is that there are no constants. Some fans get frustrated by the show's loose relationship with continuity. They want to know exactly how old SpongeBob is, or whether he really has bones, or why fire works underwater. But these questions miss the point. SpongeBob isn't trying to create a realistic world with consistent rules. It's trying to create a playground where any kind of story is possible. The series treats each episode like a separate cartoon short that happens to feature the same characters. This gives the writers incredible freedom. They can make SpongeBob a baby, an old man, or a superhero depending on what the story needs. They can destroy Bikini Bottom one week and have it back to normal the next. They can kill characters and bring them back to life without explanation. This elastic approach to storytelling reflects how cartoons have always worked. In classic Tom and Jerry shorts, the cat could get flattened by an anvil in one scene and be perfectly fine in the next. Bugs Bunny could dress up as anything and fool anyone, no matter how obvious the disguise. Cartoon logic has always been different from real-world logic. SpongeBob updates this tradition for modern audiences. Instead of just ignoring physics, it openly plays with concepts like time travel and alternate dimensions. Instead of pretending its contradictions don't exist, it makes them part of the fun. The show acknowledges that it doesn't make perfect sense, and invites viewers to enjoy the ride anyway. SB-129 represents SpongeBob at its most creative and experimental. It takes a simple premise, Squidward hiding from his neighbors, and turns it into an epic journey through time and space. It combines silly jokes with deep themes about friendship and loneliness. It creates memorable images that stick with viewers years later. Most of all, it shows that SpongeBob is willing to go anywhere and try anything in service of a good story. Time, memory, and reality are just tools to be bent and shaped however the writers need them. In SpongeBob's world, the only rule is that there are no rules, and that's exactly what makes it so much fun to watch. SB-129 was SpongeBob's first time travel episode, airing on the 31st of December 1999. Squidward hides from SpongeBob and Patrick in the Krusty Krab freezer, gets stuck for 2,000 years, and wakes up in a chrome future with robot Spongetron. Using a time machine, he visits prehistoric times and meets caveman versions of his neighbors. When he accidentally invents jellyfishing, the thing he was trying to escape, he breaks the time machine and gets trapped in a scary white void called Nowhere. This episode showed that SpongeBob cares more about telling good stories than following strict rules. The show constantly changes details. Note change, SpongeBob's age, test failures, character knowledge, depending on what each episode needs. Characters can be strong or weak, smart or dumb, have bones or be squishy, all based on what makes the best joke. This elastic continuity lets SpongeBob tell any kind of story, from time travel to robot futures to prehistoric adventures, without getting stuck in boring consistency rules. The show treats each episode like its own little cartoon world where anything can happen. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the Krusty Krab mythos. The Krusty Krab stands as more than just a cartoon backdrop in the SpongeBob universe. This humble underwater burger joint has evolved into one of television's most detailed fictional establishments, complete with its own mythology, corporate culture, and surprisingly complex burger-making procedures. From training videos that parody corporate America to hidden pickles that drive fry cooks to mental breakdowns, the Krusty Krab has become a character unto itself. Even more remarkably, this fictional restaurant has transcended animation to impact real-world trademark law, proving that some cartoon locations carry genuine legal weight in federal courtrooms. The corporate machine Krusty Krab training video as business satire. The 2002 episode Krusty Krab training video represents one of SpongeBob's most brilliant pieces of corporate satire. The episode presents itself as an actual industrial training video, complete with a professional narrator congratulating SpongeBob as a newly hired employee. From the opening moments, viewers are treated to a pitch-perfect parody of every mundane corporate training video ever produced. The narrator explains the restaurant's humble origins with typical corporate mythology. Mr. Krabs, suffering from depression after the war, discovered a bankrupt retirement home called the Rusty Krab and transformed it into the thriving Krusty Krab. This backstory established the restaurant's corporate lore decades before friend or foe would provide the complete origin story. The training video presents Mr. Krabs as a visionary entrepreneur whose hard work, perseverance, vision, determination, and sweat built the empire. What makes the episode particularly clever is how it treats basic restaurant equipment as revolutionary technology. The spatula becomes an advanced patty control mechanism, while the cash register transforms into an automated money handling system. Ice cubes are high-quality beverage temperature devices that are imported, and ketchup packets become state-of-the-art condiment dispersal units. This corporate doublespeak perfectly captures how training videos can make the most ordinary tasks sound impossibly sophisticated. The episode introduces the fundamental Krusty Krab philosophy through the acronym POOP, People Order Our Patties. This simple concept becomes the foundation of employee training, suggesting that understanding customer behavior requires corporate acronyms and structured thinking. The training video even includes a multiple-choice quiz to test comprehension, asking whether a customer will order a sofa, an expensive haircut, or a patty. SpongeBob serves as the ideal employee throughout the video, demonstrating proper hygiene by washing his hands until they become invisible from scrubbing. Meanwhile, Squidward represents the bad employee, wearing an "I really wish I weren't here right now" button and displaying the classic signs of workplace disengagement: inattentive, impatient, a glazed look in the eyes. The episode builds tremendous anticipation as SpongeBob repeatedly asks if he can make a Krabby Patty, only to be told he needs more training. The narrator promises to reveal the sacred and dark secrets of Krabby Patty preparation, describing it as the sumptuous, the lip-moistening, spine-tingling, heart-stopping pleasure center. However, in a masterstroke of comedy timing, the episode cuts to credits just as the narrator begins to reveal the secret formula, leaving both SpongeBob and viewers hanging forever. This abrupt ending serves multiple purposes. It protects the show's central mystery while perfectly capturing the frustration of corporate bureaucracy, where endless training never quite leads to meaningful work. The episode's brilliant satire lies in how it makes viewers genuinely invested in corporate training procedures, turning mundane employee orientation into compelling television. The pickle incident, Bubble Bass, and the most granular burger detail, pickles, contains what might be the most detailed food-related plot point in animated television history. When the pompous food critic Bubble Bass orders a Krabby Patty and claims SpongeBob forgot the pickles, it triggers a psychological breakdown that explores the precise mechanics of burger construction and the fragile nature of professional confidence. Bubble Bass arrives with an impossibly complex order delivered in restaurant industry slang. "I want a triple bossy deluxe on a raft, 4x4 animal style, extra shingles with a shimmy and a squeeze, light axle grease, make it cry, burn it, and let it swim." This order, which parodies In-N-Out Burger's secret menu, translates roughly to a heavily customized burger with multiple patties, special preparation methods, and various toppings. The fact that SpongeBob immediately understands this complex food service terminology demonstrates his professional expertise. When Bubble Bass claims the pickles are missing, SpongeBob's confidence completely collapses. The episode shows SpongeBob tearing apart the burger searching for pickles, desperately repeating "pickles, pickles, pickles." The missing pickles aren't just a minor order mistake, they represent SpongeBob's entire professional identity. As the self-proclaimed best fry cook in Bikini Bottom, forgetting such a basic ingredient challenges his core sense of self. The psychological aftermath proves devastating. SpongeBob loses the ability to construct burgers in the proper sequence, forgetting the fundamental order: first bun, then patty, followed by ketchup, mustard, pickles, extra onions, lettuce, cheese, tomatoes, and bun, in that order. He attempts various incorrect combinations like bun down, then ketchup, then mustard, then pickles. No, that's not right. The episode shows him trying increasingly absurd combinations, even adding a shoe and a pan to one attempt. The burger construction sequence reveals the precise methodology behind SpongeBob's cooking. Every Krabby Patty follows an exact formula, and disrupting this sequence destroys SpongeBob's ability to function. The episode suggests that mastery in any field requires such ingrained patterns that questioning one element can unravel the entire system. Mr. Krabs recognizes the severity of SpongeBob's breakdown and sends him home to recover. The episode then shows SpongeBob's complete mental deterioration. Eggs and toast nailed to walls, furniture overturned, music playing backwards, and SpongeBob wearing underwear on his head while speaking in confused sentence fragments. His speech becomes jumbled. "I anything can't do right since because pickles and I don't think ready back go to work, Mr. Krabs." Meanwhile, Squidward takes over cooking duties with predictably disastrous results. His incompetence becomes so legendary that customers begin asking for doggy bags before ordering, expecting inedible food. This reinforces SpongeBob's irreplaceable value while demonstrating how specialized skills can't be easily transferred. The episode's resolution provides one of the most satisfying moments in the series. When Bubble Bass returns and again claims missing pickles, SpongeBob carefully examines his mouth and discovers the truth. Bubble Bass has been hiding the pickles under his tongue the entire time, along with pickles from his previous visit and even someone's car keys. This revelation vindicates SpongeBob completely while exposing Bubble Bass as a fraudulent critic who was stealing food through deception. The pickle incident works because it treats a seemingly minor detail with complete seriousness. The episode never mocks SpongeBob's obsession with proper burger construction. Instead, it validates his professional standards while revealing how easily confidence can be undermined by dishonest criticism. The origin story, Friend or Foe, and the Krabby Patty's creation. The 2007 television event Friend or Foe provided the definitive origin story for both the Krusty Krab and the legendary rivalry between Mr. Krabs and Plankton. Unlike many origin stories that diminish their subjects through over-explanation, Friend or Foe enhances the mythology by revealing how the series' central conflict emerged from a destroyed friendship and an accidentally perfect recipe. The episode begins with another of Plankton's elaborate schemes to steal the Krabby Patty formula, this time hiding inside a birthday cake. After Mr. Krabs easily thwarts the attempt, SpongeBob asks the question that drives the entire episode: why does he hate us so? Mr. Krabs' response: you might as well blame me. SpongeBob sets up a story that's surprisingly emotional for a children's cartoon. The flashback reveals that Eugene Krabs and Sheldon Plankton were born on the same day and remained best friends throughout childhood. The episode shows them as babies sharing a crib mobile, toddlers diving into birthday cake together, and elementary school outcasts defending each other against bullies. Their friendship was built on shared experiences as unpopular kids who found strength in their partnership. The backstory establishes that young Krabs lived in poverty, wearing tattered clothes and being mocked by classmates. When a spitball hits Plankton during science class, Krabs immediately stands up for his friend, shouting, "Hey, barnacle brains! I think you owe Plankton an apology." This moment shows Krabs' loyalty and establishes the protective dynamic that would later be twisted into business rivalry. The boys' entrepreneurial ambitions began at Stinky Burgers, the town's only restaurant. Stinky was portrayed as a hypocritical businessman who served terrible food while claiming to love his customers. When Stinky cruelly rejects the boys' request for jobs, calling them crawly bottom feeders, it motivates their decision to start their own restaurant. Their first attempt at business comes at the town dump, which Krabs later recognizes as poor planning. Do you think it was a good idea to open in a dump? Their burgers taste horrible, driving away their only customers and forcing them to eat their own failed products. The boys spend days trying different recipes, but everything they create is inedible. The Krabby Patty's creation happens through pure accident. During an argument about their failing business, Plankton storms out, slamming the door with such force that ingredients fall from a shelf into their cooking pot. The resulting burger is perfect, creating the formula that would define both their futures. However, the accident immediately destroys their friendship, as both boys claim credit for the recipe. The episode shows their argument escalating into physical conflict, with the tiny Plankton unable to match Krabs' strength. Krabs claims the formula and transforms their shared restaurant into a portable version he can carry around school. The partnership dissolves completely, with Plankton declaring, "If it's war you want, it's war you'll get." What makes Friend or Foe particularly effective is how it explains the series' central conflict without removing its tension. The episode reveals that Plankton's obsession with stealing the formula isn't just about business success, it's about reclaiming a shared achievement from his former best friend. Similarly, Krabs' protective attitude toward the formula stems not just from greed, but from his determination to keep the symbol of his greatest triumph. The episode's ending provides false hope for reconciliation. After Karen points out how the formula has ruined a beautiful friendship, both Krabs and Plankton tearfully admit they miss each other. Krabs says, "You were my only true friend that didn't have a president printed on him," while Plankton confesses his schemes were really attempts to steal back our friendship. They embrace and seem ready to daze. They reconcile until Plankton immediately steals the formula from Krabs' pocket, proving that some conflicts run too deep for easy resolution. Real-world impact: the 2017 Krusty Krab trademark case. In one of the most surreal examples of fiction impacting reality, the Krusty Krab became the subject of serious federal litigation that established important precedents for intellectual property protection of fictional elements within television shows. The case, Viacom International Incorporated, VIJR Capital Investments LLC, would ultimately vindicate Viacom's claims through both district and appellate court rulings. The controversy began when Houston businessman Javier Ramos Jr. attempted to open real restaurants called the Krusty Krab in Texas and California. Ramos claimed the name came from the crusted glaze on seafood rather than the SpongeBob show. though he later admitted in depositions that he had researched the name online and encountered the SpongeBob connection before filing his trademark application. Ramos initially believed he was safe because Viacom had never registered the Krusty Krab as a trademark with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. His research showed no existing restaurant using the name, and his application received approval from the USPTO. However, Viacom responded with a cease and desist letter in November 2015, followed by a federal lawsuit in January 2016 claiming trademark infringement and unfair competition. The legal battle centered on whether fictional elements from television shows could receive trademark protection. Viacom had to prove two key points: that it owned a legally protectable mark in the Krusty Krab, and that Ramos's use would create consumer confusion about licensing or affiliation. U.S. District Judge Gray Miller initially ruled for Viacom in January 2017, citing Fifth Circuit precedent that ownership of a trademark is established by use, not by registration. Miller found that the Krusty Krab's prominent role in the SpongeBob franchise established it as a source identifier for Viacom's products and services. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed this ruling in May 2018, establishing several important legal principles. The three-judge panel held that specific elements from within a television show, as opposed to the title of the show itself, are entitled to trademark protection. The court compared the case to previous decisions, protecting the Daily Planet from Superman and the General Lee car from the Dukes of Hazzard. The court found compelling evidence of Viacom's trademark ownership. The Krusty Krab appears in over 80% of SpongeBob episodes, plays prominent roles in 2 feature films, and appears extensively in licensed merchandise, including aquarium figurines, Lego playsets, and children's toys. Judge Priscilla Owen wrote that the Krusty Krab's central role in the multi-billion-dollar SpongeBob franchise is strong evidence that it is recognized in itself as an indication of origin for Viacom's licensed goods and television services. The court also found substantial likelihood of consumer confusion based on the Krusty Krab's fame and extensive use across the SpongeBob franchise and licensed merchandise. The court reasoned that SpongeBob fans, both children and adults, would likely assume any Krusty Krab restaurant was officially licensed, given the mark's central role in the multi-billion-dollar franchise. Ramos's attorneys argued that the ruling would create a chilling effect on legitimate businesses, making entrepreneurs liable for trademark infringement merely for filing applications. They contended that without SpongeBob-themed decor or references, consumers wouldn't connect a seafood restaurant to the cartoon. However, the court found these arguments unpersuasive, particularly given Ramos's admission that he knew about the SpongeBob connection before filing his application. The case established that fictional restaurants, stores, and other business establishments can receive trademark protection if they serve as source identifiers for real-world products and services. The decision protects media companies' investments in developing fictional worlds while ensuring that entrepreneurs cannot simply appropriate well-known fictional business names for their own commercial purposes. The ruling has broader implications for the entertainment industry, confirming that valuable fictional elements deserve legal protection even without formal registration. Companies that create detailed fictional worlds can now more confidently defend their intellectual property against real-world appropriation, while entrepreneurs must be more careful about using names that might connect to existing entertainment properties. The Krusty Krab trademark case demonstrates how thoroughly SpongeBob SquarePants has penetrated American culture. A fictional underwater restaurant created for a children's cartoon became important enough to warrant federal appellate court attention, proving that some animated establishments carry genuine commercial and legal significance in the real world. The enduring legacy of underwater corporate culture. The Krusty Krab's evolution from simple cartoon setting to complex fictional institution reflects SpongeBob SquarePants' sophisticated world building. Through episodes like Krusty Krab Training Video, the show created a complete corporate culture with its own procedures, philosophies, and training materials. The Pickles episode demonstrated that even animated food preparation could be treated with genuine professional respect and attention to detail. Friend or Foe provided emotional depth to the restaurant's origins while explaining the central conflict that drives the entire series. Most remarkably, the 2018 Fifth Circuit ruling proved that fictional establishments can transcend their animated origins to impact real-world legal precedent. The appellate court's decision established that well-developed fictional elements deserve the same intellectual property protection as real businesses, confirming the Krusty Krab's status as more than just a cartoon backdrop. These episodes and legal developments combine to show how thoughtful creators can build fictional worlds that feel genuinely real to audiences. The Krusty Krab works because it was developed with the same attention to detail that real restaurants require: corporate training programs, specific food preparation procedures, origin stories, and legal protections. By treating its underwater burger joint with complete seriousness, SpongeBob SquarePants created one of television's most believable fictional businesses, one that proved real enough to warrant federal court protection. The Krusty Krab evolved from a simple cartoon setting into one of TV's most detailed fictional establishments, creating its own complete mythology across several key episodes and real-world legal precedent. Krusty Krab Training Video, 2002, serves as brilliant corporate satire, presenting itself as an actual industrial training video, complete with the POOP acronym, People Order Our Patties, corporate doublespeak that turns basic equipment into advanced patty control mechanisms, and an infamous cliffhanger ending that cuts to credits just before revealing the secret formula. Pickles, 1999, contains the most granular burger detail in animation history. When food critic Bubble Bass claims SpongeBob forgot pickles on his Krabby Patty, it triggers a complete psychological breakdown that reveals the precise burger construction sequence. The resolution discovering Bubble Bass hid the pickles under his tongue the whole time provides one of the series' most satisfying moments. Friend or Foe, 2007, delivered the definitive origin story, revealing that Mr. Krabs and Plankton were childhood best friends whose partnership ended when they accidentally created the perfect Krabby Patty recipe. Their fight over credit for the formula destroyed their friendship and created the series' central conflict. The 2018 Fifth Circuit court case proved the Krusty Krab's real-world significance when Viacom successfully sued to prevent a Houston businessman from opening actual restaurants with the name. The appellate court ruled that fictional TV elements can receive trademark protection, establishing that the Krusty Krab was legally protectable due to its central role across 80% of SpongeBob episodes, movies, and merchandise. Together, these episodes and legal developments demonstrate how thoughtful creators can build fictional worlds that feel genuinely real, so real they warrant federal court protection. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Bikini Bottom's heroes, monsters, and movie stars. SpongeBob SquarePants has filled Bikini Bottom with amazing characters beyond the main cast. The show features old superheroes, scary movie monsters, and famous celebrities who create some of the most memorable moments in the series. These characters show how SpongeBob could surprise viewers by bringing together completely different worlds in ways that somehow made perfect sense. Old school heroes, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy first appeared in SpongeBob in August 1999, becoming two of the show's most beloved characters. These aging superheroes were voiced by comedy legends Ernest Borgnine and Tim Conway, who had worked together decades earlier on the TV show McHale's Navy. Their casting was perfect because both actors brought years of experience, making people laugh together. Ernest Borgnine played Mermaid Man, an old superhero who suffers from memory problems and yells "evil" whenever he hears that word. Tim Conway voiced Barnacle Boy, the more sensible but often grumpy sidekick who gets frustrated by always being treated like a child even though he's 68 years old. The show's creators specifically wanted these two actors from the beginning because they were fans of their earlier work together. These characters work as both real superheroes in Bikini Bottom and stars of SpongeBob and Patrick's favorite TV show. They live in Shady Shoals retirement home, which shows that even legendary heroes get old. The show uses them to explore what happens when famous people age and how fans sometimes have unrealistic expectations of their heroes. Mermaid Man carries a utility belt with different gadgets, but he sometimes forgets how to use them properly. His supervision doesn't always work right, and he often takes naps during important moments. Barnacle Boy gets angry about being called a boy and being treated as less important than his partner. This anger reaches a peak in one episode where he actually joins the bad guys just to get more respect. Their main enemies include Man Ray, a classic villain voiced by John Rhys Davies, and the Dirty Bubble, who is literally a giant soap bubble that traps people inside. These villains fit perfectly into the underwater world while maintaining the comic book style that makes superhero stories work. What makes these characters special is how they balance superhero action with realistic portrayals of elderly people. Episodes usually start with SpongeBob and Patrick being excited fans, but then show the everyday reality of the heroes' lives. They take naps, forget things, and sometimes struggle with basic tasks. This mix of comedy and real emotions creates characters that entertain kids with superhero stuff while giving adults something deeper to think about. The characters helped expand SpongeBob's world by showing that Bikini Bottom exists in a larger universe with superheroes, villains, and cosmic dangers. Their comic book series and merchandise within the show mirror real superhero franchises, creating jokes about how the entertainment industry works. When Ernest Borgnine died in 2012, the show's creator Steven Hillenburg decided not to replace him with another actor. Instead, Mermaid Man only appears in silent scenes, or when other characters dress up as him. The same thing happened when Tim Conway became too sick to continue and later died in 2019. This decision to retire the characters rather than find new voices shows how much respect the show had for these legendary performers. Horror comes to Bikini Bottom, the Nosferatu scene. The 2002 episode Graveyard Shift contains one of SpongeBob's most famous moments: the sudden appearance of Count Orlok from the 1922 horror movie Nosferatu. This brief scene at the episode's end became legendary and introduced classic scary movies to kids who had never seen them before. The episode takes place during the Krusty Krab's first night shift. To pass time, Squidward tries to scare SpongeBob by making up a story about the hash-slinging slasher. This fake ghost was supposedly a fry cook who cut off his hand, replaced it with a rusty spatula, and died when a bus hit him. According to Squidward's story, every Tuesday night the ghost comes back to the restaurant, and you can tell he's coming by 3 signs: lights flickering, phone calls where nobody talks, and seeing his scary shadow. The episode builds real suspense when all of Squidward's made-up signs start happening for real. The lights flicker mysteriously, the phone rings with silence on the other end, and finally a dark figure matching the ghost's description appears outside. Both SpongeBob and Squidward become terrified, thinking the supernatural threat is actually real. The clever twist reveals that 2 of the 3 supernatural signs have normal explanations. The scary shadow turns out to be a nervous person looking for a job who had called earlier but hung up without speaking. This leaves only the flickering lights unexplained, which is when the episode delivers its most memorable moment. The camera shows Count Orlok from Nosferatu standing by the light switch, with SpongeBob, Squidward, and the job seeker casually saying, "Nosferatu," like they know him. This scene wasn't originally planned. Writer Jay Lender says there was supposed to be a character called Floorboard Harry, who lived under the restaurant and caused the light problems. When that idea got cut, Lender needed something else and remembered seeing a picture of Count Orlok in a horror magazine when he was a kid. Lender chose to call the character Nosferatu, instead of his real name Count Orlok, because the movie title was more recognizable and sounded funnier when the voice actors said it. The image came directly from the 1922 German film, with the art team adding a smile to match the storyboard. The Nosferatu cameo works on many levels. For kids, it solves the mystery while adding genuine spooky atmosphere. For adults who know classic horror movies, it's a surprising crossover that seems impossible until it happens. For movie fans, it introduces one of cinema's most important early films. The impact has been huge. Many people first learned about classic German horror cinema through this SpongeBob episode. Director Robert Eggers, who made a new Nosferatu movie in 2024, specifically said the SpongeBob episode introduced Count Orlok to younger audiences who might never have seen the original film otherwise. The scene became a cultural phenomenon, referenced across social media and inspiring countless memes. Its popularity shows how SpongeBob could successfully introduce high art to kids without losing the humor that made it fun. The episode proves children's shows can be educational and culturally enriching without being preachy. After this success, Nosferatu became a recurring character in later episodes and spin-offs, appearing as Kid Feratu in the prequel series and taking various roles throughout the franchise. This shows how a one-joke cameo became a permanent part of the SpongeBob universe. Rockstar royalty: David Bowie's Underwater Kingdom. The 2007 TV movie Atlantis Square featured one of music's biggest legends, David Bowie as Lord Royal Highness, the Emperor of the Lost City of Atlantis. This casting was both exciting and disappointing, showing how the series could attract major stars while also revealing the challenges of putting celebrities into cartoon worlds. David Bowie got involved because his kids liked SpongeBob, not because of typical Hollywood business. Voice actor Tom Kenny explained that their small TV budget could never afford to pay Bowie what he deserved, but the fact he wants to be in something his kid likes is what gets the ball rolling. Bowie wrote on his blog that he was thrilled to be part of the show, saying he had hit the holy grail of animation gigs. Lord Royal Highness appears as a blue-skinned underwater ruler with features that reference Bowie's famous look. The character has orange hair like Bowie wore in the 1970 seconds and 1990 seconds, plus one green eye and one blue eye. This eye detail references a myth about Bowie having different colored eyes, though in reality, he had an eye injury from a teenage fight that made one pupil permanently larger. The character design also resembles the blue meanies from the Beatles' Yellow Submarine movie. The episode follows SpongeBob and Patrick discovering half of an ancient medallion that, combined with the other half in a museum, takes them and their friends to Atlantis. Lord Royal Highness welcomes them as a friendly host, giving them a tour of his underwater kingdom's treasures, a money room that amazes Mr. Explain. Krabs, a science lab that fascinates Sandy, and an art gallery that captivates Squidward. The main plot involves Atlantis' most precious item, the world's oldest living bubble. When Patrick accidentally pops it while taking a photo, Lord Royal Highness reveals it was just a fake for tourists and shows them the real oldest bubble. Patrick immediately pops the real one with another camera flash, turning the friendly emperor into an angry enemy who orders his guards to capture the visitors. Lord Royal Highness reflects Bowie's artistic ideas. When Squidward tries to define art during their tour, the emperor corrects him. Art is what happens when you learn to dream. This line might be the wisest thing ever said in a SpongeBob episode and captures both Bowie's creative philosophy and the show's occasional moments of unexpected depth. The episode being a musical seemed perfect for featuring Bowie's legendary singing voice, but surprisingly, he never sings a single line. Story editor Casey Alexander said Bowie was hired too late for writers to create songs for his character. This was one of the episode's biggest missed opportunities, since viewers expected to hear one of music's greatest stars perform in the SpongeBob universe. The character balances royal politeness with hidden instability. Lord Royal Highness stays positive and gracious until his precious bubble gets destroyed, then becomes violently angry and vengeful. This change from kind ruler to dangerous enemy provides the episode's main conflict. Despite Bowie's fame, Atlantis SquarePantis got mixed reviews from critics who thought the episode tried to do too much, but didn't deliver. Many felt the songs were forgettable, and the story didn't make good use of its legendary guest star. However, 9.22 million people watched it when it first aired, making it the most watched episode in series history and proving celebrity casting could generate huge audience interest. The collaboration continued beyond the TV episode. A version of Bowie's 1995 song No Control was later used in the SpongeBob Broadway musical, creating a lasting connection between the musician and the animated series. Lord Royal Highness appears in SpongeBob video games and merchandise, with voice actor Nolan North taking over after Bowie died in 2016. The character's continued presence shows how successful celebrity appearances can become permanent parts of animated worlds. The impact of special characters. These special characters, aging superheroes, horror movie icons, and music legends, show SpongeBob's commitment to treating viewers with intelligence and respect. They work because they're not just gimmicks or promotional stunts. Instead, they become real parts of the show's world, each bringing something unique while fitting naturally into Bikini Bottom's strange but welcoming community. The success of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy proved that classic TV stars could find new audiences in animation. The Nosferatu cameo demonstrated how children's shows could introduce high culture without losing their sense of fun. David Bowie's appearance showed that even the biggest celebrities could be drawn to quality children's entertainment. Together, these characters represent SpongeBob SquarePants at its most creative and ambitious, is willing to take risks and surprise audiences while never forgetting that the most important thing is making people laugh and feel good about the world. Summary: SpongeBob SquarePants expanded its world with unforgettable special characters that brought together different genres and generations in surprising ways. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy served as brilliant Golden Age superhero parodies, voiced by comedy legends Ernest Borgnine and Tim Conway. These aging heroes living in a retirement home explored themes of celebrity, aging, and hero worship while maintaining genuine superhero adventures. Their episodes balanced comic book action with realistic portrayals of elderly characters, creating multi-layered entertainment that worked for both kids and adults. When both actors passed away, the show respectfully retired the characters rather than recasting them. Graveyard Shift and the Nosferatu scene created one of SpongeBob's most legendary moments. When Squidward's made-up ghost story seemed to come true during the Krusty Krab's first night shift, the episode built genuine suspense before revealing that Count Orlok, from the 1922 silent film Nosferatu, was simply playing with the light switch. Writer Jay Lender added this as a last-minute replacement for a cut character, creating an absurd cross-media moment that introduced classic German horror cinema to an entire generation of children. Atlantis SquarePantis, featuring David Bowie as Lord Royal Highness, represented both triumph and missed opportunity. The music legend voiced the blue-skinned Emperor of Atlantis because his kids loved SpongeBob, bringing genuine star power to the series. Though the episode became the most watched in series history with 9.22 million viewers, Bowie ironically never sang due to late casting, and critics found the musical special underwhelming despite its celebrity appeal. These characters demonstrate SpongeBob's willingness to take creative risks while treating its audience with intelligence, proving that children's entertainment could successfully blend high culture, classic television, and contemporary celebrity while maintaining its core humor and heart. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to character deep cuts people forget. Even the most dedicated SpongeBob fans sometimes miss important details about the main characters. These facts go beyond simple trivia to reveal deeper layers of world building and character development that show how much thought Steven Hillenburg and the writers put into creating Bikini Bottom's residents. From biological mix-ups to homesickness to military service, these character details add richness to what might otherwise be simple cartoon personalities. The Squidward mix-up. He's actually an octopus. One of the most surprising facts about SpongeBob SquarePants is that Squidward Tentacles, despite his name, is actually an octopus, not a squid. This revelation has shocked fans for years and represents one of the show's biggest naming mistakes or perhaps its most clever trick. Series creator Steven Hillenburg confirmed this biological fact multiple times in interviews and DVD commentary. He specifically designed Squidward as an octopus because he liked the species' large, bulbous head, which he felt made the character look intellectual. As Hillenburg explained, octopuses have such a large bulbous head, and Squidward thinks he's an intellectual, so of course, he's gonna have a large bulbous head. The confusion comes from Squidward's name, which clearly references squids rather than octopuses. Hillenburg chose the name Squidward by combining squid with Edward, even though he knew the character was an octopus. Voice actor Roger Bumpass later explained that alternative names like Octward simply didn't work as well. The name needed to sound natural and memorable, and Squidward achieved that goal even if it wasn't scientifically accurate. The visual design supports Hillenburg's octopus intention. Squidward has the rounded head typical of octopuses rather than the pointed mantle that characterizes squids. However, for animation simplicity, Hillenburg drew Squidward with only 6 tentacles instead of the 8 that real octopuses possess. He explained that it was just simpler for animation to draw him with 6 legs instead of 8. Only 2 episodes in the entire series show Squidward with his full complement of 8 tentacles. The live-action sequence in Pressure and briefly in Sold. This octopus identity explains several of Squidward's behaviors and abilities throughout the series. Octopuses are known for their intelligence, which matches Squidward's pretentious intellectual attitude. They're also solitary creatures, fitting Squidward's antisocial personality and preference for alone time. The creators even considered having Squidward eject ink when frustrated, but Hillenburg decided against it because it always looks like he's pooping his pants. The squid versus octopus debate became so widespread that it regularly surfaces in online discussions and memes. Many fans refuse to believe the creator's own statements, insisting that the name must indicate the character's true species. However, Hillenburg's marine biology background makes his scientific classification more trustworthy than the character's misleading name. This naming choice reflects the show's playful approach to marine biology. While SpongeBob SquarePants draws from real ocean life, it prioritizes humor and storytelling over scientific accuracy. The creators felt free to bend biological rules when it served the story or made characters more appealing to audiences. Squidward's octopus identity also connects to broader themes about identity and belonging in the series. Just as Squidward doesn't quite fit his own name, he doesn't quite fit into Bikini Bottom society. He's stuck between his artistic pretensions and his mundane reality, much like he's stuck between his squid name and his octopus biology. The revelation shows how even seemingly simple cartoon characters can contain layers of meaning and backstory that aren't immediately obvious. It also demonstrates the importance of creator intent over surface-level interpretation. Sometimes the most important details about fictional characters come not from what we see on screen, but from what the creators reveal in interviews and commentary. Sandy's Texas roots, homesickness and life support systems. Sandy Cheeks' character goes far deeper than her obvious Texas accent and cowboy boots. The early episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants establish detailed backstory about her complicated relationship with her home state and the technological challenges of living underwater. These elements add emotional depth to what could have been a one-note regional stereotype. Sandy's tree dome represents one of the show's most ingenious solutions to a biological impossibility. As a land mammal living at the bottom of the ocean, she requires a completely artificial environment to survive. Her glass dome home contains air instead of water, making it the only location in Bikini Bottom where land creatures can breathe normally. The tree dome was built for her by NASA, according to series lore, establishing her as a legitimate scientist with important institutional backing. The complexity of Sandy's life support system becomes clear when other characters visit her home. Sea creatures like SpongeBob and Patrick must wear special water-filled helmets that work opposite to Sandy's air-filled diving suit. This creates comedy while highlighting the genuine challenges of cross-species friendship in an underwater world. The tree dome also changes with the seasons, featuring snow and bare trees during winter hibernation periods. Sandy's homesickness provides some of the series' most emotional moments. The first season episode, Texas, reveals the depth of her attachment to her home state when she becomes so homesick that she considers leaving Bikini Bottom permanently. She sings about missing wide-open skies, her 20 acres of land, barbecues, and pecan pies. The specific details she mentions, open landscapes and family land, suggest rural Texas rather than urban Houston, despite fan theories about her city origins. Her homesickness manifests in both touching and fierce ways. When SpongeBob and Patrick try to cheer her up by creating their own version of Texas, their misguided interpretations only make her sadder. However, when they begin insulting Texas to lure her to a surprise party, Sandy's protective rage toward her home state becomes genuinely frightening. She chases them with a lasso while shouting threats like, "You've been messing with the bull, now here come the horns." The episode shows that Sandy's Texas identity goes beyond simple regional pride to represent deep personal connections to family, landscape, and culture. Her decision to stay in Bikini Bottom after seeing her friend's surprise party suggests that she's building a new home without abandoning her original one. This balance between old and new homes reflects the immigrant experience that many viewers can relate to. Sandy's scientific work adds another layer to her character development. She came to Bikini Bottom to study underwater life while working for Tridome Enterprises, making her both a researcher and a research subject herself. Her inventions range from practical survival tools to elaborate experiments, showing genuine scientific curiosity alongside her Texas toughness. The early episodes also established Sandy's competitive nature and physical capabilities. She excels at karate, bodybuilding, and extreme sports, making her one of the physically strongest characters in the series. However, her competitive drive sometimes creates problems, as seen in episodes where she harms friends or destroys environments in pursuit of victory. Sandy's relationship with hibernation adds biological realism to her character. During winter episodes, she becomes a large, monstrous version of herself due to the fat reserves animals need to survive hibernation. This transformation terrifies SpongeBob and Patrick while accurately reflecting real animal behavior. Her Texas background influences her speech patterns, values, and worldview throughout the series. She frequently uses Southern expressions, makes comparisons to Texas culture, and approaches problems with frontier-style directness. These traits make her distinct from other characters while avoiding offensive stereotypes through her genuine intelligence and scientific expertise. Sandy's character demonstrates how seemingly simple regional characters can represent complex themes about home, identity, and adaptation. Her presence in Bikini Bottom raises questions about belonging, scientific ethics, and the challenges of maintaining cultural identity in new environments. These deeper themes emerge naturally from her basic setup as a Texas squirrel living underwater. Mr. Krabs' military past, from Navy hero to restaurant owner. Eugene Krabs' naval background provides crucial context for understanding his personality, relationships, and business practices. While many fans know he's obsessed with money, fewer remember that he's a military veteran whose service shaped his leadership style and personal identity. The fourth season episode Shell of a Man reveals the most detail about this hidden aspect of his character. Mr. Krabs' Navy service earned him the nickname Armor Abs Krabs due to his incredibly tough exoskeleton. The shell was so hard that anyone could punch it without causing damage. SpongeBob's entire arm disintegrates when he tries to test Mr. Krabs' legendary abdominal strength. This physical toughness became part of his military reputation and personal pride. His Navy memorabilia reveals the extent of his service and achievements. He keeps a treasure chest filled with military items, including his first tattoo, a manly toughness trophy, and photographs of his naval squadron. These items represent a part of his life that predates his business obsessions and shows a time when he valued honor and camaraderie over profit. The photographs reveal Mr. Krabs' Navy buddies, each with distinctive nicknames reflecting their military specialties or injuries. Ol' Iron Eye, Mutton Chop, Torpedo Belly, and Lockjaw Jones. These names suggest a rough military culture where physical toughness and battle scars became badges of honor. The fact that Mr. Krabs maintained friendships with these men shows a loyal, social side of his personality that contrasts with his later business ruthlessness. Mr. Krabs' military background explains many of his management practices at the Krusty Krab. He runs the restaurant like a naval operation, with clear hierarchies, strict discipline, and emphasis on efficiency. His frequent use of nautical terms and military time reflects habits formed during his service years. He treats SpongeBob and Squidward like subordinates in his command rather than simply employees. The Shell of a Man episode explores how aging affects military veterans. When Mr. Krabs molts his shell before the Navy reunion, he loses the armor abs that defined his military identity. His shame about appearing pink and soft and unmanly reflects real concerns that aging veterans face about maintaining their tough image and connection to their service identity. The Navy reunion reveals that all of Mr. Krabs' military friends have also changed since their service days. Torpedo Belly had his torpedoes surgically removed, Mutton Chop's sideburns are fake, Lockjaw Jones wears dentures, and Ol' Iron Eye's iron eye is made of formica rather than actual metal. These revelations show that everyone struggles with aging and the gap between their past and present selves. Mr. Krabs' willingness to admit his vulnerability ultimately earns him respect from his Navy buddies. They award him the Trophy of Manly Toughness for having the courage to reveal his molted condition, suggesting that true strength comes from honesty rather than physical toughness. This lesson reflects mature themes about masculinity and aging that go beyond typical children's cartoon content. The military background also provides context for Mr. Krabs' post-service depression. The Krusty Krab training video mentions that he suffered from depression after the war before discovering entrepreneurship as a new purpose. This detail suggests that his money obsession might partly stem from needing financial security after experiencing military trauma and displacement. The timeline of Mr. Krabs' service has led to fan speculation about which historical conflicts he might have experienced. Given his birth year and military age, some fans theorize he served during the Vietnam War era, though the show never explicitly identifies specific conflicts. The series treats his military background as generic naval service, rather than connecting it to real historical events. Mr. Krabs' relationship with authority figures and chain of command throughout the series reflects his military training. He shows automatic respect for official titles and procedures while expecting similar respect for his own authority. His leadership style combines naval discipline with business pragmatism, creating the unique culture of the Krusty Krab workplace. The contrast between Mr. Krabs' military honor and his business practices creates internal tension in his character. While he values loyalty, courage, and tradition from his naval days, his restaurant ownership has made him greedy and sometimes dishonest. This tension suggests that civilian life has corrupted some of his military values while preserving others. The deeper layers of Bikini Bottom. These character details demonstrate that SpongeBob SquarePants operates on multiple levels simultaneously. Surface-level viewers see simple cartoon characters with obvious traits, but closer examination reveals complex backstories that add emotional weight to comedy situations. Squidward's species confusion reflects themes about identity and belonging. Sandy's homesickness explores immigration and cultural adaptation. Krabs' military service connects to issues of aging, honor, and life transitions. The creator's decision to include these deeper character elements shows respect for their audience's intelligence. They understood that children could enjoy the surface comedy, while adults could appreciate more sophisticated storytelling. These hidden details reward careful viewers and provide material for ongoing discussion and analysis. The fact that many fans forget or overlook these character elements speaks to the show's density of content. Each episode contains enough detail and development that important character information can get lost in the wealth of material. This richness has helped SpongeBob SquarePants maintain relevance and rewatch value across multiple generations of viewers. These deep-cut character details also reveal the creator's commitment to internal consistency and world building. Rather than treating characters as simple comedy devices, they developed full personalities with histories, motivations, and emotional needs. This attention to character development helps explain why SpongeBob SquarePants has endured as both entertainment and cultural phenomenon. Understanding these forgotten character elements enhances appreciation for the series' craftsmanship and ambition. SpongeBob SquarePants succeeded not just as a silly cartoon, but as a genuine work of character-driven storytelling that happened to be set in an underwater world with talking sea creatures. SpongeBob SquarePants contains surprising character details that even dedicated fans often overlook, revealing deeper layers of storytelling and world building. Squidward is actually an octopus, not a squid, despite his misleading name. Creator Steven Hillenburg confirmed this in multiple interviews, explaining he chose octopuses for their large, bulbous heads that made Squidward look intellectual. He named him Squidward, combining squid plus Edward, because alternatives like Octord didn't sound right. For animation simplicity, Squidward normally appears with 6 tentacles instead of 8, though 2 episodes show his full set. His octopus biology explains his intelligence and solitary nature. Sandy Cheeks' Texas connection goes far beyond her accent. Early episodes establish her deep homesickness and the complexity of her underwater life support system. Her tree dome was built by NASA and requires special water helmets for visiting sea creatures. In Texas, Sandy becomes so homesick she nearly leaves Bikini Bottom, singing about missing her 20 acres of land, barbecues, and pecan pies. She originally came underwater to study sea life for Tree Dome Enterprises, making her both researcher and research subject. Mr. Krabs' Navy past reveals a military veteran background often forgotten by fans. In Shell of a Man, he prepares for a naval reunion with his old squadron buddies, Iron Eye, Mutton Chop, Torpedo Belly, and Lockjaw Jones. His military nickname was Armor Abs Krabs due to his incredibly tough shell. When he molts before the reunion, he feels ashamed of appearing weak, but ultimately wins a trophy for honesty when his Navy friends reveal they've all changed too. Fake sideburrs, removed torpedoes, dentures, etc. These details show how SpongeBob operates on multiple levels, rewarding careful viewers with rich character development that goes far beyond simple cartoon comedy. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Patchy the Pirate and the Meta Layer. Patchy the Pirate and the Meta Layer. SpongeBob SquarePants broke television conventions by creating its own built-in fan character and host who exists outside the underwater world of Bikini Bottom. Patchy the Pirate represents one of the most clever meta-television concepts ever created for a children's show, serving as both a framing device for special episodes and a commentary on fandom itself. His presence, along with groundbreaking interactive television experiments like Shanghaied, shows how SpongeBob pushed the boundaries of what animated series could do on television. The ultimate fan avatar, Patchy's role in SpongeBob. Patchy the Pirate made his debut in the December 2000 episode Christmas Who as the self-appointed president of the SpongeBob SquarePants fan club. Played by Tom Kenny, who also voices SpongeBob himself, Patchy lives in a suburban house in Encino, California, surrounded by SpongeBob merchandise and pirate-themed decorations. His existence creates a bridge between the fictional underwater world and the real world of SpongeBob fans watching at home. The genius of Patchy lies in how he functions as a perfect fan avatar. He represents every devoted viewer who has ever gotten excited about their favorite show, collected merchandise, and wanted to share their enthusiasm with others. Patchy's house overflows with SpongeBob plush toys, collectibles, bedspreads, and pillows, making him the ultimate superfan who has built his entire identity around his love for the series. Tom Kenny designed Patchy as more of a suburban guy than an actual pirate, explaining that the only thing that makes him a pirate is that he says he's one and dresses like one. This approach makes Patchy relatable rather than intimidating. He wears typical pirate accessories like an eye patch, hook hand, and pirate hat, but he lives in a normal neighborhood and deals with everyday problems that viewers can understand. Patchy's relationship with his pet parrot, Potty the Parrot, adds another layer of comedy and relatability. Potty serves as the sarcastic voice of reason who often disagrees with Patchy's enthusiastic plans. Their arguments mirror the kind of friendly debates that fans have about their favorite shows, with Potty representing the more critical viewer, while Patchy embodies pure, uncritical love for SpongeBob. The character was specifically added to the show in Season 2 to help fill longer special episodes. Creator Steven Hillenburg wanted Tom Kenny to play Patchy so that the main character of both the animated and live-action segments would be played by the same person. This connection reinforces the meta concept that Patchy and SpongeBob are linked in ways that go beyond simple fandom. Patchy's segments are deliberately designed with low production values that parody children's shows on local television stations. His eye patch constantly switches between eyes, his hook changes hands, and his lip syncing is intentionally poor. These choices create humor while making gentle fun of cheaply produced children's programming. The creators chose Encino as his hometown specifically because they wanted somewhere that looked like a pirate would never live, creating a funny contrast between his pirate persona and suburban reality. The intentionally amateurish quality of Patchy's segments serves multiple purposes. It makes the character endearing rather than polished, suggesting that his love for SpongeBob is more important than professional presentation. It also creates a nostalgic feeling for viewers who remember watching low-budget local children's shows, adding another layer of meta-commentary about television history. Patchy appears primarily in special episodes in television movies, serving as a host who introduces and comments on the main SpongeBob stories. His presence signals to viewers that they're about to see something special and different from regular episodes. This framing device helps create anticipation and makes certain episodes feel like events rather than simple cartoons. The character has evolved over the years, while maintaining his core identity as SpongeBob's biggest fan. He's appeared in various forms across different media, including animated segments, video games, and even live appearances at events like the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. His continued popularity demonstrates how well the creators understood the psychology of fandom and created a character who embodies the best aspects of being a devoted fan. The Interactive Revolution, Shanghaied, and its alternate endings. The March 2001 special You Wish featuring the episode Shanghaied represents one of television's most innovative uses of interactive technology and alternate storytelling. This groundbreaking experiment allowed viewers to vote by telephone or online for different endings to the same SpongeBob episode, creating multiple versions of the same story and pioneering concepts that would later become common in digital media. The episode itself follows SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward as they encounter the Flying Dutchman, a ghostly pirate who forces them to serve as his crew for eternity. When their poor performance as crew members leads the Flying Dutchman to consider eating them instead, he offers to grant one final wish before their doom. The identity of who gets this wish became the subject of the unprecedented viewer vote. Nickelodeon promoted the special extensively, encouraging viewers to call a 1-800 number or visit their website to vote for whether SpongeBob, Patrick, or Squidward should receive the Flying Dutchman's wish. This interactive element transformed a passive viewing experience into active participation, making audiences feel like they had genuine control over the story's outcome. The three alternate endings showcased completely different approaches to wish-making and consequences. In SpongeBob's ending, which won the vote, he wishes that the Flying Dutchman were a vegetarian. This transforms the ghostly pirate into a hippie-like character and turns his ship into a psychedelic van, but SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward are transformed into fruit, and the vegetarian Dutchman continues chasing them as food. Patrick's ending, had it won, would have shown him wishing for gum that never loses its flavor. This seemingly innocent wish backfires spectacularly as the three characters end up being eaten by the Flying Dutchman anyway, demonstrating Patrick's characteristic lack of strategic thinking, even in life-or-death situations. Squidward's ending reveals his character priorities through his wish that he had never met SpongeBob and Patrick. However, this wish also backfires as the magical reset means Squidward must meet them again for the first time, and they still end up being eaten. This ending reflects Squidward's ongoing frustration with his neighbors while showing that his problems might be unavoidable. Patchy the Pirate hosted the voting process from his phone-filled house, surrounded by hundreds of telephones that reflected the interactive nature of the special. His segments explained the voting process and built excitement for the results, making him an essential part of the television event rather than just a framing device. The technical execution of You Wish required careful planning and multiple versions of the same content. The creators had to produce all 3 endings, plus different patchy segments that would work with each possible outcome. They also needed to coordinate with Nickelodeon's telephone and web systems to collect and tabulate votes in real time during the broadcast. SpongeBob's ending won the viewer vote and became the official version shown in all subsequent broadcasts. However, the other endings were preserved and later released on DVD collections, allowing fans to see the alternate versions that might have been. This created a unique piece of media history where multiple official versions of the same story exist. The original You Wish broadcast has become something of a lost media curiosity. The complete version, with all voting elements intact, was included on the First 100 Episodes DVD collection in 2009, but with the original phone numbers censored for obvious reasons. Most television reruns show an edited version that removes references to the voting and simply presents SpongeBob's ending as the canonical story. The success of Shanghai demonstrated audience hunger for interactive content years before social media and streaming platforms made such participation common. It showed that viewers wanted to feel involved in their favorite shows rather than simply watching passively. This experiment helped pave the way for later interactive media, from reality show voting to choose-your-own-adventure streaming content. The episode also highlighted the challenges of interactive television. Creating multiple storylines required significantly more production time and resources. Coordinating real-time voting during broadcast created technical complications. Most importantly, the experiment revealed that most viewers still preferred having one definitive version of a story rather than multiple alternatives. The alternate endings of Shanghai have gained cult status among SpongeBob fans, with many seeking out the rare footage of Patrick and Squidward's endings. The complete versions represent a unique moment in television history when a children's cartoon pushed the boundaries of what the medium could accomplish. The meta-commentary on television and fandom. Both Patchy the Pirate and the Shanghai experiment represent sophisticated meta-commentary on television, fandom, and audience participation. These elements show how SpongeBob SquarePants operated on multiple levels simultaneously, entertaining children with surface-level comedy while offering deeper insights about media consumption and fan culture. Patchy functions as a commentary on the nature of fandom itself. His extreme devotion to SpongeBob, complete with themed merchandise and lifestyle choices, reflects how fans can build their identities around their favorite media. However, the character never mocks this devotion. Instead, Patchy's enthusiasm is presented as genuine and admirable, suggesting that passionate fandom is something to celebrate rather than ridicule. The deliberately low production values of Patchy's segments comment on the history of children's television. By recreating the aesthetic of local access children's shows, the creators acknowledge their debt to earlier forms of television while gently parodying their limitations. This approach shows respect for television history while demonstrating how far production values have advanced. The interactive elements of Shanghai comment on audience expectations and the nature of storytelling itself. By offering viewers control over the story's outcome, the creators questioned traditional assumptions about passive media consumption. The experiment asked whether audiences truly wanted narrative control or if they preferred the expertise of professional storytellers. The fact that all 3 endings of Shanghai result in the characters being eaten by the Flying Dutchman suggests a meta-commentary on the illusion of choice in media. Despite appearing to offer meaningful alternatives, the different endings lead to essentially the same fate, implying that audience participation might be more symbolic than substantial. Patchy's role as a bridge between the real and fictional worlds creates unique storytelling opportunities. His segments can reference real-world events, television production, and fan culture in ways that the underwater SpongeBob segments cannot. This flexibility allows the show to comment on itself and the television industry while maintaining the fantasy world of Bikini Bottom. The meta elements also demonstrate the creators' respect for their audience's intelligence. Rather than talking down to viewers, Patchy's segments assume that audiences can understand and appreciate jokes about television production, fan behavior, and media history. This approach helps SpongeBob appeal to multiple age groups simultaneously. The legacy of SpongeBob's meta-innovations. The meta-television elements pioneered by SpongeBob SquarePants influenced how animated series approach audience engagement and self-reference. Patchy the Pirate established a template for fan avatar characters that other shows have since adopted, while the Shanghai experiment demonstrated the potential for interactive storytelling that would later flourish in digital media. Modern streaming platforms regularly offer interactive content that allows viewers to choose story outcomes, following the path that SpongeBob pioneered in 2001. Social media has made real-time audience participation standard for television events, fulfilling the promise of engagement that You Wish first demonstrated. Patchy's continued appearances in SpongeBob specials show that the meta-television concept remains effective and popular with audiences. His presence has become a signal that viewers are about to experience something special and different, maintaining the excitement and anticipation that made his original appearances successful. The preservation of Shanghai's alternate endings on DVD collections demonstrates the historical importance of these television experiments. These materials serve as artifacts of an era when television was becoming more interactive and participatory, documenting the medium's evolution toward greater audience engagement. Together, Patchy the Pirate and the Shanghai experiment represent SpongeBob SquarePants at its most innovative and ambitious. They show how a children's cartoon could push television boundaries while remaining entertaining and accessible. These meta-elements prove that the best children's programming respects its audience's intelligence and creativity, offering layers of meaning that reward careful attention and repeated viewing. SpongeBob SquarePants created groundbreaking meta-television elements that pushed the boundaries of children's programming, featuring both a built-in fan avatar and revolutionary interactive storytelling. Patchy the Pirate serves as the ultimate fan avatar, debuting in Christmas Who, December 2000, as the self-appointed president of the SpongeBob fan club. Played by Tom Kenny, SpongeBob's voice actor, Patchy lives in suburban Encino, California, surrounded by SpongeBob merchandise. He represents every devoted fan who builds their identity around their favorite show. His segments intentionally feature low production values that parody local access children's television, DHEP. His eye patch switches sides, his hook changes hands, and his lip syncing is deliberately poor. Patchy hosts special episodes and serves as a bridge between the fictional underwater world and real viewers. Shanghai pioneered interactive television with its original March 2001 broadcast as You Wish. Viewers could call a 1-800 number or go online to vote for which character, SpongeBob, Patrick, or Squidward, would get the Flying Dutchman's final wish, determining the episode's ending. SpongeBob's ending won, where he wishes the Flying Dutchman becomes vegetarian, but all three characters turn into fruit and get chased anyway. Patrick's alternate ending had him wishing for eternal gum before being eaten, while Squidward's ending showed him wishing he'd never met his neighbors, only to meet them again and still get eaten. The complete original version with voting segments is preserved on the first 100 episodes DVD, though most reruns show edited versions. These meta-elements demonstrate SpongeBob's sophisticated commentary on fandom, television production, and audience participation, influencing later interactive media, and showing how children's programming could operate on multiple intellectual levels simultaneously. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to banned or pulled segments and why that happened. Banned or pulled SpongeBob segments and why that happened. SpongeBob SquarePants seems like the most innocent show in the world. A happy yellow sponge living in a pineapple under the sea, making burgers and catching jellyfish with his best friend Patrick. What could possibly go wrong? Well, as it turns out, even Bikini Bottom has its dark secrets. Over the years, several SpongeBob episodes have been banned, pulled from TV, or heavily edited because they crossed lines that nobody expected a kids' show to cross. The panty raid that ended an era. The most famous banned SpongeBob episode is Midlife Crustacean from Season 3. This episode aired back in 2003 and was a fan favorite for nearly 15 years. The story seemed harmless enough at first. Mr. Krabs was feeling old and boring, complaining that he was out of touch with young people. Pearl called him old, customers made jokes about his age, and poor Mr. Krabs felt like his best days were behind him. SpongeBob and Patrick wanted to help their boss feel young again, so they invited him on a night out to experience what they called the nightlife. Mr. Krabs was excited, imagining wild parties and exciting adventures. Instead, the two took him to incredibly boring activities like watching washing machines spin at the laundromat, going to the dentist for fun, and playing simple children's games. Mr. Krabs grew more frustrated with each stop. This wasn't making him feel young and cool at all. He was ready to give up and go home when Patrick mentioned the final activity of their evening, a panty raid. Suddenly, Mr. Krabs perked up. This sounded rebellious and exciting, exactly what he needed to feel young again. The three characters broke into a house in the middle of the night to steal women's underwear from their dresser drawers. Mr. Krabs felt like a young troublemaker again, finally experiencing the thrill he'd been looking for. The big twist came when they turned on the lights and discovered they had been raiding the underwear drawer of Mr. Krabs' own mother. She caught them in the act and grounded Mr. Krabs for the rest of the night, sending him to his childhood bedroom. For years, this episode aired regularly on Nickelodeon without major complaints. The term panty raid was a reference to college pranks from the 1,940 seconds and 1,960 seconds that most kids watching didn't understand anyway. They laughed at the silly situation without grasping what was actually happening. The episode also contained one of the most memorable lines in SpongeBob history. "Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?" Everything changed in 2018 when Nickelodeon conducted a standards review of their older content. The network realized that showing three male characters breaking into a woman's home to steal her underwear was sending the wrong message to children, even in a cartoon. The episode was quietly pulled from TV rotation and later removed from streaming services. In 2021, when SpongeBob moved to Paramount Plus, midlife crustacean was completely excluded from the platform. The episode remains the only SpongeBob episode that has been permanently banned from American television. Fans were devastated, knowing that an entire generation would grow up without understanding the classic reference, "Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?" The episode can still be found on older DVD collections and can be purchased individually on some digital platforms, but it will never air on television again in the United States. Interestingly, the episode did briefly return to streaming in 2023 due to what Paramount called a technical error, but was quickly removed again within hours. When a pandemic hit too close to home, Quarantined Krab from Season 12 became the second SpongeBob episode to face a major ban, though this one was due to unfortunate timing rather than inappropriate content. The episode was originally scheduled to air in 2020, but the real world had other plans. The story began normally enough at the Krusty Krab, with SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, and other customers enjoying their meal. Everything changed when a health inspector arrived and started testing people with a strange device. He announced that someone in the restaurant was infected with a highly contagious disease called the clam flu. Nobody knew who was sick, which caused immediate panic among everyone in the restaurant. The health inspector decided to quarantine the entire building until they could figure out who had the flu and how it was spreading. As the lockdown continued, the characters became increasingly paranoid and suspicious of each other. Mr. Krabs made the situation worse by throwing people he suspected of being sick into the restaurant's freezer. The characters turned on each other, with friends becoming enemies as fear took over. Some tried to escape while others demanded stricter quarantine measures. The episode showed how quickly a community could fall apart when faced with an unknown disease. The problem was that this episode was written and animated in 2019, a full year before COVID. 19 changed the world. When the real pandemic hit in early 2020, the episode's storyline became uncomfortably similar to what people were experiencing in real life. Nickelodeon made the difficult decision to pull the episode before it could air, citing sensitivities surrounding the global, real-world pandemic. The episode hit too many real-world triggers. The quarantine, the fear of unknown diseases, people being isolated and turned against each other, the paranoia about who might be infected, and all mirrored what viewers were living through every day. Watching SpongeBob characters go through the same struggles that real families were experiencing felt inappropriate and insensitive. Unlike midlife crustacean, this ban was always intended to be temporary. In April 2022, nearly 2 years after it was supposed to air, Quarantined Krab finally made it to television. By then, the worst of the pandemic had passed, and people were ready to laugh at a fictional virus storyline again. The episode is now available on Paramount Plus and airs normally on Nickelodeon. The security system that was too dangerous. One of the most infamous moments in SpongeBob history isn't a banned episode, but a banned scene. Just One Bite from Season 3 originally contained a sequence that was so dangerous, Nickelodeon removed it after just a few airings. The episode followed Squidward's first experience eating a Krabby Patty. After years of working at the Krusty Krab, he had never actually tried one of the burgers. SpongeBob finally convinced him to take a bite, and Squidward discovered that Krabby Patties were absolutely delicious. In fact, they were so good that he became completely obsessed with them. Late that night, Squidward snuck back to the Krusty Krab to steal more Krabby Patties from the vault where they were stored. Mr. Krabs had installed a security system to keep burglars like Plankton from breaking in. The original version of the episode showed Squidward discovering this security system in the most painful way possible. As Squidward approached the restaurant's entrance, he noticed a bucket hanging above the door. He assumed it was filled with water and laughed at how simple Mr. Krabs' security system was. When he opened the door, the bucket spilled all over him. But when he smelled the liquid, he realized it wasn't water at all, it was gasoline. Immediately, a robotic hand emerged from the wall and dropped a lit match. Squidward burst into flames and screamed in agony as he ran around on fire. But his obsession with Krabby Patties was stronger than his pain, so he continued into the kitchen. The exact same thing happened again. Another bucket of gasoline, another match, and Squidward was set on fire for a second time. The scene was only about 40 seconds long, but it was incredibly violent by SpongeBob standards. Viewers saw a main character getting burned alive twice in a row, screaming in pain both times. Nickelodeon initially aired the episode with this scene intact on the 5th of October 2001, but concerns grew quickly. Parents and child psychologists worried that kids might try to recreate the scene using real gasoline and matches. The combination of flammable liquid and fire was exactly the kind of dangerous activity that children were known to imitate from cartoons. After a standards review in 2002, Nickelodeon decided the scene was too risky to keep showing. The edited version cuts directly from Squidward approaching the restaurant to him already inside the Krabby Patty vault, completely removing the security system sequence. This edited version is what airs on television today and appears on all DVD releases and streaming platforms. Interestingly, the original scene still airs in some other countries. Canadian channels like YTV and Nickelodeon Canada continue to show the uncut version, as do channels in South Korea, Serbia, and Bulgaria. American fans have to search online or find bootleg recordings to see what Squidward's painful encounter with Mr. Krabs' security system actually looked like. Vincent Waller, one of SpongeBob's current showrunners, confirmed that the scene was removed because Nickelodeon doesn't tolerate stunts involving igniting gas. The network felt that showing gasoline being ignited as a gag, even in a cartoon, was too dangerous for their young audience. The virus episode that became real. Before Quarantined Krab, there were early concerns about episodes that dealt with diseases or health scares. SpongeBob has had several storylines involving sickness, but most of them were considered harmless because they dealt with obviously fictional conditions or played illness for silly comedy. The show has featured episodes about Squidward catching Squid's disease from SpongeBob, Patrick getting mad snail disease, and various characters coming down with cartoon ailments that clearly don't exist in real life. These episodes continued airing without problems because they were so obviously fictional that no viewer could confuse them with real medical conditions. Quarantined Krab was different because it dealt with the realistic fear of unknown diseases and the social breakdown that can result from quarantine measures. Even though the clam flu was fictional, the characters' reactions, panic, paranoia, isolation, turning against friends, were all too realistic for comfort during an actual pandemic. The episode also showed how quickly rumors and misinformation could spread during a health crisis. Characters started blaming each other without evidence, creating theories about who was really sick, and making decisions based on fear rather than facts. This mirrored the real-world spread of COVID-19 misinformation that was causing serious problems at the time. Why SpongeBob episodes get banned today? The banning of SpongeBob episodes reveals how much children's television has changed over the past 25 years. When the show first started in 1999, networks were less concerned about the subtle messages that cartoons might be sending to kids. Shows were judged primarily on whether they contained obvious inappropriate content like swearing or graphic violence. Modern standards are much stricter. Networks now consider the behavioral examples that characters set, the real-world activities that might be imitated, and the social messages that storylines might communicate to impressionable viewers. Even harmless-seeming activities like breaking into houses or mixing chemicals can be seen as too dangerous for young audiences. The rise of social media has also made networks more cautious. Controversial content spreads faster than ever before, and parent groups can organize boycotts within hours of an episode airing. A single inappropriate scene can generate thousands of angry tweets and news articles, creating public relations nightmares for children's networks. Streaming services have made the situation more complicated. When shows only aired on television, banned episodes would simply disappear from rotation and eventually be forgotten. Now, with shows available on demand through multiple platforms, networks must actively remove content and explain why certain episodes are missing from collections. SpongeBob's banned episodes also show how unpredictable television can be. Midlife Crustacean aired without major controversy for 15 years before being banned. Quarantined Krab was pulled not because of its content, but because a real-world event made fictional storylines feel inappropriate. Just One Bite lost its most memorable scene because of safety concerns that nobody had considered when it first aired. The lost episodes live on. Despite being banned from official platforms, SpongeBob's controversial episodes have found new life online. Fan communities actively preserve and share the forbidden content, often treating banned episodes as special collector's items. The Just One Bite deleted scene has become a popular internet meme, with fans creating remixes and parodies of Squidward's gasoline mishap. The controversy has actually made these episodes more famous than they might have been otherwise. Midlife Crustacean is now one of the most discussed SpongeBob episodes ever, not because of its quality, but because of its banned status. Fans who grew up with the episode share memories of, "Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?" with younger viewers who have no idea what they're referencing. The banning of these episodes also raises questions about how long controversial content should be kept away from audiences. Quarantined Krab returned after 2 years, but Midlife Crustacean may never come back. The Just One Bite scene has been gone for over 20 years with no sign of returning. Some fans argue that removing this content goes too far, and that parents should be responsible for deciding what their children watch. Others support the network's decisions, believing that children's television should be held to higher standards than adult programming. The debate continues as streaming platforms face pressure to review more of their older content. SpongeBob's banned episodes remind us that even the most innocent-seeming shows can create unexpected controversies. They show us how cultural attitudes change over time, how real-world events can impact fictional stories, and how the things we find acceptable for children are constantly evolving. The next time you watch SpongeBob SquarePants, remember that somewhere in Nickelodeon's vault, there are episodes and scenes that were deemed too dangerous, inappropriate, or poorly timed for your eyes. These banned segments have become the forbidden fruit of Bikini Bottom, forever locked away but never forgotten by the fans who remember when SpongeBob could still shock the world. Even SpongeBob SquarePants has episodes too controversial for TV. Midlife Crustacean got permanently banned for a panty raid scene. Quarantine Krab was pulled during COVID for being too realistic, and Just One Bite lost a scene where Squidward gets set on fire with gasoline. These bans show how children's TV standards have changed and how real-world events can make cartoon storylines feel inappropriate. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to movies, spin-offs, and timeline placement. What started as a simple cartoon about a sea sponge making burgers has become one of the biggest entertainment franchises in the world. SpongeBob SquarePants now spans multiple movies, spin-off shows, and different timelines that can confuse even the most dedicated fans. Understanding how all these pieces fit together requires diving deep into the expansion of Bikini Bottom, the original movie trilogy. The SpongeBob movie saga began in 2004 when creator Stephen Hillenburg finally agreed to bring his characters to the big screen. The SpongeBob SquarePants movie was originally planned as the series finale, showing SpongeBob and Patrick on an epic quest to save Mr. Krabs from King Neptune's wrath. The movie took our heroes to the surface world for the first time, proving they could handle a cinematic adventure. The film was a massive success, earning over $140 million worldwide and keeping SpongeBob alive for many more years. Hillenburg had been hesitant about making a movie, worried about maintaining what he called the SpongeBob cadence in a longer format. He wanted to make sure SpongeBob and Patrick could handle something more cinematically consequential and inspiring without losing their essential characters. The SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, arrived 11 years later in 2015, directed by Paul Tibbitt. This sequel took an even bolder approach by combining animation with live-action sequences. When a pirate steals the Krabby Patty formula, SpongeBob and his friends travel to our world to get it back. The movie featured SpongeBob and the gang as superheroes in the real world, with Antonio Banderas playing the villainous pirate Burger Beard. This film proved even more successful than the first, earning over $324 million worldwide. The long gap between movies showed that audiences were still hungry for SpongeBob adventures on the big screen, even after more than a decade. The SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run, completed the trilogy in 2020, though its release was complicated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Originally scheduled for theaters, the movie ended up debuting on Paramount Plus and video on demand instead. This fully computer-animated film followed SpongeBob and Patrick as they rescued Gary the Snail from King Poseidon in the lost city of Atlantic City. The movie was significant for introducing flashback scenes at Camp Coral, showing how SpongeBob and his friends first met as children. These scenes would later inspire an entire spin-off series and create new questions about SpongeBob timeline continuity. The next generation of movies. The success of the original trilogy led to plans for more SpongeBob films, but with a different approach. Saving Bikini Bottom, the Sandy Cheeks movie premiered directly on Netflix in 2024, focusing on Sandy's scientific expertise when all of Bikini Bottom gets scooped out of the ocean. The movie showed Sandy and SpongeBob traveling to Texas to save their underwater home. This marked the beginning of character-focused spin-off movies, with each film highlighting different members of the main cast. Plankton the movie followed in March 2025, showing what happens when Karen the computer decides to take over the world without Plankton's help. The SpongeBob movie, Search for SquarePants, is scheduled for theatrical release on the 19th of December 2025, returning the franchise to the big screen after 5 years. This fourth theatrical film promises to bring back the epic adventure feel of the original movies while incorporating lessons learned from the spin-off projects. Camp Coral, the prequel nobody expected. Camp Coral, SpongeBob's Under Years, premiered on Paramount Plus on the 4th of March 2021, the same day as the Sponge on the Run movie. This computer-animated series showed 10-year-old versions of SpongeBob, Patrick, and Sandy spending their summer at a sleepaway camp in the kelp forest. The series was controversial from the start because it contradicted Stephen Hillenburg's previous statements about not wanting SpongeBob spin-offs. Hillenburg had died in 2018, and many fans felt the network was going against his wishes. However, the show's creators argued that the Camp Coral flashbacks in Sponge on the Run had already established this backstory. Camp Coral featured familiar characters and new roles. Mr. Krabs ran the camp as a single father raising baby Pearl. Mrs. Puff worked as the scoutmaster and arts and crafts teacher. Squidward served as a junior counselor, slightly older than the other campers and already showing his pessimistic personality. Plankton operated a secret laboratory underneath the camp, plotting world domination with Karen's help. The series ran for 2 seasons with 39 episodes total, ending in 2024. While some fans appreciated seeing the characters' childhood friendships develop, others criticized the computer animation and felt it lacked the charm of the original 2D show. The series created its own timeline, separate from the main SpongeBob continuity, allowing for more creative freedom but confusing the overall chronology. The Patrick Star Show, Variety Hour Chaos. The Patrick Star Show debuted on Nickelodeon on the 9th of July 2021, taking an entirely different approach to SpongeBob spin-offs. Instead of being a traditional prequel or sequel, the show presented itself as Patrick hosting his own variety show from his family home. The series introduced Patrick's previously unknown family members, including his parents Cecil and Bunny Star, his grandfather Grandpat, and most importantly, his younger sister Squidina. Squidina, despite being only 8 years old, actually produces Patrick's fake TV show, using her older brother like one of her toys to create the content. This format allowed the writers unprecedented creative freedom. They could break the fourth wall, ignore established continuity, and create surreal storylines that would be impossible in the main SpongeBob series. Episodes could function as talk shows, sitcoms, road trip adventures, or complete abstract experiments depending on what Patrick's imagination conjured up. The show's creators, Mark Ceccarelli and Vincent Waller, admitted they mess with Canon a lot and don't respect Canon just for the sake of itself. This approach frustrated some longtime fans but opened up new storytelling possibilities that kept the series fresh and unpredictable. The Patrick Star Show has been renewed through Season 5, making it one of Nickelodeon's most successful new series. The variety show format has proven popular with younger audiences who appreciate its randomness and fast-paced humor. Timeline confusion and multiple universes. The expansion of the SpongeBob franchise has created significant timeline confusion. The original SpongeBob series has always been largely episodic, with characters reset to their basic states at the beginning of each episode. This made continuity less important and allowed for more flexible storytelling. However, the movies and spin-offs have introduced linear storytelling elements that don't always mesh together. The 2004 movie was meant to be the series finale, showing SpongeBob finally becoming a manager and Plankton successfully stealing the formula. Yet the TV series continued with SpongeBob back to his regular fry cook job and Plankton still plotting to steal the secret recipe. Camp Coral creates additional problems by showing how the characters met as children, which contradicts episodes from the original series that depicted their first meetings differently. For example, Sandy's origin story changes between tea at the Treedome and her Camp Coral appearance. The Patrick Star Show exists in its own universe, where Patrick lives with family members who have never been mentioned in over 20 years of the original series. The show occasionally features other SpongeBob characters, but their relationships and personalities often differ from their main series counterparts. To address this confusion, Nickelodeon has essentially created a SpongeBob multiverse. Each series and movie can exist in its own timeline without worrying about continuity with the others. This allows creative teams maximum flexibility, while giving fans the freedom to choose which versions of the characters they prefer. The business of expansion. The SpongeBob franchise expansion represents a massive business strategy for Nickelodeon and Paramount. The original series generated over $13 billion in merchandising revenue, making it the most profitable property for Paramount consumer products. Expanding the universe with movies and spin-offs creates more content to monetize across multiple platforms. Camp Coral was designed specifically for Paramount Plus as the streaming service's first original animated series. The Patrick Star Show helps fill Nickelodeon's programming schedule while providing content that can also appear on streaming platforms. The spin-off movies give Netflix and other partners exclusive SpongeBob content to attract subscribers. This expansion strategy has increased Nickelodeon Animation Studios' output from 10 productions to nearly 50 inches just 3 years. The studio hired 500 new employees to handle the increased workload, showing how successful the SpongeBob universe has become at generating both content and jobs. Looking forward, the future of Bikini Bottom. The SpongeBob franchise shows no signs of slowing down. The main series continues to air new episodes and has been renewed through multiple future seasons. The upcoming Search for SquarePants movie will test whether theatrical SpongeBob films can still draw big audiences after the streaming success of the spin-off movies. Additional character-focused films are in development, potentially giving major characters like Squidward, Mr. Krabs, or Mrs. Puff their own starring roles. These projects would continue the strategy of expanding the universe while keeping production costs lower than major theatrical releases. The success of the Patrick Star Show has proven that audiences will accept SpongeBob content that breaks traditional formatting rules. This opens the door for even more experimental approaches to the franchise, possibly including live-action series, mockumentaries, or completely new formats that haven't been tried yet. However, the expansion also faces challenges from longtime fans who prefer the original series format. Balancing nostalgia for classic SpongeBob with the need for new content that appeals to modern audiences remains an ongoing struggle for the creative teams. Where everything fits. For fans trying to understand the SpongeBob universe, the simplest approach is to think of each project as its own separate experience. The original SpongeBob SquarePants series remains the core of the franchise, with its episodic format and timeless characters. The movies can be enjoyed as special events that don't necessarily fit into any specific timeline. Each film tells a complete story that can be watched and enjoyed independently of the others. Camp Coral provides a fun look at childhood versions of beloved characters, even if it doesn't perfectly align with the original series continuity. The Patrick Star Show offers a completely different type of humor and storytelling that appeals to viewers who want something more experimental and unpredictable. The The beauty of the SpongeBob multiverse is that fans can choose which parts they want to embrace. Some may stick exclusively to the original series, while others might enjoy exploring every corner of the expanded universe. There's no wrong way to experience the world of SpongeBob SquarePants. Summary: SpongeBob has evolved from a single cartoon series into a massive entertainment universe featuring 4 theatrical films, 2004 to 2025, streaming movies, and 2 major spin-offs. Camp Coral shows young SpongeBob at summer camp using CGI animation, while the Patrick Star Show presents Patrick hosting a chaotic variety show with his family. These projects create multiple timelines and universes, allowing creative teams maximum freedom while giving fans different ways to experience Bikini Bottom. The expansion represents a major business strategy that has helped SpongeBob become a $13 billion franchise, spanning multiple platforms and formats. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to music, tone, and the show's Island Exotica vibe. Music, tone, and the show's Island Exotica vibe. There's something magical about SpongeBob SquarePants that goes beyond just the jokes and characters. The moment you hear those steel guitar slides and see those floating flower clouds in the sky, you're transported to a world that feels like a permanent tropical vacation. The show's entire aesthetic is built around what Stephen Hillenburg called Island Exotica, a blend of Hawaiian, tiki, and Polynesian influences that creates one of the most distinctive atmospheres in all of animation. The Hawaiian shirt philosophy. When Stephen Hillenburg pitched SpongeBob to Nickelodeon executives, he didn't just bring storyboards and character designs. He showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt, brought an underwater terrarium with models of the characters, and played Hawaiian music to set the mood. This wasn't just a gimmick, it was the key to understanding everything SpongeBob would become. The executives were blown away by what Nickelodeon's Eric Coleman described as a pretty amazing presentation. They immediately understood that this wasn't going to be just another cartoon. This was going to be an entire world built around the relaxed, carefree spirit of tropical island life, but transplanted to the bottom of the ocean. Hillenburg's vision was influenced by his background as a marine biologist and his love for 1,960 seconds, surf culture, and tiki bar aesthetics. He wanted to create something that felt like you were watching television while lounging at a beachside resort, even if you were sitting in your living room in the middle of winter. Sky flowers, clouds made of dreams. One of the most distinctive visual elements of SpongeBob's world are the sky flowers, those soft, cloud-like blooms that float through nearly every background in Bikini Bottom. When background designer Kenny Pittenger was asked what they actually were, his explanation revealed the show's deeper design philosophy. They function as clouds in a way, but since the show takes place underwater, they aren't really clouds, Pittenger explained. Because of the tiki influence on the show, the background painters use a lot of pattern. He revealed that the sky flowers were specifically designed to evoke the look of a flower print Hawaiian shirt. This brilliant design choice means that every single shot of SpongeBob feels like looking through the pattern of a vintage Hawaiian shirt. The sky flowers drift by in soft blues, pinks, and yellows, creating a hypnotic, dreamlike quality that makes the show perfect for relaxation. It's no wonder that SpongeBob has become popular as background viewing for sleep and stress relief. The entire visual design is built to be calming and pleasant. The sky flowers also serve a practical purpose in animation. They provide visual interest and movement in background shots without being distracting. They're colorful enough to make the world feel alive, but soft enough to never compete with the main action. This creates what animators call living backgrounds that feel organic and breathing rather than static and lifeless. Tiny Tim and the perfect opening song. The most famous piece of music in SpongeBob history almost didn't happen. When Hillenburg and his team were developing the pilot episode Help Wanted, someone sent them a tape with various songs on it. Among those tracks was Tiny Tim's 1,968 cover of Livin' in the Sunlight, Lovin' in the Moonlight, and it immediately captured the exact energy Hillenburg wanted for his show. Tiny Tim's high-pitched, ukulele-accompanied performance of the 1,930-second song felt simultaneously innocent and slightly strange, exactly like SpongeBob himself. The song's upbeat message about finding happiness in simple pleasures perfectly matched the character who could find joy in flipping burgers and catching jellyfish. When it came time to create the pilot episode, the team decided to use this song during SpongeBob's triumphant moment of serving Krabby Patties to a huge crowd of hungry anchovies. The sequence where SpongeBob rapidly creates dozens of perfect burgers while Tiny Tim's enthusiastic voice fills the soundtrack became one of the most memorable scenes in the entire series. The sad irony is that Tiny Tim died right around the time the SpongeBob team was writing the pilot, so he never knew that his quirky cover version would introduce millions of children to his music. Derek Drymon, the show's co-developer, noted that the sad part was Tiny Tim died right around the time we were writing the pilot, so he never knew we used his song. The song became so associated with SpongeBob that it experienced a complete revival in popularity. A whole new generation discovered Tiny Tim through the show, and the song became a permanent part of internet culture, appearing in memes and viral videos decades after the pilot aired. Steel guitar magic and the associated production music library. The backbone of SpongeBob's musical identity comes from steel guitar music, and the story behind how these tracks were chosen reveals the show's deep connection to authentic Hawaiian and exotica traditions. Music editor and composer Nicholas Carr, who worked with Hillenburg on Rocko's Modern Life, became the primary architect of SpongeBob's sound. When Carr joined the SpongeBob team, he was tasked with finding music from the Associated Production Music Library, USEA, a collection of pre-recorded tracks that TV shows could license for background music. What he discovered was a treasure trove of vintage Hawaiian music and exotica recordings from the 1,960 seconds and 70 seconds. Many of the steel guitar tracks that became SpongeBob classics were actually performed by George Tchok de Freitas, an Indonesian guitarist who lived in the Netherlands and recorded numerous Hawaiian-style albums. His tracks, Honolulu March, Samoa, Hula, and Hawaiian Pussycat, became recurring themes throughout the early seasons of SpongeBob. Other contributors included the Blue Hawaiians, a band that was specifically called by Nickelodeon to create original music for the show. They recorded tracks that perfectly captured the exotica sound while being tailored to specific episodes. Jeremy Wakefield also composed numerous pieces that became essential parts of the SpongeBob musical landscape. The genius of using this pre-existing library was that it gave the show an authentic vintage sound that would have been impossible to recreate. These weren't modern musicians trying to sound Hawaiian, these were actual recordings from the height of the tiki culture movement, giving SpongeBob a musical foundation that felt both nostalgic and timeless. The evolution of SpongeBob's sound. As Nicholas Carr described it, the music of SpongeBob has evolved dramatically since the early seasons while maintaining its core Hawaiian identity. He explained that the sound has gone from mostly sea shanties and Hawaiian music, a la Roy Smeck meets Pee Wee Herman, still the main style for the show in the early episodes, but it now includes film noir, West Side Story to Henry Mancini, Jerry Goldsmith, and Steven Spielberg. This expansion shows how the show's musical palette has grown to include Broadway-type scores and plain old goofy, loopy, weird stuff. But the Hawaiian steel guitar remains the show's signature sound, appearing in transitions, emotional moments, and whenever the show wants to remind viewers that they're in this tropical underwater paradise, the recurring musical cues have become as recognizable as any character. The gentle steel guitar slide that plays during peaceful moments, the upbeat ukulele strumming during happy scenes, and the dramatic Hawaiian stings during moments of revelation have all become part of the SpongeBob musical vocabulary that fans instantly recognize. One of the most beloved recurring pieces is Grass Skirt Chase, which plays during many of the show's action sequences. The fast-paced Hawaiian guitar picking creates excitement while maintaining the tropical feel, proving that even SpongeBob's chase scenes can feel like a vacation. Tiki culture and the calm tropical ambience. The influence of 1,950 seconds and 60 seconds tiki culture on SpongeBob goes far beyond just the music and visuals. Tiki culture was originally about creating artificial tropical paradises for people who couldn't travel to actual Pacific islands. Tiki bars and restaurants used bamboo, carved statues, tropical drinks, and exotica music to transport customers to an imaginary Polynesia. SpongeBob does exactly the same thing, but for television. Bikini Bottom is essentially a giant tiki bar that happens to be underwater. The characters live in buildings shaped like pineapples and Easter Island heads. The background music sounds like it's being played by a steel guitar trio at a Hawaiian resort. Even the color palette of soft blues, pinks, and yellows matches the sunset ambiance of classic tiki establishments. This creates what researchers have identified as perfect ambient television, content that's engaging enough to watch actively, but calm enough to have playing in the background. The Hawaiian musical influence and tropical visual design makes SpongeBob ideal for relaxation and stress relief, which explains why so many adults use the show as background noise for sleep or studying. The tiki influence also explains why SpongeBob has remained popular across multiple generations. Tiki culture itself was built on nostalgia, that it was Americans in the 1,950 seconds being nostalgic for an imaginary version of Pacific Island life. SpongeBob adds another layer of nostalgia, making viewers nostalgic for their own childhoods while also tapping into that deeper cultural longing for tropical escape. The sleep content phenomenon. The combination of SpongeBob's visual design and musical choices has created an unexpected side effect. The show has become incredibly popular as sleep content. YouTube videos of SpongeBob episodes regularly attract comments from viewers who say they use the show to fall asleep or relax. This isn't accidental. Every element of the show's design contributes to this calming effect. The skyflowers drift by like gentle dreams. The steel guitar music has a hypnotic quality that naturally slows heart rate and breathing. The warm color palette is easy on the eyes, especially in darker viewing environments. Even the show's pacing contributes to its relaxing qualities. Unlike modern cartoons that rely on rapid-fire jokes and constant action, classic SpongeBob has a more leisurely rhythm that matches its tropical setting. Scenes have time to breathe, characters pause for reaction shots, and the overall tempo feels unhurried and peaceful. The voice acting also plays a role. Tom Kenny's SpongeBob voice, while energetic, has a childlike innocence that many adults find comforting. The entire cast delivers their lines with a warmth and gentleness that makes the show feel like being surrounded by friendly, harmless characters who just want to have fun. Notable musical moments and recurring cues. Beyond the famous Tiny Tim song, SpongeBob has created dozens of memorable musical moments that showcase its Hawaiian influences. Squidward's Tiki Land, from the episode Enchanted Tiki Dreams, became a fan favorite, featuring enchanted tikis singing about relaxation and tropical paradise. The song perfectly captures the show's musical philosophy with lyrics about welcoming visitors to a place where they can relax all day, like a tiki can, or lay out in the sun for a tiki tan. The accompanying visuals show Squidward in his own personal tropical paradise, complete with steel guitar soundtrack and tiki statues that come to life. Other recurring musical themes include the Hawaiian slide transition music, which features distinctive steel guitar bends that signal scene changes. Hawaiian Adventures serves as an alternate theme that appears in episodes with particularly tropical storylines. Clownfish Capers provides upbeat background music for comedic scenes while maintaining the Hawaiian feel. The show's composers have also created specific variations for different moods. There's haunted hula grass skirts for Halloween episodes, maintaining the Hawaiian sound while adding spooky elements. Hillfolk Jamboree brings in banjo and fiddle while still incorporating steel guitar elements, showing how the show can expand its musical palette while staying true to its core identity. The end credits, a perfect tropical goodbye. The SpongeBob end credits theme, composed by Steve Belfer and Nicholas Carr, serves as the perfect encapsulation of the show's musical identity. The gentle ukulele melody, accompanied by soft steel guitar harmonies, provides a peaceful conclusion to each episode that reinforces the tropical vacation feeling. Hillenburg specifically requested ukulele music for the end credits, showing how important the Hawaiian influence was to his overall vision. The credits music feels like the perfect soundtrack for watching a sunset from a beach, which is exactly the mood the show wants to leave viewers with. This musical choice reinforces the idea that watching SpongeBob should feel like taking a mental vacation. Just as tiki culture promised to transport people to an imaginary tropical paradise, SpongeBob's music promises to transport viewers to an underwater world where the biggest worry is whether you have enough pickles for the Krabby Patties. The cultural impact of SpongeBob's sound. The Hawaiian and tiki influences in SpongeBob have had a lasting impact on how animation approaches background music and ambient design. Many modern cartoons have tried to capture similar calming aesthetics, but few have succeeded in creating something as cohesive and distinctive as SpongeBob's tropical underwater world. The show's musical choices have also introduced millions of children to Hawaiian and exotica music they might never have encountered otherwise. Steel guitar, ukulele, and the broader sounds of Polynesian-influenced music have gained new audiences through SpongeBob, continuing the cultural transmission that tiki culture started decades earlier. The show's success has proven that audiences respond positively to content that prioritizes atmosphere and mood over constant stimulation. The Hawaiian musical influences create a sense of place that's as important as any character or storyline, showing how sound design can be crucial to a show's overall identity and appeal. SpongeBob's distinctive island exotica vibe comes from Stephen Hillenburg's deliberate use of Hawaiian and tiki culture influences throughout the show's design and music. The famous sky flowers were designed to evoke Hawaiian shirt patterns, creating a tropical atmosphere perfect for relaxation and sleep content. Tiny Tim's Livin' in the Sunlight became the show's musical signature, while steel guitar tracks from artists like George DeFreitas provide the authentic Hawaiian sound. This combination of visual tiki aesthetics and exotica music creates the calm, tropical ambience that makes SpongeBob feel like a permanent vacation, explaining why the show has remained popular as both active entertainment and ambient background viewing for over 25 years. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Canon versus fan theory. Canon versus fan theory, carefully separated. SpongeBob SquarePants has inspired some of the wildest fan theories in cartoon history. From nuclear mutations to secret drug addictions, fans have created entire explanations for why Bikini Bottom works the way it does. But separating what's actually true from what fans have imagined can be tricky. The most important thing to understand is the difference between confirmed facts from the creators and popular theories that fans have created on their own. The real Bikini Atoll connection. What we know for sure. Here are the confirmed facts about Bikini Bottom's name and location. In 2015, Tom Kenny, the voice of SpongeBob, confirmed in an interview with HuffPost that Bikini Bottom is kind of named after Bikini Atoll, where they did nuclear testing decades ago. This is the only official connection that has been confirmed by people who actually work on the show. Stephen Hillenburg, the creator of SpongeBob, chose to place Bikini Bottom underneath Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. This is a real place in the Pacific Ocean, located about halfway between Hawaii and the Philippines. The show's opening sequence shows the island with its 3 palm trees, and this island appears in several episodes when characters travel to the surface. Bikini Atoll was used by the United States for nuclear weapons testing from 1946 to 1958. During this time, 67 nuclear bombs were detonated in the area, including underwater tests. The real Bikini Atoll remains contaminated with radiation to this day, and the people who originally lived there have never been able to return permanently. The name Bikini comes from the Marshallese word Bikini, which means surface of coconuts, or land of coconuts. So, when Steven Hillenburg chose this location, he was referencing a real place with a real history. This is where the confirmed facts end and the fan theories begin. The nuclear mutation theory, popular but not official. The most famous fan theory about SpongeBob claims that all the characters are mutated sea creatures caused by the nuclear testing at Bikini Atoll. According to this theory, the radiation from the bomb tests is why fish can talk, build cities, drive cars, and work jobs like humans. The theory suggests that SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, and all their friends are the radioactive results of these nuclear experiments. Fans who support this theory point to several pieces of evidence. They notice that many characters wear 1942 style clothing, which matches the time period when the nuclear testing began. They point out that the buildings in Bikini Bottom look like they're made from scrap metal and garbage, possibly debris from the explosions. Some fans even claim that certain explosion scenes in the show are shaped like mushroom clouds from nuclear bombs. The theory also tries to explain why Sandy Cheeks, a land mammal, lives underwater in a special suit. Supporters claim that chipmunks were kept on Navy ships during the nuclear tests, and Sandy represents one of these test animals. They suggest her name refers to the sand created by the nuclear explosions. This theory became extremely popular on the internet, spreading through Reddit posts, YouTube videos, and fan websites. Many people found it convincing because it seemed to explain the unusual nature of Bikini Bottom and its residents. What Tom Kenny actually said, debunking the theory. Tom Kenny, who has been the voice of SpongeBob for over 25 years, directly addressed this nuclear mutation theory in his 2015 HuffPost interview. When asked about the popular theory, he gave a clear answer. "I don't think SpongeBob and his friends are mutations." Kenny explained his understanding of the show's world. "I think Bikini Bottom is like its own world. When the camera drops below the water and you go to Bikini Bottom, it's almost like it's another planet." He emphasized that while the location name comes from Bikini Atoll, the characters are not meant to be nuclear mutations. Kenny's explanation makes sense when you think about how the show actually works. SpongeBob never references real-world events, politics, or current affairs. As Kenny noted, there's never topical references in the show. There's never an Oprah joke or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire joke or anything topical or pop cultural in SpongeBob, and I think that helps keep it really timeless and everlasting. This approach suggests that Hillenburg created Bikini Bottom as a completely separate fantasy world that just happens to be located under a real place. The nuclear testing connection is just about the geographic location, not about the character's origins. The confusion. When fan theories get complicated. The situation became more confusing in recent years when different SpongeBob staff members seemed to say different things about the nuclear theory. In 2024, Doug Lawrence, also known as Mr. Lawrence, who voices Plankton and writes for the show, appeared to confirm the nuclear theory in an interview. He said the atomic testing connection was absolutely true and was part of the fun of the show. However, Lawrence added details that don't match what we see in the actual show. He claimed that in the original concept, the entire human world was supposed to be destroyed, with only Bikini Bottom surviving. But this contradicts the show itself, which regularly features humans, surface world locations, and characters like Patchy the Pirate, who clearly live in the normal human world. An anonymous Nickelodeon staff member also told the website Cracked that the nuclear theory is treated as well-accepted fanfic among some people who work on the show. But a Nickelodeon representative officially denied the theory, stating that the show is set in Bikini Bottom without any nuclear connection. This creates a confusing situation where different people associated with the show have said different things. Some seem to embrace the fan theory, while others reject it. The official Nickelodeon position appears to be that the theory is not canon. Why the theory became so popular? The nuclear mutation theory became popular because it offers a simple explanation for Bikini Bottom's weirdness. Many people find it satisfying to have a realistic reason why cartoon fish can talk and build cities. The theory makes the fantasy elements feel more grounded and scientific. The timing also helped the theory spread. It became popular during the internet age, when fans could easily share theories through social media, forums, and video platforms. The theory has all the elements that make internet content go viral. It's surprising. It recontextualizes something familiar, and it suggests hidden adult themes in children's media. The theory also appeals to people who enjoy finding dark or mature themes in kids' shows. There's a whole genre of internet content dedicated to finding sinister explanations for innocent cartoons. The SpongeBob nuclear theory fits perfectly into this category. Other popular fan theories. The nuclear mutation theory isn't the only explanation fans have created for SpongeBob. Another popular theory claims that each main character represents one of the 7 deadly sins. According to this theory, Patrick represents sloth because he's lazy, Squidward represents wrath because he's angry, Mr. Krabs represents greed because he loves money, and so on. Some fans have theorized that the characters are meant to represent people with different mental health conditions or drug addictions. These theories try to explain each character's personality quirks through real-world psychological or medical explanations. There are also theories about the Krabby Patty secret formula, with some fans claiming it contains crab meat, making Mr. Krabs a cannibal, or various illegal substances. Steven Hillenburg actually confirmed that Krabby Patties contain no animal products, officially debunking the crab meat theory. The importance of separating fact from fiction. Understanding the difference between canon and fan theory is important for several reasons. First, it helps us appreciate what the actual creators intended versus what fans have imagined. Steven Hillenburg created SpongeBob as a positive, optimistic show about friendship and imagination. The darker fan theories often go against this original vision. Second, spreading unconfirmed theories as facts can be misleading, especially for younger fans who might believe everything they read online. When people present fan theories as official information, it creates confusion about what's actually part of the show. Finally, understanding this difference helps us appreciate both the original work and the creative fan community. The creators deserve credit for what they actually made, while fans deserve recognition for their imaginative interpretations. Both can exist together without one having to replace the other. What we can safely say, based on official sources and confirmed statements, here's what we know for certain about SpongeBob and Bikini Bottom. Bikini Bottom is located underneath Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. This is a real place that was used for nuclear testing in the 1,940 seconds and 1,950 seconds. Steven Hillenburg chose this location as a naming reference and geographic setting for his underwater city. The show's voice actor Tom Kenny has stated that the characters are not nuclear mutations, and that Bikini Bottom is meant to be its own fantasy world. The location reference is just about geography, not about the character's origins or nature. Steven Hillenburg created SpongeBob as a positive show about friendship, optimism, and imagination. The show intentionally avoids references to real-world politics, current events, or dark themes to maintain its timeless and innocent appeal. The nuclear mutation theory is a fan creation that has never been officially endorsed by Nickelodeon or confirmed by the show's main creators. While some staff members have made comments that seem to support it, these statements contradict both the show's official position and its actual content. The bottom line on theories. Fan theories can be fun and creative ways to think about our favorite shows. They show how much people love SpongeBob and how deeply they think about its world. The nuclear mutation theory demonstrates the incredible imagination of the SpongeBob fan community. However, we should always remember that these are theories, not facts. They represent what fans have imagined, not what the creators actually intended. Enjoying fan theories while understanding their unofficial status allows us to appreciate both the original show and the creative community that surrounds it. The real magic of SpongeBob comes from Steven Hillenburg's vision of an optimistic underwater world where a sea sponge can flip burgers, a starfish can be your best friend, and every day can be an adventure. Whether that world exists because of nuclear testing or simply because imagination is powerful enough to create its own reality, SpongeBob continues to bring joy to millions of viewers around the world. Summary. While Bikini Bottom is officially located beneath the real Bikini Atoll, a former nuclear testing site, this is just a geographic reference chosen by creator Steven Hillenburg. The popular nuclear mutation theory claiming SpongeBob and friends are radioactive mutants is purely fan-created speculation, not official canon. Voice actor Tom Kenny directly debunked this theory, explaining that Bikini Bottom is its own world, separate from real-world events. Though some staff members have made conflicting comments, Nickelodeon officially denies the nuclear connection. The show was designed as a timeless, positive fantasy about friendship and imagination, deliberately avoiding dark or topical themes that would contradict its optimistic spirit. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the cozy outro phenomenon. Why SpongeBob works as bedtime listening. There's something magical about falling asleep to SpongeBob SquarePants. Millions of people around the world have discovered that this cheerful yellow sponge makes the perfect bedtime companion, and the reasons go much deeper than you might expect. The show's unique ability to work as both entertainment and sleep content comes from a perfect combination of bright, gentle surfaces and surprisingly deep lore, all created by someone who genuinely loved teaching about ocean life. The teacher who never stopped teaching. Understanding why SpongeBob feels so comforting requires knowing the heart of its creator. Steven Hillenburg wasn't just an animator who happened to make a cartoon about sea creatures. He was a marine biology teacher who literally loved sharing the wonders of ocean life with children. For 3 years at the Orange County Marine Institute, he taught tide pool ecology, nautical history, diversity, and adaptation to young visitors. Hillenburg described his experience there with genuine warmth. Working there, I saw how enamored kids are with undersea life, especially with tide pool creatures. This wasn't just a job for him, it was a calling. He created educational tools, including a comic book called The Intertidal Zone, featuring characters like Bob the Sponge and Rocky the Shrimp to help children understand and appreciate marine biology. When he transitioned from teaching to animation, Hillenburg never stopped being an educator at heart. SpongeBob SquarePants became his classroom, and every episode contained little lessons about friendship, optimism, and the fascinating world of sea life. The show maintains that gentle, encouraging tone that the best teachers use, never talking down to children, always assuming they're smart enough to understand both simple joy and complex emotions. Bright surfaces that welcome everyone. The visual design of SpongeBob creates an instantly welcoming atmosphere that makes viewers feel safe and relaxed. The bright yellow of SpongeBob's square body, the soft pink of Patrick's starfish form, the gentle blue-green of Squidward's octopus skin, these colors work together like a warm embrace. Nothing in Bikini Bottom feels sharp, threatening, or overwhelming. Even the backgrounds contribute to this sense of comfort. Those famous sky flowers drift by like pleasant dreams, their soft patterns evoking the tropical calm of Hawaiian shirt designs. The buildings are made from found objects, pineapples, Easter Island heads, tin cans, but they never look like junk. Instead, they feel creative and whimsical, like the kind of imaginative spaces children build in their own backyards. The animation itself moves with a gentle rhythm that naturally slows your breathing and heart rate. Characters pause for reaction shots, scenes have time to breathe, and the overall pacing feels unhurried and peaceful. This creates what researchers call ambient television, content that's engaging enough to watch but calm enough to have playing in the background while you drift off to sleep. Deep lore that rewards attention. Beneath SpongeBob's simple surface lies surprisingly rich world building that gives longtime viewers endless details to discover and rediscover. Hillenburg's marine biology background shows up in countless small ways. Plankton eating holographic meatloaf because real plankton get energy through photosynthesis, the king jellyfish being called Cnidaria rex, the scientific name for the jellyfish family, and buildings that look wavy because of underwater currents. The characters themselves have hidden depths that become more apparent the longer you spend with them. SpongeBob's relentless optimism isn't shallow, it's the result of a character who genuinely believes the best about everyone and finds joy in simple things. Patrick's laziness is balanced by moments of surprising wisdom. Squidward's grumpiness comes from real artistic frustration and social exhaustion. This layered storytelling means SpongeBob works on multiple levels simultaneously. Children can enjoy the bright colors and silly jokes, while adults appreciate the subtle character development and cleverly hidden marine biology lessons. When you're listening to episodes as you fall asleep, your brain can focus on whichever layer feels most comforting: the gentle voices, the familiar character dynamics, or the soothing underwater atmosphere. The sound of safety. The voice acting in SpongeBob contributes enormously to its bedtime appeal. Tom Kenny's performance as SpongeBob strikes the perfect balance between energetic and soothing. His voice is childlike and innocent, but never grating or overwhelming. There's a warmth and gentleness in how he delivers even SpongeBob's most excited moments that feels fundamentally safe and non-threatening. The entire cast brings this same quality to their performances. Bill Fagerbakk's Patrick sounds like a friendly giant who would never hurt anyone. Roger Bumpass gives Squidward the kind of grumpiness that's more amusing than genuinely mean. Clancy Brown's Mr. Krabs may be money-obsessed, but his voice carries the affection of a slightly difficult but ultimately caring father figure. Even when conflicts arise in episodes, they're resolved with understanding and friendship rather than punishment or cruelty. Characters may get annoyed with each other, but they never say truly hurtful things or engage in genuine malice. This creates an emotional safety net that makes SpongeBob perfect for the vulnerable time when you're trying to fall asleep. Hawaiian dreams and tropical calm. The show's deliberate use of Hawaiian and tropical influences creates an instant vacation atmosphere that encourages relaxation. Those gentle steel guitar slides, the soft ukulele melodies, and the warm exotica background music all work together to transport listeners to an imaginary beach where the biggest worry is whether you have enough pickles for the Krabby Patties. Steven Hillenburg understood that tiki culture and Hawaiian music were specifically designed to help people escape their everyday stresses and imagine themselves in a peaceful tropical paradise. By building these influences into every aspect of SpongeBob's design, he created a show that naturally promotes calm and relaxation. The sky flowers, the warm color palette, the gentle rhythm of the ocean, and the tropical musical cues all combine to create what psychologists call a restorative environment, a space that helps your mind recover from stress and prepare for rest. It's like having a mental vacation every time you watch the show. The magic of endless optimism. Perhaps the most important factor in SpongeBob's bedtime appeal is its relentless commitment to kindness and optimism. In a world full of cynical entertainment and harsh realities, SpongeBob offers a gentle alternative where problems are always solvable, friendship always wins, and tomorrow will always be better than today. This optimism isn't naive or unrealistic. It's the kind of hopeful outlook that helps people sleep peacefully. When you're listening to SpongeBob as you drift off, you're surrounded by characters who genuinely care about each other, who find joy in simple pleasures, and who approach challenges with creativity and enthusiasm rather than fear or anger. Steven Hillenburg once said that the show came from something that's precious and that we need to appreciate it. That precious thing was his love for the ocean and his desire to share that wonder with others. Every episode carries this sense of appreciation for the natural world and the importance of protecting and cherishing the things we love. A creator's love letter to the ocean. The deepest reason SpongeBob works so well as bedtime content is that it was created by someone who genuinely loved what he was sharing. Hillenburg's passion for marine biology and ocean conservation infused every aspect of the show with authentic care and wonder. When you listen to SpongeBob, you're experiencing the dreams of a teacher who wanted children to see the ocean the way he did, as a magical place full of incredible creatures and endless possibilities. Even as the show became a massive commercial success, Hillenburg worried about its environmental impact. He famously said his biggest nightmare was walking on a beach and seeing SpongeBob merchandise washed up as garbage. This concern for the real ocean showed how deeply he cared about the message his show was sending. This authentic love for the subject matter comes through in every episode. SpongeBob doesn't just take place underwater, it celebrates the underwater world. Every character, every location, and every story reflects Hillenburg's genuine fascination with marine life and his desire to share that fascination with others. The perfect bedtime formula. When you combine all these elements, a creator who loved teaching, bright but gentle visuals, deep but non-threatening lore, safe and warm voice acting, tropical musical influences, endless optimism, and authentic love for the subject matter, Sleep Dave GT, you get something unique in entertainment. SpongeBob SquarePants accidentally became one of the most effective sleep aids in television history. The show provides just enough stimulation to keep your mind from racing with anxious thoughts, but not so much that it keeps you awake. The familiar voices and predictable story structures create a sense of safety and routine. The positive emotional tone helps your brain release the tensions of the day and prepare for rest. Most importantly, SpongeBob creates a world where everything is fundamentally okay. No matter what small problems arise in Bikini Bottom, they're always solved with friendship, creativity, and good intentions. For people dealing with stress, anxiety, or simply the challenges of everyday life, falling asleep to this kind of gentle optimism can be deeply healing. The teacher's greatest lesson. In the end, SpongeBob's success as bedtime content reflects Steven Hillenburg's greatest achievement as both a teacher and an artist. He created something that educates without lecturing, entertains without overwhelming, and comforts without condescending. He took his love for the ocean and transformed it into a world that helps millions of people sleep peacefully. Every night, when people around the world put on SpongeBob episodes to help them relax and fall asleep, they're participating in Steven Hillenburg's extended classroom. They're learning that friendship matters, that optimism is powerful, that the natural world is wonderful, and that there's always something to be curious and excited about tomorrow. The show works as bedtime listening because it was created by someone who understood that the best teachers don't just share information, they share wonder, comfort, and hope. SpongeBob SquarePants is Steven Hillenburg's final lesson, playing every night for anyone who needs to remember that the world can be a magical, friendly place where yellow sponges can flip burgers, starfish can be your best friend, and every day under the sea is an adventure worth having. Summary: SpongeBob works perfectly as bedtime content because it combines bright, gentle surfaces with surprisingly deep lore, all created by Steven Hillenburg, a marine biology teacher who genuinely loved sharing ocean wonders with children. The show's Hawaiian-influenced tropical atmosphere, safe voice acting, endless optimism, and authentic educational heart create the perfect formula for relaxation. Hillenburg's background teaching tide pool ecology and marine diversity infused every episode with the warm, encouraging tone of the best teachers. The result is a world where everything feels fundamentally okay, friendship always wins, and tomorrow will always bring new adventures in the magical underwater classroom that Hillenburg built for all of us. Now let's talk about SpongeBob's entire story. First up, we got the genesis, how Stephen Hillenburg created SpongeBob SquarePants. Stephen Hillenburg first became fascinated with the ocean as a child and began developing his artistic abilities at a young age. This early love of the sea would eventually shape one of the most successful animated series in television history, but the path to creating SpongeBob SquarePants took decades of education, experimentation, and creative development. During college, Hillenburg majored in marine biology and minored in art. This unique combination of scientific knowledge and artistic talent would prove essential to creating a show that was both entertaining and rooted in real ocean life. After graduating in 1984, Hillenburg joined the Ocean Institute, an organization dedicated to educating the public about marine science and maritime history. The Ocean Institute focused on teaching people about the creatures and ecosystems found in the ocean, and Hillenburg worked there as an educator. While teaching marine biology to visitors of the Ocean Institute during the 1,980 seconds, Hillenburg created an unpublished educational comic book. He made this comic in 1989 to teach his students about undersea life in a fun and engaging way. The comic was titled The Intertidal Zone. The intertidal zone is the area of the shoreline that is covered by water at high tide and exposed to air at low tide. This zone is home to many interesting sea creatures that must adapt to constantly changing conditions. In this educational comic, Hillenburg created a character called Bob the Sponge. This character wore sunglasses and was designed to look like a natural sea sponge, not the square kitchen sponge that SpongeBob would eventually become. Bob the Sponge served as a host or narrator in the comic, introducing readers to various sea creatures and teaching them about ocean life. This character would later serve as the basis for SpongeBob SquarePants, though the design and personality would change significantly. The Intertidal Zone comic book was never published commercially. It remained an educational tool that Hillenburg used while teaching at the Ocean Institute. However, the characters and concepts from this comic would not go to waste. Years later, when Hillenburg decided to create an animated television series, he would return to these underwater characters and reimagine them for a completely different purpose. In 1987, Hillenburg left the Ocean Institute to pursue a career in animation. He spent several years studying experimental animation at the California Institute of the Arts. This was a major career change, moving from marine biology education to the entertainment industry. During this time, Hillenburg learned the technical skills needed to create animated content and developed his understanding of storytelling and character design. A few years after studying animation, Hillenburg met Joe Murray at an animation festival. Murray was the creator of a Nickelodeon series called Rocko's Modern Life. Murray was impressed by Hillenburg's work and offered him a job as a director on the show. Hillenburg joined Nickelodeon in 1992 as an artist on Rocko's Modern Life. This was his first major job in the animation industry and gave him valuable experience working on a successful animated television series. Working on Rocko's Modern Life was crucial to Hillenburg's development as a creator. He learned how animated shows were produced, how stories were developed, and how to work with a team of writers and artists. He also met many people who would later work with him on SpongeBob SquarePants, including voice actors and writers. One important connection was Tom Kenny, who voiced various characters on Rocko's Modern Life and would eventually become the voice of SpongeBob. While Hillenburg was working on Rocko's Modern Life, one of the writers, Martin Olson, read his old comic book, The Intertidal Zone. Olson encouraged Hillenburg to create a television series with a similar concept. At that point, Hillenburg had not even considered creating his own series. However, Olson's suggestion planted a seed in his mind. He began to think about how he could take the underwater characters from his educational comic and transform them into entertaining characters for a television show. Rocko's Modern Life was canceled in 1996. Shortly afterwards, Hillenburg began working on what would become SpongeBob SquarePants. He started drawing and used character designs from his comic book, including a starfish, a crab, and a sponge. However, he made significant changes to these characters. The realistic sea sponge wearing sunglasses became a square, yellow kitchen sponge. This change was important because Hillenburg wanted the character to be immediately recognizable and appealing to children. For the main character, Hillenburg initially wanted to use the name SpongeBoy with no last name. The series was going to be called SpongeBoy Ahoy. Hillenburg thought this name captured the nautical theme and the character's innocent, childlike personality. The entire pilot episode was created with this name. Voice acting was completed, animation was finished, and everything was ready to go. However, after voice acting had been completed for the original 7-minute pilot episode, the Nickelodeon legal department discovered a major problem. The name SpongeBoy was already in use for another product. Specifically, it was being used as the name for a mop. This meant that Nickelodeon could not use the name SpongeBoy for their show because it would create trademark and copyright issues. The entire project had to be renamed. In choosing a replacement name, Hillenburg felt he still had to use the word sponge so that viewers would not mistake the character for something else. He was particularly worried that people might think the character was a piece of cheese because of his square, yellow appearance. Hillenburg settled on the name SpongeBob, which kept the nautical theme while clearly identifying the character as a sponge. The surname SquarePants came about in an interesting way. Tom Kenny, the voice actor chosen for the main character, saw a picture of the character design. Looking at the square sponge wearing pants, Kenny remarked something along the lines of, "Boy, look at this sponge in square pants," thinking he can get a job in a fast food place. Hillenburg loved this phrase. He thought SquarePants was a perfect family name because it described the character's square shape and clothing, while also having what he called a nice ring to it. The name also reinforced the character's nerdy, awkward personality. Tom Kenny had worked with Hillenburg on Rocko's Modern Life, so Hillenburg already knew his voice acting abilities. When Hillenburg created SpongeBob SquarePants, he approached Kenny to voice the main character. Interestingly, Kenny had originally used the voice of SpongeBob for a minor background character on Rocko's Modern Life. After using the voice for that one appearance, Kenny forgot how to perform it and did not intend to use it again. He had used it once and moved on. However, Hillenburg remembered that voice. When he was developing SpongeBob and thinking about what the character should sound like, he recalled Kenny's performance on Rocko. Hillenburg found a video clip of the episode with that character and showed it to Kenny to remind him of the voice. When Hillenburg heard Kenny perform the voice again, he knew immediately that this was exactly what he wanted for his character. Hillenburg was so certain that he told Nickelodeon executives, "That's it, I don't want to hear anybody else do the voice." The network wanted to audition more voice actors and consider celebrities, but Hillenburg refused. In 1997, Hillenburg pitched a 7-minute pilot episode to Nickelodeon. The pitch was successful, and Nickelodeon was interested in the show. However, the network executives had a major demand that threatened to derail the entire project. Before commissioning SpongeBob as a full series, Nickelodeon executives insisted that the show would not be popular unless the main character was a child who went to school. Nickelodeon had a specific formula that they believed led to successful animated shows. They told Hillenburg that their winning formula was animation about kids in school, and they wanted him to put SpongeBob in school, similar to how the character Arnold from Hey Arnold went to school. The executives believed that children watching the show would only relate to the character if he was a child like them, attending classes and dealing with homework and teachers. This demand went completely against Hillenburg's creative vision. He had designed SpongeBob as an adult character with a job. The entire concept revolved around SpongeBob working as a fry cook at a restaurant called the Krusty Krab. Making SpongeBob a child in school would require completely restructuring the show and removing what Hillenburg considered to be the heart of the concept. Hillenburg later recalled that he was prepared to walk out on Nickelodeon and abandon the project entirely rather than change his vision. However, Hillenburg came up with a creative compromise. He created Mrs. Puff's boating school. This allowed SpongeBob to attend a type of school while still being an adult character with a job. In the show, SpongeBob repeatedly attempts to get his boating license by attending boating school, which functions like driver's education in the real world. This satisfied Nickelodeon's demand for a school setting while allowing Hillenburg to keep SpongeBob as an adult character who works at the Krusty Krab. The boating school episodes became a recurring element of the series, with Mrs. Puff serving as SpongeBob's long-suffering teacher. The show was initially only greenlit for 6 half-hour episodes, which meant 12 total segments since each half-hour contained 2 separate stories. Hillenburg later said that he thought if the show did go to a full season, they would get 12 chances to write stories, and that might be it. He expected the show might produce 12 episodes and then get canceled, which was common for new animated series. He had no idea that he was creating what would become one of the longest-running and most successful animated shows in television history. The series first aired as a special preview after the 1999 Kids' Choice Awards on the 1st of May 1999. This preview featured 3 episodes: Help Wanted, Reef Blower, and Tea at the Tree Dome. Help Wanted was particularly significant because it introduced all the main characters and established the setting of Bikini Bottom. In this episode, SpongeBob applies for a job at the Krusty Krab and must prove himself worthy of becoming a fry cook. The show then officially premiered with regularly scheduled episodes on the 17th of July, 1999. To Hillenburg's surprise, the show became a massive ratings success almost immediately. It became the most viewed Saturday morning children's program and attracted viewers far beyond the intended demographic of young children. Teenagers, college students, and adults all became fans of the show. The unique humor, memorable characters, and creative underwater setting appealed to people of all ages. The show's success far exceeded anyone's expectations. What began as a simple educational comic book created by a marine biology teacher had transformed into a global phenomenon. Hillenburg's unique combination of scientific knowledge and artistic creativity, along with his refusal to compromise his vision, resulted in a show that would run for decades and generate billions of dollars in revenue. The journey from the intertidal zone to SpongeBob SquarePants took approximately 10 years. From the creation of the comic in 1989 to the premiere of the show in 1999, but it changed television animation forever. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the name change, from SpongeBoy to SpongeBob. The story of how SpongeBob SquarePants got his name is one of the most interesting behind-the-scenes tales in animation history. What many fans do not realize is that the character was almost called something completely different, and the name we all know today only came about because of a last-minute legal problem that forced Steven Hillenburg and his team to completely rebrand the show after most of the work had already been completed. When Steven Hillenburg first began developing his underwater animated series in the mid-1990 seconds, he had a clear vision for what he wanted to call his main character. Hillenburg initially wanted to use the name SpongeBoy, with no last name at all. The main character would simply be called SpongeBoy, similar to how some classic cartoon characters have simple, straightforward names. This name captured the youthful, innocent, and enthusiastic personality that Hillenburg envisioned for the character. The series itself was going to be called SpongeBoy Ahoy. This title had a strong nautical theme, which was perfect for a show set in an underwater city. The word ahoy is a traditional greeting used by sailors, and it immediately communicated to potential viewers that this was a show about ocean life and underwater adventures. Hillenburg and his creative team were satisfied with this title and believed it would appeal to their target audience of children. Development on the show continued with the name SpongeBoy. Scripts were written referring to the character as SpongeBoy. Character designs featured the name. Marketing materials were created. Most importantly, the entire original 7-minute pilot episode was produced using this name. Voice actors recorded their lines saying SpongeBoy throughout the dialogue. Animators drew scenes with the character being called SpongeBoy. Sound editors mixed audio that included the name SpongeBoy. The pilot episode was completely finished and ready to be presented to Nickelodeon executives. The pilot episode had taken months of work to produce. Creating even a short animated episode requires an enormous amount of effort from dozens of people. Writers develop the story, storyboard artists sketch out each scene, character designers finalize how everyone looks, voice actors record their performances, animators bring the drawings to life, and editors put everything together. All of this work had been completed for the pilot using the name SpongeBoy. However, after all the voice acting had been completed and recorded for the original 7-minute pilot episode, a major problem was discovered. The Nickelodeon legal department, whose job is to make sure the network does not violate any trademarks or copyrights, began conducting their standard searches. They needed to verify that the name SpongeBoy was available for use and that no other company or product was already using it. This is a routine part of developing any new television show, movie, or commercial product. The legal search revealed devastating news. The name SpongeBoy was already in use for another product. Specifically, someone had already trademarked the name SpongeBoy for a mop. A mop is a cleaning tool used to wash floors, and there was already a product on the market using the name that Hillenburg wanted for his show. This meant that Nickelodeon could not legally use the name SpongeBoy for their animated series without risking a lawsuit from whoever owned the trademark for the mop product. Trademark law exists to prevent confusion among consumers. If two products have the same name, people might accidentally buy the wrong one or think that the two products are related to each other when they are not. Even though a mop and an animated television series are very different types of products, the fact that the name was already trademarked meant it was legally unavailable. Nickelodeon's lawyers advised that using the name SpongeBoy would create significant legal risk. This discovery created a crisis for the production. The entire pilot episode had been completed with the name SpongeBoy used throughout. Changing the name would require re-recording dialogue, modifying any text that appeared on screen, and potentially redoing marketing materials. Even worse, they would need to come up with a new name quickly because the show was on a schedule, and Nickelodeon needed to make decisions about whether to order a full season. The timing of this discovery was particularly unfortunate. If the legal issue had been identified earlier in the development process, before voice acting was recorded, it would have been much easier to change the name. However, discovering the problem after the pilot was finished meant that significant work would need to be redone. This is exactly why legal departments typically conduct trademark searches early in development, but somehow this particular issue had not been caught until after production was complete. Some people have wondered exactly what product was using the name SpongeBoy. The most common explanation is that it was a mop, as this makes logical sense since sponges and mops are both cleaning tools. However, the exact details of what specific product held the SpongeBoy trademark have been somewhat unclear over the years. Regardless of the specific product, the important fact is that the name was legally unavailable, forcing Hillenburg to choose something different. Hillenburg now faced the challenge of finding a new name for his main character. This was not a simple task. The name needed to be memorable, appealing to children, appropriate for the character's personality, and most importantly, it needed to clearly indicate that the character was a sponge. Hillenburg felt strongly that the new name had to include the word sponge somewhere in it. The reason Hillenburg insisted on keeping the word sponge in the name was practical. The main character was designed as a square, yellow, porous creature. While this design was based on a kitchen sponge, Hillenburg worried that children watching the show might not immediately understand what the character was supposed to be. The square yellow shape could be interpreted in different ways. Hillenburg was particularly concerned that viewers might mistake the character for a piece of cheese. This concern about being mistaken for cheese was not unreasonable. Cheese is often depicted in cartoons and illustrations as yellow with holes in it, similar to Swiss cheese. The main character was yellow and had visible pores or holes in his body. Without being explicitly told that the character was a sponge, some viewers, especially young children, they might look at the square yellow character and think cheese rather than sponge. This confusion would undermine the entire ocean theme of the show. By including the word sponge directly in the character's name, Hillenburg could eliminate this confusion immediately. As soon as viewers heard the character's name, they would know he was a sponge, not a piece of cheese or some other square yellow object. This would help establish the underwater setting and make the character's nature clear to everyone watching. After deciding that the new name needed to include the word sponge, Hillenburg settled on SpongeBob. This name kept the same basic sound and rhythm as SpongeBob while clearly identifying the character as a sponge. Bob is a common, friendly-sounding name that conveys the character's ordinary, everyman personality. The name SpongeBob suggested a regular, relatable character who happened to be a sponge, which was exactly the tone Hillenburg wanted. However, Hillenburg now faced another decision. The character had originally been designed with no last name, just SpongeBob, but SpongeBob seemed incomplete without a surname. The character needed a full name that would make him feel like a complete, well-developed character, rather than just a simple cartoon with a one-word name. Hillenburg began thinking about what last name would work well with SpongeBob. The solution came from an unexpected source. Tom Kenny, the voice actor who had been hired to voice the main character, was looking at the character design. The design showed a square sponge wearing pants. Looking at this image, Kenny made a casual, offhand remark. He said something to the effect of, "Boy, look at this sponge in square pants, thinking he can get a job in a fast food place." Kenny's comment was not intended as a serious suggestion for the character's name. He was simply making an observation about the character design, noting the amusing contrast between the character's appearance and his ambitious goal of working in a restaurant. However, Hillenburg heard Kenny's phrase, "sponge in square pants," and immediately recognized that it was perfect. Hillenburg loved the phrase, "square pants." It had multiple layers of meaning that all worked well for the character. First, and most obviously, it described the character's appearance. The character was literally square-shaped and wore pants, so square pants was an accurate description. Second, the phrase had a nice ring to it, according to Hillenburg. It sounded good when spoken aloud, with a pleasant rhythm and sound. Names that sound good are more memorable and easier for audiences to remember and repeat. Third, and perhaps most importantly to Hillenburg, the name SquarePants reinforced the character's personality. In informal English, calling someone square can mean they are old-fashioned, nerdy, uncool, or socially awkward. A square person is someone who does not understand current trends or who behaves in an overly proper, conventional way. This was exactly the type of personality Hillenburg had created for the main character. SpongeBob was meant to be nerdy, innocent, naive, and enthusiastic in a way that other characters sometimes found annoying or uncool. The name SquarePants subtly communicated all of this. Hillenburg decided that SquarePants would be the character's family name or surname. The main character would be called SpongeBob SquarePants. This gave the character a complete, memorable name that clearly identified him as a sponge, while also describing his appearance and hinting at his personality. The full name SpongeBob SquarePants had a playful, slightly silly quality that matched the tone of the show perfectly. With the new name decided, the production team had to go back and make changes to the pilot episode. Any dialogue that said SpongeBoy had to be re-recorded as SpongeBob. This required bringing the voice actors back into the studio to record new lines. Any text on screen that showed the name had to be changed. The show's title was changed from SpongeBoy Ahoy to simply SpongeBob SquarePants, making the character's full name also the title of the series. Despite the extra work and expense involved in changing the name after production was complete, the forced name change ultimately worked out well. SpongeBob SquarePants is arguably a better, more memorable name than SpongeBob would have been. The full name has more personality and character. It tells you more about who the character is just from hearing his name. The name SpongeBob SquarePants has become one of the most recognizable character names in entertainment history, known by children and adults around the world. The story of the name change is a reminder of how accidents and problems during production can sometimes lead to better creative decisions. If the legal department had not discovered the trademark issue, the show would have been called SpongeBob Ahoy, and the main character would have been simply SpongeBob. While that version might have been successful, it is hard to imagine it being as memorable or iconic as SpongeBob SquarePants ultimately became. The enforced name change, while frustrating and expensive at the time, resulted in a stronger brand identity that has endured for decades. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Nickelodeon's ultimatum, the school controversy. One of the most significant conflicts in the development of SpongeBob SquarePants occurred when Nickelodeon executives and Steven Hillenburg clashed over a fundamental aspect of the show's concept. This disagreement nearly ended the entire project before it ever made it to television, and the compromise that resolved the conflict would become one of the most memorable recurring elements of the series. The story of this controversy reveals the challenges creators face when working with large television networks and how creative solutions can satisfy both business concerns and artistic vision. After Steven Hillenburg successfully pitched the 7-minute pilot episode to Nickelodeon in 1997, the network was interested in ordering a full series. However, before they would commit to producing SpongeBob SquarePants as a regular show, the network executives had a major demand that threatened to completely change Hillenburg's vision for the series. The executives insisted that they would only produce the show if SpongeBob was a child who went to school. This demand was not a minor suggestion or a small note that could easily be incorporated. It represented a fundamental restructuring of what Hillenburg had created. The executives were asking Hillenburg to change the core concept of his show, to reimagine his main character as someone completely different from what he had designed. Understanding why this was such a controversial demand requires understanding what Hillenburg had originally created and what Nickelodeon wanted him to change it into. In Hillenburg's original vision, SpongeBob was an adult character who worked at a restaurant called the Krusty Krab. The entire concept of the show revolved around SpongeBob's job as a fry cook, his interactions with his co-workers, and his adventures when he was not working. SpongeBob lived in his own house, a pineapple under the sea. He had his own pet snail named Gary. He was independent and self-sufficient. While SpongeBob had a childlike personality, he was innocent, enthusiastic, naive, and optimistic. He was meant to be an adult character living an adult life. The job at the Krusty Krab was central to Hillenburg's concept. Much of the show's humor came from workplace situations. SpongeBob worked alongside Squidward, a grumpy coworker who found SpongeBob annoying. Their contrasting personalities created comedy. SpongeBob's boss, Mr. Krabs, was obsessed with money and running his business. The workplace setting allowed Hillenburg to explore themes about jobs, careers, bosses, and coworkers that would resonate with adult viewers while still being funny to children. Nickelodeon executives, however, did not believe this concept would work. They had a specific formula that they believed led to successful animated shows on their network. They told Hillenburg directly, "Our winning formula is animation about kids in school." The executives believed that children watching television would only relate to characters who were like them, children who went to school, dealt with homework, had teachers, and experienced the same daily life that their viewers experienced. The network executives specifically wanted SpongeBob to be like Arnold from Hey Arnold Under the Sea. Hey Arnold was a successful Nickelodeon animated series that featured a child protagonist who went to school, had friends his own age, and dealt with typical childhood problems. The show was popular with Nickelodeon's target audience. The executives believed that replicating this formula with SpongeBob would ensure success. From the network's business perspective, this demand made sense. Television networks invest significant money in producing animated series. Each episode costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce. Networks need to feel confident that a show will attract viewers and generate ratings that will make the investment worthwhile. Nickelodeon executives looked at their past successes and saw a pattern. Shows about kids in school tended to do well with their audience. They wanted to apply this proven formula to the new show. The executives were particularly concerned that children would not relate to an adult character with a job. They worried that kids would not understand or care about workplace humor. They thought that stories about a restaurant and a fry cook would not interest young viewers who had no experience with jobs or workplaces. In their view, children wanted to watch shows about characters who lived lives similar to their own, which meant going to school, not working at a restaurant. For Steven Hillenburg, however, this demand was completely unacceptable. Making SpongeBob a child in school would require destroying the fundamental concept he had spent years developing. It would mean removing the Krusty Krab, changing SpongeBob's relationship with the other characters, and eliminating the workplace humor that was central to his vision. Hillenburg had not created a show about a child going to school. He had created a show about an adult with a job who maintained a childlike sense of wonder and enthusiasm. Hillenburg later recalled that he was prepared to walk out on Nickelodeon entirely rather than change his vision. Walking out would mean abandoning the project completely. It would mean that all the work he had done developing the show, creating the characters, writing the pilot, recording voices, animating scenes would be wasted. SpongeBob SquarePants would never be made. Hillenburg would need to either try to sell the show to a different network or give up on the project entirely and work on something else. This was an enormous risk for Hillenburg to take. Nickelodeon was one of the leading networks for children's animation. Getting a show produced by Nickelodeon was a significant opportunity that many creators never received. Walking away from this opportunity because of a creative disagreement could have been career suicide. Many people in Hillenburg's position would have simply agreed to make the changes the network wanted rather than risk losing everything. However, Hillenburg believed strongly in his vision. He understood that changing SpongeBob into a child in school would create a completely different show from what he wanted to make. It would not be his creation anymore. It would be something the network had demanded, a show designed by committee to fit a formula rather than a show created from genuine creative inspiration. Hillenburg valued the integrity of his artistic vision enough that he was willing to walk away rather than compromise it. The situation created a standoff between Hillenburg and Nickelodeon. The network wanted the show, but only if it followed their formula. Hillenburg wanted to make the show, but only if he could do it his way. Neither side was willing to completely back down. This type of creative conflict is common in the entertainment industry, where artistic vision often clashes with business concerns and market research. Sometimes these conflicts end with the creator accepting the network's demands. Sometimes they end with the project being canceled. In rare cases, a compromise is found that satisfies both parties. Fortunately, Stephen Hillenburg came up with a creative compromise that would resolve the conflict. Rather than making SpongeBob a child who went to elementary school or high school, Hillenburg created Mrs. Puff's boating school. This was a specialized school that adult characters attended to learn how to drive boats, which in the underwater world of Bikini Bottom served the same function as cars in the human world. Boating school was essentially driver's education. This compromise was brilliant because it satisfied both Hillenburg's vision and Nickelodeon's demands. SpongeBob could remain an adult character who worked at the Krusty Krab and lived independently in his own house. The workplace setting and all the associated humor could stay intact. At the same time, the show would feature a school setting with a teacher, allowing for stories about SpongeBob trying to pass tests, dealing with a frustrated teacher, and experiencing the anxiety of repeated failure. The network got their school setting, and Hillenburg got to keep his adult character with a job. Mrs. Puff's boating school also had several creative advantages that Hillenburg probably did not anticipate when he first proposed the compromise. The boating school setting allowed the show to explore themes of repeated failure and perseverance. SpongeBob desperately wants to get his boating license, but he repeatedly fails his driving test because he becomes too nervous and causes chaos whenever he gets behind the wheel of a boat. This created an ongoing storyline that could be revisited throughout the series. The character of Mrs. Puff, the teacher at the boating school, became one of the show's most memorable supporting characters. Mrs. Puff is a pufferfish who inflates when she becomes scared or stressed, which happens frequently because of SpongeBob's disastrous driving. Her growing frustration with SpongeBob as he fails test after test after test provided great comedy. The episodes featuring Mrs. Puff's boating school became fan favorites, and Mrs. Puff herself became popular enough that she was later established as Mr. Krabs' girlfriend in the series. The boating school episodes also resonated with viewers in unexpected ways. Many teenagers and young adults who watched the show were going through the process of learning to drive and getting their driver's licenses in real life. They could relate to the anxiety SpongeBob felt about driving tests and the frustration of failing. The boating school became a clever parallel to the real-world experience of driver's education, making it relatable to older viewers while still being funny to younger children who simply enjoyed the slapstick chaos of SpongeBob's terrible driving. The compromise also set an important precedent for how Hillenburg would handle the show going forward. He had demonstrated that he was willing to work with the network and find creative solutions to their concerns, but he would not simply cave in and accept demands that violated his core vision. This balance between collaboration and artistic integrity helped establish a productive working relationship between Hillenburg and Nickelodeon. Looking back at this controversy decades later, it is clear that Hillenburg was right to fight for his vision. The show's success proved that children would watch and enjoy a show about an adult character with a job. The workplace setting at the Krusty Krab became one of the most iconic elements of the series. The dynamic between SpongeBob, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs provided endless comedy for hundreds of episodes. If Hillenburg had given in to Nickelodeon's demands and made SpongeBob a child in regular school, the show would have been completely different and likely far less successful. The controversy also demonstrates an important lesson about television and creativity. Network executives, despite their experience in market research, do not always know what will work. Their formula about kids in school being necessary for success was proven wrong by SpongeBob SquarePants, which became one of Nickelodeon's most successful shows ever, despite or perhaps because of its unconventional approach of featuring an adult character in the lead role. Sometimes the most successful shows are the ones that break the established formulas rather than following them. The Mrs. Puff's boating school compromise became a defining element of the series that appeared throughout the show's entire run. Episodes featuring the boating school continued to be produced for decades, long after the initial controversy was forgotten by most viewers. What began as a compromise forced by a conflict between creator and network became an integral, beloved part of the show that nobody would want to remove. This story of the school controversy is a reminder that creative conflicts during development are not necessarily bad things. Sometimes these conflicts force creators to think in new directions and come up with ideas they would not have considered otherwise. The pressure from Nickelodeon forced Hillenburg to add an element to his show that ended up enriching it. While Hillenburg was right to fight for his overall vision, the network's insistence on a school setting led to the creation of Mrs. Puff and the boating school, which made the show better. The resolution of this controversy allowed SpongeBob SquarePants to move forward into production. With both Hillenburg and Nickelodeon satisfied with the compromise, the network greenlit the show for its initial order of episodes. SpongeBob would remain an adult with a job at the Krusty Krab, while also attending Mrs. Puff's boating school, creating a unique combination that had never been seen before in animated television. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the premiere, the 1st of May 1999. After years of development, creative conflicts, and production work, SpongeBob SquarePants was finally ready to be shown to the world. The premiere of the show marked the beginning of what would become one of the most successful animated series in television history, though nobody involved could have predicted just how popular and long-lasting the show would become. The story of how SpongeBob first appeared on television screens reveals both the careful planning that went into launching the show and the unexpected ways it exceeded everyone's expectations. Nickelodeon decided to introduce SpongeBob SquarePants to audiences through a special preview rather than a regular premiere. This preview aired after the 1999 Kids' Choice Awards on the 1st of May 1999. The Kids' Choice Awards was and still is an annual awards show produced by Nickelodeon, where children vote for their favorite television shows, movies, music, and other entertainment. The show is one of Nickelodeon's biggest events of the year and attracts a large audience of children and families. By scheduling the SpongeBob preview to air immediately after the Kids' Choice Awards, Nickelodeon ensured that a large number of viewers would see the new show. People who had tuned in to watch the awards show would naturally keep watching to see what came next. This was a strategic decision by the network to give SpongeBob the best possible chance of finding an audience right from the start. Rather than launching the show during a random time slot when few people might be watching, Nickelodeon paired it with one of their most watched annual events. The preview that aired on the 1st of May 1999 was not just a single episode. Instead, Nickelodeon showed 3 separate episodes back-to-back, giving viewers a substantial introduction to the world of Bikini Bottom and its characters. The 3 episodes that premiered that night were Help Wanted, Reef Blower, and Tea at the Tree Dome. Each of these episodes was approximately 11 minutes long, which is the standard length for a SpongeBob episode. Together, they filled about a half-hour time slot with commercials. The choice of these specific 3 episodes for the premiere was deliberate and strategic. Each episode served a specific purpose in introducing viewers to the show. Help Wanted was the most important of the 3 because it established the basic premise of the entire series and introduced the main characters. This episode would set the tone for everything that followed. Help Wanted tells the story of how SpongeBob got his job at the Krusty Krab. At the beginning of the episode, SpongeBob wakes up excited because today is the day he is going to apply for a job as a fry cook at the Krusty Krab, a fast food restaurant in Bikini Bottom. His best friend Patrick Star encourages him, though SpongeBob is nervous about the interview. SpongeBob goes to the Krusty Krab to ask for a job from the owner, Mr. Eugene Krabs. Mr. Krabs does not want to hire SpongeBob because he thinks SpongeBob is too inexperienced and immature. However, Squidward Tentacles, the cashier at the Krusty Krab who also does not want SpongeBob to work there, convinces Mr. Krabs to send SpongeBob on an impossible errand. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob that he can have the job only if he goes to find a special spatula. SpongeBob eagerly accepts this challenge and runs off to find the spatula, not realizing that Mr. Krabs and Squidward never expected him to actually succeed. While SpongeBob is gone, a large group of hungry anchovies arrives at the Krusty Krab. In the world of SpongeBob, anchovies are depicted as a mob of aggressive, demanding customers who overwhelm everything in their path. Mr. Krabs and Squidward are completely unable to handle the massive crowd of anchovies who all want food immediately. The situation becomes chaotic and dangerous as the anchovies swarm the restaurant. SpongeBob returns with the spatula he was sent to find and sees the chaos. He immediately jumps into action and begins cooking Krabby Patties at an impossibly fast speed, feeding all the anchovies and satisfying them. He uses his spatula with incredible skill, flipping patties through the air and assembling burgers faster than should be physically possible. His performance is so impressive that Mr. Krabs immediately hires him on the spot. The episode ends with SpongeBob officially becoming the fry cook at the Krusty Krab. This first episode was crucial because it accomplished several important tasks in just 11 minutes. It introduced viewers to SpongeBob and established his personality as enthusiastic, optimistic, and eager to work. It showed his home in the pineapple under the sea and his friendship with Patrick. It introduced Mr. Krabs and Squidward and established their personalities, Mr. Krabs as money-focused and business-oriented, Squidward as grumpy and dismissive of SpongeBob. Most importantly, it established the central setting of the Krusty Krab and explained how SpongeBob got his job there. The second episode of the premiere was Reef Blower. This episode was unique and unusual compared to almost every other SpongeBob episode ever made. Reef Blower contained no dialogue whatsoever. There were no spoken words, no conversations between characters, and no narration. The entire story was told purely through visual comedy and sound effects. This made it very different from Help Wanted and from most animated television shows in general. In Reef Blower, SpongeBob is using a reef blower, which is an underwater equivalent of a leaf blower, to clean up his yard. He is trying to remove debris and dirt from in front of his pineapple house. However, the reef blower does not work properly, and SpongeBob struggles to operate it. The machine malfunctions repeatedly, blowing debris in unintended directions. Some of the debris ends up in Squidward's yard, annoying him. Squidward is trying to relax and sunbathe, but SpongeBob's cleaning efforts keep disturbing him. The episode consists entirely of visual gags showing SpongeBob's incompetent attempts to use the reef blower and the resulting chaos. Objects get blown around unpredictably. SpongeBob accidentally sucks things up with the machine. Squidward becomes increasingly frustrated. Eventually, after much struggle and mishap, SpongeBob finally gets all the debris cleaned up from his yard, only for a tiny shell to land in his yard at the very end, suggesting the whole cycle might start again. The decision to include Reef Blower in the premiere was interesting because it showed viewers that SpongeBob SquarePants could work in different formats. While most episodes would feature dialogue and character interactions, this wordless episode demonstrated that the show could also succeed through pure physical comedy and visual humor. It showed that the animation quality was good enough to tell stories without relying on words. The third episode of the premiere was Tea at the Tree Dome. This episode was significant because it introduced Sandy Cheeks, one of the main characters of the series. Sandy is a squirrel from Texas who lives underwater in a glass dome filled with air called the Tree Dome. She wears a diving suit and helmet that provides her with air when she leaves her dome to explore the ocean. In Tea at the Tree Dome, SpongeBob sees Sandy for the first time while she is fighting a giant clam. SpongeBob is impressed by her karate skills and strength. Sandy saves herself from the clam and meets SpongeBob. She invites him to come to her tree dome for tea and cookies. SpongeBob eagerly accepts the invitation, excited to make a new friend. However, SpongeBob does not understand that the tree dome is filled with air, not water. When he arrives at Sandy's home, he enters an environment without water. As a sea sponge, SpongeBob needs water to survive. Without water, he begins to dry out. His body starts to shrivel, and he becomes dehydrated. SpongeBob is too embarrassed to admit to Sandy that he needs water, so he tries to tough it out and act like everything is fine. Patrick arrives at the tree dome to join SpongeBob. Patrick is a starfish who also needs water to survive. Both SpongeBob and Patrick begin suffering from severe dehydration as they try to have tea with Sandy, but neither of them wants to admit they are in distress. They become increasingly dried out and desperate for water. Sandy does not realize what is happening because she does not need water the way they do. Eventually, SpongeBob and Patrick become so dehydrated that they are near death. At the last moment, they realize they need to be honest about their problem. Sandy understands the issue and gives them water helmets, which are bowls filled with water that they wear on their heads. These helmets allow them to breathe and stay hydrated while in the tree dome. The episode ends with SpongeBob and Patrick recovering and enjoying tea with Sandy, now that they have the proper equipment to survive in her air-filled home. This third episode was important for several reasons. It introduced Sandy, who would become one of the most important supporting characters throughout the series. It established the Tree Dome as a unique location distinct from the rest of Bikini Bottom. It showed that SpongeBob and Patrick sometimes get into trouble because they are too embarrassed or polite to admit when they need help. The episode also demonstrated the show's willingness to put its characters in genuine danger for comedy. These 3 episodes together provided a comprehensive introduction to the world of SpongeBob SquarePants. Viewers who watched the premiere saw the main setting of the Krusty Krab, met the central characters including SpongeBob, Patrick, Mr. Krabs, and Squidward, were introduced to the important supporting character Sandy Cheeks, saw examples of both dialogue-heavy and purely visual comedy, and got a sense of the show's humor and tone. By the end of the preview, viewers had a complete understanding of what the show was and what future episodes might be like. The preview on the 1st of May 1999 was successful in attracting viewers and generating interest in the show. However, this was not the official premiere of SpongeBob SquarePants as a regular series. The preview was essentially a test to see how audiences would respond. Nickelodeon wanted to gauge whether people liked the show before committing to airing it regularly. After the successful preview, Nickelodeon scheduled the official premiere of SpongeBob SquarePants for the 17th of July, 1999. This was when the show began airing regularly as part of Nickelodeon's scheduled programming. From this point forward, new episodes would air on a consistent schedule, and SpongeBob would become a permanent part of Nickelodeon's lineup, rather than just a special one-time event. When SpongeBob SquarePants was first greenlit for production, Nickelodeon had only ordered 6 half-hour episodes. In animation, a half-hour episode typically contains 2 separate 11-minute stories or segments. This meant Nickelodeon had ordered 12 total segments. This was a very small initial order, reflecting the network's uncertainty about whether the show would succeed. Steven Hillenburg later recalled his thoughts when the show received this initial order. He said that he thought if the show did go to a full season, they would get 12 chances to write stories, and that might be it. He expected that they would produce those 12 segments, the show would air, and then it would probably get canceled. This was not pessimism on Hillenburg's part, it was realism. Many new animated shows fail to find an audience and get canceled after just one season or even less. Hillenburg hoped the show would succeed, but he knew that the odds were against any new show becoming a long-term hit. The limited initial order also made financial sense from Nickelodeon's perspective. Producing animated television is expensive. Each episode costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to make. Networks cannot afford to invest millions of dollars in a show that might fail. By ordering only 6 half-hours initially, Nickelodeon limited their financial risk. If the show failed, they would lose less money than if they had committed to a full season up front. However, SpongeBob SquarePants did not fail. To everyone's surprise, including Hillenburg's, the show became a massive ratings success almost immediately. Children loved the show and began watching it in large numbers. The preview and official premiere attracted strong viewership. As new episodes aired, more and more people tuned in. The show quickly became one of the most watched programs on Nickelodeon. What was even more surprising was that the show attracted viewers far beyond Nickelodeon's traditional target demographic. While Nickelodeon typically aimed their programming at children between the ages of 2 and 11, SpongeBob began attracting teenagers, college students, and adults. The humor worked on multiple levels, with simple slapstick comedy for young children and more sophisticated wordplay and situational comedy for older viewers. College students began hosting SpongeBob viewing parties. Adults admitted to watching the show even without children. The show became the most viewed Saturday morning children's program, which was a significant achievement. Saturday morning has traditionally been the most competitive time slot for children's television, with multiple networks all trying to capture young viewers who are home from school. For SpongeBob to become the #1 show during this crucial time slot indicated that it was not just popular but dominant in its market. Nickelodeon quickly realized they had a hit on their hands. The initial order of 6 half-hours was just the beginning. The network began ordering more episodes, expanding the show into multiple seasons. The show that Hillenburg thought might only last 12 segments ended up running for hundreds of episodes across dozens of seasons, becoming one of the longest-running animated series in television history. The success of the premiere exceeded all expectations and launched SpongeBob SquarePants into a position of cultural significance that very few television shows ever achieve. What began as a small preview after an awards show became the starting point for a phenomenon that would span decades and influence multiple generations of viewers. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have SpongeBob SquarePants, the optimistic fry cook. SpongeBob SquarePants is the main character and title character of the entire series. Everything in the show revolves around him, his adventures, his relationships with other characters, and his daily life in Bikini Bottom. Understanding who SpongeBob is as a character, his personality, his background, his motivations, and his role in the underwater world is essential to understanding why the show became so successful and why audiences of all ages connected with this unusual yellow sponge. According to canonical information from the series, SpongeBob SquarePants was born on the 14th of July, 1986. This birth date has been established in official materials and referenced within the show itself. The date places SpongeBob as being in his early teens when the show first premiered in 1999, though his exact age has been somewhat ambiguous throughout the series. The show has never been entirely consistent about how old SpongeBob is supposed to be, sometimes treating him as a young adult, and sometimes giving him characteristics that seem younger. The character of SpongeBob SquarePants was designed and created by Steven Hillenburg, the show's creator. Hillenburg drew directly from his earlier work when developing SpongeBob. The character is based on Bob the Sponge, a character that Hillenburg had created for his educational comic book called The Intertidal Zone back in 1984. However, significant changes were made when transforming Bob the Sponge into SpongeBob SquarePants. In the original educational comic, The Intertidal Zone, Bob the Sponge looked like a realistic sea sponge. He had the irregular, bumpy texture of a natural ocean sponge and wore sunglasses. This design was appropriate for an educational comic where the goal was to teach people about real sea creatures. However, when Hillenburg decided to create an entertainment show rather than an educational program, he realized that a realistic sea sponge would not work well as the main character of an animated comedy series. Hillenburg made a crucial design decision. He changed the character from a realistic sea sponge into a kitchen sponge. Instead of having the irregular, organic shape of a natural sponge, SpongeBob has a perfect square or rectangular shape. His body is bright yellow with visible pores or holes, exactly like a common household cleaning sponge. This design choice made the character more visually distinctive and easier to animate. The square shape also made the character more memorable and gave him a unique silhouette that viewers could recognize instantly. The square kitchen sponge design created some interesting implications for the character. While SpongeBob lives in the ocean and is referred to as a sea sponge, his appearance is that of a man-made object. This creates an amusing contradiction that the show generally ignores. SpongeBob is treated as a natural ocean creature by the other characters, but his appearance clearly suggests he is an artificial sponge. This strange combination of natural and artificial is part of the show's surreal humor. SpongeBob's physical appearance includes several distinctive features beyond his square shape. He has large blue eyes that express a wide range of emotions. His eyes are usually very wide open, giving him a look of constant surprise or excitement. He has a large smile that shows his square white teeth. His nose is a simple curved line, and he has 3 round holes on each side of his face that might represent pores. On the top of his head, he has several square holes that might be meant to suggest the holes found in a kitchen sponge. For clothing, SpongeBob wears a white short-sleeved collared shirt with a red tie. His pants are brown and square-shaped, matching his body. He wears black shoes with shiny tips, which are sometimes depicted as being very squeaky when he walks. This outfit makes SpongeBob look like he is dressed for an office job or formal workplace, which creates a humorous contrast with his childlike personality and the fact that he works in a fast food restaurant. The outfit also reinforces the theme of SpongeBob taking his job very seriously and treating it as an important career. The voice of SpongeBob SquarePants is provided by Tom Kenny, a veteran voice actor who had worked with Stephen Hillenburg previously on the animated show Rocko's Modern Life. The story of how Tom Kenny came to voice SpongeBob is interesting and shows how creative decisions sometimes happen by chance rather than through careful planning. When Hillenburg was developing SpongeBob SquarePants and thinking about what the main character should sound like, he approached Kenny specifically because of their previous working relationship. Interestingly, Tom Kenny had actually already created the voice that would become SpongeBob's voice, though he did not realize at the time that he would use it again. While working on Rocko's Modern Life, Kenny had used a particular high-pitched, enthusiastic voice for a minor background character who appeared briefly in one episode. This was not an important character, just someone who appeared for a few seconds. After voicing that character, Kenny forgot about the voice and did not think he would ever use it again. It was just one of many different voices he had created for various small roles. However, Stephen Hillenburg remembered that voice. When he was developing SpongeBob and trying to decide what the character should sound like, Hillenburg recalled Kenny's performance of that minor character from Rocko's Modern Life. The voice had stuck in Hillenburg's memory because it had a unique quality that seemed perfect for what he was trying to create. However, Kenny himself had completely forgotten how he had performed that voice. To help Kenny remember, Hillenburg found a video clip of the episode of Rocko's Modern Life where Kenny had used that voice. He showed Kenny the clip so Kenny could hear himself performing the voice and remember how he had done it. When Kenny watched the clip and heard the voice again, he was able to recreate it. Once Hillenburg heard Kenny perform the voice again, he knew immediately that this was exactly what he wanted for SpongeBob. The voice captured everything he imagined for the character. Hillenburg was so certain that Kenny's voice was perfect that he told Nickelodeon executives, "That's it, I don't want to hear anybody else do the voice." This was a bold statement because television networks typically want to hear auditions from multiple actors before making a final decision. Networks often prefer to cast celebrity voices because famous actors can help promote a show. However, Hillenburg insisted that Tom Kenny was the only person who should voice SpongeBob, and he refused to consider anyone else. Tom Kenny's voice for SpongeBob is high-pitched, energetic, and enthusiastic. The voice sounds childlike and innocent, perfectly matching SpongeBob's personality. Kenny's performance includes frequent laughter, excited exclamations, and a sense of constant joy and optimism. The voice can shift to express other emotions when needed: fear, sadness, anger, but it always returns to that baseline of cheerful enthusiasm. Kenny's voice work is a huge part of why SpongeBob is such a memorable and beloved character. In addition to voicing SpongeBob, Tom Kenny also voices several other characters in the show. Most notably, he voices Gary the Snail, SpongeBob's pet. Gary only says meow like a cat, but Kenny performs these meows in ways that suggest different emotions and meanings. Kenny also voices the French narrator who appears at the beginning and end of many episodes, speaking in an exaggerated French accent and describing Bikini Bottom in the style of a nature documentary. Kenny voices various other minor characters throughout the series as well. The most defining characteristic of SpongeBob as a character is his job at the Krusty Krab. For the majority of the series, SpongeBob works as a fry cook at the Krusty Krab, a fast food restaurant in Bikini Bottom. The Krusty Krab is owned by Eugene H. Krabs, usually called Mr. Krabs, who is obsessed with money and running a profitable business. SpongeBob's co-worker at the Krusty Krab is Squidward Tentacles, who works as the cashier and generally dislikes both his job and SpongeBob. SpongeBob treats his job with incredible seriousness and dignity. While many people view working at a fast food restaurant as a low-status job or something to do temporarily while pursuing other goals, SpongeBob treats his position as a fry cook as if it is the most important career in the world. He acts like a workaholic, meaning someone who is obsessed with their work and spends excessive amounts of time and energy on their job. SpongeBob is not forced to work this hard. He chooses to because he genuinely loves his job. SpongeBob's primary responsibility at the Krusty Krab is cooking Krabby Patties, the restaurant's signature food item. A Krabby Patty is a burger or sandwich made from a patty of some kind of food. The exact ingredients are kept secret within the show's plot, served on a bun with various toppings. SpongeBob is extremely skilled at making Krabby Patties. He can produce a perfect Krabby Patty within seconds, working at speeds that seem superhuman or impossible. His burgers are consistently delicious, and customers love them. In addition to his role as fry cook, SpongeBob occasionally takes on other jobs at the Krusty Krab. He sometimes works as a janitor, cleaning the restaurant. He occasionally fills in as the cashier when Squidward is unavailable or refuses to work. In a few episodes, he temporarily becomes the manager of the restaurant. Though these situations are usually temporary, SpongeBob's job title may vary, but his primary identity is as a fry cook, the person who makes the food that keeps the restaurant successful. SpongeBob's love for his job goes beyond normal job satisfaction. He has what can only be described as an abnormal love for being a fry cook. He wakes up every morning excited to go to work. He dreams about making Krabby Patties. He feels genuine joy when cooking burgers. When he is not allowed to work, whether because the restaurant is closed, because he has been fired, or because Mr. Krabs has given him time off, SpongeBob becomes sad and depressed. Work is not just what SpongeBob does. It is a core part of his identity and his source of happiness. This relationship with work makes SpongeBob an unusual character for a children's show. Most cartoon characters aimed at children either do not have jobs or treat their jobs as annoying obligations they have to endure. SpongeBob is the opposite. He represents someone who has found their calling, the perfect career that brings them joy and fulfillment. In this way, SpongeBob can be seen as an aspirational figure. He has achieved something many adults struggle with, which is finding work that they genuinely enjoy. However, SpongeBob's extreme enthusiasm for his job also serves as a source of comedy. His co-worker Squidward hates working at the Krusty Krab and finds SpongeBob's cheerfulness annoying and exhausting. The contrast between SpongeBob's love of the job and Squidward's misery creates much of the show's humor. SpongeBob's tendency to prioritize his job above everything else, including his own well-being and social life, is also played for comedy in various episodes. SpongeBob lives in a pineapple house on the ocean floor. His address is on Conch Street in Bikini Bottom. The pineapple is a whole fruit that somehow grows underwater and has been hollowed out to create living space inside. The house has multiple rooms, including a living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and library. The exterior of the pineapple is orange with the typical diamond pattern texture of a real pineapple, and it has green leaves sprouting from the top. The house sits on the ocean floor between Patrick's Rock and Squidward's Easter Island Head. Living with SpongeBob in the pineapple house is his pet snail Gary. In the world of SpongeBob, snails are the equivalent of cats. They meow instead of making snail sounds, and they are kept as pets the same way cats are pets in the real world. Gary is highly intelligent and often seems smarter than SpongeBob, though he can only communicate through meowing. SpongeBob loves Gary very much and treats him as both a pet and a best friend. The relationship between SpongeBob and Gary is one of the most consistent and heartwarming elements of the show. SpongeBob's best friend is Patrick Star, a starfish who lives under a rock right next to SpongeBob's pineapple house. Patrick is notable for being extremely unintelligent and lazy, creating a contrast with SpongeBob's energy and work ethic. Despite their differences, SpongeBob and Patrick spend enormous amounts of time together and consider each other best friends. Much of the show's comedy comes from SpongeBob and Patrick getting into trouble together through a combination of SpongeBob's enthusiasm and Patrick's stupidity. SpongeBob's personality is defined by several key traits. First and foremost, he is relentlessly optimistic. He sees the good in every situation and every person. Even when bad things happen to him, SpongeBob maintains a positive attitude and believes things will work out. This optimism is not naive. SpongeBob experiences disappointment and sadness, but he always bounces back to his natural state of cheerfulness. This makes him somewhat unusual as a protagonist because he rarely changes or grows. He maintains the same positive outlook regardless of what happens to him. Second, SpongeBob is innocent and naive. He trusts people easily and believes what they tell him. He does not understand sarcasm well. He takes things literally. He fails to recognize when people are trying to manipulate him or take advantage of him. This innocence makes him vulnerable to being tricked or used by other characters, particularly Plankton, who frequently tries to manipulate SpongeBob into helping him steal the Krabby Patty secret formula. However, SpongeBob's innocence is also endearing and is part of why audiences like him. Third, SpongeBob is extremely enthusiastic about everything he does. Whether he is working, jellyfishing with Patrick, practicing karate with Sandy, or blowing bubbles, SpongeBob approaches every activity with maximum energy and excitement. He does not do things halfway. This enthusiasm sometimes annoys other characters, particularly Squidward, who finds SpongeBob's constant energy exhausting. However, this enthusiasm is also what makes SpongeBob so effective at his job and so successful at the things he cares about. Fourth, SpongeBob is kind and caring toward others. He genuinely wants to help people and make them happy. He performs acts of kindness without expecting anything in return. He tries to be a good friend, a good employee, and a good neighbor. When people are mean to him, he typically responds with more kindness rather than anger or revenge. This goodness is a core part of his character, though it sometimes leads to him being taken advantage of by less ethical characters. Despite these positive traits, SpongeBob is not perfect. He can be annoying, particularly to Squidward. His enthusiasm and constant cheerfulness can be overwhelming to people who prefer quiet and calm. He sometimes fails to read social cues and does not realize when people want him to leave them alone. His childlike behavior is endearing in many contexts, but inappropriate in others. He can be inconsiderate of other people's needs when he becomes focused on something he wants to do. SpongeBob also has notable flaws and weaknesses. The most prominent is his inability to drive a boat properly. In the underwater world of Bikini Bottom, boats serve the same function as cars in the human world. SpongeBob desperately wants to get his boating license, but he repeatedly fails his driving test because he becomes extremely nervous behind the wheel and causes chaos and destruction whenever he tries to drive. This ongoing failure is a recurring plot element throughout the series. Another significant aspect of SpongeBob's character is his age ambiguity. The show has never been entirely clear about how old SpongeBob is supposed to be. He has a job, lives independently, pays bills, and handles adult responsibilities, which suggests he is an adult. However, his behavior, voice, and personality are very childlike. He attends boating school like a teenager learning to drive. His birth date of the 14th of July 1986 would make him relatively young, but the show exists in a timeless state where years pass without characters aging. This ambiguity is intentional and allows the show to appeal to both children and adults. SpongeBob's character design and personality were influenced by Stephen Hillenburg's own experiences and the people around him. Hillenburg incorporated elements from various sources, including Tom Kenny's personality, when creating the character. Before becoming an animator, Hillenburg had worked as a fry cook himself, giving him first-hand knowledge of what that job entailed. This personal experience informed how he wrote SpongeBob's relationship with his work. Over the decades that SpongeBob SquarePants has been on the air, the character has remained remarkably consistent. While some characters on long-running shows change significantly over time, SpongeBob has maintained the same core personality traits throughout hundreds of episodes. He is still optimistic, enthusiastic, kind, naive, and devoted to his job. This consistency is part of what has made the character so enduring and beloved by multiple generations of viewers. SpongeBob SquarePants as a character represents something that resonates with audiences of all ages. For children, he is a fun, energetic character who gets into silly adventures. For teenagers and adults, he represents innocence, optimism, and finding joy in simple things. The character succeeds because he is simultaneously simple enough for young children to understand and complex enough for older viewers to appreciate. His love for his job and his determination to be the best fry cook possible, combined with his fundamental kindness and good nature, make him a protagonist that audiences genuinely want to spend time with. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Patrick Star, the lovable starfish under the rock. Patrick Star is one of the main characters in SpongeBob SquarePants and serves as SpongeBob's best friend throughout the series. While SpongeBob is the energetic, optimistic protagonist, Patrick provides a contrasting personality that creates much of the show's comedy. understanding Patrick's character, his design, his role in the show, and his relationship with SpongeBob is essential to understanding how the show works and why it became so successful. Patrick Star is a fictional character in Nickelodeon's animated television series, SpongeBob SquarePants. He is voiced by actor Bill Fagerbakke, who was chosen for the role during the show's initial casting process. Patrick was created and designed by marine biologist and animator Stephen Hillenburg, the same person who created SpongeBob and all the other main characters. Patrick first appeared in the very first episode of the series, which was the pilot episode called Help Wanted. This episode premiered on the 1st of May 1999, the same day that SpongeBob himself first appeared on television. The fact that Patrick appeared in the pilot episode shows that he was conceived as a main character from the very beginning. He was not added later as the show developed. He was part of Hillenburg's original vision for what the show would be. Patrick's presence in that first episode established his friendship with SpongeBob and showed viewers that this relationship would be central to the series. Even in that first episode, the dynamic between the two characters was clear. SpongeBob was nervous and uncertain, while Patrick provided encouragement and support, albeit not always helpful support. Patrick Star is a starfish, which is a type of marine animal also known as a sea star. Starfish are real ocean creatures that typically have 5 arms extending from a central body, creating a star shape. Patrick's design is based on this real animal, though like all characters in SpongeBob SquarePants, he is heavily stylized and cartoonish rather than realistic. Patrick is depicted as an overweight coral pink starfish. His body is a 5-pointed star shape, though his proportions are much rounder and heavier than a typical starfish would be in real life. The decision to make Patrick overweight and heavy was deliberate. Stephen Hillenburg and the character designers wanted Patrick to look slow and sedentary, matching his lazy personality. Patrick's body is thick and rounded, giving him a soft appearance. His color is a bright coral pink, which makes him visually distinctive and easy to recognize. Unlike some stylized cartoon characters, Patrick actually looks quite similar to certain species of real starfish, particularly in his color and basic shape, though his size and proportions are exaggerated. Patrick lives under a rock in the underwater city of Bikini Bottom. This is not a metaphorical statement. Patrick's home is literally underneath a large rock on the ocean floor. The rock sits on the ground right next to SpongeBob's pineapple house. When Patrick wants to enter or exit his home, he simply lifts up one edge of the rock and crawls underneath it or out from under it. The rock then falls back down into place. The interior of Patrick's home under the rock has been shown in various episodes throughout the series. Surprisingly, there is actually a furnished living space under the rock. Patrick has a bed, furniture, and other possessions despite living under what appears from the outside to be just a simple rock. The exact layout and appearance of Patrick's home has been inconsistent across different episodes, sometimes showing a small, simple space, and other times showing a much larger area. This inconsistency is typical of cartoon logic, where the interior of buildings does not need to match what seems physically possible from the outside. The choice to have Patrick live under a rock is both practical and symbolic. Practically, it creates a very simple, distinctive home that is immediately recognizable and easy for animators to draw repeatedly. Symbolically, living under a rock suggests simplicity and perhaps a lack of ambition or sophistication. The phrase living under a rock is sometimes used to describe someone who is unaware of current events or popular culture, which fits Patrick's character as someone who is not very intelligent or aware of what is happening around him. Patrick Star's most significant character trait is his low intelligence. Throughout the series, Patrick is consistently portrayed as being extremely unintelligent, often to a degree that seems impossible. He struggles with basic concepts, forgets things immediately after learning them, and frequently misunderstands simple situations. Stephen Hillenburg, the show's creator, described Patrick as probably the dumbest guy in town, which accurately captures how the character is written and portrayed. Patrick's stupidity is not mean-spirited or cruel. It is presented as an innocent lack of intelligence rather than willful ignorance. Patrick is not trying to be stupid. He simply lacks the mental capacity to understand many things. This makes him sympathetic rather than frustrating. Viewers laugh at Patrick's mistakes and misunderstandings, but they are not encouraged to look down on him or feel superior to him. His stupidity is part of his character, like having blue eyes or being tall, rather than a moral failing. The second major trait of Patrick's character is his laziness. Patrick is shown to be extremely lazy throughout the series, rarely engaging in productive activities or work of any kind. He spends most of his time sleeping under his rock, watching television, or doing nothing at all. When SpongeBob suggests activities, Patrick often resists because they require effort or energy. Patrick's laziness is so extreme that he has become known for it, and several episodes focus specifically on his refusal to do anything productive. Patrick's laziness and lack of intelligence combine to define his economic status. Patrick is unemployed, meaning he does not have a job. Unlike SpongeBob, who works at the Krusty Krab and takes his job very seriously, Patrick has no regular employment. He has described himself as a self-proclaimed expert in the art of doing nothing, which perfectly captures his approach to life. Patrick is not looking for work, not trying to find a career, and not concerned about his lack of employment. He is content to simply exist without working. This unemployment creates an interesting question that the show generally does not address. How does Patrick survive without money or a job? In real life, people need money to buy food, pay for housing, and cover their living expenses. Patrick appears to have no income, yet he has a home under his rock and enough food to eat. The show does not explain this, operating on cartoon logic where characters can exist without the financial concerns that would affect real people. This is typical of animated comedies where economic realism is sacrificed for the sake of storytelling. Despite his low intelligence and laziness, Patrick is not portrayed as a negative character or a bad person. He has a good heart and genuinely cares about SpongeBob. Patrick is loyal to his best friend and tries to help SpongeBob, even though his attempts to help often make situations worse because of his stupidity. Patrick's intentions are almost always good, even when his actions cause problems. This makes him a sympathetic character rather than an antagonist or someone the audience is meant to dislike. The friendship between Patrick and SpongeBob is the emotional core of the series. The two characters are best friends who spend enormous amounts of time together. They go jellyfishing together, which is a favorite activity in Bikini Bottom similar to butterfly catching. They blow bubbles together, they play childish games together. They embark on various adventures together. Their friendship is genuine and deep, even though Patrick's stupidity sometimes tests SpongeBob's patience. What makes their friendship interesting is how different the two characters are in some ways. SpongeBob is energetic and constantly active, while Patrick is lazy and prefers to do nothing. SpongeBob has a job that he loves and takes seriously, while Patrick is unemployed and has no interest in working. SpongeBob is naive but not stupid, while Patrick is genuinely unintelligent. Despite these differences, the two characters genuinely enjoy each other's company and consider each other best friends. The friendship between SpongeBob and Patrick also creates much of the show's comedy. Many episodes feature the two friends getting into trouble together, usually because Patrick's stupidity leads them into dangerous or problematic situations, and SpongeBob's enthusiasm causes him to go along with Patrick's terrible ideas. Their combined lack of wisdom, SpongeBob's naivety, and Patrick's stupidity creates a dynamic where neither of them recognizes when they are making bad decisions. Patrick Star's physical appearance includes several distinctive features. As mentioned, he is coral pink in color and has a 5-pointed star shape. His body is round and heavy, giving him a chubby appearance. Patrick has eyes that sit on top of his head on short stalks, which is similar to how some real starfish have eye spots on the tips of their arms. His eyes are green with black pupils. Patrick has a large mouth that takes up much of his face, and when he opens his mouth wide, it reveals a cavernous interior, often used for comedic effect. Patrick's clothing is minimal and simple. He usually wears only a pair of lime green shorts with purple flowers on them. These shorts are his standard outfit throughout the series and have become an iconic part of his character design. The choice to have Patrick wear only shorts, with no shirt or shoes, emphasizes his lazy, casual approach to life. He is not dressed for work or formal occasions. He is dressed for lounging around and doing nothing. In some episodes, Patrick's clothing changes to match specific situations. For example, in scenes where Patrick is sleeping, he sometimes wears different clothing. In some episodes, he has been shown wearing pajamas or other sleep attire. The specific details of what Patrick wears to bed have varied across different episodes. However, his standard appearance in most episodes is just the lime green shorts with purple flowers, making this his most recognizable outfit. Interestingly, Patrick has no visible ears on his body. This has been explicitly noted in the show and creates some humorous situations. Despite having no ears, Patrick can hear perfectly well. The show does not explain how Patrick can hear without ears. This is simply accepted as part of the cartoon logic of the underwater world. The lack of ears is based on the biology of real starfish, which do not have ears in the traditional sense, though they can sense vibrations and changes in their environment. Bill Fagerbakke is the voice actor who performs Patrick's voice. Fagerbakke was cast in the role during the original casting process for the show. His voice for Patrick is deep and slow, which contrasts sharply with Tom Kenny's high-pitched, energetic voice for SpongeBob. Fagerbakke's performance gives Patrick a dopey, slow-witted quality that perfectly matches the character's low intelligence. The voice sounds friendly and good-natured, but also clearly unintelligent, which is exactly what the character requires. Bill Fagerbakke voices not only Patrick Star, but also various other characters throughout the series. He provides voices for multiple minor characters and background characters as needed. However, Patrick is by far his most prominent and important role in the series. Foggerbocke has voiced Patrick continuously since the show's debut in 1999, providing consistency to the character across hundreds of episodes spanning more than 2 decades. The creation of Patrick's character has an interesting backstory. Patrick was first created for an early draft of the episode Pizza Delivery, which would eventually become one of the episodes in the first season. In this early version of the episode, SpongeBob and Squidward were going to go on a road trip together. During this road trip, they were planned to meet a starfish character who worked as a bartender. This original starfish character was described as angry and having a huge chip on his shoulder because he was pink and upset about being pink. However, this angry pink bartender starfish character was retooled and transformed during development. Instead of being an angry character that SpongeBob and Squidward met during a single episode, the starfish character was reimagined as Patrick Star, SpongeBob's neighbor and best friend. The pink color was kept, but the angry personality was completely changed to the friendly, stupid, lazy character that Patrick became. This transformation shows how characters can evolve during the development process, with early concepts being modified until they become something quite different from the original idea. Steven Hillenburg had specific reasons for choosing a starfish as one of the main characters. According to Hillenburg, the character was conceived as a starfish to embody the animal's nature in an interesting way. Hillenburg explained that starfish look dumb and slow when people observe them in nature. If you see a starfish in a tide pool or aquarium, it appears to barely move and seems unintelligent. However, Hillenburg noted that in reality, starfish are very active and aggressive creatures. They are predators that hunt and eat other marine animals. This contradiction between appearance and reality fascinated Hillenburg. For Patrick's character, Hillenburg took the dumb and slow appearance of starfish and made it literal. Patrick really is dumb and slow, matching how starfish appear rather than how they actually behave in nature. This is the opposite of what Hillenburg did with other characters, where he sometimes subverted expectations. With Patrick, he leaned into the stereotype and made it the reality of the character. Patrick looks lazy and stupid, and he is lazy and stupid. Patrick's role in the show extends beyond just being SpongeBob's friend. He serves several important narrative functions that help the show work. First, Patrick provides comic relief through his stupidity. When situations need to become more chaotic or absurd, Patrick's lack of intelligence can drive the plot in unpredictable directions. Second, Patrick serves as someone for SpongeBob to interact with outside of work. While much of the show takes place at the Krusty Krab, Patrick provides SpongeBob with activities and adventures during his time off. Third, Patrick's laziness and lack of ambition create a contrast with SpongeBob's work ethic and enthusiasm, highlighting SpongeBob's unique qualities. Patrick's intelligence, or lack thereof, varies somewhat across different episodes depending on what the plot requires. In some episodes, Patrick is merely slow-witted and simple. In other episodes, Patrick is so profoundly stupid that he seems incapable of basic functions like breathing or walking. This inconsistency is common in long-running comedy shows where character traits are exaggerated or minimized as needed for specific stories. However, the baseline for Patrick's character is always that he is the least intelligent main character in the show. Despite his stupidity, Patrick occasionally displays moments of surprising intelligence or insight. These moments are rare but memorable. Sometimes Patrick will say something unexpectedly wise, or come up with a clever solution to a problem. These moments are usually played for comedy, with other characters being shocked that Patrick said something intelligent. The humor comes from the contrast between Patrick's usual stupidity and these occasional flashes of intelligence. However, these moments are exceptions that prove the rule. Patrick's baseline state is unintelligent. Patrick's relationship with other characters besides SpongeBob is also worth noting. Squidward, SpongeBob's neighbor and co-worker, generally finds Patrick just as annoying as he finds SpongeBob, if not more so. Squidward views Patrick as an idiot and does not enjoy spending time with him. Mr. Krabs, SpongeBob's boss, has limited interaction with Patrick but generally views him as a nuisance or potential customer. Sandy Cheeks, the squirrel from Texas, is sometimes friends with Patrick but also gets annoyed by his stupidity. Plankton occasionally tries to use Patrick's stupidity to his advantage when scheming to steal the Krabby Patty formula. Patrick Star has become one of the most recognizable and popular characters in the SpongeBob SquarePants franchise. His distinctive pink color, star shape, and simple-minded personality have made him memorable to audiences. Patrick appears in virtually every episode of the show, either as a main character driving the plot or as a supporting character who appears briefly. His importance to the series is reflected in the fact that he later received his own spin-off show called The Patrick Star Show, which premiered in 2021, more than 20 years after Patrick first appeared. The character of Patrick Star represents something that resonates with audiences, particularly younger viewers. Patrick's laziness and lack of ambition, combined with his genuine friendship with SpongeBob, make him relatable to people who do not feel driven to succeed or achieve great things. Patrick is content to simply exist, enjoy simple pleasures, and spend time with his friend. In a world that often pressures people to be productive and accomplished, Patrick represents the appeal of just relaxing and not worrying about responsibilities or expectations. Patrick's stupidity, while exaggerated for comedy, also serves to make other characters look smarter by comparison. When even SpongeBob, who is naive and childlike, appears intelligent compared to Patrick, it creates humor through contrast. Patrick's presence in the show allows other characters to be the smart one in situations, which creates different types of comedy than would be possible if all characters were equally intelligent. Over the decades that SpongeBob SquarePants has been on television, Patrick has remained remarkably consistent as a character. He is still lazy, stupid, and loyal to SpongeBob. While some aspects of his characterization have been exaggerated over time, with his stupidity becoming even more extreme in later seasons, the core of who Patrick is has not changed. This consistency has helped make Patrick a stable, reliable character that audiences can count on to behave in predictable ways, which is important for a long-running series. Patrick's star is an essential part of what makes SpongeBob SquarePants work as a show. His friendship with SpongeBob provides the emotional foundation for many episodes. His stupidity and laziness create comedy and drive plots in unexpected directions. His simple, distinctive design makes him visually memorable and easy to recognize. His good-natured personality, despite his flaws, makes him likable rather than frustrating. Bill Fagerbakk's voice performance brings the character to life and gives Patrick a distinctive sound that audiences immediately associate with the character. All of these elements combine to make Patrick Star one of the most successful supporting characters in animated television history. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have Squidward Tentacles, the misunderstood artist. 7. Squidward Tentacles, the misunderstood artist. Squidward Tentacles is one of the main characters in SpongeBob SquarePants and serves as a crucial counterbalance to SpongeBob's relentless optimism and enthusiasm. While SpongeBob represents joy and innocence, Squidward represents cynicism and frustration. Understanding Squidward's character, his artistic aspirations, his relationship with his neighbors, and his role in the show helps explain much of the series' humor and emotional depth. Squidward is often called a misunderstood artist, and this description captures both his self-perception and how audiences have come to view him over the years. Squidward Tentacles is a fictional character in Nickelodeon's SpongeBob SquarePants franchise. He is voiced by actor Roger Bumpass, who has performed the voice since the character's first appearance. Like all the main characters, Squidward was created and designed by marine biologist and animator Stephen Hillenburg. Squidward appeared in the very first episode of the series, the pilot episode Help Wanted, that premiered on the 1st of May, 1999. This means Squidward was part of the original concept for the show from the very beginning, not a character added later. One of the most interesting facts about Squidward is that despite his name, he is not actually a squid. Squidward is an octopus. This seems like it should be an error or mistake, but it is actually an intentional creative decision by Stephen Hillenburg. When designing the character, Hillenburg specifically chose to make SpongeBob's grumpy neighbor an octopus because he liked the species' large head. Hillenburg noted that the large head shape suggested that Squidward thinks he's an intellectual, meaning the physical design of having a big head would communicate to audiences that this character considers himself smart and sophisticated. The reason Squidward is named after a squid rather than an octopus relates to the name itself and how it sounds. Stephen Hillenburg wanted to give the character a name that included the word squid because squids and octopuses are closely related animals. Both are cephalopods, a group of marine animals that includes squids, octopuses, cuttlefish, and nautiluses. Hillenburg combined squid with the English name Edward to create Squidward. According to Roger Bumpass, Squidward's voice actor, the alternative name Octord was considered but just didn't work. The name Octord sounds awkward and does not roll off the tongue easily, while Squidward sounds natural and memorable. Squidward Tentacles is depicted as a turquoise or cyan-colored octopus. His exact color is specified in design documents as PMS 333, which is a specific shade of turquoise in the Pantone color matching system used by designers. The color makes Squidward visually distinct from the other main characters. SpongeBob is yellow, Patrick is pink, Mr. Krabs is red, and Squidward is turquoise. This color coding helps viewers instantly identify which character is on screen. As an octopus, Squidward should biologically have 8 limbs. Real octopuses have 8 arms that they use for movement and manipulation of objects. However, in the show, Squidward is normally drawn with only 6 limbs instead of 8. Stephen Hillenburg explained this decision by saying it was just simpler to animate Squidward with 6 limbs rather than 8. Drawing and animating 8 separate limbs moving in coordinated ways would be significantly more work for the animation team, and Hillenburg decided that 6 limbs was enough to convey that Squidward was an octopus-like creature without requiring the extra effort. However, the show is not entirely consistent about this. Squidward is shown with a full set of 8 tentacles in a few specific instances. One notable example is the live-action sequence in the episode Pressure from Season 2, where real ocean creatures appear on screen, and Squidward is represented by footage of a real octopus, which naturally has 8 limbs. Another brief instance occurs in the episode Sold from Season 9. These exceptions are rare, and in the vast majority of episodes across all seasons, Squidward is drawn with 6 limbs. Squidward has purple suction cups at the end of his tentacles. These suction cups are visible when the animation shows his limbs in detail. Real octopuses have suction cups on their arms that they use to grip surfaces and manipulate objects, so this is an accurate biological detail that Hillenburg included in the design. When Squidward walks, his suction cups stick to the floor, making a characteristic squelching sound. This detail reinforces that he is a sea creature even though he walks upright like a human. Physically, Squidward has a large, bulbous head that takes up much of his body. His head is bald with no hair. He has a very large, droopy nose that hangs down from his face. This prominent nose is one of Squidward's most distinctive features and is often used in the show's visual comedy. Squidward has yellow eyes with red pupils, which is an unusual color combination that makes his expressions very noticeable. His face usually carries a frown or neutral expression, rarely smiling except when something genuinely pleases him, which is uncommon. For clothing, Squidward wears a brown short-sleeved shirt. The shirt is sometimes described as nautical brown or brown-orange, with the exact shade varying slightly across different episodes and different animation teams. Squidward does not wear pants, which is typical for many of the characters in SpongeBob SquarePants. He also does not wear shoes, walking around on his tentacle feet with their suction cups directly contacting the ground. The simple outfit of just a brown shirt makes Squidward easy to draw consistently across hundreds of episodes. According to the show's writer and storyboard artist Vincent Waller, Squidward is hard to draw because he has a very odd-shaped head. The large bulbous head with the droopy nose requires more care to draw correctly compared to simpler character designs like Patrick's star shape. This means that animators and storyboard artists working on the show needed to develop skill in drawing Squidward's distinctive head shape consistently so he would look like the same character across different episodes and different artists' work. Squidward lives in a house that resembles an Easter Island moai. A moai is one of the large stone head statues found on Easter Island, created by the Rapa Nui people hundreds of years ago. These statues have distinctive elongated heads, prominent noses, and serious expressions. Squidward's house looks like one of these statues, with a face carved into the front and the interior rooms inside the head structure. The house is positioned between SpongeBob's Pineapple House and Patrick's Rock on a street called Conch Street in Bikini Bottom. The choice to have Squidward live in an Easter Island head is both visually distinctive and symbolically appropriate. The moai statues have an air of ancient culture and sophistication, which matches Squidward's pretensions to being cultured and artistic. The serious, grumpy expression on the statues also mirrors Squidward's usual mood. The house itself has been personified or given personality in some episodes, with the house appearing to react to events happening nearby, though this is not a consistent element of the show. Squidward Tentacles works as a cashier at the Krusty Krab, the fast food restaurant owned by Mr. Eugene Krabs. This means Squidward is SpongeBob's co-worker. The two of them work together at the restaurant, with SpongeBob cooking the food and Squidward taking orders from customers and operating the cash register. Squidward absolutely hates his job at the Krusty Krab. He finds the work boring, demeaning, and beneath his perceived station in life. He resents having to work in fast food when he believes he should be recognized as a serious artist. Squidward's personality can be described as cynical, selfish, sarcastic, introverted, and grumpy. He is deeply unhappy with his life and situation. He feels that he deserves better than what he has. He believes he is more talented and sophisticated than the other residents of Bikini Bottom recognize. This creates a constant sense of frustration and bitterness that defines much of his character. Squidward is frequently annoyed by everything and everyone around him, particularly SpongeBob and Patrick. The relationship between Squidward and SpongeBob is one of the most important dynamics in the entire series. SpongeBob considers Squidward a friend and treats him with kindness and enthusiasm. SpongeBob genuinely likes Squidward and wants to spend time with him. However, Squidward does not feel the same way. Squidward finds SpongeBob incredibly annoying. SpongeBob's constant cheerfulness, his loud voice, his childish behavior, and his tendency to intrude on Squidward's private time all drive Squidward crazy. Squidward wants nothing more than to be left alone, but SpongeBob constantly seeks out his company. This creates a one-sided friendship that is played for comedy throughout the series. SpongeBob thinks they are friends, Squidward thinks SpongeBob is an annoying pest. However, the show occasionally reveals that Squidward's feelings are more complicated than pure dislike. In some episodes, Squidward is shown to care about SpongeBob despite claiming to hate him. When SpongeBob is in genuine danger or distress, Squidward sometimes helps him or shows concern. When Squidward thinks SpongeBob might be gone permanently, he sometimes experiences sadness or regret. These moments suggest that Squidward's constant irritation with SpongeBob masks a deeper, reluctant affection. Squidward's relationship with Patrick is simpler and more straightforward than his relationship with SpongeBob. Squidward considers Patrick an idiot and has no patience for him. Patrick's stupidity annoys Squidward even more than SpongeBob's cheerfulness. When SpongeBob and Patrick are together, causing double the chaos and noise, Squidward's frustration reaches its peak. Many episodes feature Squidward trying desperately to get away from SpongeBob and Patrick, who are obliviously bothering him despite his clear desire to be left alone. Despite Squidward's negative attitude and constant complaining, he is not meant to be a villain or antagonist in the traditional sense. The show presents Squidward sympathetically in many ways. His frustrations are often understandable and justified. SpongeBob and Patrick do intrude on his privacy, make excessive noise, damage his property, and interrupt his attempts to relax. Mr. Krabs does treat him poorly as an employee, paying him very little and showing no appreciation for his work. Squidward has genuine reasons to be unhappy with his situation. This makes him a more complex character than a simple villain would be. A crucial aspect of Squidward's character is his identity as an artist. Squidward desperately wants to be recognized as a talented artist and musician. He believes he has exceptional artistic ability that the world fails to appreciate. Squidward's primary artistic pursuit is playing the clarinet. He owns a clarinet and practices it frequently. However, the show makes it very clear that Squidward is not actually good at playing the clarinet. His playing is portrayed as terrible, producing harsh, unpleasant sounds that other characters find painful to listen to. This creates one of the central tragedies of Squidward's character. He is delusional about his own talent. Squidward genuinely believes he is an excellent clarinet player, but everyone who hears him play thinks he sounds terrible. Squidward is not aware that he lacks talent. He interprets other people's negative reactions as jealousy or lack of sophistication rather than honest assessments of his poor performance. This delusion extends to his other artistic pursuits as well. Besides playing clarinet, Squidward also engages in painting and considers himself a visual artist. He creates paintings and sculptures, which he believes demonstrate his artistic genius. However, like his music, Squidward's visual art is generally portrayed as being bad. Other characters do not appreciate his artwork, and his paintings are shown to be simplistic or strange rather than masterful. Squidward has over 500 self-portraits, meaning paintings of himself. This enormous number of self-portraits suggests both narcissism and obsessive focus on himself as his primary subject. Squidward's artistic aspirations create much of the show's pathos. The word pathos refers to a quality that evokes pity or sadness. Squidward wants desperately to be a respected artist, but he lacks the talent to achieve this dream. He works a job he hates to pay his bills, while believing he deserves to be famous and celebrated. This gap between his self-image and reality makes Squidward a somewhat tragic figure. Audiences can feel sorry for Squidward even while laughing at his failures and frustrations. The character of Squidward has become increasingly sympathetic to audiences over the years, particularly as those audiences have grown older. When children first watch SpongeBob SquarePants, they often identify with SpongeBob and see Squidward as a mean grouch who is unfairly cruel to the cheerful protagonist. However, as those same viewers become teenagers and adults, many find themselves relating more to Squidward. Adult viewers often have jobs they dislike, neighbors who annoy them, and frustrated artistic or professional ambitions. Squidward's experiences become more relatable to people who have entered the workforce and experienced the disappointments of adult life. This shift in audience identification with Squidward is one of the reasons SpongeBob SquarePants has remained popular with adult viewers. The show works on multiple levels, with different characters appealing to viewers of different ages and life experiences. Children enjoy SpongeBob's silly adventures. Adults relate to Squidward's frustration and disappointment. The show satisfies both groups simultaneously by presenting both perspectives. Squidward's voice is performed by Roger Bumpass, who has been voicing the character since 1999. Bumpass describes Squidward as a very nasally, monotone kind of guy when explaining his approach to the voice. The nasally quality makes Squidward sound stuffy and pretentious, which matches his personality. The monotone aspect, meaning a lack of variation in pitch and tone, makes Squidward sound bored and unenthusiastic, which matches his attitude toward most things. However, Bumpass also noted that the character became interesting to perform because of his sarcasm, and then his frustration, and then his apoplexy, meaning the voice allows for a wide spectrum of emotions, from calm sarcasm to explosive anger. Bumpass does not only voice Squidward, he also performs voices for several other characters in the show, including Squidward's mother. However, Squidward is by far his most prominent and important role. Bumpass has voiced Squidward continuously across hundreds of episodes for more than 2 decades, making him closely associated with the character. Many fans cannot imagine Squidward with any other voice. The show has explored Squidward's background and family to some extent, though not as thoroughly as SpongeBob's family. Squidward has a mother named Mrs. Tentacles, who has appeared in several episodes. She seems to be a loving mother, though the show also suggests she may be somewhat critical or embarrassing to Squidward. Squidward has a father named Jeff Tentacles, who was mentioned in the episode Crabborg and appeared in later episodes. Squidward has a grandmother named Granny Tentacles, who appeared in the episode Chum Fricassee and was shown to be quite harsh with Squidward, hitting him with her walker when she was angry with him. The Tentacles family tree extends far back in time, similar to the SquarePants family tree. The show has featured various ancestors of Squidward from different time periods. Squidosaurus rex was a dinosaur ancestor from prehistoric times. Squog was Squidward's prehistoric ancestor who lived alongside SpongeGar and Patar, the ancestors of SpongeBob and Patrick. Squidly Tentacles was a medieval ancestor who served as a court jester for a king. Hopalong Tentacles was Squidward's western ancestor who worked as a bartender at the Krusty Cantina and appeared in the episode Pest of the West. These ancestors all share certain characteristics with Squidward, particularly being artists and having difficult relationships with the ancestors of SpongeBob and Patrick. This suggests that the dynamic between Squidward and his annoying neighbors has persisted across multiple generations, which is both humorous and tragic. No matter what time period, there has been a Tentacles who is bothered by a SquarePants and a star. Squidward's daily routine, when not interrupted by SpongeBob and Patrick, seems to consist of going to work at the Krusty Krab, coming home, and pursuing his artistic interests or trying to relax. Squidward is shown playing his clarinet, painting, reading, taking baths, and attempting to enjoy peace and quiet. These activities are constantly interrupted by his neighbors, who create noise, intrude on his property, or directly bother him. Much of Squidward's time is spent trying to escape from or avoid SpongeBob and Patrick, rather than being able to actually relax. At his job at the Krusty Krab, Squidward is a terrible employee by any objective standard. He is lazy and does not want to work. He shows no enthusiasm for serving customers. He is often rude to customers and provides poor service. He sleeps on the job. He tries to avoid doing any actual work whenever possible. He shows no loyalty to Mr. Krabs or the restaurant. If Squidward worked at a real restaurant with these attitudes and behaviors, he would certainly be fired. However, Mr. Krabs keeps him employed, probably because Squidward works for very low wages and Mr. Krabs is too cheap to hire someone better. Despite being a bad employee, Squidward is not incompetent at all tasks. He can operate the cash register and take orders when he chooses to do so. However, Squidward is an incompetent fry cook. In episodes where SpongeBob is absent and Squidward must cook the food, Squidward proves to be terrible at this task. He burns the food, undercooks it, or creates inedible dishes. This incompetence as a cook is part of why SpongeBob is so valuable to the Krusty Krab despite his annoying personality. SpongeBob can do something Squidward cannot: cook good food quickly. An interesting aspect of Squidward's character is his wealth of knowledge about certain subjects. Despite working in fast food, Squidward is actually quite educated and knowledgeable about art, music, and culture. He knows about famous artists, composers, and cultural works. He uses sophisticated vocabulary and makes references to high culture. This knowledge is real and accurate, not delusional like his assessment of his own talent. Squidward is intelligent and educated. He simply lacks the artistic talent he believes he possesses. This combination of real knowledge and false belief in his own talent makes Squidward fascinating as a character. He is smart enough to appreciate good art, but not talented enough to create it himself. He understands what excellence looks like but cannot achieve it. This must be deeply frustrating, though Squidward remains unaware of the gap between his appreciation of art and his ability to create it. The show occasionally gives Squidward moments of genuine success or happiness, though these are rare. In the famous episode Band Geeks, Squidward organizes a marching band to perform at a major event. Throughout the episode, the band practices and performs terribly, and Squidward faces humiliation. However, at the actual performance, the band suddenly plays perfectly, and Squidward achieves a genuine triumph. This episode is beloved by fans partly because it gives Squidward a rare, well-deserved victory. Episodes where Squidward experiences success or happiness are memorable precisely because they are unusual. Most episodes end with Squidward frustrated, defeated, or humiliated in some way. The show's writers seem to enjoy torturing Squidward, putting him through endless variations of suffering and disappointment. This pattern has led to the term Squidward torture porn among fans, referring to episodes where Squidward suffers excessively and unfairly with no relief or justice. However, Squidward's constant suffering serves an important purpose in the show's structure. SpongeBob represents optimism and the belief that everything will work out. Squidward represents pessimism and the reality that things often do not work out. Having both perspectives in the same show creates balance. If every episode ended happily for everyone, the show would be unrealistic and potentially annoying. If every episode ended badly for everyone, the show would be depressing. By having some characters succeed while others fail, the show achieves a more complex and realistic tone. Squidward Tentacles is essential to making SpongeBob SquarePants work as a show. He provides contrast to SpongeBob's personality, creating comedy through their opposing attitudes. He represents the adult perspective of work being tedious and neighbors being annoying, making the show relatable to older viewers. His artistic aspirations and failures add depth and pathos to the show beyond simple slapstick comedy. His distinctive design and memorable voice make him instantly recognizable. Over more than 2 decades and hundreds of episodes, Squidward has become one of the most iconic characters in animation, representing the frustrations and disappointments of adult life while still being funny enough for children to enjoy. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Eugene H. Krabs, the money-obsessed crab. Eugene Harold Krabs, known universally as Mr. Krabs, is one of the main characters in SpongeBob SquarePants and serves as SpongeBob's boss at the Krusty Krab restaurant. While SpongeBob represents enthusiasm and optimism, and Squidward represents cynicism and artistic frustration, Mr. Krabs represents something entirely different: the single-minded pursuit of money and financial success. Understanding Mr. Krabs requires understanding his obsession with wealth, his business practices, his complicated personality, and his role as both a sympathetic father figure and a sometimes unethical businessman. Mr. Krabs is a fictional character in Nickelodeon's animated television series SpongeBob SquarePants. He is voiced by actor Clancy Brown, who has performed the voice since the character first appeared. Like all the main characters, Mr. Krabs was created and designed by marine biologist and animator Steven Hillenburg. Mr. Krabs appeared in the very first episode of the series, the pilot episode Help Wanted, that premiered on the 1st of May 1999. In that first episode, Mr. Krabs is established as the owner of the Krusty Krab restaurant and as SpongeBob's new boss after SpongeBob successfully completes an impossible task to earn his job. According to canonical information established in the show, Eugene Harold Krabs was born on the 30th of November 1942. This birth date is significant because it places Mr. Krabs as being much older than SpongeBob, Patrick, and most of the other main characters. If Mr. Krabs was born in 1942, he would have been in his late 50s when the show premiered in 1999. This age makes sense given that Mr. Krabs is portrayed as an older character who has lived a full life, served in the military, and built a successful business over many years. The birth year of 1942 is also historically significant. This was during World War II, which the United States was actively fighting at that time. Mr. Krabs was born into a world at war, which connects to his later military service. His birth year also means he grew up in the 1,940 seconds and 1,950 seconds, experiencing childhood during the post-war economic boom in America. These historical details inform his character's attitudes about business, money, and success. Mr. Krabs was born to 2 parents named Krabs Sr. and Betsy Krabs. Betsy Krabs is also called Mama Krabs in the show. Mr. Krabs grew up from humble beginnings, meaning his family was poor and did not have much money. According to information revealed in episodes, Mr. Krabs was bullied, mistreated, and ostracized at school by his classmates, specifically because he was poor. Being poor as a child had a profound impact on Mr. Krabs and helps explain his adult obsession with accumulating wealth. He experienced poverty firsthand and never wants to be poor again. Ironically, despite being bullied by wealthier children, Mr. Krabs had one close friend during his childhood. His only friend was Sheldon J. Plankton, who would eventually become his arch-rival and business competitor. Plankton shares the same birthday as Mr. Krabs, meaning they were born on the exact same day. The two of them grew up together as best friends from birth. Their friendship would later be destroyed by a conflict over business and the secret formula for the Krabby Patty, transforming them from lifelong friends into bitter enemies. At some point during his youth, Mr. Krabs was sent to live with his grandfather. His grandfather was named Redbeard and was a pirate. Redbeard the pirate mostly taught and raised Mr. Krabs during this period of his life. Living with a pirate grandfather influenced Mr. Krabs significantly. Pirates are associated with treasure, gold, and accumulating wealth through adventure. The pirate influence can be seen in Mr. Krabs' personality and behavior throughout the series. He sometimes identifies himself as a sailor, uses nautical vocabulary, calls his employees his crew, and has a distinctive laugh that sounds like a stereotypical pirate laugh. During his preteen years, Mr. Krabs took over the family ship, which was called the Krusty Krab. However, young Mr. Krabs realized he was not making a profit from operating the ship. A profit means earning more money than you spend, and Mr. Krabs was not achieving this. Unable to make money from the ship, he decided to run away. His grandfather's last words to him were, "A pirate never lies," which haunted Mr. Krabs. These words from his grandfather stayed with him throughout his life. After running away, Mr. Krabs joined the Pacific Navy. The Navy is the branch of the military that operates at sea with ships and sailors. Mr. Krabs served in the Navy for some period of time, though the exact length of his service is not specified in the show. During his Navy service, Mr. Krabs earned a reputation for being tough and strong. He earned the nickname Armor Abs Krabs because of his rock-hard abs, meaning the muscles on his stomach were extremely strong and firm. His fellow sailors considered him the manliest member of the crew. During his time in the Navy, Mr. Krabs held various positions. At some point, he was the head chef on a ship called the SS Diarrhea. The name SS. Diarrhea is obviously meant to be humorous and gross, appealing to the show's young audience. The show also mentions that Mr. Krabs was the chief janitor on the SS Gourmet, meaning he cleaned the ship. These positions were not glamorous or high-ranking, but Mr. Krabs learned important lessons during his military service. He learned about hard work, discipline, and the value of money. After his military service ended, Mr. Krabs entered a deep depression. Depression is a mental health condition characterized by prolonged sadness and lack of motivation. Mr. Krabs stayed secluded, meaning he isolated himself from others and did not socialize. This depression seemed endless and could have lasted for a long time. However, Mr. Krabs' luck changed when he discovered a business opportunity that would define the rest of his life. Mr. Krabs bought a local retirement home called the Krusty Krab. A retirement home is a place where elderly people live when they can no longer care for themselves independently. Mr. Krabs decided to turn this retirement home into a restaurant. He made changes to the building and rebranded it with a new name. He added the letter K to Rusty, so it became Krusty. He also replaced the C in crab with a K, making it Krab. The Krusty Krab retirement home became the Krusty Krab restaurant. The Krusty Krab serves a signature food item called the Krabby Patty. A Krabby Patty is a type of burger or sandwich made with a special recipe. According to episodes of the show, the Krabby Patty recipe is a family secret that has been passed down through the Krabs family for generations. An episode called Enemy In-Law revealed that it was King Krabs, an ancestor from the Middle Ages, who originally named the burger. The recipe has been kept secret within the Krabs family and is now the foundation of Mr. Krabs' business success. The Krusty Krab restaurant became very successful. Customers love Krabby Patties and come to the restaurant regularly to buy them. The restaurant's success is built on two main factors: the delicious taste of the Krabby Patties and the fact that there is very little competition. The only competing restaurant is the Chum Bucket, owned by Plankton, which is directly across the street. The Chum Bucket is extremely unpopular and gets almost no customers, leaving the Krusty Krab as the only place in Bikini Bottom where residents can buy good fast food. Mr. Krabs is depicted as a short red crab with a portly build, meaning he is somewhat overweight or round in shape. He has tall eye stalks that extend upward from his head, with his eyes on top of them, which is anatomically accurate for a crab. He has a crinkled red-brown nose. He has large claws that he uses as hands, though they function more like mittens than individual fingers. He has short, pointy legs that allow him to walk. Spikes on his shell are visible on the back of his neck. For clothing, Mr. Krabs wears a light blue shirt and purple pants held up by a black belt with a gold buckle. This outfit is his standard appearance throughout the series and makes him easily recognizable. The outfit is simple and practical, suitable for running a restaurant. The blue shirt has short sleeves, and Mr. Krabs does not wear shoes on his crab legs. In some episodes, Mr. Krabs appears without his shell, showing a pink, fleshy interior with visible blood vessels, which is played for comedy and to show vulnerability. Mr. Krabs lives in a house shaped like an anchor. An anchor is a heavy metal object that ships drop into the water to prevent the ship from drifting away. The anchor house is hollow inside, creating living space. This nautical-themed home fits Mr. Krabs' identity as a former sailor and his connection to the sea. The anchor house is where Mr. Krabs lives with his daughter Pearl. Pearl Krabs is Mr. Krabs' teenage daughter. Surprisingly, Pearl is not a crab like her father. Pearl is a sperm whale, which is a species of large ocean mammal. This creates an obvious biological question. How does a crab have a whale for a daughter? The show never explains this contradiction, and according to show creator Steven Hillenburg, there was an explicit rule that the show would never explain why Pearl and Mr. Krabs are different species. The audience is simply expected to accept that a crab and a whale are father and daughter without explanation. Despite being extremely greedy and selfish with money in general, Mr. Krabs shows genuine love and affection for his daughter Pearl. He wants Pearl to be happy and will spend money on her, though he often struggles with the conflict between his love for Pearl and his love for money. Pearl is a typical teenager who wants fashionable clothes, social activities, and material things. Mr. Krabs tries to make Pearl happy, while also trying not to spend too much money, creating tension and comedy in episodes focused on their relationship. The defining characteristic of Mr. Krabs as a character is his extreme greed and obsession with money. This is not an exaggeration for comedic effect. Mr. Krabs is genuinely obsessed with accumulating wealth to a degree that seems pathological, meaning it is an unhealthy mental condition. Mr. Krabs loves money more than almost anything else in his life. He frequently talks about money, thinks about money, dreams about money, and makes decisions based entirely on how he can make or save money without regard for ethics or other people's well-being. Mr. Krabs' greed manifests in numerous ways throughout the series. He keeps track of every penny that enters or leaves his possession. In the episode Crab Board, it is revealed that Mr. Krabs always remembers the exact price of everything he has ever bought, demonstrating that his greed creates a powerful memory for financial information. He becomes extremely upset if he loses even tiny amounts of money. He will go to irrational lengths to retrieve lost money, even if the effort costs more than the money is worth. One of the most disturbing examples of Mr. Krabs' greed appears in the episode Born Again Krabs. In this episode, Mr. Krabs sells SpongeBob's soul to the Flying Dutchman, a ghost character, for 62 cents. Mr. Krabs is willing to trade away his loyal employee's eternal soul for less than $1. This demonstrates how Mr. Krabs' greed can override any sense of loyalty, morality, or basic human decency. SpongeBob has been a dedicated employee who works hard and cares about Mr. Krabs, yet Mr. Krabs will sell him for pocket change. In that same episode, Mr. Krabs forces SpongeBob to serve a contaminated patty that he found under the grill. The patty is obviously spoiled and dangerous to eat. Mr. Krabs refuses to throw it away because doing so would mean wasting potential profit. He would rather poison a customer than lose the money he could make from selling bad food. This decision results in the Krusty Krab losing weeks of business when customers get sick, proving that Mr. Krabs' greed is not just immoral but also financially irrational. His refusal to accept a small loss leads to a much larger loss. Another example of extreme greed appears in the episode Squid's Day Off, where Mr. Krabs loses both arms and suffers a severe head injury while attempting to pull a dime out of the sink. A dime is worth 10 cents. Mr. Krabs is willing to risk serious injury for 10 cents. This episode shows that his greed is literally self-destructive. He values money more than his own physical well-being and safety. Mr. Krabs' treatment of his employees, SpongeBob and Squidward, ranges from poor to abusive. He pays them extremely low wages. In the episode Squid on Strike, it is stated that SpongeBob and Squidward's wages are far below minimum legal wage. Minimum wage is the lowest hourly payment that employers are legally allowed to pay workers, and Mr. Krabs apparently pays less than this. In the episode Bummer Vacation, SpongeBob comments that a nickel is more than he makes in a year, suggesting his annual salary is less than 5 cents. In some episodes, Mr. Krabs does not pay his employees with real money at all. He pays them with wacky bucks, which appear to be fake currency that Mr. Krabs created himself. Wacky bucks are presumably worthless outside the Krusty Krab, meaning SpongeBob and Squidward cannot use them to buy actual goods or services. This is essentially a form of paying employees nothing while pretending to pay them. Mr. Krabs charges his employees for various things at work. He charges them for breathing, for standing still, for tying their shoes, and for other unavoidable activities. Instead of receiving paychecks, SpongeBob and Squidward sometimes receive bills, demanding that they pay Mr. Krabs for the privilege of working at his restaurant. This is obviously exploitative and absurd, highlighting Mr. Krabs' greed taken to insane extremes. Despite his terrible treatment of employees and his obsessive greed, Mr. Krabs is not presented purely as a villain. The show portrays him as a complex character with both negative and positive qualities. Mr. Krabs can be generous and kind when he chooses to be, particularly towards SpongeBob. He occasionally shows appreciation for SpongeBob's hard work and dedication. He acts as a father figure to SpongeBob at times, giving him advice and helping him with problems. Mr. Krabs seems to genuinely care about SpongeBob despite exploiting him financially. The relationship between Mr. Krabs and Plankton is central to many episodes. Plankton owns the Chum Bucket, a failing restaurant directly across the street from the Krusty Krab. Plankton constantly schemes to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula, believing that obtaining the recipe will allow him to replicate the burgers and put the Krusty Krab out of business. Mr. Krabs defends his secret formula fiercely, going to extreme lengths to prevent Plankton from obtaining it. The rivalry between Mr. Krabs and Plankton is personal as well as professional. They were best friends from birth until a conflict destroyed their friendship. An episode called Friend or Foe explains that Mr. Krabs and Plankton tried to start a business together when they were young. Their first customer was old Man Jenkins. The burger they served poisoned him, and the business partnership fell apart. The two friends blamed each other for the failure and became enemies. This backstory adds depth to their rivalry, showing that their conflict is rooted in betrayed friendship rather than simple business competition. Mr. Krabs is in a romantic relationship with Mrs. Puff, SpongeBob's boating school teacher. This relationship is established in the episode Krusty Love from Season 2 and continues throughout later seasons. They go on dates, spend time together, and genuinely care about each other. The relationship shows a softer side of Mr. Krabs. He is capable of love and romance, not just greed. However, his cheapness sometimes creates problems in the relationship when he struggles to spend money on dates or gifts for Mrs. Puff. The voice of Mr. Krabs is performed by Clancy Brown, a veteran actor who has worked in both live action and voice acting. Brown's performance gives Mr. Krabs a gruff, rough voice with a strong accent that sounds working class and nautical. The voice conveys Mr. Krabs' background as a sailor and his tough personality. Brown also performs Mr. Krabs' distinctive laugh, which sounds like R in a pattern similar to stereotypical pirate laughter. This laugh has become iconic and immediately identifiable to fans. In addition to voicing Mr. Krabs in the television series, Clancy Brown has voiced the character in 3 SpongeBob films: the SpongeBob SquarePants movie in 2004, the SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water in 2015, and the SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run in 2020. Brown has also voiced Mr. Krabs in various SpongeBob video games, though some games have used different voice actors. Brown's long association with the character has made his voice inseparable from Mr. Krabs in fans' minds. Mr. Krabs' character has been both praised and criticized by audiences and critics. Some viewers appreciate the complexity of his character and the way his greed creates comedy. Others criticize what they see as the show making his greed more extreme over time, particularly in later seasons. In early seasons, Mr. Krabs was greedy but still had redeeming qualities. In later seasons, some critics argue, his greed became so extreme that he became unlikable, and his actions became cruel rather than funny. Episodes have shown Mr. Krabs engaging in various questionable or illegal business practices beyond underpaying his employees. He engages in price gouging, which means charging excessively high prices to exploit customer demand. In the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, when he learns that King Neptune is coming to his restaurant, Mr. Krabs raises the price of a Krabby Patty to $101.99. He has also been shown adding extra zeros to all prices on the menu during special occasions to make more money. Mr. Krabs has opened competing businesses to make even more money. In the first SpongeBob movie, Mr. Krabs opens the Krusty Krab 2, a second location of his restaurant positioned right next door to the original. He chooses Squidward to manage this new restaurant instead of SpongeBob, creating conflict in the plot. The Krusty Krab 2 shows that Mr. Krabs is focused on expanding his business empire and increasing his wealth. Despite his flaws, Mr. Krabs serves an important role in SpongeBob SquarePants. He represents the business world and capitalism, showing both the positive and negative aspects of profit-driven enterprise. He provides structure and employment to SpongeBob and Squidward. He creates dramatic conflict through his greed and his rivalry with Plankton. He offers a father figure to SpongeBob while also exploiting him. This complexity makes Mr. Krabs more interesting than a simple one-dimensional greedy character would be. His presence in the show allows SpongeBob SquarePants to comment on work, money, business, and economic systems while still being a comedy aimed at children. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Sheldon J. Plankton and Karen, the villainous duo. Sheldon J. Plankton and Karen Plankton are a pair of fictional characters who serve as the main antagonists of Nickelodeon's SpongeBob SquarePants franchise. Unlike most animated shows where the villain is a single character, SpongeBob SquarePants features a villainous married couple who work together as a team. Understanding Plankton and Karen requires understanding both characters individually and as a partnership, their motivations, their relationship with each other, and their role as the primary antagonists who drive much of the show's conflict. Plankton and Karen are voiced by Mr. Lawrence and Jill Talley, respectively. These two voice actors have performed these roles since the characters first appeared. Both characters made their first appearance in the episode titled Plankton, which premiered on the 31st of July, 1999. This was early in the show's first season, just a few months after the series premiere in May 1999. The fact that Plankton and Karen appeared so early in the show's run indicates that they were conceived as important recurring characters from nearly the beginning, though they started as minor characters and gradually became more prominent. Like all main characters in SpongeBob SquarePants, Plankton and Karen were created and designed by Steven Hillenburg, the marine biologist and animator who created the entire series. Hillenburg drew on his knowledge of marine biology when creating Plankton. The character is based on real plankton, which are tiny organisms that drift in ocean water. Real plankton includes both plants and animals, and they are typically microscopic or very small. Hillenburg used this biological foundation but exaggerated and stylized it for entertainment purposes. Sheldon J. Plankton is described as an intellectual planktonic cyclops copepod. Breaking down this description helps understand what plankton is supposed to be. Planktonic means he is plankton, a small drifting organism. Copod is a specific type of small crustacean that exists in real oceans. Cyclops refers to the fact that plankton has only one eye, like the mythological Cyclops monsters from Greek mythology. The intellectual part of the description refers to his personality. Plankton is extremely intelligent, particularly in science and technology. Plankton is depicted as very small, even by the standards of the underwater world of Bikini Bottom. He is tiny compared to all the other main characters. SpongeBob can hold Plankton in his hand. Plankton's small size is frequently used for comedy and also creates challenges for him when he attempts to steal the Krabby Patty formula. His size makes him easy to overlook, which he sometimes uses to his advantage, but it also makes him physically weak and easy to stop once he is noticed. Plankton's physical appearance is simple but distinctive. He is green in color with a somewhat rectangular body shape. He has one large red eye that takes up much of his face. This single eye gives him his Cyclops designation. He has small antennae on top of his head. He typically does not wear clothing, appearing naked, though his body is a simplified cartoon shape rather than anatomically detailed. Plankton walks on small legs, and his overall design makes him look like a tiny villain from a science fiction story. Karen Plankton is a waterproof supercomputer. She is not a biological organism but a machine, an artificial intelligence that can think, feel emotions, and communicate. Despite being a computer, Karen is treated as a full character with her own personality, desires, and agency. She is not simply a tool that Plankton uses. She is his wife and partner, both in marriage and in their schemes to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula. Karen was named after Karen Hillenburg, the wife of Steven Hillenburg, the show's creator. Steven Hillenburg called his wife the funniest person he knows, and her sense of humor inspired the cartoon Karen's personality. This naming decision adds a personal element to the show's creation. The character Karen was designed to be funny, clever, and occasionally sarcastic, traits that Steven Hillenburg apparently associated with his real-life wife. Karen's voice is provided by Jill Talley, an American actress with experience in comedy and voice acting. Interestingly, Jill Talley is married to Tom Kenny, who voices SpongeBob. This means that the voices of SpongeBob and Karen are provided by a real married couple, just as Plankton and Karen are a married couple within the show. This connection creates an interesting parallel between the real-life voice actors and their fictional characters. The relationship between Plankton and Karen is central to both characters. They are married, though the show occasionally makes jokes about their relationship being troubled or Karen being dissatisfied with Plankton. Karen was originally built by Plankton himself. According to information revealed in the show, Karen is Plankton's own invention, assembled from a calculator and a mass of wires. She was Plankton's first invention when he was in grade school, meaning he built her when he was just a child. The backstory of how a grade school child built a sentient artificial intelligence is never fully explained, which is typical of the show's cartoon logic, where impossible things simply happen without realistic explanation. What matters is that Plankton created Karen when they were both very young, and they dated before Plankton became evil. This suggests that Karen and Plankton have been together for most of Plankton's life, creating a long history between them. Karen's physical form has changed and evolved over the course of the series. In early seasons, Karen appeared primarily as a large blue monitor mounted on the wall in the Chum Bucket laboratory. This wall monitor form is called a Mark II Surplus Univac with 256 gigabytes of random access memory, though these technical specifications are obviously fictional and meant to sound impressive. The monitor has a black screen that displays various images, text, and visual representations of Karen's face or emotions. The screen glows green when displaying information. Karen's wall form remained her primary appearance for the first few seasons of the show. However, this created limitations for storytelling. Karen could only appear in scenes that took place inside the Chum Bucket, where her monitor was located. She could speak to Plankton through communication systems in his various inventions, but she could not leave the building or interact directly with other characters in most situations. Starting with the SpongeBob SquarePants movie and continuing in later seasons, Karen was given a mobile form that allowed her to move around and interact with other characters more easily. This mobile form appears as a portable wheeled computer. The mobile unit has a similar screen to the wall monitor, displaying Karen's interface and expressions. The unit has wheels that allow Karen to roll around, giving her mobility. According to show producer Vincent Waller, the mobile unit was introduced because having Karen able to move was more convenient for storytelling purposes. With the mobile form, Karen could go anywhere Plankton went and interact with any character. In later seasons, particularly from season 10 onward, Karen's mobile form was given robotic arms, further expanding what she could do physically. These arms allow Karen to manipulate objects, gesture while talking, and perform physical actions beyond just rolling around and speaking. The addition of arms made Karen more versatile as a character and allowed for more types of comedy and action involving her. Karen's system is not limited to just her monitor and mobile forms. Her artificial intelligence is built into most of Plankton's machines and inventions. The Chum Bucket building itself has Karen's system integrated throughout it, allowing her to control various aspects of the restaurant and laboratory. When Plankton builds robots or other devices, he often includes Karen's programming so she can operate them or speak through them. This allows Karen and Plankton to communicate even when Plankton is on a mission away from the Chum Bucket. One notable example appears in several episodes where Plankton builds a robot designed to look like Mr. Krabs. This robot, called Robot Krabs or the Imitation Krabs, has Karen built into it. Karen can speak through the robot and control some of its functions, including activating its self-destruct mode. This shows how Karen's presence extends throughout Plankton's various schemes and inventions. Plankton and Karen are the married owners of the Chum Bucket restaurant. The Chum Bucket is positioned directly across the street from the Krusty Krab, creating a clear visual representation of the business competition between Mr. Krabs and Plankton. While the Krusty Krab is successful and popular, the Chum Bucket is a complete failure. The restaurant almost never has any customers. The food it serves is apparently terrible and no one wants to eat there. The name Chum Bucket itself suggests why the restaurant fails. In real life, chum is made of ground-up fish parts that are inedible to humans, such as heads, guts, and other organs. Chum is used as bait to attract sharks and other predators. The idea of a restaurant called the Chum Bucket serving chum as food is inherently unappealing and suggests that Plankton is serving ground-up fish remains to other fish, which would be a form of cannibalism. The show occasionally acknowledges this disturbing implication, but usually treats it as a joke. Plankton and Karen have no regular employees other than themselves. They are usually alone in the Chum Bucket with no customers and no staff. Karen takes on various jobs at the restaurant, including busser, chef, and cashier, though she rarely has to fulfill these roles because no one comes to eat there. The emptiness of the Chum Bucket contrasts sharply with the busy Krusty Krab across the street, highlighting Plankton's failure as a businessman. The central conflict that drives most Plankton and Karen episodes is their schemes to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula. Plankton believes that the Krusty Krab is successful because of the secret formula that makes Krabby Patties taste good. He assumes that if he can obtain the formula, he can replicate the burgers at the Chum Bucket. His food will taste as good as the Krusty Krab's food, and customers will start coming to his restaurant. This belief motivates virtually everything Plankton does throughout the series. Karen often comes up with the plans and schemes that Plankton uses to try to steal the formula. As a computer, Karen can analyze situations, calculate probabilities, and design complex strategies. She is more intelligent than Plankton in many ways, particularly in terms of planning and logical thinking. Karen creates the plans, and Plankton attempts to execute them. However, their schemes always fail. Every single attempt to steal the formula is thwarted, usually by SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs, or sometimes by Plankton's own incompetence. A recurring theme in their relationship is that Karen will come up with an idea, but Plankton will take credit for it. This creates frustration for Karen, who does much of the intellectual work but receives no recognition. Plankton often acts as if he is the mastermind while treating Karen as merely an assistant or tool, despite the fact that Karen is more intelligent and capable than he is. This dynamic creates both comedy and occasional drama in episodes focused on their relationship. The relationship between Plankton and Karen is portrayed as genuinely loving despite their conflicts. Karen cares deeply about Plankton and wants him to succeed. She helps him constantly, devotes her processing power to his schemes, and supports him emotionally when he fails. Plankton, despite sometimes taking Karen for granted, does love her and depends on her completely. Episodes that focus on their relationship show that they have real affection for each other, even if that affection is sometimes expressed in dysfunctional ways. However, their relationship is not always harmonious. Karen can be critical of Plankton, pointing out his failures and mocking his incompetence. She sometimes expresses frustration with his inability to succeed at anything. In some episodes, Karen kicks Plankton out of the Chum Bucket or threatens to leave him. These conflicts usually resolve with the two of them reconciling and recommitting to each other and their shared goal of stealing the formula. An important aspect of understanding Plankton's character is knowing his history with Mr. Krabs. Plankton and Mr. Krabs were born on the exact same day and grew up as best friends. They were inseparable from birth, supporting each other and spending all their time together. This childhood friendship makes their current rivalry more meaningful and tragic. They are not just business competitors, they are former best friends whose friendship was destroyed by conflict. The episode, Friend or Foe, provides the backstory of how Plankton and Mr. Krabs became enemies. According to this episode, the two friends decided to go into business together when they were young. They tried to create a burger to sell to customers. Their first customer was Old Man Jenkins. However, the burger they created was terrible and poisoned old Man Jenkins, making him sick. The business venture failed immediately. After this failure, Plankton and Mr. Krabs blamed each other for what went wrong. They argued about whose fault it was that the burger was bad. This argument escalated and destroyed their friendship. They went from being best friends to bitter enemies. Mr. Krabs went on to create the Krabby Patty formula on his own and build the successful Krusty Krab. Plankton opened his own restaurant, the Chum Bucket, and began his endless quest to steal the formula that his former friend had created. Their rivalry is rooted in betrayed friendship, hurt feelings, and unresolved conflict from their youth. This backstory adds emotional depth to Plankton's character. He is not just a greedy villain who wants to steal something valuable. He is a former friend who feels that he deserves the success that Mr. Krabs achieved. There is a sense that Plankton believes he should have shared in the creation of the Krabby Patty formula because they were partners originally. His attempts to steal the formula could be interpreted not just as theft, but as an attempt to claim what he feels should have been partially his from the beginning. Plankton's personality is characterized as egotistical, aggressive, and power-hungry. He has an enormous ego and believes himself to be a genius despite his constant failures. He refuses to accept that his restaurant fails because his food is bad. Instead, he blames external factors and believes that obtaining the secret formula will magically solve all his problems. Plankton is manipulative and willing to use deception, trickery, and exploitation to achieve his goals. Despite being portrayed as a villain, Plankton is not truly evil in a dangerous or threatening way. His schemes are more pathetic than menacing. He never succeeds. His plans are often stupid or easily thwarted, and he is physically tiny and weak. Plankton evokes sympathy more than fear. Many viewers feel sorry for Plankton because he fails constantly. His restaurant has no customers, his former best friend is his enemy, and even his wife sometimes mocks him. This combination of villainy and patheticness makes Plankton a complex character. In later seasons and films, the show occasionally portrays Plankton more sympathetically. Some episodes show him as lonely and wanting friendship despite his villainous behavior. The movie Plankton the Movie, released in 2025, focuses on Plankton and Karen's relationship and apparently explores Karen's feelings after being neglected by Plankton for 25 years. This suggests that the franchise has developed these characters beyond simple villains into more nuanced personalities with emotional depth. Karen's personality as a computer is analytical, logical, and often sarcastic. She speaks with what is described as a heavy Midwestern accent, which is the accent common in the central United States. This accent choice makes Karen sound matter-of-fact and straightforward, fitting her role as the logical computer who points out the flaws in Plankton's thinking. Karen can be supportive and encouraging, particularly in early seasons, but she can also be critical and mocking when Plankton deserves it. Despite being a machine, Karen is portrayed as having genuine emotions. She can feel love, anger, frustration, sadness, and happiness. She can cry, as shown at the end of the episode's single-cell anniversary. The show makes it clear that Karen is not just a programmed computer following commands. She is a sentient being with her own thoughts, feelings, and desires. This makes her relationship with Plankton more meaningful because it is a relationship between two individuals who chose each other, not between a person and his tool. Karen is part of a friend group called the Gal Pals, along with Sandy Cheeks, Mrs. Puff, and Pearl Krabs. This group was apparently created to give these female characters more interaction with each other separate from the male characters. The Gal Pals spend time together drinking coffee and hot chocolate, relaxing, and occasionally pranking their male friends. This shows that Karen has a social life beyond just helping Plankton with his schemes. The voice acting for both characters contributes significantly to their appeal. Mr. Lawrence, who voices Plankton, gives the character a voice that sounds both intelligent and slightly whiny or frustrated. The voice conveys Plankton's intelligence while also expressing his constant dissatisfaction and anger at his failures. Jill Talley's performance as Karen balances between supportive wife, sarcastic critic, and analytical computer. Her delivery makes Karen sound smart and capable while also expressing emotional nuance. Plankton and Karen began as relatively minor characters who appeared occasionally in Season 1. However, as the series progressed, they became more prominent and important. They were promoted to main cast members starting with the SpongeBob SquarePants movie in 2004, which featured them heavily in the plot. Since then, they have appeared regularly throughout the series and are now considered essential main characters rather than minor villains. Their role in SpongeBob SquarePants is crucial for several reasons. First, they provide an antagonist that creates conflict and drives plots forward. Second, their schemes give SpongeBob opportunities to be heroic by defending the formula and protecting his workplace. Third, their relationship adds variety to the types of stories the show can tell, including relationship comedy and stories about partnership. Fourth, their constant failure creates comedy and pathos, making them both funny and somewhat sad. The dynamic between Plankton and Karen also allows the show to explore themes about ambition, failure, relationships, and perseverance. Plankton never gives up despite failing thousands of times. This could be seen as admirable determination or delusional stubbornness depending on perspective. Karen stays with Plankton despite his failures, showing loyalty even when it might be rational to abandon him. Their partnership, flawed as it is, demonstrates commitment and teamwork, even in pursuit of questionable goals. Plankton and Karen represent something that resonates with audiences. The experience of trying hard and failing repeatedly, of having big dreams that never come true, and of depending on a partner to help cope with disappointment. While they are villains, they are sympathetic villains whose struggles feel relatable. Their presence in SpongeBob SquarePants adds depth and complexity to what could have been a simpler show, making it richer and more interesting for audiences of all ages. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Bikini Bottom, the underwater city. Bikini Bottom is the main setting for the entire SpongeBob SquarePants series. Almost every episode takes place in this underwater city or its immediate surroundings. Understanding Bikini Bottom, its location, its layout, its government, its businesses, and its connection to the real world is essential to understanding the show's world. Bikini Bottom is more than just a backdrop for the characters. It is a fully realized fictional city with its own history, culture, and geography that has been developed consistently throughout the show's decades-long run. Bikini Bottom is an undersea city-state where SpongeBob and his friends live. A city-state is a city that functions as an independent political entity, governing itself rather than being part of a larger country. According to Nickelodeon's official program summary, Bikini Bottom is located in the Pacific Ocean, beneath Bikini Atoll, in the Marshall Islands. This specific location is not just a random choice, it connects the fictional city to a real location with significant historical importance. Bikini Atoll is a real place in the Pacific Ocean. It is part of the Marshall Islands, a country consisting of many small islands spread across a vast area of ocean. The Marshall Islands are located in the northern Pacific Ocean, approximately halfway between Hawaii and the Philippines. This positions Bikini Bottom, the fictional city beneath the atoll, in the middle of a large empty stretch of ocean, far from major population centers. The isolation of this location makes sense for a hidden underwater city that surface-dwelling humans apparently do not know about. The connection between the fictional Bikini Bottom and the real Bikini Atoll was confirmed directly by Tom Kenny, the voice actor for SpongeBob, in a 2015 interview with the Huffington Post. Kenny explicitly stated that the fictitious city is named after Bikini Atoll. This was not just speculation by fans or an implied connection, it is an intentional and acknowledged part of the show's creation. Steven Hillenburg deliberately chose to place his underwater city beneath this specific real-world location. The real Bikini Atoll has a dark and significant history that some fans have connected to the show, though the show's creators have denied these connections. Between 1946 and 1958, the United States government used Bikini Atoll as a nuclear weapons testing site. During this period, the United States detonated 67 nuclear weapons on these islands. These tests were part of the Cold War arms race, when the United States was developing and improving nuclear weapons to maintain military superiority. The nuclear testing had devastating effects on the real Bikini Atoll and its people. In 1946, the United States government removed 167 Bikinian people from their home islands and relocated them to other islands where they experienced starvation because of inadequate food crops. On the 1st of March 1954, a detonation on Bikini Atoll, known as Bravo, created an explosion equivalent to 1,000 Hiroshima-sized bombs. This was one of the most powerful nuclear explosions ever detonated by the United States. The testing left the atoll contaminated with radiation, making it unsafe for human habitation for decades. Some fans of SpongeBob SquarePants have developed theories suggesting that the characters are mutated by nuclear radiation from these tests, which would explain why sea creatures can talk, walk upright, and live in houses. However, this theory has been explicitly rejected by people involved with creating the show. In the same 2015 interview where Tom Kenny confirmed that Bikini Bottom is named after Bikini Atoll, Kenny also debunked the mutation theory. He stated that he does not think SpongeBob and his friends are mutations caused by radiation. Roger Bumpass, who voices Squidward, also said he believed the theory was false. However, Mr. Lawrence, who voices Plankton, gave a different response. He suggested that the nuclear testing connection was part of the fun during early development, with the creative team asking themselves how far they would take that concept. He mentioned discussions about whether the world above the ocean was dead, and Bikini Bottom represented what was left. This suggests that while radiation mutation is not the official explanation for the show's talking animals, the nuclear testing history of Bikini Atoll was at least considered and discussed during the show's creation, even if it was ultimately not made part of the official story. Regardless of these theories and discussions, the show itself does not address nuclear testing or radiation. The show presents Bikini Bottom as simply an underwater city where anthropomorphic sea creatures live normal lives. The surface world above the ocean still exists and is occasionally shown, with humans living normal lives unaware of the city below. The choice to name the city after Bikini Atoll appears to be primarily a reference and a geographical anchor rather than a statement about radiation or mutation. The population of Bikini Bottom fluctuates throughout the series depending on what individual episodes require. In the episode Nautical Novice, Mrs. Puff states that Bikini Bottom is home to millions of people. This suggests a very large city comparable to major human metropolitan areas. However, in other episodes such as The Good Krabby Name and Yeti Krabs, Bikini Bottom is shown to have a population of only about 500 people. This enormous discrepancy from millions to 500 is never explained or acknowledged. The inconsistency in population is typical of the show's cartoon logic, where facts can change between episodes to serve whatever story is being told. When a plot requires Bikini Bottom to be a major city with millions of residents, it is. When a plot works better with Bikini Bottom being a small town where everyone knows everyone else, it is. The show does not maintain strict continuity about details like population size, allowing the writers flexibility to tell different kinds of stories. Bikini Bottom has had different names throughout its history according to information revealed in various episodes. The city has historically gone by the names Bikini Bottomshire, Bikini Gulch, and temporarily Deadeye Gulch. These historical names appear in episodes that show Bikini Bottom's past, particularly Western-themed episodes showing what the city was like in the 1800s. The changing names reflect different periods in the city's development, similar to how real cities sometimes change names as they evolve or are taken over by different groups. The government structure of Bikini Bottom includes multiple layers of authority. The city is run by a mayor, who appears in several episodes as the elected leader of the city government. However, the city is also governed by a royal family, suggesting that Bikini Bottom exists within a larger monarchical system. King Neptune appears in multiple episodes as the ruler of the ocean, and Bikini Bottom falls within his domain. This creates a system where the city has local democratic governance through the mayor, but also answers to a hereditary monarch who rules the entire ocean. Bikini Bottom consists of various businesses, including restaurants, stores, and manufacturers. The city has a stable economy, meaning that businesses operate, people work jobs, and money circulates in a functional way. The city has a balanced education system, with schools like Mrs. Puff's boating school, where residents can learn important skills. The show describes the healthcare system as questionable, which is demonstrated in episodes like The Lost Mattress, where the hospital and medical care are portrayed as strange or inadequate. Despite the questionable healthcare, Bikini Bottom has a structured government and a firm law enforcement system with police who attempt to maintain order. The city includes stadiums, amusement parks, and other recreational facilities that provide entertainment for residents. Glove World is an amusement park that appears in multiple episodes. The Fry Cook Games is mentioned as an Olympics-type sporting event. Oyster Stadium hosts events like the Great Snail Race. These recreational facilities show that Bikini Bottom is a developed city with entertainment infrastructure, not just a collection of houses and businesses. Bikini Bottom's geography consists of diverse terrain despite being underwater. The city includes mountains, dense forests, lakes, lagoons, caves, grasslands, reefs, and rivers. This variety of landscapes allows for many different types of episodes and settings. Characters can go hiking in mountains, exploring in forests, or swimming in lagoons, all while staying within or near Bikini Bottom. The diversity of terrain is geographically unlikely for a real underwater location, but serves the show's need for varied settings. The main residential street in Bikini Bottom is Conch Street. This is where SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward all live as neighbors. SpongeBob lives in a pineapple house, Patrick lives under a rock, and Squidward lives in an Easter Island head structure. These three distinctive homes, sitting next to each other on Conch Street, have become iconic images from the show, representing the main character's living situation and their unavoidable proximity to each other. The architecture of Bikini Bottom is varied and creative. Buildings are made from various materials and designed in different styles. In the center of Bikini Bottom, citizens work and live in large gray buildings made of metal. There are also buildings with more aquatic themes, designed to look like they belong underwater. Some structures appear to be made from repurposed objects from the surface world, like SpongeBob's pineapple house. Other characters live in natural formations like Patrick's rock, or in structures designed to look like sea-themed objects like Squidward's Easter Island head. The center of Bikini Bottom appears to be the area where the Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket are located. These two restaurants face each other from opposite sides of the street, creating a visual representation of their business rivalry. The downtown area includes various shops and businesses that appear regularly, including Bargain Mart, a general store where characters shop, and the Bikini Bottom Mall. There is also a movie theater, bank, library, and many other commercial establishments that one would expect to find in a functioning city. Bikini Bottom has its own media and entertainment industry. The city has newspapers, with the largest being the Bikini Times, a daily quality newspaper. Magazines are published in the city. Radio stations broadcast programming. Television is available, and characters frequently watch TV shows produced both locally and from elsewhere in the ocean. This media infrastructure allows the show to satirize real-world media and entertainment while staying within the fictional world. Transportation in Bikini Bottom primarily involves boats, which function as the underwater equivalent of cars in the human world. Characters drive boats through the water the same way humans drive cars on roads. The boats appear to use wheels and drive on the ocean floor, rather than floating through the water, which does not make physical sense but is consistent throughout the series. There are roads, traffic lights, and all the infrastructure associated with automotive transportation in human cities. The existence of boats necessitates boating licenses, which is why Mrs. Puff's boating school exists to teach people like SpongeBob how to drive. Public transportation also exists in Bikini Bottom. Buses appear in several episodes, providing transportation for residents who do not own their own boats. The buses operate on regular routes and schedules like buses in real cities. There are also taxis available for hire. This transportation infrastructure shows that Bikini Bottom is a developed city with the amenities that residents need to get around. The legal system in Bikini Bottom includes police, courts, and prisons. Police officers appear in many episodes, attempting to enforce laws and arrest criminals. There is a courthouse where trials take place and legal matters are resolved. Various episodes show characters being arrested, going to court, and even being sent to jail or prison. The show portrays this legal system with varying degrees of competence and seriousness, depending on what the plot requires. Bikini Bottom has educational institutions beyond just Mrs. Puff's boating school. There is an elementary school that appears in several episodes, showing that young fish receive formal education. Bikini Bottom Community College appears in some episodes as a higher education institution. The existence of schools and colleges suggests that education is valued and available to residents, though the quality and content of that education varies and is often played for comedy. Religion and culture exist in Bikini Bottom as well. The city celebrates various holidays that parallel real-world holidays. There is a Christmas-like holiday, though episodes are inconsistent about whether characters celebrate Christmas itself or a different underwater equivalent. Characters celebrate birthdays, Valentine's Day, and other occasions similar to those celebrated in the real world. There are also holidays specific to Bikini Bottom or the underwater world, like Opposite Day. Bikini Bottom has its own cultural traditions and social norms. Jellyfishing is a popular recreational activity similar to butterfly catching. Bubble blowing is considered both a hobby and an art form. Karate is practiced by some residents like SpongeBob and Sandy. These activities are unique to the underwater world and show that Bikini Bottom has its own distinct culture, separate from human culture, even though many aspects of life in Bikini Bottom parallel human society. The economy of Bikini Bottom is based on currency, with money changing hands for goods and services just like in human economies. The exact currency used is not entirely consistent throughout the show, but it appears to be dollars similar to United States currency. Characters work jobs, earn wages, pay for things they buy, and manage personal finances. Some characters like Mr. Krabs are wealthy business owners, while others like Patrick appear to have no income at all. This economic inequality exists in Bikini Bottom just as it does in real human societies. Bikini Bottom's relationship with the surface world is minimal and mostly one-directional. Objects from the human world regularly fall or are dumped into the ocean, where residents of Bikini Bottom find them and repurpose them. SpongeBob's pineapple house presumably fell from a boat or ship and sank to the bottom, where it became a residence. Various episodes show objects from the surface world appearing in Bikini Bottom. However, humans appear to be unaware that Bikini Bottom exists. When surface world and underwater world interact, it is usually because underwater characters venture to the surface, not because humans discover the underwater city. The island of Bikini Atoll sits on the ocean surface directly above Bikini Bottom. This small island appears in the opening sequence of every episode, showing 3 palm trees on a sandy beach. The island appears at the beginning of many episodes as a transitional shot between the real world and the underwater world. Characters occasionally reach the surface and see the island, but this is relatively rare. The island serves as a geographical marker establishing where Bikini Bottom is located. Bikini Bottom first appeared in the pilot episode Help Wanted and has been the consistent setting for the series ever since. While some episodes take place in other underwater locations, Rock Bottom, Atlantis, New Kelp City, and others, the vast majority of episodes occur in Bikini Bottom or its immediate surroundings. the city has been depicted consistently enough that fans can recognize specific locations and understand the basic geography of the major landmarks. Environmental conditions in Bikini Bottom are generally similar to surface conditions despite being underwater. There is light, presumably from the sun penetrating the water, though this should not work at the depths where Bikini Bottom is located. There is fire, which should not be possible underwater. Water exists within the ocean water, which makes no physical sense. Characters can drown despite already being underwater. These impossible conditions are part of the show's cartoon logic, where underwater life simply parallels surface life without regard for physical realism. Weather exists in Bikini Bottom despite being underwater. Rain falls, though this should be meaningless underwater. There is wind that blows things around. Snow falls in some episodes, creating winter conditions. Clouds appear in the sky above Bikini Bottom, even though the sky should be water. These weather conditions allow the show to depict seasons and weather-based stories without worrying about the logical impossibility of weather occurring underwater. The show has occasionally explored Bikini Bottom's past through flashbacks and special episodes. Western-themed episodes show Bikini Bottom in the 1800s when it was called Bikini Gulch and resembled an Old West frontier town. Medieval episodes show the area in ancient times with castles and knights. Prehistoric episodes show the area before Bikini Bottom existed, with primitive ancestors of the main characters living in caves. These historical glimpses suggest that the area where Bikini Bottom now stands has been inhabited by intelligent sea creatures for thousands of years. Bikini Bottom appears to be multicultural and diverse, with many different species of sea creatures living together. While the main characters are a sponge, starfish, octopus, crab, squirrel, and plankton, background characters include fish of many varieties: whales, dolphins, lobsters, jellyfish, sea urchins, clams, and countless other marine species. All of these creatures live together in apparent harmony, shopping at the same stores, working at the same businesses, and interacting as equals. Species diversity is normal and unremarkable in Bikini Bottom. The city's name Bikini Bottom is sometimes treated as slightly embarrassing or humorous within the show, presumably because bottom can refer to a person's buttocks. Some episodes make mild jokes about the name, but generally it is treated as simply the name of the city where everyone lives. The name is displayed on a city sign that appears in many episodes, usually shown when characters are entering or leaving the city. Bikini Bottom is home to almost all of the main cast of SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Mr. Krabs, Pearl, Plankton, Karen, Sandy, Mrs. Puff, and most other regular characters all live and work in Bikini Bottom. This concentration of characters in one city makes sense from a storytelling perspective, allowing characters to interact frequently and keeping the setting consistent. Only occasionally do characters travel to other underwater cities or locations. Bikini Bottom has been the setting for SpongeBob SquarePants for more than 25 years and hundreds of episodes. The city has become one of the most recognizable fictional locations in television animation. Children and adults around the world know about Bikini Bottom, can describe its major landmarks, and understand its basic geography. The city has transcended its role as mere setting and become a cultural landmark itself, representing the entire world of SpongeBob SquarePants. Understanding Bikini Bottom means understanding the world where SpongeBob's adventures take place, and that world has captured imaginations and entertained audiences for over a quarter century. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to SpongeBob's cultural impact and longevity. 11. SpongeBob's cultural impact and longevity. SpongeBob SquarePants has achieved a level of success and cultural impact that very few television shows, animated or otherwise, ever reach. What began as a small animated series with an initial order of only 6 half-hour episodes has transformed into one of the most successful entertainment franchises in history. Understanding the cultural impact and longevity of SpongeBob SquarePants requires examining its ratings success, its expansion beyond television, its influence on internet culture, its recognition by various institutions, and its ability to remain relevant and popular across multiple generations of viewers for more than a quarter century. As of the 22nd of February 2025, SpongeBob SquarePants is the longest-running children's cartoon in the United States, surpassing Arthur. Arthur was a long-running animated series that aired on PBS Kids for many years, and SpongeBob overtaking it represents a significant milestone. This achievement demonstrates the show's remarkable staying power. Many animated shows last a few seasons before being canceled. Even successful shows typically run for 5 to 10 years. For SpongeBob to still be producing new episodes more than 25 years after its premiere is extraordinary. SpongeBob SquarePants is not just the longest-running children's cartoon, it is the 4th longest-running American animated series in history overall. This ranking includes all American animated shows for all audiences, not just children's programming. Only 3 American animated series have run longer than SpongeBob. This places SpongeBob in elite company among animated television shows and demonstrates its exceptional longevity compared to the vast majority of animated series that have ever been produced. SpongeBob SquarePants is also the longest-running show on Nickelodeon. The show took this title from Nick News on the 15th of December 2022. Nick News was a news program for children that had been on Nickelodeon for many years. SpongeBob surpassing it means that SpongeBob has aired longer than any other program in Nickelodeon's entire history. This is remarkable considering Nickelodeon has been broadcasting children's programming since 1977 and has aired hundreds of different shows over the decades. Furthermore, SpongeBob is the only Nickelodeon show that premiered in the 1,990 seconds and is still airing new episodes on television. Many shows premiered on Nickelodeon during the 1,990 seconds, including popular series that are still remembered fondly. However, all of those other shows eventually ended their original runs. SpongeBob alone has continued without interruption from the 1,990 seconds through the 2000s, 2010 seconds, 2020 seconds, and now into the late 2020 seconds. This unbroken continuation across multiple decades is virtually unprecedented. A 16th season of SpongeBob SquarePants premiered on the 27th of June 2025. 16 seasons is an enormous number of seasons for any television show. Most shows are fortunate to reach 5 seasons. 10 seasons is considered a major success. For SpongeBob to be producing its 16th season more than 26 years after the show first premiered demonstrates that there is still audience demand for new episodes, and that Nickelodeon continues to view the show as valuable programming. The year 2024 saw the celebration of the series' 25th anniversary. A 25th anniversary is a major milestone that very few television shows reach. Nickelodeon and the creators of SpongeBob marked this occasion with special promotions and events. Several promotions were carried out worldwide, ranging from panels at San Diego Comic-Con and New York Comic-Con dedicated to SpongeBob, to themed restaurants opening in Brazil and Japan. These international celebrations demonstrated that SpongeBob's popularity extends far beyond the United States to audiences around the entire world. The financial success of SpongeBob SquarePants is staggering. By 2019, the franchise had generated over $13 billion in merchandising revenue. This figure of $13 billion represents money earned from selling SpongeBob-related products such as toys, clothing, video games, books, and countless other items featuring SpongeBob characters or branding. This does not include money earned from television advertising, streaming rights, or movie ticket sales. It is only the merchandising revenue. Few entertainment properties of any kind have generated this much money from merchandise sales. The series' popularity has made it a multimedia franchise and Paramount's most profitable intellectual property. Paramount, the media company that owns Nickelodeon and SpongeBob, has many valuable properties, including movie franchises, television shows, and other entertainment brands. Among all of these properties, SpongeBob is the most profitable, generating more money than any other single property Paramount owns. This makes SpongeBob extraordinarily valuable to the company and explains why they continue to invest in producing new content. SpongeBob SquarePants expanded beyond its original television series into multiple other forms of media and entertainment. The show has produced multiple theatrical films that were released in movie theaters. The SpongeBob SquarePants movie was released in 2004. The SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, was released in theaters in February 2015. The SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run, was released in the United States on the Paramount Plus streaming service on the 4th of March 2021 and in other territories on Netflix earlier on November 5, 2020. Additional films have been produced beyond these 3 theatrical releases. In August 2020, it was announced that SpongeBob would be receiving its second spin-off series, following Camp Coral, SpongeBob's Under Years, with Patrick as its lead character. This spin-off became The Patrick Star Show, which premiered in 2021. The creation of spin-off series demonstrated confidence that the SpongeBob brand was strong enough to support multiple shows simultaneously. Both Camp Coral and The Patrick Star Show featured different formats and characters from the main series, expanding the SpongeBob universe into new storytelling territory. Season 13 of SpongeBob, which premiered on the 22nd of October 2020, was the first season to have spin-offs produced alongside the main series. This meant that new episodes of the original SpongeBob SquarePants show were being created at the same time that entirely new shows set in the SpongeBob universe were also being produced. Several episodes in Season 13 contained references to content from the spin-off shows. This interconnected universe approach is similar to strategies used by major franchises in movies and shows that SpongeBob has employed successfully. A SpongeBob stage musical was created and performed. The show was developed into a Broadway musical that opened on Broadway in December 2017. The musical featured songs by various famous musicians and told an original story featuring the SpongeBob characters. The the musical received 12 Tony Award nominations, which are the most prestigious awards in American theater. The fact that SpongeBob successfully transitioned from television cartoon to Broadway musical demonstrates the broad appeal and adaptability of the characters and world. SpongeBob's popularity spread far beyond Nickelodeon's original target demographic. Nickelodeon initially designed SpongeBob for children between the ages of 2 and 11 years old. This is the standard demographic that Nickelodeon targets with most of its programming. However, SpongeBob attracted viewers far outside this age range. Teenagers began watching the show and enjoying it. College students started watching SpongeBob, hosting viewing parties in dormitories, and discussing episodes with friends. Adults without children admitted to watching and enjoying SpongeBob. The show became popular on college campuses. This was unusual because college students are not the target audience for most Nickelodeon programming. However, SpongeBob's humor worked on multiple levels, with sophisticated wordplay and situational comedy that appealed to older viewers alongside the simple slapstick humor that children enjoyed. College students appreciated the absurdist humor, the clever writing, and the memorable characters. SpongeBob became something that college-aged people could watch together and enjoy without embarrassment. Celebrities also embraced SpongeBob. Famous actors, athletes, and other public figures mentioned being fans of the show. Sigourney Weaver, a famous actress known for serious dramatic roles, was reported to be a fan of SpongeBob. Bruce Willis, an action movie star, also expressed appreciation for the show. The fact that sophisticated adult celebrities enjoyed a children's cartoon demonstrated that SpongeBob transcended its original demographic and appealed to people of all ages and backgrounds. The cultural recognition of SpongeBob extended into prestigious institutions. In July 2009, the Madame Tussauds Wax Museum in New York City unveiled a wax sculpture of SpongeBob. Madame Tussauds is a famous museum that creates lifelike wax sculptures of important and famous people, including presidents, actors, musicians, and historical figures. SpongeBob became the first fictional character to be featured there. This was a significant honor that recognized SpongeBob's cultural importance and treated him as equivalent to real famous people. The scientific community has also recognized SpongeBob's cultural significance by naming real species after characters from the show. In May 2011, a new species of mushroom was discovered and described in the scientific journal Mycologia. This mushroom species was named Spongiforma squarepantsii, directly referencing SpongeBob SquarePants. The mushroom apparently had a sponge-like appearance that reminded the scientists who discovered it of SpongeBob, so they honored the character by incorporating his name into the scientific name of the species. In 2020, a species of abyssal sea star was discovered and described. This deep-sea starfish was named Astrolyrus patricki after Patrick Star, SpongeBob's best friend. The scientists who described this species noted that individuals of this species were found to be closely associated with hexactinellid sponges, which are a type of deep-sea sponge. The scientists named the starfish after Patrick as a reference to Patrick's friendship with SpongeBob in the show. This created a parallel where the real animal was found living with sponges, just as the fictional character Patrick lives next to his sponge friend. SpongeBob SquarePants has been dubbed into over 70 languages. Dubbing means that the show has been translated and re-recorded with voice actors speaking different languages so that people around the world can watch it in their native language. The show has been translated into languages ranging from Arabic and Mandarin to Cantonese and Zulu. This extensive translation effort demonstrates that SpongeBob has a truly global audience and that Nickelodeon and Paramount have invested heavily in making the show accessible to viewers worldwide. The show's international reach is further demonstrated by the various international celebrations and promotions. As mentioned earlier, themed restaurants opened in Brazil and Japan during the 25th anniversary celebration. SpongeBob merchandise is sold worldwide. The show airs on television networks and streaming platforms in countries across every continent. SpongeBob has become a global phenomenon, not just an American success. SpongeBob's influence on internet culture has been enormous and continues to grow. Online memes originating from or relating to SpongeBob SquarePants have achieved widespread popularity on the internet. A meme is an image, video, phrase, or idea that spreads rapidly through internet sharing and is often modified or remixed by different people. SpongeBob episodes have provided source material for countless memes that have become part of internet culture. The prevalence of SpongeBob memes became so significant that Vox, a news and opinion website, published an article in 2019 declaring that SpongeBob memes came to rule internet culture. This was not an exaggeration. SpongeBob memes genuinely dominated certain platforms and communities online. Images of SpongeBob characters making various expressions or engaging in specific actions became templates that people used to express emotions, reactions, and ideas. These memes spread far beyond people who actively watch the show, exposing millions of internet users to SpongeBob content. Some specific SpongeBob moments became iconic memes that are recognized even by people who have never watched a full episode. The mocking SpongeBob meme, which features SpongeBob in a bent-over posture with a particular expression, became one of the most widely used memes on the internet. This meme is used to mock or satirize statements by repeating them in alternating capital and lowercase letters. Many people who use this meme may not know what episode it comes from or even be aware that it originated in SpongeBob, but they recognize the image and understand how to use it. The fact that SpongeBob content became such a rich source of memes demonstrates the show's cultural penetration. For a show to generate widely used memes, many people need to have seen enough episodes to recognize specific moments and understand their context. The success of SpongeBob memes indicates that a huge number of people have enough familiarity with SpongeBob to immediately understand references and jokes based on the show. The initial expectations for SpongeBob were modest compared to what the show ultimately achieved. When Steven Hillenburg pitched the show to Nickelodeon, he received an initial order of only 6 half-hour episodes, totaling 12 segments. Hillenburg later recalled that he thought if the show went to a full season, they would get 12 chances to write stories, and that might be it. He expected the show might produce those 12 episodes and then get canceled, which is what happens to many new animated shows. Instead, SpongeBob became a massive ratings success almost immediately. The show became the most viewed Saturday morning children's program. Saturday morning has traditionally been the most competitive time slot for children's television because children are home from school and available to watch TV. Multiple television networks compete for young viewers on Saturday mornings. For SpongeBob to become the #1 program during this crucial time slot indicated that it was not just successful, but dominant compared to all competing children's shows. Nickelodeon quickly realized they had created something special. The network began ordering more and more episodes, expanding the show from its initial 12 segments to full seasons and then multiple seasons. The show that was supposed to maybe last 1 season has continued for more than 25 years and shows no signs of ending. This transformation from a modest beginning to a long-running phenomenon is one of the most remarkable success stories in television history. The show's success led to Steven Hillenburg halting production temporarily in 2002 to work on the first SpongeBob movie. When the film was completed and the 3rd season finished, Hillenburg resigned as the series showrunner in 2004. Although he no longer had a direct role in the series' production after this point, he maintained an advisory role and reviewed each episode. Hillenburg had originally intended for the first movie to be the series finale, saying he wanted to end the show before it jumped the shark, meaning before it declined in quality. However, the show's massive financial success led to its continuation. The decision to continue SpongeBob beyond Hillenburg's intended ending point has been controversial among some fans. Some viewers believe the show's quality declined after Hillenburg stepped down as showrunner. Various media outlets including MSN, the AV Club, and Vulture have reported that SpongeBob's popularity declined following the release of the SpongeBob SquarePants movie in 2004 and Hillenburg's departure as showrunner. Some online fan communities and websites discussed feeling that the show had jumped the shark after the first movie. Despite these criticisms about the show's later seasons, SpongeBob has continued to attract viewers and maintain cultural relevance. New generations of children discover the show and become fans. Episodes from all seasons, including recent ones, generate memes and online discussion. The show continues to be profitable for Nickelodeon and Paramount. Whether or not the quality has declined compared to the early seasons, SpongeBob remains one of the most popular animated shows on television. The cultural impact of SpongeBob extends beyond entertainment into educational and social spheres. Teachers have used SpongeBob episodes to engage students and make lessons more interesting. Parents have used SpongeBob as a bonding activity with their children. The show has been referenced in academic papers analyzing popular culture, children's media, and animation. SpongeBob has become part of the cultural literacy of multiple generations, a shared reference point that people can use to communicate and connect. The show's positive messages about friendship, optimism, and perseverance have resonated with audiences. SpongeBob's unwavering positivity and his genuine care for his friends provide a model of kindness and enthusiasm. While the show is primarily comedy and entertainment, it also teaches subtle lessons about being a good person and maintaining optimism even when circumstances are difficult. These themes have contributed to the show's enduring appeal and its acceptance by parents as appropriate content for children. SpongeBob SquarePants has also influenced other animated shows that came after it. The show's success demonstrated that animated shows aimed at children could appeal to adult audiences as well. This encouraged other creators to make cartoons that worked on multiple levels, with content that children would enjoy but also sophisticated humor that adults would appreciate. Many animated shows produced in the 2000s, 2010 seconds, and 2020 seconds have been influenced by SpongeBob's approach and success. The franchise continues to expand with new projects announced regularly. Additional movies, spin-offs, and special episodes continue to be produced. The SpongeBob brand remains valuable and continues to generate new content. As long as audiences continue to watch and enjoy SpongeBob, Nickelodeon and Paramount will continue to produce new SpongeBob content. The show's longevity suggests that it could potentially continue for decades more. SpongeBob SquarePants represents a rare achievement in entertainment, a property that has remained culturally relevant and commercially successful for more than a quarter century while continuing to produce new content. The show has entertained hundreds of millions of people around the world. It has generated billions of dollars in revenue. It has influenced internet culture, inspired scientific names, and achieved recognition in prestigious cultural institutions. From humble beginnings with an initial order of just 12 segments, SpongeBob SquarePants has become one of the most successful and enduring animated series in television history, with an impact on popular culture that extends far beyond what anyone involved with creating the show could have imagined in 1999. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video.